Chapter 1: The Queen's Rebirth. Who would have thought that an assassin who had already perished in flames would be reborn in a small village of Xia country, inhabiting the body of a girl who died suddenly from a heart condition. On the second floor of a rural farmhouse, Yi Wuxuang examined her reflection in the mirror. The girl in the mirror was 18 years old, with waist-length black hair, delicate features, and flawless jade-like fair skin, a rare beauty. And it's not just me who can be reborn. Yi Wuxuang closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, several lines of text appeared before her. Objective: complete 30 trial missions. Reward: resurrect Yi Wuchen. Note: retain skills from previous life. Original host's heart condition removed. Mission customization in progress. / just like receiving a system-assigned quest in an online game. / A trace of confusion flickered in Yi Wuxuang's dark eyes, soon drowned by anguish and remorse. Wuchen is her younger brother. She had planned to escape the organization with her brother, but he drugged her midway and, despite her protests, returned alone to buy her time by delaying the organization. By the time she woke up again, she had already crossed the ocean and successfully freed herself from the organization's control. But her brother was tortured and brutally murdered by those people, suffering 1,000 cuts. Yi Wuxuang clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. As long as it can bring Wuchen back to life, whether it's 30 tasks or 300 tasks, I'll give it my all. Shuanger, come downstairs for dinner. A loving voice called from below. Yi Wuxuang turned and went downstairs, finding her mother Li Chunlan preparing dinner in the kitchen while her father Yi Weigua assisted nearby. Li Chunlan was a middle-aged woman around 50 years old, her face weathered by years of farm work. Yi Weigua, 2 years her senior, was a dark-skinned farmer. He asked Yi Wuxuang, "Be honest with your dad, is someone bullying you at school?" Ever since starting high school, their daughter had become a completely different person, but no matter how they pressed her, she denied it. No, Yi Wuxuang lied. The original host was indeed bullied at school. She can handle those matters herself. Li Chunlan asked again, "And what about the young master of the Shin family? How does he treat you? Have the Shin family mentioned when they'll hold the engagement banquet for you too?" A glint flashed in Yi Wuxuang's eyes. The young master of the Shin family refers to the only son of the Yen City Shin group, and also her fiancé. Given the Yi family's status, their marriage alliance with the Shin family can be traced back to the relationship between the two families' grandfathers. The two grandfathers were once villagers of Shiqiao village, as close as brothers, and agreed to arrange a marriage between their next generation. Due to certain special circumstances, the arranged marriage was extended to the generation of Yi Wuxuang and the young master of the Shin family. However, the Shin family's business grew increasingly prosperous, transforming from a destitute rural household into a prominent wealthy clan in Yancheng. Following the typical dramatic trope, the Shin family should have outright denied any knowledge of this marriage arrangement. But grandfather Shin deeply revered the principle that integrity is the foundation of commerce. Not only did they not neglect the Yi family, but they also regularly sent people to the countryside with gifts for them. It was previously heard that Yi Wuxuang didn't perform well in the high school entrance exam, so with a grand gesture, she was arranged to attend Yen City's best private elite academy, Flying Bird High School, and it was beautifully justified by saying that the grandson also attended Flying Bird High School, so the two could nurture their relationship. Unfortunately, that young master of the Shin family did not inherit his grandfather's fine virtues. The original host endured 3 years of bullying at school, yet never saw the young master Shin lend a helping hand. With Grandpa Shin passing away from old age at the beginning of the year, the engagement banquet became something that never materialized. "There's no rush for this matter," Yi Weigua said, looking at his wife. "City folks have high standards. The young master of the Shin family might not take a liking to our daughter, and our daughter doesn't necessarily have to marry into the Shin family. Everything should be based on what our daughter wants." "That's right," Li Chunlan nodded in agreement. "If Shuanger isn't willing, even if the Shin family offers us 100 million, we won't take it." Yi Wuxuang lowered her head and ate in silence. This kind of parental affection felt utterly unfamiliar to her. After dinner, Li Chunlan entered Yi Wuxuang's bedroom, repeatedly checking the items her daughter needed for returning to school. Afraid she might have missed something, she didn't turn off the lights and leave quietly until Yi Wuxuang succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Yet the moment she left, Yi Wuxuang opened her eyes, her pupils gleaming with a chilling light in the darkness. "There's the scent of blood and gunpowder in the wind." Assassins are performers who dance on the edge of gun barrels and knife points. Acute vigilance is their primary survival instinct. She confirmed there was a gunfight on the back mountain of her home, so she feigned exhaustion to send Li Chunlan away. Xia country is different from other nations. Firearm regulations are extremely strict. Aside from official authorities, those who can possess guns are mostly unsavory characters. So what's the situation in the back mountains? A chase between the lawful and the lawless? Or a violent clash between underworld factions? Either scenario could endanger the safety of Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua. They're too close to this area. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Wuxuang's eyes as she leaped out the window. agile as a panther in the night, sprinting straight toward the back mountain. The system had preserved her skills as an international assassin from her past life. Soon, she discovered an elderly man behind a bush, his thigh impaled by a tree branch. He was gritting his teeth hard, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. The old man wore a military green uniform, and the insignia on his shoulder made Yi Wuxuan's pupils tremble slightly. She recognized this emblem. It belonged to Ji Hanhai, a founding hero of the Xia nation. In his youth, General Ji led 300 soldiers to miraculously defeat an invading army of 100,000 on the frontier, safeguarding the nation's integrity with bloodshed, earning international fame ever since. Even Yi Wuxuan held deep respect for this man. So here's the question. Who dares to pursue and kill a military district commander of Xia within its borders? I found you, Mr. G. I found you, Mr. G. A foreign burly man with a silenced assault rifle walked around the corner, aiming the muzzle at Ji Hanhai's heart. I'm so sorry, but as the saying goes here, take the money, fix the trouble. I'm very sorry, but as the local proverb says, take the money, solve the problem. Ji Hanhai panted heavily, his hawk-like eyes fixed fiercely on the burly man, his heart inevitably filled with sorrow. To think that after a lifetime on the battlefield, he would end up dying in such an inglorious way. Crack! The sound of crushed fallen leaves abruptly rang out. The burly man and Ji Hanhai simultaneously turned left, discovering a young girl of about 18 had appeared behind the tree unnoticed. The girl wore pink pajamas printed with little white bunny flowers, her long hair cascading down, her appearance strikingly beautiful. It was those eyes that looked somewhat calm, even excessively so. Run! Ji Hanhai grabbed the burly man's calf, urging the girl to flee. Protecting the people of Xia Kingdom was a duty ingrained in his bones. The girl must have been a villager passing by accidentally, unaware of the danger before her. The burly man kicked Ji Hanhai aside and immediately aimed the gun at the young girl, his finger resting on the trigger. The higher-ups had made it clear no one else could know about this decapitation operation. Perhaps intimidated by the man's terrifying demeanor, the girl bent her knees slightly, crouching down. Seeing this, the man's eyes flashed with disdain. She must be scared. But the next second, the girl sprang forward like a compressed spring, delivering a spinning kick that knocked the burly man down, snatched the gun from his hand, and pulled the trigger on him. Thud! The gun fired, the bullet instantly hitting between the brows. Under the moonlight, the girl stood sideways, gripping a rifle with one hand, her dark tresses wildly dancing in the wind, her eyes radiating undisguised killing intent, cold as death itself. You, General G was uncharacteristically stammering. This girl in cute pajamas actually disarmed the foreign assassin barehanded and turned the gun on him? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it was true. Who are you? Ji Hanhai asked nervously. Chapter 2 now. Am I worthy to sit here? The one who saved you. Yi Wuxuan's voice was completely calm. She wasn't some kind-hearted saint, but she was willing to save Ji Hanhai. She pulled the belt from the corpse and tied it above the wound on Ji Hanhai's thigh to stop the bleeding. Then she removed the tree branch and tore the dead man's shirt to plug the wound. The old man groaned, veins bulging on his neck. Despite his age, he didn't cry out in pain. Yi Wuxuan couldn't help but admire Ji Hanhai even more. She took out a bullet, bit open the cap at its base, and evenly sprinkled the gunpowder inside onto the already stanched wound. After completing these steps, she ignited the gunpowder, causing the wound to blaze with dazzling flames. Ji Hanhai still didn't cry out in pain, instead fixing Yi Wuxuan with an even sharper gaze. This is a battlefield emergency hemostasis and disinfection technique. Who exactly are you? Such practice skill is completely unlike that of an 18-year-old girl. Moreover, she just headshot a foreign assassin with a single bullet. Her marksmanship is astonishingly precise, as if she had repeated this series of movements countless times before. Yi Wuxuan frowned. Finally, she revealed her name. Yi Wuxuan. Given Ji Hanhai's status, even if she played dumb, her entire family lineage would be uncovered. But no matter how deep they dug, they'd never discover she was reborn. The sound of dense footsteps echoed in the distance. Yi Wuxuan knew Ji Hanhai's reinforcements had arrived. She abandoned Ji Hanhai and walked toward her own home. Ji Hanhai froze in stunned silence. Did she just leave so casually? Saved a national hero, and you don't even want the reward? Or, do you disdain it? The next morning, Yi Wuxuan bid farewell to her parents, carrying her backpack as she boarded the bus bound for Yancheng. It was still early, and the highway wasn't crowded. The driver was relaxed until a Rolls-Royce sports car coming from the opposite direction made him sit up straight in alert. The car's rear window was half open, allowing the driver to see the man seated in the back. The man, around 27 years old, wore an exquisitely tailored, expensive black suit. His features were sharp and well-defined, with deep, narrow eyes that held an icy coldness, making him even more handsome than the hottest male celebrity in the entertainment industry. Whoosh! The two cars passed each other and disappeared from each other's rearview mirrors. Yi Wuxiang fiddled with her phone, oblivious to the scene. Ding! Trial mission issued. As the system's notification sounded, a line of text invisible to others appeared before her eyes. Trial mission 1: win first place in Fanio Academy's monthly exam. Although I haven't experienced institutionalized education, I've received comprehensive knowledge training in the organization. Reviewing high school senior material should make winning the championship effortless, she murmured to herself. 1 hour later, the bus stopped at the entrance of Flying Bird High School. Yi Wuxiang got off the bus, facing a musical fountain with a giant white book sculpture at its center. Carved in the book were 9 characters. Devote one's life to the cause of education. As the city's top elite school, all students and their families wore designer clothes and expensive accessories. Yi Wuxiang was the sole exception. She sported an outdated white short-sleeve shirt, paired with faded blue jeans, and yellowed canvas shoes, her simple ponytail adorned with nothing but a hair tie, a stark contrast to everything around her. Naturally, it also drew the attention of others. Who is this country bumpkin? There aren't any transfer students at the school either? Who else could it be? Who's the poorest in the whole school? It must be young Master Shen's country fiancé. Yi Wuxiang? No way. I remember Yi Wuxiang was ugly as hell. With those thick bangs looking like a female ghost, how could she be this pretty? Are you dumb? She slicked her bangs up. I'm a little smitten. Quick, take a picture and send it to others. As if discovering a new continent, many students whipped out their phones and snapped candid shots of Yi Wuxiang. Some boys even gaped in stunned silence. Yi Wuxiang looked stunning today, with her bag slung over one shoulder, hands casually tucked in pockets, spine straight, and strides unhurried. Her icy black pupils captivate souls while the occasional glint of frost at the corners of her eyes strikes fear into hearts. That aloof and killer vibe could totally make people believe she's a professional assassin. TCH, it's just a haircut. What's the big deal? Some girls had disdainful expressions and spoke with a sour tone, but no matter how sour they were, they couldn't overshadow Yi Wuxiang's beauty, and the news spread wildly across the campus. By the time Yi Wuxiang followed her memory to the classroom door of Class 2, Grade 12, the whole class already knew she had completely transformed. They all glared at Yi Wuxiang coldly, their young faces filled with disgust and disdain. Wow, the country bumpkin has really turned pretty. So what if she's pretty? The moment she arrives, I can smell that poor people's stench. Disgusting. Stop talking about it, or I'll throw up my breakfast. Back then, old Master Shen wanted to squeeze Yi Wuxiang into Class 1 to be with the school heartthrob Shen, but even the vice principal was afraid she'd drag down the elite class's academic atmosphere. So, she was just symbolically assigned to our class, too. It's all Yi Wuxiang's fault. Why doesn't she just die already? Damn it! Yi Wuxiang strode into the classroom. Today was seat-switching day. To encourage students to make more friends, the school allowed free seat changes on a first-come, first-served basis. Yi Wuxiang picked an empty seat, her backpack not yet set down, when the girl next to her slammed a palm on the desk and looked up with a fake smile. Sorry, this seat's taken. She just went to the restroom. As soon as the words landed, someone burst out laughing. That seat was clearly empty. She just didn't want to sit next to Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang gave the girl a casual glance before heading to another nearby empty seat. Before she could reach it, the girl sitting next to the vacant spot stood up and snapped impatiently. This seat's taken too. Find somewhere else. Who the hell would want to sit next to Yi Wuxiang anyway? This time, a few more people joined in the scoffing. Yi Wuxiang narrowed her eyes slightly, a chill gathering in her gaze. At that moment, a boy with a face full of acne raised his hand and said loudly, Me, I have an empty seat here. Yi Wuxiang turned and walked toward the boy's direction. Just as she was about to place her backpack on the seat, the boy stepped on the chair with his foot, his friendly expression replaced by arrogance and disdain. But this empty seat is reserved for humans. You stupid pig aren't worthy. Ha 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 ha. The entire class burst into uncontrollable laughter. The boy's expression grew increasingly smug. Yi Wuxiang thought to herself, how did the last person who provoked her like this die again? She released her backpack and landed a heavy punch on the boy's face. Ah, the boy howled. Immediately after, Yi Wuxiang kicked the boy in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. The boy was in so much pain his face contorted, unable to utter a single word. Now, am I worthy of sitting here? Yi Wuxiang asked coldly. She excels at reasoning with people. The Principle of Physics. Chapter 3, The Life-Saving Favor. The G family must repay. The classroom fell silent. The students stood dumbfounded. Not only because the usually timid Yi Wuxiang hit someone, but also because Yi Wuxiang won the fight. It was even more because they couldn't clearly see Yi Wuxiang's movements. Yi Wuxiang's speed was so fast it looked like a special effect from a movie. This is so fake. The beaten boy hunched over as he stood up, one hand covering his face, the other clutching his stomach, his eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Yi Wuxiang, how dare you hit me? have you forgotten who my mother is? His name is Zhang Chao, and his mother Sun Hongxia is one of the school directors of Fanio High School. Yi Wushuang really has the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. She must not want to stay at Fanio High anymore. Only the incompetent would flaunt their connections and borrow authority when they're at a disadvantage. Yi Wushuang stated the facts. You just wait. Zhang Chao threw down a harsh remark and stormed out of the classroom to complain to his mother. The other students exchanged glances and all turned to look at Yi Wushuang, expecting her to show regret or fear. But there wasn't a trace of fear on Yi Wushuang's face. She calmly flipped through her textbook as if she were in a world of her own. The morning light slanted across her, casting a dazzling and warm glow upon her, yet she exuded an aura so cold it kept others at bay, as if isolated from the world, lonely yet fiercely proud. I must be hallucinating. How could a country bumpkin turn into an aloof goddess? The child, overwhelmed, kept slapping their own head with their palm, trying to snap back to reality. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Shichao Town, Special Ward, Ji Hanhai lay in bed receiving in 4 drip, his complexion already much rosier. Sitting by the bedside was a strikingly handsome man with an upright posture and an imperial bearing. The man was peeling an apple with his head bowed, his fingers long, pale, and exquisitely jointed, like an artist sculpting a masterpiece utterly captivating to behold. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Ji Hanhai whispered, "Grandpa is fine, don't be angry." Xiao Shen. Ji Shen didn't respond and continued peeling the apple. The founding general quickly signaled the guard. Xiao Lu. With his eyes, Xiao Lu wiped the cold sweat off his brow and forced himself to say, "Young Master Ji, the chief just wanted to go fishing alone in the mountains. Who would have thought he'd encounter a foreign assassin on his own turf?" Exactly. Someone else chimed in to plead. "We still haven't been able to trace who sent that assassin. Xia country has a comprehensive surveillance system, so it's truly bizarre that not a single trace could be found." The Queen. Ji Shen paused his apple peeling motion. "Mr. Ji, are you suggesting that the person who attacked the chief is related to that queen?" Xiao Lu nodded with a grave expression. "If it's her, then it's indeed possible for her to accomplish this." Queen. The assassin queen. An Asian woman. It must be emphasized that queen is not her codename, but a title of respect collectively bestowed upon her by the assassin community. She has single-handedly eliminated the largest drug lord in the Golden Triangle, traversed the Amazon rainforest, and dismantled a notorious extremist organization from the land of the setting sun, making her a true legend. Therefore, if it's Queen we're talking about, everything can be reasonably explained. But Queen is already dead. Xiao Lu picked up the tablet beside him, entered a URL, and a video popped up. He turned the screen toward everyone and pressed the play button. The video was very dark. The perpetrator intentionally turned off the lights, making it hard to see where it was filmed, leaving only the faint glow of a flashlight. Bright light shone on a little boy lying weakly on the ground, his fair and delicate profile looking obedient. In the next second, a knife appeared in front of the camera. Someone held the knife and swiftly sliced across the boy's face, cutting off a piece of flesh. "Where is your sister?" The boy's dilated pupils instantly contracted, his head jerking up before crashing back down. He didn't speak. "Where is she?" Another slash later, the camera could already capture the ghastly white bone beneath. The boy still didn't speak. If not for his body twitching in pain, one might mistake him for an exquisitely crafted puppet. "Speak!" Another slash of the knife left his cheek a mangled mess of flesh. The boy still didn't speak. "You siblings really do share a deep bond, don't you?" The man's voice was full of disdain and anger, his movements growing faster, one slash after another, and soon, the boy was left in a mutilated state. "This is the most severe punishment, death by 1,000 cuts." 30 minutes later, the boy in the pool of blood lost all signs of life. The video ends here. This boy is Queen's younger brother, Xiao Lu explained. A month ago, Queen fled the organization with her younger brother, who turned back midway to buy time for his sister. The organization's leader flew into a rage and filmed a torture video to provoke Queen into returning. Xiao Lu's tone carried a hint of lament. The boy in the video never revealed his sister's whereabouts, not even letting out a single cry of pain until his death. Was he afraid his sister would hear his cries and come back to avenge him? Unfortunately, his sister still returned. 7 days after the video was uploaded, Queen returned to the organization and perished in flames together with those people. Lu shook his head. "So, it's unlikely that Queen was behind this." Ji Shen shifted his gaze away from the tablet. Who would have thought the mighty Queen would meet such a tragic end? "Report, we've brought Yi Wushuang's files." A soldier saluted at the door. "Bring it here." Ji Hanhai was very curious about the contents of the document. The first page of the document was a student photo of a young girl, with the following written below. Yi Wushuang, 18 years old, from Shichao village, father Yi Weigua, mother Li Chunlun, currently a third-year student at Fanio High School, an ordinary student. Is that all? Ji Hanhai flipped through the document repeatedly, feeling like a lot of information was missing. Yes, The soldier scratched his head in disbelief, unable to reconcile the frail, well-behaved girl in the photo with the one who had saved the general from a foreign assassin. Xiao Shun, what do you think? Ji Hanhai handed the documents to Ji Shun. Ji Shun stared at the girl in the photo for a moment before shifting his gaze to the words Fainio Academy. I'll go to Fainio. The Ji family must repay this life-saving favor. Flying Bird Academy. The tightly shut door of Class 2, Grade 12 was suddenly pushed open by an obese noblewoman who stormed angrily toward the lectern. Where is Yi Wuxuan? She is Zhang Chao's mother. Sun Hongxia, one of the board members of Fainio Academy. Zhang Chao, with a hemostatic plug stuffed in his nostril, followed behind Sun Hongxia, scanning the surroundings fiercely for Yi Wuxuan's figure. It took him less than 3 seconds to spot Yi Wuxuan, who was still sitting in her original spot, looking completely unfazed. Mom, she's over there, Zhang Chao shouted, pointing excitedly. Chapter 4, is Yi Wuxuan even more beautiful in person than in photos? Seeing Yi Wuxuan absorbed in her book without even sparing her a glance, Sun Hongxia grew even angrier. She stepped down from the podium, stopped in front of Yi Wuxuan, and raised her hand to deliver a slap. You reckless fool! She couldn't even bear to lay a finger on her precious son herself, so how dare a lowly country bumpkin like Yi Wuxuan hit him? As the palm strike came swiftly, Yi Wuxuan narrowed her dark eyes slightly, with murderous intent boiling within their depths. Moving even faster, she seized Sun Hongxia's wrist, stood up, and slapped her plump face with a backhanded strike. Crack! Sun Hongxia stumbled backward from the blow. Gasps erupted from the back of the classroom as the students stared wide-eyed. Yi Wuxuan is incredible. She even dared to hit the school trustee. Zhang Chao was dumbfounded too. With a surge of determination, he grabbed the pointer from the lectern beside him and swung it fiercely at Yi Wuxuan. You damn! Yi Wuxuan's eyes turned icy as she sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Chao's abdomen. Oh! Zhang Chao staggered backward from the impact, colliding with his mother. Poor Sun Hongxia hadn't even steadied herself when her son Duan knocked her to the ground. With a crack, her bone broke. Sun Hongxia had never suffered such pain before and immediately fainted. Mom! Zhang Chao shouted in alarm. Seeing his mother unconscious, he quickly called a few classmates to carry her to the infirmary. Before leaving, he couldn't resist repeating his earlier words. Yi Wuxuan, how dare you hit the school trustee? Just you wait. The classroom returned to its previous silence. Feeling the intense gaze from the back row, Yi Wuxuan turned around, her exquisitely beautiful face expressionless and indifferent. Swish, swish, swish. The students scrambled on hands and knees, squeezing into the corner together, terrified that Yi Wuxuan might vent her displeasure on them with another beating. Yet Yi Wuxuan showed no interest in hitting them, simply sitting down to continue flipping through her book. This trial mission required securing first place in the monthly exam. Only by completing 30 trial missions can she resurrect her brother. She didn't want to fail at the very first step. Before long, an uplifting rhythm blared from the broadcast. It was the entrance music for the flag-raising ceremony, reminding teachers and students to gather at the square. Yi Wuxuan closed the textbook, summarized the knowledge in her mind, and followed her classmates out of the classroom. 10 minutes later, the square was densely packed with teachers and students. After a simple yet solemn flag-raising ceremony, the gray-haired male vice principal, dressed in a dark blue tang suit, took the stage to deliver a speech. The speech was cliched, and everyone struggled to stay focused until the student representative came up to speak. It was a 17 or 18-year-old boy with brown hair, regular features, dressed in a black and white British-style school uniform, resembling the male lead from a Japanese anime. The crowd below immediately grew restless, with the girls particularly excited. Oh, Shan Wenyu, the campus heartthrob. I'd give anything to date Shan, the campus heartthrob, but alas, he's already engaged to Yi Wuxuan. Woo woo, how can some country bumpkin marry the campus heartthrob Shan? I refuse to accept this. What's the use of your refusal? Even without Yi Wuxuan, it still wouldn't be your turn, would it? Exactly. Shan Wenyu has publicly stated that Rongqingru, the campus belle, is the girl who best matches his dating criteria? At the mention of Rongqingru, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward a certain young girl. The girl has a slender figure, long flowing hair, wears an academy uniform, possesses beautiful features, and exudes a gentle temperament. The surrounding boys all gaze at her with worshipful and infatuated eyes, as if she were a chaste goddess from ancient Greek mythology. After not seeing her for a vacation, the goddess seems even more beautiful. Although this year's Campus Bell ranking hasn't concluded yet, the winner of first place is definitely going to be the goddess, right? Isn't that nonsense? Could there really be a woman who surpasses the goddess in every aspect? No way. Rongqingru, forever the best. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the square. The newcomers were Sun Hongxia with her arm in a cast and Zhang Chao. The two walked onto the podium without a word, leaving Shan Wenyu puzzled as he stopped speaking. with the teachers behind him equally confused. The vice principal was the first to approach, asking with concern, "School director Sun and student Zhang, how did you get injured?" The school director was the financial backer of the school, leaving the vice principal no choice but to flatter him. "Beaten up by one of your students." Sun Hongxia gritted her teeth while touching her still swollen face. If not for the timely treatment by the school doctor, she wouldn't have known how long she would have remained unconscious. What? The vice principal was shocked. There are still students who dare to beat up the school board member and his son like this? Sun Hongxia snorted coldly and looked at Shin Wenyu, thinking to herself, doesn't Yi Wuxuang dare to hit them just because she has the Shin family backing her? Then she'll just target the Shin family directly. Compared to the upstart Shin family that rose to prominence only in recent decades, the Zhang family she married into was an old money elite of Yancheng. When it comes to seniority, the Zhang family ranks above the Shin family. Sun Hongxia questioned with full confidence, Shin Wenyu, how does your Shin family educate its daughters-in-law? Look at how Yi Wuxuang has beaten me and my son. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in an uproar. The once timid and bullied country bumpkin actually beat up the arrogant and domineering Sun Hongxia and her son? Really? Is Mrs. Sun joking? Shen Wenyu frowned, instinctively disbelieving. Zhang Chao pointed at his bruised and swollen face. Would my mom joke about something like this? Considering Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia's personalities, they indeed wouldn't lie. Shen Wenyu cursed Yi Wuxuang in his heart for causing him trouble while saying, Mrs. Sun and Zhang, please calm down. Yi Wuxuang is from the countryside and lacks manners. Don't stoop to her level. Sun Hongxia grew even angrier. Not stoop to her level? Are we supposed to generously forgive Yi Wuxuang after she attacked me and my son? Shen Wenyu, it seems your Shin family no longer wishes to continue cooperating with the Zhang family. When the collaboration between the two families was mentioned, Shen Wenyu's expression changed drastically. Mrs. Sun, there's been a misunderstanding. I will make sure Yi Wuxuang properly apologizes to both of you until you're satisfied. Bring Yi Wuxuang up here. Sun Hongxia's voice was shrill. If this matter isn't resolved properly, none of us will have peace. The vice principal hurried to the microphone. Yi Wuxuang from class 2, grade 12, come up here. The crowd automatically parted to make way for Yi Wuxuang, immediately putting her in the spotlight. It was only at this moment that Yi Wuxuang's transformed appearance became known to more people. The students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, is this really that timid and plain-looking Yi Wuxuang? I thought you were lying when you said she'd become beautiful. I also thought the photo you sent me this morning was photoshopped. Who knew she'd be even more stunning in person? With this level of beauty, is it too much to say she's prettier than Rong Qingru? What's the use of being pretty? Is she as smart as Goddess Rome? Does she have as many talents as Goddess Rome? She just went from being an ugly idiot to a slightly less ugly idiot. If she had even average intelligence, she wouldn't have beaten Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao like that. That's true. Yi Wuxuang paid no attention to the surrounding scrutiny, walking calmly toward the podium, as if what awaited her on stage wasn't multiple accusations, but a coronation ceremony meant for a victor. She had just stepped onto the stage when a slender woman approached her. The woman pointed at Yi Wuxuang's nose, spraying saliva as she yelled, Yi Wuxuang, who put you up to beating the school trustee and your classmates? How have I taught you all this time? Apologize and admit your mistakes right now. Her name is Huang Jiejia, the homeroom teacher of class 2, grade 12. Since the fight happened in her class, she bears some responsibility for it. Rather than waiting for the school administration and board to question her, she might as well question Yi Wuxuang first to show that she's innocent too. Chapter 5, the marriage contract between the Yi and Shin families is nullified. Seeing Huang Jiejia blocking her way, Yi Wuxuang slightly narrowed her eyes and uttered two words, get lost. Huang Jiejia froze for a moment before angrily retorting, how dare you speak to a teacher like that? If she couldn't afford to provoke the school director, what kind of nobody did Yi Wuxuang think she was? Do you really think having the Shin family behind you makes you any less of a country bumpkin? I don't believe someone who immediately demands students apologize and admit fault deserves to be called a teacher. Yi Wuxuang said coldly. Huang Jiejia was at a loss for words. Shen Wenyu, standing nearby, had a dark expression as she said displeasedly, that's enough. Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang turned to look at Shen Wenyu, her eyes icy with boundless coldness. What identity are you using to command me? She had originally thought that Shen Wenyu, who was renowned throughout the school, would stand up to Sun Hongxia with reason, but as soon as Sun Hongxia brought up business matters, he became as servile as a dog, practically willing to drag her by the hair to apologize to Sun Hongxia. In the end, he was just a gilded exterior hiding a rotten core, a worthless fool. As your fiancé, Shen Wenyu couldn't help raising his voice, his gaze full of disgust. If it weren't for his grandfather insisting that only Yi Wuxuang could decide whether to continue or cancel their engagement, he would have long since terminated this absurd and laughable childhood betrothal. Not anymore. Yi Wuxuang's voice rose higher, her aura growing more formidable. The marriage contract between the Yi and Shin families is null and void from this moment onward, and you Get lost. As her words fell, the surroundings became eerily silent. What happened to Yi Wuxuan? Beating up Sun Hongxia and her child. Being rude to the homeroom teacher, those are one thing. But how could she even cancel the engagement between the Yi and Shin families? Didn't she really like Shin Wenyu? Besides, even a 10-year-old should understand that the Shin family is Yi Wuxuan's foundation for standing firm at Fanio High School, right? Without the Shin family, how could she compete against Sun Hongxia and her son? Shen Wenyu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. In his mind, even if this marriage were called off, Yi Wuxuan should have withdrawn with the inferior attitude of blessing and resignation. Not like this, with a face full of disdain and disgust, as if he were unworthy of her. I originally intended to help you out of consideration for the past friendship between the Yi and Shin families, but you ungratefully called off the engagement. In that case, handle this matter yourself after all. I, Shen Wenyu, have no habit of chasing after people. With that, Shen Wenyu stepped aside, wearing an air of aloofness. He wanted to see just how capable Yi Wuxuan could be without the Shin family's support. Yi Wuxuan, don't tell me you actually think you can take responsibility for this alone? Sun Hongxia couldn't fathom what Yi Wuxuan was trying to do. She had thought Yi Wuxuan would cling tightly to the Shin family for self-preservation. But who knew she not only didn't hold on to them but even kicked the Shin family away? Dealing with a small fry like you, should I not take responsibility alone? Or should I gather 30 or 50 people to help? Yi Wuxuan glanced at her with the corner of her eye, her attitude calm and indifferent. The meaning behind her words was so arrogant it made everyone else break out in a cold sweat. Sun Hongxia was one of the top socialites in Yancheng. If she counts as a minor character, then how many major players could there possibly be left in Fanio Academy or even the entire Yanqing city? Yi Wuxuan must have really been kicked in the head by a donkey. A minor character? Ha! Sun Hongxia turned to glance at the vice principal and remarked casually, Vice principal, hasn't the school's funding for next semester been secured yet? The vice principal immediately caught her drift, picked up the microphone, and declared righteously, Yi Wuxuan has disregarded school regulations, disrespected her superiors, and physically assaulted both a board member and fellow students. She is hereby expelled as a warning to all students. Wow, these words caused quite a stir in the audience. Just like that, she's expelled? Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao weren't seriously injured. According to school regulations, Yi Wuxuan should only receive a major demerit, not be directly expelled, right? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yi Wuxuan spoke calmly, Vice Principal, you might want to change the 9 words on the sculpture at the entrance of Fanio Academy. What do you mean? The vice principal's expression turned angry. The 9 words on the sculpture read, devote one's life to the cause of education. This was the oath made when Fanio Academy was founded, and it represents the dignity of the institution. Changing these few words is nothing but slapping your own face, isn't it? From the moment I hit someone until now, some of you asked who instructed me, some told me to know when to stop, and others directly fired me. Yet no one ever asked me why I hit Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. Isn't it ridiculous that such things happen in a place primarily meant to educate students? Yi Wuxuan's dark pupils burned like torches as she stared straight at the vice principal. The principal's expression stiffened. Indeed, after this incident, no one asked Yi Wuxuan why she hit Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. For the sake of saving face, the vice principal said sternly, is there any justification for hitting people? Then tell me, why did you hit Director Sun and student Zhang? Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao beside them exchanged glances, sensing trouble. Today was seat-changing day. I hit Zhang Chao because he called me over to be his deskmate, but when I went, he insulted me as a stupid pig, unworthy of sitting there like a human. I hit Sun Hongxia because she struck me first, saying I hit her son and didn't know my place. From start to finish, they were the ones provoking trouble, yet I was the one expelled for resisting them. Ordinary students cursing others? Not allowed. The school board member's son insults people. Acceptable. An ordinary student hits someone. Unacceptable. The school board member hits people. Acceptable. If that's the case, what's the point of devoting one's life to the cause of education? Wouldn't it be more fitting to save struggle for the wealthy for a lifetime? Yi Wuxuan's icy voice struck everyone's hearts like a sniper's bullet. For a while, no one dared to refute. They knew what kind of person Yi Wuxuan was. Her family was poor, her origins humble, yet she followed the rules meticulously and never made mistakes. Who are Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia? Everyone knows they come from wealthy families with considerable influence, especially Zhang Chao, who often bullies others at school by leveraging his mother's position as a board member. Today, just as Yi Wuxuan said, Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia tried to bully her, but ended up being unexpectedly taught a lesson by Yi Wuxuan's uncharacteristic retaliation. If the school expels Yi Wuxuan, wouldn't that be serving the interests of the wealthy? Then is there any point in staying at such a school? Not everyone is as wealthy as Sun Hongxia and her son. The vice principal's expression instantly turned quite colorful. You're lying. Zhang Chao, sensing the tense atmosphere, immediately stepped forward to defend himself. You say I humiliated you, where's the proof? Who saw it? Who can testify? He walked to the front and looked at the students of class 2, grade 12. Can any of you prove it? Sun Hongxia's eyes lit up as she stepped forward and asked knowingly. Yi Wuxuan claims I hit and scolded her. Did any of you witness that? The students of class 2 exchanged uncertain glances. On one side was a long-standing elite family and school board member from Yancheng. On the other just a country girl with no ties to the Shin family left. Who to side with? Was that even a question? They all rushed to say. We didn't see Principal Sun and student Zhang verbally or physically abuse Yi Wuxuan. What Yi Wuxuan said is false. Poverty breeds villainy. Don't let Yi Wuxuan deceive you all. Country folks have no manners at all. This is the price Yi Wuxuan paid for breaking off the engagement with the Shin family. Chapter 6, Kneel and apologize to Miss Yi. A group of students twisted the truth. The vice principal let out a sigh of relief, then turned and angrily shouted, Yi Wuxuan, not only did you assault students and school board members, but you also tried to lie your way out of it. As the vice principal, I'm expelling you. What's the problem with that? Not a single problem. Zhang Chao was the first to chime in. Sun Hongxia glared viciously at Yi Wuxuan, her face twisted in rage. If you don't properly apologize to me and my son today, don't even think about leaving Fei Niao on your own 2 feet. The ruthless tone sent a shiver down the spines of many in the room. They found it hard to describe their current feelings. They knew Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao had lied, knew the students of class 2, grade 12 had lied, and also knew the vice principal was favoring the school board member, but they were powerless to do anything. There was a surge of anger in their hearts. It's infuriating when someone who is clearly the victim gets labeled as the perpetrator. It's maddening when a student who was clearly in the right gets expelled by the vice principal. It's frustrating when a girl who did nothing wrong is forced by elders to apologize. They felt a pitch-black cloud looming over the school, sealing it tightly. The virtues in textbooks are eroded. The benevolence on blackboards wiped away, leaving only Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao's maniacal crimson grins, and the vice principal's obsequious smiling face. Is this reality? Amid the oppressive atmosphere, Yi Wuxuan let out a cold laugh, like the first golden ray of dawn piercing through the boundless night. She said, Sun Hongxia, I admire your confidence, but I'd suggest you go back to your husband and discuss how to deal with the investigation into your products for cutting corners and being reported. At these words, the malice on Sun Hongxia's face completely faded, replaced by guilt and shock. How did Yi Wuxuan know about this? But what could she do even if she knew? Sun Hongxia stubbornly retorted, what does this have to do with you? Our own group's affairs can be handled by ourselves. It really has nothing to do with me. I just kept my phone in my pocket and recorded everything that happened from the moment I entered Feiniao Academy until now. By the way, I also uploaded it to the back end of the largest video platform in the country, ready to be published. Yi Wuxuan took out her phone and clicked on the recorded video. The video quality wasn't high because Yi Wuxuan was using a knockoff phone, but it fully documented the entire sequence of events. Through the small, square phone screen, one could see Zhang Chao humiliating Yi Wuxuan, getting beaten up by her in return, and then calling his mother over only for her to get beaten up as well. All lies have been exposed. Zhang Chao and Sun Hongxia wore awkward expressions. The vice principal's lips trembled. The students of class 2, grade 3 wished they could vanish into thin air. Who would have thought that Yi Wuxuan, the foolish and slow-witted underachiever, had recorded the video from the very beginning? What kind of reaction would it provoke if I released the video? Yi Wuxuan walked past the vice principal and Sun Hongxia one by one, like an elder reprimanding children who had made mistakes, her aura cold and formidable. At Yufei Academy, the prestigious best private aristocratic school in Yan City, an entire class of students collectively lied and bullied a female student from the countryside, while the vice principal also abetted the wrongdoing, turning a blind eye. Would such an utterly absurd incident immediately make the newspapers? Regarding Zhang Group, it was discovered that not only did their products cut corners, but the chairman's wife also colluded with their son in school bullying. Could Zhang Group's competitors seize this opportunity to make a big fuss? No. Sun Hongxia was the first to lose her composure. Her tone was anxious, her face pale, devoid of the previous arrogance and fierceness. The Zhang family's recent troubles were caused by competitors, leading to a significant drop in their stock value. In recent years, school bullying has become a hot topic again. If this video falls into the hands of competitors, the Zhang family will surely face severe consequences. Under the pressure of widespread public opinion, even if the Zhang family survives, they will suffer heavy losses. Sure, Yi Wuxuan replied nonchalantly, appearing quite approachable. Kneel down and beg me. What? Sun Hongxia froze in place, thinking she must have misheard. Kneel down, beg me. Yi Wuxuan raised her voice, dragging out the last syllable, the hostility in her eyes almost palpable. I'm a school trustee, the wife of a conglomerate, a noblewoman of Yancheng. How could I kneel to you? How could I? Sun Hongxia shook her head repeatedly, utterly resistant. Then you can just wait to end up homeless. Yi Wuxiang ignored Sun Hongxia and walked away decisively. She had barely taken a step when Sun Hongxia fell to her knees with a thud, pleading desperately. Yi Wuxiang, please spare us. We were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please don't hold it against us. Compared to future wealth and glory, what was a little dignity? Sun Hongxia didn't want to become a debt-ridden beggar on the streets. Mom, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Don't be fooled by Yi Wuxiang. Zhang Chao was completely dumbfounded, only wanting to pull his mother up, not wanting to embarrass himself. He had no idea what had happened at home, nor did he realize how severe the consequences would be if this video got out. You little brat, was it you who insulted Miss Yi? Kneel down and apologize to her right now. Sun Hongxia grabbed her son and slapped him across the face, her precious boy whom she'd never dreamed of hitting before. She forced her son to kneel and kowtow to Yi Wuxiang while herself putting on a flattering smile and bowing in apology. The stark contrast between her current groveling demeanor and her previous domineering attitude left everyone stunned for a long time. Without relying on the Shen family, Yi Wuxiang single-handedly dealt with Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao? Is this still that foolish and timid country bumpkin? They looked at Yi Wuxiang, expecting to see delight or joy on her face. But what did they see? There was no expression on Yi Wuxiang's face. She gazed calmly, indifferently, and coldly straight ahead, paying no attention to Sun Hongxia and her child kneeling at her feet behind her, just as an emperor would never pay attention to what ants do or say when facing them. In fact, for the queen who dominates the assassin world, Sun Hongxia's existence is indeed no different from an ant. She has killed nobles of higher status and encountered underground organizations with greater power. Her ability to uncover the Zhang Corporation's use of substandard materials in their products also stems from her former identity. Assassins have a website for accepting and issuing missions. It gathers killers from all over the world, as well as missions ranging from assassinating a country's president to stealing a corporation's top-secret formula. Coincidentally, some time ago, she had seen a mission that involved finding evidence of Zhang Corporation in Yan City, Xia Country, cutting corners on their products. Recording the video in advance was also part of the plan she made on the bus before arriving. The original host was severely bullied at school and needed an opportunity to make an example of someone. Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao brought it upon themselves by provoking her. After dealing with Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao, it's time to handle Fei Niao Academy. Yi Wuxiang walked toward the vice principal with graying temples. She didn't necessarily have to stay at Fei Niao Academy, but the current trial mission required her to win the upcoming monthly exam championship. She couldn't afford to be expelled. Before she could speak, the sound of slap 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 applause came from outside the square. Everyone turned to look and saw a dull-faced little boy approaching from the left, appearing to be only about 10 years old, dressed in a black suit, adorable, well-behaved, cool, and aloof, making people want to pull him into their arms for a good cuddle. Principal! The principal! The students exclaimed in shock. He was none other than the principal of Fei Niao Academy, Shangguan Qinglin, a legendary principal with an adorable baby face, who actually suffered from dwarfism yet wielded thunderous authority. Isn't that young Master Ji behind the principal? Why is he here too? The students' faces were filled with astonishment. Young Master Ji, Ji Shun, the only grandson of a founding hero, and the heir of the millennial-old Ji family. 9 years ago, the Ji family faced a catastrophic disaster, nearly losing everything. When everyone was at a loss, the then 18-year-old Ji Shun stepped forward. The details remain unknown to the outside world. All they know is that after Ji Shun took control, the Ji family not only turned defeat into victory but also became the top family in Xia, with its industries spanning the globe. Even the president of Xinxia country treated young Master Ji with courtesy, not daring to slight him. What's even more astonishing is his stunning looks. Chapter 7, A sharp sword cannot stay hidden in its sheath. The man addressed as young Master Ji was around 27 years old, dressed in an expensive black suit with a tall, model-like physique, walking towards the crowd with steady strides. His features were exquisitely refined, with thin crimson lips and ink-dark eyes that occasionally flashed with sharp intensity, proclaiming to the world that he was not merely an elegant gentleman but a sovereign among men, masterfully strategizing. Just by making an appearance, he had already made many girls' hearts flutter with love. Utterly smitten, yet he remained aloof, his gaze never straying, exuding utmost indifference. Vice Principal Han, during my 3 years of advanced studies abroad, you seem to have done quite a few good deeds at Fei Niao, Shangguan Qinglin said as he walked toward the vice principal on the stage. Though his physical condition left him short in stature, his presence was anything but weak, yet paired with his boyish, doll-like face, it created a bizarre yet oddly addictive dissonance. Principal, didn't you say you'd rest for a day after landing and return tomorrow? The vice principal took half a step back. I just left the airport when a certain young master dragged me straight to campus. What could I do? As he spoke, Shangguan Qinglin shot Jishin a sidelong glance filled with deep resentment. Jishin responded with a smile. He turned to look at Yi Wuxiang. In his line of sight, The girl wore cheap clothes, standing tall with her head held high, looking down on everyone, completely different from the obedient girl in the profile photo. It had to be said. This version of her seemed far more like the person who could have saved his grandfather. He arrived at Fanio Academy before the flag-raising ceremony. Seeing her in a difficult situation, he contacted his old friend and Fanio Academy's principal, Shangguan Qinglin, as he was the most suitable person to handle the matter. The girl was picked up, and she had already resolved the situation. Having witnessed the entire process, he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, someone who can counter-kill a foreign assassin bare-handed is hardly a weakling to be slaughtered at will. Noticing Jishin's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Wushuang also began to observe him. First, this man's appearance is exceptionally outstanding. Second, his brows and eyes bear some resemblance to Ji Hanhai. Noting that he also shared the surname Ji, Yi Wushuang had already guessed most of his purpose for coming to Fanio Academy. With that, she averted her gaze. Beyond completing her mission, she had no intention of getting involved with irrelevant people. Jishin raised an eyebrow. She merely gave him a faint glance. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qinglin was still questioning the vice principal. I remember saying that Fanio Academy never grants backdoor access to any corporation or family, and students are only assigned to classes based on their grades. He had only been abroad for 3 years, yet his subordinates disregarded the rules and let Yi Wushuang in. They even ignored Yi Wushuang's academic performance and placed her in class 2, which had the second highest average level. This made him very angry. One of the school trustees, Elder Shun, begged me too many times. I really couldn't refuse. The vice principal's temples were dripping with cold sweat. He couldn't very well say that Elder Shun had privately given him too much money. Could he? When a student gets into trouble, you don't ask about the circumstances. You don't verify the facts. You just issue an expulsion. Was that also because Sun Hongxia begged you too many times? Shangguan Qinglin pressed forward step by step. The poor vice principal, despite his advanced age, stammered for a long time without managing to say anything. You're fired. The boyish-looking principal showed no mercy, then turned and pointed at the students of Class 2, Grade 12. Class 2, Grade 12, everyone is suspended for half a month with a 10,000 word self-criticism. Sun Hongxia, expelled from the school board. Zhang Chao, you're fired. Finally, Shangguan Qinglin approached Yi Wushuang, his tone noticeably gentler. Logically speaking, as the aggrieved party, it's entirely your right to decide whether to release the recorded video or not. But as the principal, I'm unwilling to let the school and its students endure widespread criticism and blame just because of a small minority. So, if you're willing to comply, I can make an exception and let you stay at Feiyao. But based on your previous performance, you can only join Class 7 of Grade 12. Are you okay with that? That's fine. Yi Wushuang nodded. Her only goal was to remain at Feiyao and win the monthly exam championship. Which class she was in didn't matter. Okay. Shangguan Qinglin nodded. Except for Yi Wushuang. Everyone else should return to their respective classes and resume their duties. When the crowd had mostly dispersed, Shangguan Qinglin called out to his friend, Ashen, come to the principal's office later. I'll treat you to some tea I brought back from abroad. It's said to be the favorite drink of their country's queen. Looks like I'm in for a treat. Jishin said with a slight curve of his thin lips. He strode past Yi Wushuang with his long legs and handed her a business card, his voice deep and elegant. Thank you for saving my grandfather. If you ever need help in the future, contact me. If someone else had said this, it might have sounded ridiculous and pretentious, but coming from the eldest son of the Ji family, it was like a get-out-of-jail-free card. Yi Wushuang didn't put on airs either. She took the business card and left without hesitation. Jishin watched her retreating figure, an unconscious glimmer of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Calm in crisis, unshaken by honor or disgrace, combining courage with wisdom, bold yet confident. Few girls possess so many virtues at once. What? Taken a fancy to her? Shangguan Qinglin teased lightly. Her temperament does suit you well. How about repaying her for saving your grandfather's life by offering yourself in marriage? Jishin glanced at his friend, too lazy to respond. I placed her in the class with the worst grades, and you didn't have a single objection? He thought Jishin would find a way to send her to Class 1 or another better school. A sharp sword cannot be hidden in its sheath. Class 7 won't hold her back. Jishin said calmly, a dark glint flashing in his narrow, ink-black eyes. The reviews are quite positive? Let's go. Have some tea. When Yi Wushuang returned to Class 2, Grade 3, the classroom was already empty. Those students probably felt too embarrassed and were afraid to face her, so they packed up early and ran off. She packed her textbooks and headed towards Class 7. Grade 3. Class 7 is rather special. It's not located in the newly built teaching building, which is related to Shangguan Qinglin. Before the school's renovation, there weren't many students. Under Shangguan Qinglin's leadership, the reputation of Feiyao Academy grew significantly. attracting many new students. This resulted in the renovated school being unable to accommodate all the senior high school students in the new classrooms. After discussions among the senior management, they concluded that the old teaching building was still usable, just slightly outdated in terms of facilities and a bit farther from places like the cafeteria and sports fields, but otherwise fine. Thus, the underperforming students of Class 7 were naturally assigned to the old teaching building, separated from other classes by half a grove of trees. Yi Wushuang walked through the grove on the cobblestone path when her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took out her phone only to see the words "low battery" shutting down flash across the screen. For a cheap knockoff phone, lasting this long while recording video had already pushed it to its limits. The screen quickly turned black, like a mirror, allowing Yi Wushuang to see her own weary eyes and brows. After saving Ji Hanhai last night, she hadn't slept at all. It was rather ironic, the insomnia that plagued her in her previous life had followed her into this new reborn body. Looks like I need to stock up on more sleeping pills, Yi Wushuang muttered to herself, slipping the phone back into her pocket. Without the aid of medication, sleep was a luxury for her. Someone brushed past her, and the breeze carried a faint, delicate fragrance from them. The scent was peculiar, unlike flowers or any chemical concoction easy to overlook at first, but upon closer attention, it soothed and calmed the mind. The drowsiness was instantly lured out, more effective than 10,000 sleeping pills. Yi Wushuang instinctively grabbed the passerby's wrist, trying to retain this fragrance, but when she looked up, she met a pair of ink-black eyes. Chapter 8, The Wise and Valiant Queen. This person was none other than Jishin. He had just come out of the principal's office. The principal's office is at the end of the small woods. Is there something you need? He inquired politely and gentlemanly, with every gesture exuding the demeanor of a nobleman. Yi Wushuang saved his grandfather, and this alone set her apart from other women, deserving his patience and attention. Before answering that question, I'd like to know, did you put on perfume? A hint of urgency flickered in Yi Wushuang's dark eyes. In her past life, she had also tried using perfumes to aid sleep, but no scent could improve her rest, not even aromatherapy. She didn't know what the scent on Jishin's body truly was. No. Jishin glanced down at his arm, tightly gripped by the young girl, his gaze flickering slightly. The warmth from the girl's palm was continuously seeping into his bloodstream. Indeed, even the coldest person has blood that runs warm. You needed something. Yi Wushuang gripped him even tighter, lifting her petite face. I want to sleep with you, every single night. Ji-shun? A trace of astonishment flashed across his extraordinarily handsome face. Are kids these days all this bold? There's a unique fragrance about you, only noticeable up close. This scent can cure my insomnia. I want to lie beside you and sleep. Yi Wushuang explains her purpose. God knows how desperately she longed for a good night's sleep. She even felt somewhat annoyed that she hadn't stood closer to him when accepting the business card, which would have allowed her to notice earlier. The man remained silent, seemingly processing this relatively uncommon situation. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said in an elegant voice, if your parents don't mind, I can fulfill your request. She was the savior who had rescued her grandfather, and he was single, with no fiancé, so there was no need to consider other complications. Simply sharing a bed wouldn't be out of the question. Thank you. Yi Wushuang released Jishin's wrist, reverting to her previous icy demeanor. You're welcome. Jishin glanced at his watch. School ends at 5:30. At that time, I'll arrange for a driver to pick you up at the school gate. If there are no other issues, I'll head back to the company first. The Ji family has a branch company in Yancheng. Yeah. Yi Wushuang nodded and continued walking toward the old teaching building. After about 5 minutes, Yi Wushuang arrived at her destination. This differed from the teaching building in her memories. In the original host's memory, the old teaching building only had its outer walls eroded over time, making the color unappealing, but all other facilities were completely intact. However, the teaching building before her eyes now resembled an abandoned haunted house from a horror movie, with large patches of wall peeling off, exposing red bricks in some areas, and weeds growing wildly outside. The tallest one even taller than Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang slightly frowned and followed the sign to arrive at the entrance of Class 7, Grade 12. The classroom door was tightly shut, covered in bizarre graffiti. She pushed open the door, only to see a flurry of half-kneeling inside. The young high schoolers with their left hands behind their backs and their right hands outstretched in her direction, as if waiting for the gods to show them favor, and chanting under their breath, Your Majesty, the wise and mighty queen, come to the throne, wave your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness. Snap. Yi Wushu shut the door expressionlessly. There was a pause of a few seconds. She opened the door again. Your Majesty, the wise and mighty queen, come to the throne, wave your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness. Repetitive actions, repetitive lines, repetitive crowds, as if copy and paste had been used. Yi Wushuang, Queen, don't close the door. There's nothing wrong with the way you open it. The leading boy was afraid that Yi Wuxuan would close the door again and hurriedly got up and walked in front of Yi Wuxuan's body. He was clean cut, with short dyed silver white hair, studded ears and a skull ring on his hand, looking trendy and rebellious. I'm Jane Jiao Yang. You can call me Jiao Yang. We have a rule in class 7. Whoever has the highest fighting strength is the boss. Before you came, I was the boss of class 7, but during the flag raising ceremony, I stood in the front row and saw the footage of the beating you recorded. I'm sure I can't beat you, so I've decided to step aside, and from now on, you'll henceforth be the boss of class 7, with the title, Queen. The students around the room let out a woohoo sound as the words hit the ground. Yi Wuxuan didn't want to pay attention to this group of middle-aged and second-hand disease, and found a quiet corner to sit down and read. The queen is so cold, but it's because she's cold and cool that we want to call her queen. The queen is so pretty. This schoolgirl list mustn't arrange a wave for her? Arrangements. They must be made. All hands vote. Class 7 can't lose face. The students were fighting, but Jane Jiao Yang hemmed and hawed. I won't vote for the queen. You guys go for it. You're going to vote for your girlfriend, aren't you? Everyone rolled their eyes. The bell rings. There were 4 classes in the morning, but the corresponding 4 teachers did not show up, and the lessons all turned into self-study. If students in other classes encountered this kind of thing, they would definitely report it to the relevant authorities and angrily denounce whether they have paid their tuition fees in vain. But when it comes to class 7 students, they will just say it's cool. Doesn't it smell good when it eats, sleeps and plays games in study hall? The students were too lazy to learn. The teachers were too lazy to teach. And both sides were so unaware that no one reported it. This has also led to deteriorating academic performance in class 7. Yi Wuxuan did not care about these things. All she wanted was to win the monthly exam. It's lunchtime. Part of the students of class 7 chose to go to the cafeteria and part decided to eat outside the school. They did not disturb Yi Wuxuan when they saw that he was still burying his head in a book as if he was very serious. When Yi Wuxuan looked up again, the classroom was empty, and the only sound left in the world was the rustling sound of the wind rustling the leaves. She closed her textbook and moved to eat off campus. Being an aristocratic high school, the food in the cafeteria of Osaka Academy was not cheap, and her wallet couldn't afford it. She found an unoccupied, affordable restaurant, ordered a cheap, affordable egg fried rice, and sat in an inconspicuous corner. Halfway through the meal, the restaurant welcomed a second guest, none other than the former boss of senior class 7, Jian Jiaoyang. This made Yi Wuxuan slightly surprised. Bird of Prey Academy was full of noble children except her, and Jane Jiaoyan was one of the best, as the Jane family was also one of the oldest and most powerful families in Yen City. How could the son of such a powerful family be in a place with this level of spending? Clunk! The door of the restaurant was pushed open with great force, and in came a couple of punks. About because Jane Jiaoyang's silver white hair was too eye-catching, they were the first to notice Jane Jiaoyang. The leading young man sat directly across from Jane Jiaoyang. Yo, isn't this the young master of the Jane family? What? You don't want to eat steak and seafood this day? You've come to a small restaurant to experience people's livelihood? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Jian Jiaoyan was full of impatience. The young man was also quick. I'm short of money. Can you give me some money to spend? I think you are lacking fatherly love and want to recognize me as your father. Jian Jiaoyan was not a good bully and directly disliked him back. This coming up and asking for money is indeed no different from a son asking his father for pocket money. How the do you talk to Chen? The punks surrounded Jane Jiaoyang. Looking for a fight, aren't you? Chapter 9. Fight the coolest fight with the coolest expression. Generally speaking, punks wouldn't easily mess with the sons of nobles. Their families were big and the forces behind them were disjointed. Jane Jiaoyang is different. Elder Jane was from the army, and had a strong character, never spoiling his children and grandchildren's offspring. Your grandson's grades are poor? He should go to several classes, never through the back door. Grandson being bullied? Only the weak are bullied, and the weak don't deserve to be in the Jane family. This attitude, resulting in Jane Jiaoyang's background is virtually null and void. Is a man or a dog can step on a foot, can be called the most miserable rich second generation. As the swords were drawn, the crisp sound of a spoon resting on a china plate came from the side of the crowd. Yi Wuxuan ate well. Only then did everyone notice Yi Wuxuan's presence. Yi Wuxuan, why are you here? Jian Jiaoyang's pupils lightly shrunk. Ha, there's an acquaintance? It's quite pretty. Brother Chen left Jane Jiaoyang behind and came to Yi Wuxuan's table. What? Want to help your friend out? Yi Wuxuan wiped her lips unhurriedly, her delicate face fluctuating without any fluctuation. She didn't have a penchant for meddling. She's just a new student who just arrived in our class today. She's not a friend. You've got it all wrong. Jian Jiaoyang hated to give himself two big mouths. How did he bring Yi Wuxuan into this? These social gangsters can be different from Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao. They've chopped people up and have a record with the police. New classmate. Ha! Chen came to be interested and pointed at Jane Jiaoyang. Then you definitely don't know how bad this kid is mixed up. Let me tell you, his family never cared about him, a young master of a group, often chased by us. You say it's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Jian Jiaoyang's expression was a bit embarrassed. He didn't want these humiliations to be known by more people. The queen must find it incredibly funny. He sneaked a glance at Yi Wuxuang. However, he was surprised that Yi Wuxuang's eyes did not have any half-smile in them. She is like a perennial frozen lake. Let the bitter north wind howl to roar, cannot set off half a ripple, full of the special beauty of the world. Chen was also attracted. He stopped laughing. Sister, how about being my brother's girlfriend? This girl's can be much prettier than any female netizen, and her temperament alone is not a level. Yi Wuxuang ignored brother Chen and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. She also didn't have any extra time to chat with a few scum. Chen froze. He had been picking up girls and hitting on them for so many years, but no woman had ever dared to walk away without giving him a single glance. Hello? You can't hear me when Chen asks you, can you? The accomplice yelled. Chen waved his hand, pretending to be tolerant. Nothing, let her go. Look at her expression. It's not likely that her mother died at home, anxious to go back to mourning. Yi Wuxuang, who was still a step away from the doorway, stopped in his tracks. She had her back to the crowd and no one could see the expression on her face. They only knew that these kinds of words reacted to Yi Wuxuang. The accomplice increased his strength, or Chen is smart. This is all observed. I think her family not only died mom, even father also died together. Jian Jiaoyang's eyes changed. Fighting is fighting, cursing is cursing, but cursing someone's parents to death is too much, right? Originally, I didn't want to do anything to you guys. Yi Wuxuang's cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. She snapped the lock on the glass door of the dining room, slowing down, because you're just maggots living in the sewers, feeding off the scraps and feeling as powerful as kings. She unlocked the door again, practically reeking, weak and lowly. That done, she turned to face the crowd. I hope you won't regret messing with me. Her family is her most important bottom line. Yi Wuxuang, calm down. Jian Jiaoyang only felt her scalp tingle. The queen's words and actions are too wild. But before going wild, can you look around to see what's going on? Aren't you afraid of getting cleaned up even worse later? Bastard, you're still pretending? The tiger-backed gangster walked towards Yi Wuxuang with his arm raised, wanting to grab her by the hair and beat her severely. Yi Wuxuang also walked towards him and grabbed his arm and twisted it viciously. Ah! His accomplice screamed in agony. His arm was broken and was hanging from his shoulder in an eerie position. The rest of them froze on the spot. What happened? Why was it that in the space of a single breath, the stoutest of them had his arm twisted and broken? The person who twisted his arm, or a skinny underage schoolgirl? Bull asterisk. What's wrong with you? Together. Chen took out the machete pinned behind his pants pocket and greeted the people to beat up Yi Wuxuang in a group. He realized that the woman did have some skills, but there were too many of them to be afraid. Facing the crowd rushing over, Yi Wuxuang grabbed the chopsticks on the dining table and flung them. Shoo. The chopsticks inside the tube shot at the faces of Chen's accomplices like flying knives. In a trance, Jian Jiaoyang seemed to see a chopstick graze the tip of his nose and fly past. He blinked again, and the chopsticks turned into Yi Wuxuang's side face, and she rushed out. He saw Yi Wuxuang take down the gangsters under Chen's command and turn in 3 moves, using moves that only appeared in action blockbusters, and the whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Soon, Chen was isolated. Old 3, old 4, old 5, old 6. Chen shouted at his fallen and unconscious brothers, his eyes filled with horror. He swung his machete toward Yi Wuxuang and yelled, "Seek death." Yi Wuxuang kicked his knife-wielding wrist with a high kick, and the machete was thrown up high like a rotating windmill, before plummeting down sharply. Without looking, she reached out and caught the machete's hilt with precision, then pulled it across her arm. Thumbs up. Chen had an additional bone-deep wound on his arm, and blood splattered everywhere. Through the curtain of blood, he could see Yi Wuxuang's eyes. The young girl's dark pupils were calm until now. Calm like walking down the street with a classmate. Calm like cutting off a steak in a restaurant. Calmly, like he has long been used to doing this kind of thing. She's the one who's better at killing than they are. The fear went from his tailbone to his hair, and Chen covered the wound, running to the hospital while crying and screaming. "What are you doing? My chopsticks and plates and bowls, my table and chairs and lamps." The restaurant owner came out of the back kitchen. Furious, Jian Jiaoyang took out a check and rested it in front of the boss. "That's fine." The owner retreated to the back kitchen. Jian Jiaoyang came to Yi Wuxuang's side with a face of adoration. He originally thought that Yi Wuxuang could only deal with people like the pampered son Hongxia. I didn't expect her to be able to fight one against many without a scratch even when facing punks. What's it called? Fight the coolest fight with the coolest face? He became the number 1 dog leg under Yi Wuxuang's command on the spot alright. Jian Jiaoyang asked sincerely, "Queen, do you accept disciples?" I also want to learn how to dry fire. He worships the strongest. Can't. Yi Wuxiang coldly refused, intending to return to the Bird of Prey Academy. It doesn't matter if I can't. I can follow the queen and watch her dry hump and learn. Jane Zhao Yang followed. By the way, does the queen have plans on Saturday? My girlfriend's birthday is on Saturday, and I'd like to invite you to her birthday party. Mentioning his girlfriend, Zhen Xiaoyang's chest puffed out, his eyes proud. Her name is Lin Xia. She's a student in the first class of senior high school. Although her academic performance isn't as good as Shin Wenyu and Rong Qingru, she's still in the top 30 of her grade. In order to buy her a birthday present, I've been eating egg fried rice for a month, hoping to give her a surprise. Where's the queen? Wait for me. The queen-sama is really super A-list and cold. Chapter 10, Young Ji asked me to pick you up. Due to the interference of Chen and the others, Yi Wuxiang returned to school a little later than expected. It was the peak time for students to return to school, surrounded by crowded students. And what happened in the middle of the flag-raising ceremony made Yi Wuxiang inevitably become the center of attention. Those students piled up in piles of 3 to 5, either pointing at Yi Wuxiang or showing admiration for him, whispering continuously, "See, that's Yi Wuxiang, super valiant." Because she changed her hairstyle and became beautiful, the girls in our school have made appointments with all the major stylists in Yen City. The students of class 7 even got her into the school flower ranking. And guess what? In one morning's time, she was in the top 50. Normal. She cleaned up Sun Hongxia's mother and son. A great success. Even I voted for her. But as a student, studying is the most important thing, right? Her grades were already poor, and now she's going to class 7. What can she do in the future? And she took the initiative to break away from the Shin family, which will definitely be the dumbest decision she's ever made in her life. That got a number of students nodding in recognition. Class is a difficult divide to cross. It was very difficult for an ordinary farmer's daughter like Yi Wuxiang to become a high-ranking member of society in her limited life. The Shin family was her only shortcut, and she gave it up. How can you say that such a decision is not stupid? A certain boy rubbed the back of his head and came to Yi Wuxiang, shyly saying, "Hello Yi, Yi student. I appreciate your performance during the flag-raising ceremony. Can we be friends?" A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and a lot of students flocked to it. Yi students expanding the column? My QQ is, Yi students at AV, free to go out together. Do Yi normally use Weibo or something? What's Ye's cell phone number? Zhen Jiayang's eyes glazed over and he hurriedly joined in. Queen, I don't have your contact information yet either. 10 meters away on the second floor of the Western restaurant, Rong Qingru held fruit tea in her hand, her voice gentle. Student Yi is very popular now. It's just a matter of gaining momentary attention by such a small means as recording a video. It can't be compared to you. Shen Wenyu's gaze landed on Yi Wuxiang, her eyes narrowing slightly. As soon as he saw Yi Wuxiang, he thought of the morning when she broke off the engagement and told him to get lost. Is Brother Shen angry that student Yi broke off his engagement with you? Rong Qingru slightly lowered her eyes, her side face as soft as a goddess of water. I just don't understand what qualifications she has to treat me and the Shen family this way. Shen Wenyu snorted. I can't even be happy that she's willing to break off the engagement on her own accord. Rong Qingru thought for a moment. It's probably because she liked you too much and you were colder to her, causing her to be heartbroken and turn to hate you. Then let her hate it. Shen Wenyu's handsome face was cold. With Yi Wuxiang's previous strength of liking him for a full 3 years, Rong Qingru's deduction was reasonable. If you can't love someone, you'll hate them? That's ridiculous. Outside the Western restaurant, the number of students surrounding Yi Wuxiang increased, each with an expectant look in their eyes. She trailed off. I don't like to socialize. After speaking, he left, leaving the crowd with a clear back. Help! She's so draggy and I love it. Fanboys and fangirls screamed in low voices. The class bell rang on time, and when Yi Wuxiang thought that the afternoon classes would be self-study like in the morning, a gentlemanly young man around 35 years old walked into the classroom. He is the homeroom teacher and language teacher of the 7th class of senior high school, Ryuki Young. Lu Jing is plainly dressed, wearing glasses, holding a few teaching books in his left hand, and holding a thermos cup in his right hand, with wolfberries floating in the cup, a typical teacher's configuration. Before class starts, I want to say that there's a new student in our class, Yi Wuxiang. You guys mustn't bully her, okay? No at all, came the sparse reply from the stage. They can't even wait to protect the queen. How could they possibly bully her? It's not like they're the bratty bastards of class 2. Good to know. Now turn the book to page 25. Ryukio got into a teaching stance. Students yawn and yawn, snack and snack, not really paying attention. Even so, Ryukio is teaching seriously and doing his best. Yi Wuxiang skimmed through the language book at a glance and didn't listen to the lesson. To her, Ryukio's teaching style was too templated and only applied to true beginners. The bell rang, the original drowsy students full of blood. Lu Jing stood on the podium, looking at the youthful and tender face. The heart cannot stop worrying. The children were young, the age when they needed to acquire knowledge, and he had to persuade the rest of the teachers to come back and teach, even though he had already done so several times. He returned to his office and placed a pack of cigarettes on the math teacher's desk. Ms. Zhao, it's been a long time since you've been to class 7. The kids miss you quite a bit. They'll be damned if they miss me. Mr. Ru, haven't you recognized the truth yet? Mr. Zhao stopped his pen. To put it bluntly, the kids in class 7 are all outcasts that the major gentry and conglomerates don't care about, and are just sent here to school. But where their parents really want to cultivate them, can they be left to fend for themselves in class 7? They're not good at anything themselves. They fool around all day long, playing with their cell phones or sleeping. So what do you care about them? Why don't you find a way to get the principal to transfer you? Ryukio was silent. In the evening, colorful sunsets littered the west. Yi Wushuang refused the escort from the students of class 7 and walked out of the school gate alone. Ms. Yi, Young Ji asked me to pick you up. A man dressed in ordinary clothes came in front of Yi Wushuang. He was concerned that word of you sleeping with him would attract unkind remarks about you, so he instructed me to keep a low profile. This way please. Yi Wushuang's eye curtains lifted lightly and saw an inconspicuous black sedan. Although she never cared about what the outside world had to say about her, Jishin's move was right up her alley. She also didn't want word to get out that she was in bed with the youngest member of the Ji family in the capital. That man was too famous. She just wanted to get a few more good nights of sleep on her way to completing the 30 trial missions. The sedan drove to the suburbs and stopped at the entrance of a villa, which was magnificent and very beautiful. The driver quickly got out of the car and bent down to open the door for Yi Wushuang, who was sitting in the back row, with a respectful attitude. Mr. Ji said that Miss Yi is the benefactor of the Ji family and cannot be neglected. Yi Wushuang entered the villa. The dining room was already prepared with a full table of delicacies, fragrant and smoking hot. The servants stood beside them with water basins and towels. Back, the pleasant low male voice sounded, and Yi Wushuang saw Jishin striding his long legs and slowly walking down the stairs. Perhaps the temperament is too honorable. Simple stairs, but also by him out of the runway red carpet feeling. Behind him was another man in a black suit. The man was about his age, ordinary looking, with a scar on his forehead that went deep into his hairline and a collected aura. With just one glance, Yi Wushuang was sure that this was her counterpart. He's also a killer, or at least used to be in the business. Chapter 11, Jishin's assassination. Wushuang takes action. Phone Jio, my special assistant. You can also contact him if you have anything. Jishin introduces the man's identity. I only have one thing, and that is to sleep with you. Yi Wushuang repeated his purpose, washing his hands and sitting down at the dining table. Other than that, she didn't need Jishin's help with anything else. Jishin raised his eyebrows slightly. If anyone else had said that, they would have already been dealt with as a female pervert. He sat across from Yi Wushuang and picked up the cutlery with elegant movements. I don't know what your hobbies are and what you avoid, so I hope this table will be to your liking. I'm not a picky eater. Yi Wushuang's eyes slightly drooped and did not say anything more. In her previous life she had eaten weeds and chewed bark to stay alive, and all human food was far too tasty in comparison. Jishin nodded. Alert was not a good enough word to describe the young girl in front of her. She had blocked herself off so completely that not even the wind could get in. So naturally she didn't need to be on guard against anything else. She was only 18. What had caused her to look like this? Is it really because you can't get love from your fiancé that you have a change of temperament? The meal was very quiet, thanks to the fact that Yi Wushuang and Jishin were both people who had seen a lot and were able to adapt to different occasions. Unlike the maid next to him, who has been awkwardly toe-gripping the ground. After dinner, Yi Wushuang came to Jishin's bedroom. The bedroom is a minimalist cool color scheme with not a lot of things, but any one of them singled out would be priced well. Ms. Yi, on the left is the bathroom. Everything is ready. Ji Xiao is in the study dealing with official business. He will come over later to sleep with you. The maid's expression was quite shy when she said this. Who would have thought that Ji Xiao, the dream of hundreds of millions of young girls in mainland China, would one day sleep with a country high school girl? It's going to shock a lot of people when it gets out. On the other side, Jishin finished handling things and headed towards the bedroom. He pushed open the door to find the young girl leaning against the bed and flipping through her textbooks, the warm orange light of the room neutralizing the coldness and harshness of her body, her side face looking extraordinarily gentle. Hearing the movement, she immediately looked up, her eyes emotionally cold, looking at him as if he were a heartless sleeping machine. Jishin was lying on the other side of the bed. Yi Wushuang also turned off the light and lay down. The two of them share a bed. Jishin could feel Yi Wushuang approaching for a while and moving away for a while, seemingly looking for the right distance. Finally, she turned on her side and gently rested her forehead against his shoulder, a gesture that resembled a passionate couple in love. full of intimacy and dependence. It wasn't long before Jishin heard smooth, shallow breathing coming from the side. She fell asleep really quickly. Jishin didn't sleep so well. After so many years of sleeping alone, it took a while for the light to adjust to the sudden addition of a woman beside her. During the night, a fierce wind sprang up and thunder rumbled. The flickering electric light granted a moment of brightness to the dark night, illuminating the villa, and also illuminating the walls of the villa with a dozen or so more silhouettes. Jishin abruptly opened his eyes, and a hint of hostility swept across his narrow eyes. There are always people who leave the path to heaven open and come to him to die, without waiting for him to make further moves. Leaning against the door with her hands around her chest, Yi Wuxuang's red lips lightly opened. "Leave it to me." Boo! The bedroom door was kicked open by the intruder, who took the first opportunity to observe the interior of the house. Having prepared for this, Yi Wuxuang, who was stuck in the dead center of his vision, smashed his nose and eyes with a backhanded punch. Ow! The intruder physiologically closed his eyes, and his gun hand shot in Yi Wuxuang's direction. The moment he pulled the trigger, Yi Wuxuang lifted his arm, letting the bullet hit the ceiling before kicking him in the abdomen with a knee, snatching his gun and pulling the trigger. Ping! One shot to the head. The life form that had been alive a moment ago fell downward, and he didn't even know who had killed him. It all happened so fast. The gunshots attracted the rest of the intruders, who came from all directions. Yi Wuxuang was calm and composed, walked out of the bedroom, holding a black pistol with 4 left and 2 right, and fired 6 times in a row. 6 people fell to the ground, and the bullets were not false. The later one raised his guard and touched closer to surprise Yi Wuxuang at a corner. Yi Wuxuang leaned back, got up and grabbed his wrist, clamped him down with a tackle, but raised his hand and fired a shot towards the frosted glass of the balcony. Ping! The man hiding behind the glass with the intention of sneaking up on him died instantly. Only then did Yi Wuxuang deliver a headshot to the intruder in front of him. Cold and handsome. Enemy attrition is very fast. The battle continues, but the highs and lows have been won and lost, haven't they? Feng Jiu rushed to the bedroom and found that Jishin was leaning against the handrail, observing the battle downstairs, the hazy light hitting him, adding a touch of psychedelic demonic feeling to the handsome face that was strong enough to turn the world upside down. He was also gently shaking his glass of red wine in his hand, as if he were enjoying a magnificent round dance. Feng Jiu froze. Is it strange to be protected by a strong and fierce beauty as a weak man with no hands? Jishin laughed softly, the shock under his eyes hard to hide. He guessed Grandpa was as shocked as he was when she saved him. The corner of Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. You didn't say you were a weak man with no hands when you pounded me on the ground. Evaluate her stature. Jishin asked his special assistant. Feng Jiu observed, and after a moment, his pupils lightly shrunk. It's best to distinguish between the same kind. Yi Wuxuang that kind of stance. Awareness and must make up for the habit of shooting the head. All of them write the word killer. The killer was colder, more ruthless, and more vicious and powerful than the godforsaken agent. And the money is great mercenary, because their world has no family or money, only life and death. She's the slayer. Feng Jiu's tone was certain. Jishin shaking red wineglasses stopped. He had thought that Yi Wuxuang might have been trained by a fighting master. It also occurred to him that Yi Wuxuang might know a certain veteran, so he was familiar with firearms. The only thing that didn't occur to him was that Yi Wuxuang was a killer, and it's stronger than me. With the style of Queen back then, the word shy Feng Jiu rarely spoke more than one sentence. He had had the honor of seeing Queen on a mission, and had felt at the time that the word Queen was well deserved. The young girl in front of me is no worse than Queen. Jishin drank the red wine in his glass in one go, and his deep eyes swept over dark awnings. In that file investigation belonging to Yi Wuxuang, a lot of words had indeed been omitted. Downstairs, Yi Wuxuang resolved the last intruder and looked up at Jishin with a calm tone. Consider it as paying the rent. It is inevitable that you have to spend money when you stay at someone's place and eat at their place. Murder equals rent? Jishin let out a laugh and looked down at her. Yes. The young girl stood in the pile of corpses, her exquisitely beautiful face stained with a few spots of blood, but unexpectedly more beautiful, like a flower that grows towards death. The closer you get to hell, the more passionate and fascinating it becomes. The waking servants looked at each other and silently cleaned up the scene. They were people cultivated by the Ji family, not nannies and security guards paid monthly by the labor market. This night, Yi Wuxuang slept extraordinarily comfortably, even with a little hiccup in the middle. It had been a long time since she'd gotten a good night's sleep. When she woke up, Jishin was no longer around. As the head of a large family, he naturally had to be busier than the others. After having breakfast, Yi Wuxuang was sent by the driver to the Flying Bird Academy. Just arriving near the college, the driver had not yet stopped the car, and from a long distance, Yi Wuxuang saw Jane Zhaoyang confronting a famous boy, and behind that boy stood a short-haired female student with a pretty appearance. There were a lot of people gathered around. Chapter 12. Give me 15 days and I'll give you back a miracle. Why are you holding my girlfriend's hand? Jian Jiaoyang looked at the boys angrily. What do you mean your girlfriend? Lin Jia is my Zhang Rui's girlfriend. The boy gripped the short-haired girl's hand tightly. Zhang Rui, senior class student, top 10 in his grade. You fart. Yeah, is my girlfriend. Everyone in class 7 saw her confess to me. Jian Jiaoyang pulled Lin Jia's other hand, his eyes fierce. Lin Jia shook off Jian Jiaoyang's hand. Jian Jiaoyang, that was just a prank. What did you say? Jian Jiaoyang couldn't believe his ears. Lin Jia took a deep breath. My girlfriends and the girls said that the boss of class 7, Jian Jiaoyang, had a perverse personality and asked me if I could conquer you. So I said I could, and then I went to try. Tried. It? Jian Jiaoyang repeated these two words with difficulty. She tried. He believed it. And then tell him they're all a joke? I admit I didn't start from the right place, but I've also been your girlfriend for a month. Lin Jia reasoned. Isn't it your honor that you, a class 7 scum, once had a schoolteacher girlfriend? Wrong. Lucky? Jian Jiaoyang's brain buzzed. So he has been humbled to the point that even being deceived is a gift given by the giver. Do you hear me? Xiaoya didn't even try to really confess to you. Zhang Rui had an obscure look on his face. With things having come to this, there was nothing Jian Jiaoyang could say. His throat was dry, and he took out the necklace he had saved for a month to buy, stared at Lin Jia, and let go of his hand to throw it on the ground. It was a true heart he was too late to give away. He turned away grimly. Who gave you the confidence to think that Xiaoya would like you in class 7? Zhang Rui took advantage of the situation and pursued the question. Extremely humiliating. Is that the new student in your class? Yi Wushuang? That scheming who only secretly records videos? Jian Jiaoyang, who was already about to leave, turned around violently and slammed his fist on Zhang Rui's face in anger. Who the told you to say queen? Yi Wushuang might be cold, might have few words, but she never looked at them with contempt or disgust. Chen's matter was rounded up and counted as Yi Wushuang saving him. He would never allow anyone to say that about Yi Wushuang. Jian Jiaoyang, are you crazy? Lin Jia was dumbfounded. Instead of beating up Zhang Rui because of her, Jian Jiaoyang stood up for Yi Wushuang. What did this mean? Could it be that she, Lin Jia, was still no better than that village girl? Yi Wushuang? Zhang Rui touched the corner of his mouth where he had been hit and slammed his fist back. Boss! As soon as the students of class 7 saw that Jian Jiaoyang was being beaten, they immediately went up to beat up Zhang Rui. Student Jian. A class of students watched their own class get beaten up and joined the melee. Sharp-eyed students reported the matter to the relevant teachers early on. Lu Jing was the first to arrive, and it took all his strength to pull Jian Jiaoyang and Zhang Rui apart. Jian Jiaoyang, what are you doing? The teacher came. The melee subsided, and both groups had color on their faces. He cursed the queen. Jian Jiaoyang pointed at Zhang Rui. Even the biggest things have to be reasonable. We are scholars. What's the difference between a random fight and a street punk? Lu Jing loudly scolded. The crowd nodded in unison. Look at that. A teacher is a teacher. Much more mature and stable. That's why waste is waste. No matter how much you teach it, it's useless. Class 2 teacher Huang Jiezhe walked over and casually commented. Snap. Lu Jing punched over and grabbed Huang Jiezhe's collar hysterically. Who the hell told you to call my students trash? They are not trash. They are living, breathing human beings. You can't humiliate them like this. Crowd. What about the promised readers to be reasonable and hands off? Teacher Lu let go. Various teachers came one after another, separating Lu Jing and Huang Jiezhe. Ryukio, you actually hit a woman. You're not a man. Huang Jiezhe covered her eyes and screamed. Wasteful teachers teaching wasteful students. Wasteful students attending classes in a wasteful building. Perfect match. Perfect match. Class 7 is indeed all crap. I'll take my foot and step on the answer key and it'll be higher than their score. Zhang Rui's expression was disdainful. That's it. The first class collectively agreed. Yi Wushuang isn't much better. Lin Jia attacked Yi Wushuang in a straight line. This person could only drag his feet in class 2 in the first place, and now he goes to class 7 and becomes the queen of class 7. It's really hilarious. Enough. Jian Jiaoyang shouted. He'd heard the word trash enough. Didn't you say that if you take your foot and step on the answer key, your score will be higher than ours? Then let's compare our scores on this monthly exam. If our scores are better than yours, you, and all of you dash. Jian Jiaoyang's index finger pointed over Huang Jiezhe, Zhang Rui, Lin Jia, and the group of class 1 students who participated in the fight in turn. All publicly apologized to class 7 and the queen. This is the only and most powerful comeback. After saying that, Jian Jiaoyang left with the 7th class students. As soon as the raging students returned to their lair, they went limp, their faces wanting to cry. Boss, I admit that you're cool when you're pretending, but what are we going to do on our monthly exams to win over those school bullies? Don't ask me. I don't know. I just got carried away. Jian Jiaoyang knocked his head against the wall. just wanting to find a piece of tofu and hit himself. It's not good. MS. Ryu is going to be fired. A classmate ran in from outside. Huang Jiajia went to the principal to complain about Mr. Lu, saying that Mr. Lu is not worthy of being a teacher for roughing up women. The principal found out that after Mr. Lu led our class grades went down instead of up. So he said that if our class's average score on the monthly exam this time doesn't pass, he'll just fire Mr. Lu. People are pissed off. Huang Jiajia still has the face to say that teacher Lu doesn't deserve to be a teacher? When the queen was slandered yesterday, didn't she also go up and make the queen apologize to Sun Hongxia's mother and son and admit her fault? She's the one who doesn't deserve to be a teacher. How can we possibly pass? Everyone's books are new except for the catalog. Hitting someone with his hands is a blot on a teaching career. And will any other school want him away from Flying Bird? I remember Mr. Ryu's family is very poor. Even the travel expenses to come to Feijiao or his grandfather sold the family sheep to come up with the money. If they lose this job, then their family. The bell rings. Ryukio looked calm as he returned to class 7 for his lesson. The first period of the day was language class. Turned the book to page 30. He acted as if nothing was wrong and picked up the chalk to write on the blackboard. Arms, but couldn't help trembling. It was his fault for hitting, but he really couldn't stand it. Why should children who don't learn well be subjected to wanton humiliation? Off stage, girls cried and some of the boys secretly wiped their tears. Is it useful to cry? If you have time to cry, why don't you hurry up and study and find a way to surpass the first class? Jian Jiaoyang almost crushed the pen in his hand. In a cranky mood, not only did he want to pass, he wanted to win over the first class and make the first class and Huang Jiajia apologize to them. It's no use. There's only 15 days left until the monthly exams, and unless a miracle happens, there's no way you'll win over the first class. Ryukio dropped his arms, his tone calm. The difference between class 7 and class 1 is too great. The two are like clouds in the sky and mud on the ground. What to compare them with? Give me 15 days and I will return you a miracle. Yi Wushuang appeared at the door of the classroom. Her red lips lightly opened. If Zhang Rui hadn't scolded her, Jian Jiaoyang wouldn't have made a move, much less led to a melee between the two classes, with Lu Jing beating up Huang Jiajia. Since this incident started because of her, it's up to her to fix it. She could teach these students in the same way that she nurtured the Slayer's knowledge base in the organization. That's different from the lukewarm way of school. Chapter 13, These Two Kinds of Yi Wushuang, both quite to his taste. Yi Wushuang's words landed, and the surroundings fell into a mesmerizing atmosphere. That. Zhen Jiaoyang grabbed his hair and tangled for a long time. Queen, have you forgotten that your last monthly exam results were worse than mine? Although they weren't as powerful as class 1, they grew up with an elite education and started much higher than Yi Wushuang from the countryside. Therefore, it was kinda embarrassing for Yi Wushuang to say this. Yu Kyung cried and laughed, feeling like the kids were crazy for wanting to win class 1. In the next second, Ryu Kyung changed his expression. He saw Yi Wushuang walk up to the podium, pick up his language book and talk about the 30th page. Unlike his teaching style, Yi Wushuang's perspective was tricky, and what he had to say in one lesson, she distilled in 10 minutes. Even better, she didn't use much esoteric vocabulary, but instead followed a step-by-step process, and her words seemed to have a magical quality to them. The students were at first puzzled and doubtful, then listened attentively and cooperated with the study without realizing that she had brought them into the learning state. Ryukio had never seen the children of class 7 so well behaved, and that girl at the podium was more like a teacher than he was. Obviously her previous grades were bad too, right? Yu Kyung couldn't figure it out and couldn't go on thinking about it, because his thoughts were also held by Yi Wushuang. He listened to the lesson as attentively as the students. The minutes ticked by. Jingle bells. The students, silent in the sea of knowledge, were jolted awake by the dismissal bell. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you, and there were looks of shock on each other's faces. Not only was the queen able to teach a lesson, she taught 3 lessons in one, and crucially they all understood it. The points of knowledge and theories that they didn't understand before were clearly imprinted in their minds at this moment. Just like in a martial arts story where the protagonist has been opened up to the 2 chakras by a Taoist master. It's a great feeling. Take a 10-minute break. The next class will be on physics. The next class will be on history. And the last class will be on chemistry. Yi Wushuang's tone was as calm as ever. Ryu Kyung, however, had his pupils shrink. Yi Wushuang was actually going to take over all the lessons in class 7? Is she a student or a teacher? Compared to the doubtful Lu Jing, the students led by Jane Jiaoyang completely trusted Yi Wushuang. Their eyes were adoring and they spoke in unison. Queen. Yi Wushuang didn't correct their name. The name was just a code name. It didn't matter what it was called. In the second class, Yi Wushuang lectured on physics. In the third class, Yi Xingxuan lectured on historical knowledge. In the last class of the morning, Yi Wushuang lectured on chemistry. regardless of arts or science, regardless of stories or formulas. Yi Wuxiang had all of them at his fingertips, and then handed them over to the students in a special way, so that the students would understand and learn. After listening to the remaining 3 classes, Yu Qiang's doubts all dissipated in his mind, leaving him with only one sentence: Class 7 might, indeed, be able to create a miracle under Yi Wuxiang's leadership. So, when do you plan to see it? In the principal's office, Shangguan Qinglin came to the floor-to-ceiling window, and the beautiful man next to him who was plump and handsome was none other than Jishin. From this angle, the two could see the picture in the classroom of Class 7. Although the distance was too far to hear the voices inside the classroom, the matter of Yi Wuxiang teaching was clear enough. You don't really like Yi Wuxiang, do you? Shangguan Qinglin casually asked. Is it weird to like her? Jishin asked rhetorically. Shangguan Qinglin was stunned. Hey, are you serious? The women who wanted to chase after Jishin had already lined up from Xia to foreign countries, and there was no shortage of exotic princesses and empresses among them. And Jishin himself was impressed with a country high school girl in a small place like Yin City? Humans have always been attracted to superior beings, and I am not immune. Jishin's thin lips rose slightly as he gazed at Yi Wuxiang through the floor-to-ceiling window. The young girl at the podium was fully concentrated, writing a few words on the board from time to time, then turning around to explain, drawing unanimous nods from the students. It made him think back to last night, when he'd stood upstairs and watched her finish her kill downstairs and said, just pay the rent. One side kills and kills with cold decisiveness, navigating between life and death. One side is nurturing, patient and conscientious, and pivoting in the mountains and rivers of the sea of learning. He needs to admit it. These two kinds of Yi Wuxiang, both quite to his liking. Okay. Shangguan Qinglin climbed up to the boss chair, and a small ball sat on it with a serious expression. Then do you want to take a stake in Flying Bird or not? I went abroad these 3 years. Fei Bird internal corruption is serious. After Sun Hongxiao left, the capital chain has a big problem. If you are willing to fill the vacancy, I won't look for someone else. That was the purpose of him calling Jishin here. When have I ever saved you from death? Jishin placed a black card on his desk and pushed it to Shangguan Qinglin. The campus forums at Flying Bird College are buzzing today. Except for the top post entrants to vote for school beauty ranking, all other posts are discussing the fact that Class 7 is going to compete with Class 1 in the monthly exam. Most of them were taunting the 7th class for not being self-satisfied. A very small part said, no matter how you look at this matter, it is Lin Jia and Zhang Rui who are at fault first. Lin Jia toyed with Jane Zhaoyang, Zhang Rui insulted Yi Wuxiang, and teacher Lu beat up the people, but also defended the students eagerly. The response to that type of post was mediocre. And instead, the posts that were holding out for Lin Jia and Zhang Rui were extremely hot. Those students have not yet learned the 3 human-like, the business of flattery learned a proficient. That's when a new post appeared. Explosive. The Queen of Class 7 is teaching the students of Class 7. With pictures, the poster said that when he passed by the old school building, he found the so-called Queen Yi Wuxiang lecturing on the podium. He immediately took a picture of it with his cell phone for all to view. He didn't step in to listen closely due to time constraints, but that didn't stop the comical feeling the scene brought. Not even 3 minutes later, there was a ha 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 under the post. Those who were able to say a few good words for Yi Wuxiang as well as Class 7 earlier also chose to remain silent at this moment. They've got a mouth to feed. What's the difference between Yi Wuxiang teaching students and a blind man asking a mute to give a message to a deaf man? The days went by in the midst of the outside world's mockery. At noon on the day before the monthly exam, Yi Wuxiang ate lunch and went to the school library to check out the materials, and Jian Zhaoyang followed. The library was crowded. Queen, come quickly. There are still the last 2 seats here. Jian Zhaoyang waved towards Yi Wuxiang. As a result, when he turned back, he saw the 2 people he least wanted to see, Lin Jia and Zhang Rui. We'll take these 2 seats. You guys go back. Zhang Rui drove people away. We'll go back when you tell us to? Know anything about first come first served? Jian Zhaoyang was cold. First come first served should also be combined with the actual situation. Jian Zhaoyang, do you think it's useful to let the school bully study here? Or let the school slag study here? Lin Jia held Zhang Rui's arm, her eyes contemptuous. Or do you think you'll be able to outperform the first class on the monthly exams just by reading a few more books here? Jian Zhaoyang clenched his fists and wanted to punch someone again. Yi Wuxiang walked over and rested the information book on the table, lifting her eyes to faintly look at Zhang Rui and Lin Jia. Are you going to leave on your own? Or am I going to kick you out? She never liked to move her mouth when she could solve things with her hands. Chapter 14, Yi Wuxiang vs. Rong Qingru. Yi Wuxiang's words caused Zhang Rui and Lin Jia to panic in their hearts. The whole school knows that Yi Wuxiang put Sun Hongxia mother and Sun Fat beat up the matter. That fighting strength, the general public cannot afford. Does Yi only use violence? A gentle female voice sounded, and the crowd followed the sound, only to see Rong Qingru walking down from the 2nd floor of the library. She was holding a world-famous book in her arms, wearing a snow-white high-fashion dress of a certain brand. Her long hair was permed with micro-curls draped over her shoulders, and her temperament was elegant and generous. Immediately the surrounding area stirred. Goddess Young. Tian. I'm this close to a goddess for the first time. She went towards Yi Wuxuang. Speaking of which, these two are love rivals, right? They both like Shen Wenyu. This is going to be a good show. Rong Qingru stopped in front of Yi Wuxuang. A few more points of majesty on her beautiful face. If you make a move against Zhang Rui and Lin Jia, as the student council president, I have the right to issue disciplinary action against you. She said it in name only, but in reality she had something else in mind. Yi Wuxuang's popularity in Flying Bird was too high lately. Many people also speculate that a queen and a goddess, who is more worthy of Shen Wenyu, and whether Shen Wenyu will eat back grass. Then she would let the outside world see who was better between her and Yi Wuxuang. When Zhang Rui tried to force his way into the seat, why don't you see you wielding your official authority? Yi Wuxuang calmly asked back, his lowered eyes suppressing the hostility in his black pupils. I only saw you trying to hit people. I didn't see Zhang trying to force your position. Rong Qingru opened her eyes. This was the dead center of the library, and no one but those involved knew exactly what had just happened. In this situation now, with the prestige she had accumulated in the past, whatever she, Rong Qingru, said was what she said. The students were really convinced of Rong Qingru. When they heard that Yi Wuxuang tried to beat up someone in the library and falsely accused someone else, everyone's eyes became unkind. Yi Wuxuang punched Sun Hongxia and Zhang Chao in the first place. It was considered self-defense. They had no problem with it. But it's not appropriate to try to beat up Zhang Rui Lin Jia at the drop of a hat now, even going so far as to lie and cheat. Is it? You only see that I want to hit people? Yi Wuxuang smiled coldly. So may I ask who was the person standing on the stairs from 17 minutes and 38 seconds? Do you need me to get the surveillance? She directly poked through Rong Qingru's false facade, and a cold aura swept across the end of her eyes. As a professional assassin, she was extremely sensitive to the changes in her surroundings, as she had to be constantly on guard against killing opportunities and dangers hiding in the shadows. The exits and entrances to the library, the clock on the wall with the students nearby, were all in her focus. Long before Zhang Rui and Lin Jia came over, Rong Qingru had already stood on the stairs, and she was well aware of everything that had just happened. Choosing to know and not tell is nothing more than trying to make things difficult for yourself. But does she deserve it? Rong Qingru's smile froze. Yi Wuxuang actually knew she was coming long ago? And it's accurate to the second? Yi Wuxuang, don't talk nonsense there. Goddess, we'll accompany you to the surveillance room and hit Yi Wuxuang's face with facts. Rong Qingru's loyal fans were the first to express their dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to Rong Qingru, she didn't dare to go to the monitoring room at all, and she was the one who was hit in the face if she went. She stayed where she was, and the smile on her face was trying to hold on. Anyone with a little bit of brains could tell a little something from Rong Qingru's silence. Don't try to provoke me, Rong Qingru, or what happens to Sun Hongxia Zhang Chao is what happens to you. Yi Wuxuang warned in an icy tone. She originally only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and revive Dustless. But if something ungrateful dances up to her looking for death, she didn't mind making them whole. Without waiting for Rong Qingru to reply, Shen Wenyu walked in quickly from outside, shielding Rong Qingru behind him, his handsome face slightly angry. Yi Wuxuang, you don't have to make things difficult for Qingru because of me. If you have any grievances, come at me. She is innocent. Wasn't Yi Wuxuang just jealous that he liked Qingru more? Because of you? Shen Wenyu, don't take yourself too seriously. Yi Wuxuang looked at Shen Wenyu with a colder gaze. Rong Qingru is making a fool of herself by coming to my door, and if you feel sorry for her, advise her to keep her tail between her legs and stay away from me. After speaking, Yi Wuxuang didn't bother to stay in the library for long and turned around to leave. Jane Jiaoyang, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Lin Jia and then at Zhang Rui, and said, this time in the monthly exam, Class 7 will definitely surpass Class 1. Just wait and see. And you? Zhen Jiaoyan looked at Rong Qingru before he left. Don't think about getting in trouble with the queen, or the 7th class won't spare you without the queen's hand. He never thought Rong Qingru was much of a goddess. Mess with the queen and God stomp down on you. Rong Qingru's hand under her sleeve was squeezed tightly, a quick flash of viciousness in her eyes. Shen Wenyu, on the other hand, looked at Yi Wuxuang's back in anger. How could Yi Wuxuang speak to him in such a tone? Silence returned to the library. One person took out his cell phone, tapped on the school flower ranking, and silently cast a vote for Yi Wuxuang. The bystander was surprised. Aren't you a fan of Goddess Young? Why don't you vote for her anymore? This person smashed his mouth. How can I say this? Is that suddenly I feel that Rong Qingru doesn't seem to be that flawless? On the contrary, Yi Wuxuang gives me the feeling of cool, cold, valiant and beautiful. I like it. He. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Monthly exams are on schedule. The atmosphere in Flying Bird Academy was very serious today, and a small monthly exam was made to look like a college entrance exam. The reason for this is still the matter of Class 7 and Class 1. The other classes are not involved, but who doesn't have a desire to win or lose? And everyone wants to prove themselves in this monthly exam. In particular, the students of the second senior class who had previously been suspended for collectively slandering Yi Wuxuang. Their punishment had already ended, and they were trying to take advantage of the scores of the monthly exam to brush up in front of the entire school. Before entering the examination hall, the students of Class 7 gathered together, overlapping one hand each and cheering each other on. For yourself, for the Queen, and for Teacher Lu. Jane Jiaoyang finished shouting the slogan and looked at Yi Wuxuang, who was not far away. She didn't put up with this, and was sitting with one leg straight and one slightly bent, looking up at the sky from the edge of the flower bed, her side face delicate enough to be painted. The Queen is so lonely, he murmured. She had obviously taught them with serious dedication for 15 days, yet she had wandered outside their circle with calm clarity, not letting anyone else get close to her, or anyone else for that matter. The 2-day examination has officially begun. After the last exam, many students came to the square to gather, unannounced, because the big screen in the plaza will, later on, scroll through the rankings and grades of all the students in a countdown. Everyone tacitly agreed to leave the front row seats to the students of Class 7 and Class 1 who had participated in the group brawl in the first place. The two classes are facing each other left and right. The left side was led by Yi Wuxuang and Jin Jiaoyang, while the right side was led by Zhang Rui and Lin Jia. Someone clicked, captured the scene, uploaded to the campus forum, ready to give the students who did not come to the square to do a live graphic broadcast. Huang Jiejia also came, and as soon as she arrived, she said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, all the students from Class 7 are here? You guys really have the face to come and see the list. Do you know what it means that you can't hold up the wall? You don't really think Yi Wuxuang can teach you anything good, do you?" Huang Jiejia was extremely disgusted with Yi Wuxuang. When Yi Wuxuang was in the second class, he hadn't dragged the second class down. At the flag-raising ceremony, she was also told that she was not worthy of the word teacher, causing her to be ridiculed by her peers to this day. Now it's good. Yi Wuxuang himself as a teacher, in the 7th class for half a month of lessons. She would like to see how many of the students that Yi Wuxuang taught could pass. Huang Jiejia, you hate me, don't you? Yi Wuxuang's eyes fell on the big screen that was about to release the list. What do you think? Let's make a bet. If Class 7 wins over Class 1, you get out of the Flying Birds. If Class 7 doesn't win, I get out of the Flying Birds. Dare you? Yi Wuxuang's voice was very soft. Huang Jiejia was like an insignificant fly in her eyes, weak and dirty, but the fly was buzzing around her all day long, screaming and yelling. It's better to just shoot to death, for peace and quiet. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiejia first froze, then slapped her legs and laughed. Ha 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 ha, how many dreams have you had, and you still want to win over the first class? Fine, fine, let's make a bet. If the students you teach can beat the first class, I'll resign on the spot. Instead, you get the hell out of the Flying Bird. The words landed, the screen began to scroll, and the students' emotions were mobilized. Chapter 15, Release the list. Queens passed. The list is released. The list is released. Let's see who's the bottom of the list. Holy, the bottom one isn't actually from Class 7? The sun has come out of the west. Not to mention the bottom one. There's no student from Class 7 in the bottom 10 or the top 100? A class of students panicked, and Huang Jiejia was slightly nervous. There should be a problem with the system. Zhang Rui thought in that direction. Yeah, the system definitely didn't count Class 7. Lin Jia hummed. Maybe it thinks that Class 7 is at the bottom of the list year after year, so there's no need to keep it on the list. This conclusion is widely recognized, so keep reading the list. Just when they thought that was indeed the case, a solid name appeared on the screen. No 49. Senior Class 7. Jane Jiaoyang. The crowd immediately raised an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jane Jiaoyang's ex-girlfriend Lin Jia is only 67th in her grade this time too? How did he pass the exam? Could it be that Yi Wuxuang really taught him well? Impossible. Yi Wuxuang's previous grades were even worse than Jane Jiaoyang. So what's the reason for his sudden improvement on this monthly test? People can't figure it out. And then that's just the beginning of their not getting it. The screen continued to scroll, and the names of the students of Class 7 appeared in the rankings, one after the other. No 42. Senior Class 7. No 40. Senior Class 7. No 18. Senior Class 7. No 12. Senior Class 7. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when there were also names of Class 7 students inside the top 10 of that year's class. How is it that in just 15 days, Class 7 was able to get off the ground and get such good results? No 6. Senior Class. Zhang Rui. By this point, the big screen changed to a striking color. because the next thing to be announced was the top 5 rankings of the grade. Everyone held their breath. I don't know who whispered, "Are we not seeing Yi Wuxuang's name yet?" Other than Yi Wuxuang, the rest of Class 7's grade rankings came out. Yi Wuxuang was again the main character that caused the struggle between the 7th and 1st classes. It was hard for everyone to ignore it. Could it be that Yi Wuxuang is 5th in his grade? Screen rolling, no 5. Senior class, XXX. Or is it 4th? No 4. Senior class, XXX. She's actually 3rd? No 3. Senior class, Shun Wenyu. I bet she's 2nd in her grade and 1st is Goddess Rong. Rong Qingru's die-hard fans shouted. The message on the big screen, however, was a quick punch in the face. No 2. Senior class, Rong Qingru. Eventually, the screen stops scrolling and the font above increases in size and boldness. No 1. Senior class 7. Yi Wuxuang. Also posted below are the grade point average rankings for each class. First, senior class 7. In a split second, the whole room was silent. Even the sound of falling leaves hitting the ground was extra harsh. Huang Jiejia's face was white, Lin Jia was trembling, and Zhang Rui covered his face. The students of the first class had shocked expressions and the other classes had open mouths. Compared to them, the class 7 students were much calmer, because such an outcome had been expected by them. But if you look closely, you'll see that they're actually not that calm. Their eyes reddened and they clenched their hands, slowly exhaling the grievances that had accumulated over the days and years. They're proving with facts that they're not losers anymore. They defended the queen and kept Mr. Ru. Resign. Apologize. Jane Jiaoyang raised her arms and shouted, "It's time to settle the score. Resign. Apologize." The students of class 7 repeated it in unison, over and over again, in full view of the public. Even if you want to deny it, you have to look at the consequences. Zhang Rui was the first to accept the reality. He walked to Yi Wuxuang and bowed, lowering his voice, "I'm sorry." This was followed by bowing and apologizing to everyone in class 7 one by one. A class of students followed suit, wanting nothing more than to finish apologizing and get the hell out of there as soon as possible. Lin Jia dilly-dallied for half a day and came to Yi Wuxuang to apologize, saying perfunctorily, "I'm sorry, you should be honored." Yi Wuxuang, who hadn't said a word since the release of the list, suddenly said, "Because you once had an ex-boyfriend who was 49th in his grade, and you were only 67th in your grade." Lin Jia's head snapped up. Isn't that what she said when she insulted Jane Jiaoyang? Yi Wuxuang spat out her words clearly. You should also feel ashamed. Jane Jiaoyang ate cheap egg fried rice for a whole month in order to buy you a birthday present, and you toyed with the boy who treated you with sincerity. Lin Jia bit her lower lip and ran away, covering her face. The queen is so nice. She even helped me out. Jin Jiaoyang's fierce man shed tears and approached Yi Wuxuang. His nose was almost running down. He really loves the queen, to the love of love. I'm just stating the facts. Yi Wuxuang averted his face. At that moment, a male teacher came from the direction of the principal's office and handed a letter of dismissal to Huang Jieja, who hadn't regained her senses until now. Mr. Huang, the principal said you have to keep your promise and be an example to the kids. Woohoo! The students of class 7 jumped for joy. Student council president's room. Rong Qingru waved away the papers on the table, her chest heaving violently, her formerly gentle eyes all hideous. What makes Yi Wuxuang's test better than mine? It was just a vacation. How could Yi Wuxuang become so smart? The last library incident. Yi Wuxuang front foot just left, immediately after the foot of a good person to go to the monitoring room to adjust the video, to determine that she really in 13 hours 17 minutes and 38 seconds appeared in the staircase. She was too late to advance the point of time. She could only claim to the public that she was thinking about something else and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside the stairs. As the president of the student council, her words and actions are already under the scrutiny of the outside world, and this incident is even more widely circulated among the students, attracting a lot of micro-explanations. Even her voting rise in the school flower rankings was cut down quite a bit. In its place, Yi Wuxuang is gaining momentum and squeezing into the top 20. It's me who was careless. Rong Qingru adjusted her breathing and stood in front of the window to look at Yi Wuxuang, who was surrounded by clusters of people in the square, muttering to herself, Yi Wuxuang, there will be a long time to come. We'll see. 7th class. The students, still reeling from the euphoria of winning their next class, chattered on and on. Yi Wuxuang packed her book bag, intending to return to the Ji family villa. Just as he took a step out, he was shouted at by Jin Jiaoyang. Queen, what are you doing? Yi Wuxuang, go home after school. Tonight is the 20th anniversary of Flying Bird Academy and the gala. Have you forgotten? Later on, all the shareholders of the school will come, including the new shareholder, Ji Xiao, and the students of each class will perform a program. Jian Jiaoyang smiled. We have one in class 7 as well. The program has been reported a long time ago, but but it's a pity that the queen was transferred a while ago and can't perform with us. Yi Wuxuan was stunned. The original owner's memory seemed to be that there was indeed such a thing as a school festival. She put her book bag down and sat back. In the back row, a boy whispered, "Brothers, that public number specializing in killers has been updated. And this time it's about the number one ace of the killer world, Queen." Jian Jiaoyang's eyes glared. "I'll watch it with you. I didn't even bring my cell phone to school during this period of time for the monthly exam." "Me too." A number of boys gathered around. They are super in love with this storied profession and the stories that come out of it. The boy with the cell phone read in a low voice. Queen rose from the dust, born in the slums of a foreign country. Because her parents were smuggled across the border, she did not have a household registration and had to live in a dark corner for her entire childhood. She has a younger brother, but her parents are addicted to drugs and don't care about them. To fill her brother's stomach, she had stolen powdered milk and then had her leg broken by the owner of the powdered milk store. In order for her brother to have clothes for the winter, she burglarized the house and was subsequently tied to a tree and hung from it all night by the owner of the house. When she was 10 years old, her parents sold her and her brother to a drug dealer, whom she accidentally killed, and was seen by the assassin organization behind her. At the sight of this, the boys trailed off. In the text, Queen became a killer when she was 10 years old. That means that getting your legs broken and being hung from a tree all night happened before you were 10 years old. What was she doing before she was 10? Pestering the babysitter for toys? Drinking milk and watching TV? Either way, it's not so bad that you have to shoulder the responsibility of supporting your brother. What? You're still heartbroken? These are all made up. You're not going to believe them, are you? I didn't believe it anyway. And besides, there's no telling if there's a killer in the world. Chapter 16. She lit up the room. Everyone hammed and hawed and laughed. In the front row, Yi Wuxuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the system's information panel. Trial mission 1 has been completed. A new mission will be released tomorrow, so stay tuned. Ryu Kyung appeared at the door of the classroom. It's the turn for our class to put on their makeup. Go to the dressing room and get ready to perform on stage. Wow, said Jane Xiaoyang as she rushed out with her students. Yi Wuxuan was the only one left in the classroom flipping through books. Yi Wuxuan, why don't you go to the dressing room as well and see if you can help? Lu Jing suggested with a smile. He wanted Yi Wuxuan to integrate into the collective. That kid's too much of a loner. Yi Wuxuan nodded his head, having nothing to do idly. Looking at Yi Wuxuan's back that fell at the end of the crowd, Lu Jing pursed his lips. Thinking about the metamorphosis of the students in Class 7 these days, an idea slowly floated to his mind. Powder Room. A professional makeup artist, hired by the school authorities, smeared the faces of the Class 7 students. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the wall, her arms around her chest. There was no need for her help here. In the middle of the process, every now and then a girl from another class would come over with a red face and ask the makeup artist some questions such as, "Is my eye makeup broken? Can you fix my makeup again? Will I look better like this? Will I look better like this?" And so on. They were cautious and excited for one reason. The new school director of Flying Bird Academy, Ji Xiao, attended the gala. Ji Xiao is a quality man who has made countless young girls around the world dream of him. In case they were spotted by Ji Xiao in this performance, then they could fly up to become a phoenix in minutes. At that time, what Yanshi, what Zhaoqian Sun Li Zhou Wu Zhang Wang group, to the Ji family before, all have to kneel. If I were a female, I'd want to marry young Ji too. The boys of Class 7 lamented. We're different. We just want to marry the queen. The Class 7 girls were starry-eyed. Where men smell like queens, they've been completely subjugated by the queen. Woo-hoo-hoo. In front of the stage, the host begins to warm up. After an impassioned speech, the students took the stage one by one in the order they had been drawn earlier. Regardless of the merits of the performance, a certain amount of applause was given. When the host read out the names Rong Qingru and Xin Wenyu, the applause on the stage reached its peak. The students shouted and screamed in excitement. Goddess, goddess, God forever, warm and moist as jade. These two were hegemonic in their popularity in the Flying Bird. Even if Xin Wenyu had previously been disengaged by Yi Wuxuan, and even if Rong Qingru had been criticized because of the library matter, none of it could shake the two men's position in the Birds of Prey. On the stage, Rong Qingru was wearing a purple evening gown, sitting in front of the piano and playing pleasant notes, her neck elegant like a white swan. Xin Wenyu, who had changed into a tuxedo, played the violin to play with it, and his focused look made him look even more handsome. The two put on a gin and tonic. After the song, the applause became even louder. The bold boys loudly showed their love to Rong Qingru, while others held their hands on their cheeks and skimmed their mouths in boredom. What's wrong? Did Rong Qingru play badly? It's so good. She plays it so well, I just get tired of hearing it. It's been 3 years, and Rong Qingru plays the piano at every celebration. Although the tune was different every time he played it, the key of the piano was there, and he wasn't a die-hard fan of piano music. so he was genuinely a bit tired of hearing it. Would love to see something new. Behind the scenes, the 7th class students were organizing their clothes, and it looked like they were about to go on stage to perform, when the music teacher in charge of playing the drums came over covering his stomach. Goo, I have a stomachache, I can't accompany you guys, find someone else. With that, the man ran away. The students blushed. In the song we chose, the drum kit is the main accompanying instrument, and without it, the whole style of the song will change, right? How can a teacher drop the ball at a critical moment? Where can we find a second one who can play the drums at this moment? I'll do it. Yi Wuxuan walked over and reached out. Give me the metronome. Drums, also known as jazz drums, are rhythm instruments. Since the vast majority of tunes have a regular beat, drummers often don't need to look at sheet music, but instead use a metronome that is tuned in headphones ahead of time. Then with the fixed frequency of pulsing tones in the metronome, accurately control the rhythm of the whole piece. The queen also knows the drum set? Jane Jiaoyang's eyes widened as she handed the headphones to Yi Wuxuan. Will a little. Yi Wuxuan put on the headphones. The drum kit used to be the only way for her to let off steam. After the album was released, it was selected by foreign media as the strongest drummer of the century. On the stage, the hostess said with a big smile, next to come on stage are the students of senior class 7. They're going to perform an English song called Natural. Please welcome them to the stage. Pop, 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 pop. As the 7th class students took the stage lights dimmed and the only beam of light hit Jane Jiaoyang. He whispered, will you hold the line? You're the only one who hasn't given up yet. When every one of them is giving up or giving in, tell me when everyone's given up or disappointed. In this house of mine, at my place, nothing ever comes without a consequence or cost. Tell me, nothing comes without a price. So tell me. The pre-chant ended. The second beam of light hit the pianist. The classical thick piano sound rang out. The rhythm gradually came. Jane Jiaoyang's voice also became louder. That's the price you pay. That's the price you have to pay. Leave behind your heartache, cast away. Put your heartbreak behind you. Rather be the hunter than the prey. Stop running like the prey and strike like the hunter. And you're standing on the edge, face up. You're standing on the edge of a cliff. Lift up your head and face it. Because of you. The third beam of light hit Yi Wuxuan directly. She played the drum kit, bringing the rhythm to a crescendo. The moment she accompanied her, Jane Jiaoyang also spat out the last lyrics of the verse out loud. Natural, born this way, a beating heart of stone, heart like a rock is unbreakable. You gotta be so cold. You must learn to be ruthless, to make it in this world, to have a place in the world. Yeah, you're a natural. Yes, you were born this way, living your life cutthroat, surviving in a cruel world. You gotta be so cold. You must be cold. Yeah, you're a natural, because you were born that way. The piano takes a backseat to the soulful rhythms controlled by the drums, which are tightly ordered and sound like they're hitting the tip of one's heart. Under the spotlight, Yi Wuxuan's eyes were a bit mesmerized and broken. The full extent of her attention was in the metronome of her headphones. It's a very, very burning tune. Her stunningly beautiful face, however, was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest fluctuation, in stark contrast to the hysterical lead singer Jane Jiaoyang in front of her. Again, this happens to coincide with the main theme of the tune itself. No matter how cruel the reality, be like a hunter, calm and powerful initiative. Because you, born extraordinary. Off stage, Jishin leaned back in his chair, his slender legs folded, ignoring the curt accosting of the rest of the shareholders and listening attentively to the performance on stage. His deep and narrow ink eyes were imprinted with Yi Wuxuan's solo Under the Light. That girl lit up the room. If she took the time to observe the stage, she would have noticed countless looks of shock and love. The bias was that she didn't care. It also screams more fascination. Chapter 17 Accident. The stage collapsed. The performance ended with Yi Wuxuan strumming. She removed her headphones and was about to leave when Jane Jiaoyang gasped and shouted over the microphone. Your wise and mighty majesty. Yi Wuxuan looked up uncertainly. The audience on stage also looked at Jane Jiaoyang with uncertainty, only to see Jane Jiaoyang kneeling on one knee, one hand holding the microphone and one hand reaching towards Yi Wuxuan, as if he was waiting for the mercy of the gods. The rest of Class 7 also turned their backs to the audience and half-kneeled, one hand behind their backs and one reaching for her. The young faces were overflowing with worship and joy. This battle, Yi Wuxuan had seen it when he first arrived in Class 7. This time is, as it were, here and now. They spoke in unison, their voices booming. Please come to the throne, wave your scepter, and dispel the mists and darkness. It was originally just a tease. It's the name that was born when everyone was bored out of their minds and their middle souls kicked in. But Yi Wuxuan was really like a god coming down from the sky, dispersing the fog around them and allowing them to overtake the class that had been so far ahead in just half a month. Bring them out of their dark corners and back to dignity and confidence. Didn't some people mock Yi Wuxiang for not being worthy of the word queen? Now, by submitting here, they are making it known to the outside world. Yi Wuxiang deserves the word queen. She's a perfect match, a top match, a heavenly match. Queen, queen. Fanboys and fangirls on stage stood up and shouted in ecstasy. Queen, queen. Others followed suit, arching the atmosphere to the max. If it wasn't for the host's sharp eyes and quick reaction, he came out in time to save the day and invited the people from the 7th class to go down. This gala would have become Yi Wuxiang's personal fan meeting. In the audience, Rong Qingru listened to the cheers that were even more reverberating than when she had performed on stage, and the smile on her face slowly twisted uncontrollably. Qingru, are you not feeling well? Shen Wenyu asked worriedly. It's fine, brother Shen, you don't have to worry. Rong Qingru hurriedly adjusted her expression and turned her head to look at Shen Wenyu. However, he realized that Shen Wenyu was no longer looking at her, but was staring at Yi Wuxiang's departing back, with shock and amazement flashing in his eyes. He never knew that Yi Wuxiang could play the drums, and play so exciting and handsome. Rong Qingru clutched the lace that embellished the gown. Damn Yi Wuxiang! Click! The carefully sewn lace cracked. Behind the scenes, there were a lot of people coming and going. Some of them were crew members, some of them were just coming off the stage, and some of them were getting ready to go on stage. On top of that, there was a little boy running around, presumably the child of one of the staff. Queen, your drum set is superb. The adoration in Jane Zhaoyang's eyes was about to overflow. He realized that Yi Wuxiang was always stronger than he thought. This is true for fighting. This is true for studying. This is true even for playing the drums. How stupid were the homeroom teacher and students of class 2 to bully and look down on the queen like that? It's okay. Yi Wuxiang replied indifferently. I'll take them to remove their makeup first. We'll see you tomorrow. Jian Zhaoyang waved his hand and took the 7th class students to remove their makeup. Yi Wuxiang looked at the time and planned to call home. Just then, a loud bang came from overhead, and then the entire roof of the stage's shed collapsed. The power was cut. The lights disappeared in an instant. Screams erupted, and tongues of fire raged. Mom! Whoa! The little boy cried in the confusion. Baby, where are you? The little boy's mother looked anxiously left and right and finally saw the child 5 meters away. Stand still! Mommy's coming to get you! She went against the flow of people. Clunk! Again there was a loud crash overhead as the broken load-bearing column slammed down on the boy. Mom's eyes widened in anger and she reached out in vain, only to be swept away by the crowd. She watched as her child was about to be hit hard. At the most critical moment, Yi Wuxiang rushed over and shielded the boy in his arms, letting the broken load-bearing pillar hit his shoulders and back. The stage collapsed more completely and dust filled the air. Outside the stage, Shangguan Qinglin directed the evacuation of the scene, and the fire hose was quickly picked up to extinguish the fire. Because it was handled in time, it didn't cause many casualties. Jishan looked around and frowned. Calculating the time, Yi Wuxiang should not have left here yet. Looking for Yi Wuxiang? Shangguan Qinglin said easily. She may have already left, even if she hasn't. With her skills, an accident of this level can't hurt her. Don't worry, that guy is a fierce woman who can take out foreign killers with her bare hands. Jishan thought about it and left with long legs. My child is under the load-bearing column. The girl named Yi Wuxiang is also under the load-bearing pillar. Save them! The boy's mom cried and yelled, brushing past Jishan. Jishan's feet lurched and he turned around violently. On the other side, a couple of security guards also pushed the largest load-bearing pillar out of the way. And when they did, they froze. They saw a girl holding the boy, half kneeling, with her other hand still holding the boy's head, as if she was worried about a head injury. Sister! The boy's eyes were dull and gray. Go find your mom. Yi Wuxiang let go of the boy and slowly stood up. Queen, are you alright? Jane Zhaoyang and the others, who heard the commotion, turned back halfway and anxiously inquired. It's fine. Yi Wuxiang spoke in a calm tone, patting away the ash on his body towards the outside. Wherever she went, no one looked at her without admiration. Not everyone, after all, can lay down their lives to save others in times of life and death. Seeing that she walked normally and looked normal, everyone put their hearts down and went about their business. Seeing that she is usually cold and icy, I didn't expect the critical moment. Where is Ashan? Shangguan Qinglin searched for half a day, but couldn't find his best friend's figure. Off campus, the night was heavy and starry. Yi Wuxiang searched across the road for the location of Ji's driver. She hadn't told the driver about the gala today, and she wasn't sure if the driver would have waited for her until now. While searching, a black sports car stopped in front of Yi Wuxiang. The driver's seat lowered the window, revealing the driver's stunningly handsome face. Get in the car. Beyond that, there are no extra words. Yi Wuxiang pursed her lips and got into the car without any pretense, letting him drive her home. Her friendship with Jishin didn't count for much. Even after so many days of sharing the same bed, there were no more than 10 conversations between them. She has to go about her business, and he has to go about his, and the well runs dry. There was less traffic in the countryside in the evening, and in less than half an hour, Jishin parked his car in front of the villa. He was the first to get out of the car. Yi Wuxuan also got out of the car and was just about to go upstairs when he was called out by Jishin. Come here. He carried the medical kit in his hand. Take off your varsity jacket. Something that heavy on the shoulder is bound to hurt unless it's made of steel. The young girl in front of her had obviously not evolved beyond the realm of nature. Yi Wuxuan hesitated for a moment, walked over and sat beside him, unbuttoning her knitted jacket. The jacket slipped off her shoulders, revealing a small tank top, and a large, eye-catching bruise of red on her back. This redness, interlaced with her own white skin, was a great contrast. Jishin's pupils contracted lightly. Yi Wuxuan's injuries were heavier than he had expected. He opened the medical kit and quickly and gently applied the medicine to her himself, his low voice even lower in the night. Why don't you cry or cry out in pain? Crying out because of pain is an instinct that humans are born with and is one of the ways they communicate information to the outside world. How many petite girls get red-eyed at the slightest bump? She's a girl too. Useless. There was not a single fluctuation in Yi Wuxuan's black and white pupils. Crying out in pain reveals your location. Crying not only reveals the location, it takes the salt you depend on in your body. If you want to live, you can't cry. It was the first law taught to her by the world she lived in. Chapter 18 Embracing, the maiden who only cries in her dreams. Jishin's movement of applying the medicine was lurched. He'd only known her as a killer, hadn't considered that she could even erase her instincts in order to survive. It's not hard to guess what kind of life she used to have. A moment later, Yi Wuxuan held his shoulders and his brows stretched. Thank you. It did feel a lot better with the medicine applied. The Ji family was also worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family in Xia, and the healing properties of this medicine were several times stronger than the one she had bought at a high price in the black market. Maybe you could try saying something other than thank you to me. Jishin's chest vibrated and he let out a pleasant light laugh, obviously under the same roof, but still so rusty. It would make him wonder if he had a problem with his own personal charisma. Then go to sleep. I'm sleepy. Yi Wuxuan also cooperated, her indifferent eyes buling under the light. Jishin. Looks like he can drop the skepticism. With Jishin around, Yi Wuxuan quickly fell asleep. But tonight was a little special. The little boy who called her sister in her arms reminded her of her own brother. Dustless. Along with the dreams, it's back to the original slums. It was a dirty, messy, poor place with a mixture of poor people of all nationalities and colors. Her mother and father never cared for her, and luckily her elderly neighbor's grandfather was a kindly Summerlander. He taught her to read and write and taught her manners and responsibilities. After Gramps died, Dustless was born. She knew full well that if she didn't care about Dustless, no one would. She negotiated with the owner of the milk powder store to exchange her labor for the milk powder. But on the day of settlement, the store owner deceived her as a child and denied it. She grabbed the milk powder and ran away, and was then surrounded and beaten by several big men who called her a thief. No one helped her. When winter comes and she washes and lays out the clothes her grandfather left her, the man next door insists they are his and ties her to a tree as a punishment. There was no one to save her. Jishin was woken up by the cold. His entire sleeve was wet, and the night breeze doubled the chill. What's going on here? He frowned and turned on the light, and was surprised to find the girl beside him curled up, crying in her sleep. Tears soaked his clothes. He had a somewhat shocked expression. Such was her vulnerability and helplessness, her despair and pain, very different from the cold detachment of the day. Only in dreams do you dare to cry uncontrollably? He reached out hesitantly to wipe away her tears, but they didn't stop. Jishin's frown tightened. What kind of dream was it that made her cry like that? Who wouldn't be hurt by that? His heart softened and he took the little girl in his arms, trying to give her a little security. Dream on. Yi Wuxuan slowly closed his eyes. She felt so much warmer around her all of a sudden. She reached out and embraced the warmth. Beyond the dream, Jishin's torso stiffened. Early the next morning, Yi Wuxuan opened his eyes and the first thing that caught his eyes was a properly muscled chest. She sat bolt upright, the calmness on her face slowly chafing. Is waking up in my arms so overwhelming? Jishin laughed out loud with the back of his hand against his lips, his eyebrows lightly arched. Yi Wuxuan's expression was too funny. Amused, he felt a little frustrated. How many women in the outside world wanted to throw themselves at him, but she was so good, lying in his arms, and so disgusted. I don't think I said I wanted to stay in your arms and sleep. Yi Wuxuan collapsed a small face. Yeah? Then look whose hand is on my waist. Jishin turned on his side, his pajamas falling more loosely as a result, revealing his 8-pack abs. He rested his cheeks, eyebrows and eyes with a few minutes just woke up sleepy lethargy. Lined with that face, evil and demonic, can be called the best on earth. Yi Wuxuan listened to him and looked at his waist, then on his waist, she saw her hand. Like an electric shock, she quickly withdrew her own hand. Her dark pupils swept over a hint of embarrassment. With Jishin's upbringing and family history, he wouldn't force a woman to come near him. It was indeed outrageous that she took the initiative to hug Jishin and blamed someone else instead. Okay, no kidding. Jishin stopped laughing and told the truth about what happened last night. You were crying so much last night that I took the liberty of hugging you, hoping for some comfort, and then you hugged me back, which probably made you feel better. Maybe it was the aftermath of last night's weakness. He couldn't see her upset at the moment. Yi Wuxuan fell into silence. Jishin saw her fingers slowly clench and slowly loosen. Thank you for your comfort. Yi Wuxuan's expression regained its calmness. It turned out that the source of that warmth was him. I still expect you to say something other than thank you to me. Jishin stared at her for a moment, unknown emotions surfacing in his deep ink eyes. Words other than thank you? Yi Wuxuan lowered her eyes. Not sure what Jishin wanted to hear. She rolled out of bed, shuffled around, and was driven by her driver to Birds of Prey High School. At the same time, a system beep sounded in her ears. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission, to win the Intercollegiate League of Chess on behalf of Flying Bird. Interscholastic League, a competition between multiple schools. Chess, also known as Western chess, is an ancient game of chess in the world. These two words Yi Wuxuan could understand what they meant. Together, she didn't. In the original owner's brain, there was no memory related to this incident. She hadn't heard anyone else talk about it in all her days at the Flying Bird. It seems like we have to ask someone else. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the back seat, his black pupils revealing a determined emotion. As long as he completed 30 trial quests, he would be able to resurrect Dustless, and he was still 29 short. She is also going to take a solid win in this inter-school league of chess. The sedan stopped at the entrance of the Flying Bird. Yi Wuxuan walked into the 7th class, and before his school bag was put down, a group of people surrounded him. Jane Jiaoyang, with a head of silver hair and high spirits, was the first to open his mouth and excitedly said, Queen, you're top 2. What top 2? Yi Wuxuan wrinkled her eyebrows, not understanding what Jin Jiaoyang was trying to express. A school girl ranking. Jin Jiaoyang took out his cell phone and tapped on the interface of the school flower ranking and handed it to Yi Wuxuan to see. Right now, you're the girl with the second most votes in our school, and the first is Rongqingru. The school flower ranking still has a month to go before it ends. If you can counter the votes during this time, you'll be the new school flower of our Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wuxuan swept his cell phone. It was a simple data ranking website. The top 3 had individual photos displayed, and down the line there was only class and name. The current number 1 is Young Qingru, who was way ahead in votes. Second was her, and the votes were substantial. The third is a girl from another class. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the picture of Rongqingru was of her playing the piano at the gala last night, and a picture of himself, playing the drums. Both have the same background, the same filter, and you can feel the fireworks from across the room. I'm not interested in this. Yi Wuxuan pushed the phone away. If the system required her to take the top spot on the school flower ranking, she would still be competing with Rongqingru. But when the system didn't require it, she had no idea. And this, Jane Jiaoyang exited the school flower ranking and came to the forum interface. Queen, you've butchered the page. Chapter 19, Mr. Lu, called Lu de Xiao. Slaughter, refers to the meaning of someone, something or something, in a certain forum of a certain forum heat unprecedented. Related to the post is extremely large. The other posts will be massacred pieces of armor not left. Yi Wuxuan looked at Jane Jiaoyang's cell phone and realized that the idle chat section of the Flying Bird forum was full of topics related to her. Every post has a high number of replies and views, from the bottom of the grade to the top of the grade. What's Yi Wuxuan driving at? I heard that Yi Wuxuan teaches all the classes of Class 7 students. Is that true? Analyzing Yi Wuxuan's drumming level from a professional point of view. From student to teacher. From teacher to drummer. From drummer to hero who saved a boy. I'm powdered, aren't you? I declare that Yi Wuxuan is the queen of the birds of prey. Hold your tongue. Did someone get engaged to me and then dump me? I want to be reborn in fire like Yi Wuxuan. The current forum's evaluation of Yi Wuxuan is basically the same. First of all, she has a high IQ, is a great student, and combines a terrific ability to teach multiple courses, leading Class 7 to a win over Class 1 in a miracle that will go down in school history. Secondly, she plays the drums at a very strong level, not bad compared to the top drummers in the country. Furthermore, underneath her ice-cold exterior, she must have a hot heart, or else she would not have sacrificed her life to save others. As for why Yi Wuxuan had metamorphosed so much, everyone blamed Shin Wenyu. It was well known that Yi Wuxuan had come to Flying Bird for 3 years, And Shin Wenyu had never given a good face. Shin Wenyu had even openly said that Rongqingru was his ideal girlfriend. Wasn't this just slapping Yi Wushwang in the face? Yi Wushwang should be unable to bear the endurance. Thinking not steamed buns to fight for breath. Try to make an effort. It's just that she tried too hard and went straight to big brother status. Who doesn't love this kind of come-from-behind story? They couldn't wait to be Yi Wushwang himself, and then beat the faces of all the people who had insulted and teased them. The students of the second class also regretted it so much that they personally came to the forum to complain that they had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai and wished that time could be turned back, to which everyone said, "Bah! Stay away. Do you regret it now? Where have you been when you all collectively lied?" If Yi Wushwang hadn't recorded the video in advance, who would have been able to clear her name? When the words were said, everyone praised Yi Wushwang again, complimenting her for her meticulous thinking and step-by-step approach to bring down the school manager's son Hongxia and the son of the school manager Zhang Chao with her own strength. The more she thinks about it, the more powerful she really is. Everyone is saying that the queen is awesome. Jane Jiaoyang smiled. The queen is in their class. They thief proudly said. Yi Wushwang moved his eyes away and looked at Jin Jiaoyang. I have a question I want to ask you. Jane Jiaoyang might know about the intercollegiate chess league. What's wrong with the queen? Jane Jiaoyang blinked. Without waiting for Yi Wushwang to speak, a girl rushed in from outside. Something big and bad has happened. Mr. Ryu resigned. The words exploded like a thunderbolt in class 7. What's going on? Didn't we pass? Jin Jiaoyang's eyes widened. We're more than passing. Our average is higher than the first class. Why did Mr. Ryu quit? Is it possible that the students of the first class are not convinced and are playing tricks inside to force Mr. Liu to resign? If that's true, I'm going to have to beat them into the hospital today. There was a lot of emotional excitement, and there were boys rolling up their sleeves and getting ready for a fight. The girl gasped. I don't know why Mr. Ryu resigned. I just saw him take his resignation letter and head out of the school. The words landed on the ground and everyone ran out in a wave. Yi Wushwang also followed over. School entrance. Yu Kyung held the resignation letter, his eyes clinging to it. He tried to turn around to take another look at the school's plaque, but he saw his former students running towards him en masse, which brought a few tears to his eyes. I was just about to say goodbye to you guys, but you guys were nice enough to come over on your own. Lu Jing shook the resignation letter in his hand and laughed. I'm not a teacher anymore. He has been leading class 7 for 3 years, and the fact that class 7 has made no progress shows that his coaching standard is actually not very good. He had been planning to resign. Yi Wushwang's arrival sort of solidified his idea of resigning. She showed him the gap. I also saw that as a teacher. It is not enough to have a heart for your students. He can't afford to be misguided any longer. Not being a teacher? Then what are you going to do? Jin Jiaoyang's tone was a bit sad. To this day, he realized more and more how rare it was for Ryukio to treat class 7 with the seriousness of due diligence. Go back and inherit the family business. Ryukio smiled faintly. The students savored the bitter sweetness of the smile. Schoolgirl A cried and spoke. What kind of family business do you have? Go back to herding sheep and farming? They all knew that Yu Kyung's family wasn't rich. Ms. Liu, who bullied you? You tell us. Jane Jiaoyang took a step forward, also about to cry. Before those tears could slip from the corners of his eyes, the sound of an engine starting came from the other end of the road. A cool red convertible sports car was parked behind Yu Kyung, and there were 2 hot female models behind the car. The female model enchantingly got off the car, one left and one right like a water snake clinging to Lu Jing. Daintily shouted, Young Lu, my sister and I have missed you. The touching image cracked instantly. What's going on here? Why would a beautiful female model lean on the poor Mr. Lu and call him Mr. Lu? They're hallucinating. Be a good girl and go wait for me in the car while I say goodbye to my students. Lu Jing took out 2 stacks of money, generously handed over to the female model. Out of that called a generous. The 2 female models smiled with joy and dutifully sat back down. Crowd? Jin Jiaoyang almost bit his tongue. Lu, Mr. Lu, didn't you say that the travel expenses for you to come to Flying Bird was put together by your family selling the sheep? That's indeed how I scraped together the money for my trip to Hida. Ryukio nodded. Any questions? Then you still. Girl B pointed to the sports car, to the female model, and to the female model's hand up of the banknotes. It just feels like there are so many questions that I don't know where to start. Oh, it's like this. Lu Jing had an innocent look on his face. My family has 40 million sheep, 30 million pigs, 10 million cows, and several million donkeys. Isn't it impossible to make it outside now? You can only go back to inherit the $10 billion family fortune. Crowd? I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was me. These 3 years with you guys, I've had a lot of fun, and I'm ashamed that I wasn't able to teach you guys more. And luckily, Yi Wushwang is here. Lu Jing looked towards Yi Wushwang. You taught class 7 well. I owe you a favor. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just contact me. My house is quite big and easy to find. The grasslands on the map of Xia, as far as the naked eye can see, are all named Willow. With that said, Ryu Kyung got into the driver's seat of the sports car, sunglasses on, and headed off with no love for anyone. Grass. There were countless words in Jin Zhao Yang's heart that he wanted to say, but when he reached his mouth, only this word remained. Ha! The students were filled with seriousness. You dare to swear at young Master Lu? I mean, there's a lot of grass on the side of the road. Jane Zhao Yang pointed at the lawn, smiling harmlessly and meekly, and hastily changed the subject. By the way, Queen, didn't you just have a question for me? Chapter 20, Let me participate in the inter-school chess league. Jane Zhao Yang's move was useful. Everyone looked at Yi Wushuang when they heard that he had a problem. Yi Wushuang asked, do you guys know about the intercollegiate chess league? I know. Everyone has one sentence and adds to each other's. It's a tournament authorized by the Anchor City Chess Association and held annually in 8 high schools. The 8 high schools are Yin City High School No. 1. High School No. 2. High School No. 3. Experimental High School, Normal High School, Medical University High School, and Flying Bird Academy. Asuka Academy is the only private aristocratic school of them all. The 8 high schools take turns being in charge of the tournament field each year, and this year it just so happens that it's Flyers' turn to be the host. The school had drawn up 20 participants at the beginning of the year and has been training them ever since. What makes it more special is that the Intercollegiate League is not only a competition between students, but also between mentors. In the finals, if the scores of both students end up tied, it will be the mentor who will go to battle to take the final point. The school can also handpick a student to fight for them if the mentor has something to do or doesn't want to, except no one has done that so far. You're silly. Of course no one will do that. The participating students are equivalent to novice village rookies. The mentors are the level bosses. Have you ever seen a rookie single-handedly kill a boss? Also, hey, so what's the queen asking for? This is where the class 7 students are puzzled. I'm going to participate in this league. A look of determination surfaced on Yi Wushuang's delicate face. It's not want, it's be. Be sure to enter. Be sure to win. And be sure to complete the trial mission, too. Jian Jiao Yang grimaced. This might not be too good. The Intercollegiate League is not the stage last night to say you're on. This is a tournament where the face of the school is at stake, and the 20 students competing are handpicked by the school. On top of that, the contest was very important to those 20 students. They need to use this tournament to rate their strengths for promotion, and if they miss this tournament, they will have to wait until the end of the year. Besides, the league explicitly states that each school can only send 20 students, not one more. In this case, it couldn't be that one of the original 20 students could voluntarily give up their spot to the queen, could it? A rousing prelude sounded over the radio, and the flag-raising ceremony was about to begin. Yi Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows and went to the square to gather with the students. This flag-raising ceremony was presided over by Shangguan Qinglin. That little body is always majestic and adorable when it comes to business. He began by announcing the cause of last night's stage accident and penalizing the negligent officials, then complimented Yi Wushuang for saving the little boy last night. As the words fell, the room erupted in thunderous applause. Rong Qingru was also applauding, her beautiful face full of admiration, but in her heart, she was sneering. Yi Wushuang, can that be considered saving the little boy? She, to be blunt, just happened to be with the little boy and then got rubbed by the load-bearing post. It doesn't even count as giving up your life to save it. This is evidenced by the way she left the scene of the accident, still in one piece. But it's funny how this I'll do it. I can do it thing is being blown up by these people at school as a big hero. Because of this incident, Yi Wushuang's votes on the school flower ranking skyrocketed, rising to second overnight, just below himself. With her current momentum, it wasn't impossible for her to overtake herself in the future. Fortunately, the annual Intercollegiate Chess League is about to begin. As long as she did well at the tournament, she would still be the only goddess in the feathered bird. At that time, it would also be able to extinguish Yi Wushuang's prestige. Rong Qingru on this end was playing as she wished. On the other end, Officer Qinglin called Yi Wushuang up to the stage and asked with a smile, I can give you a reward. Is there anything you want? Reward? Yi Wushuang said without thinking, let me participate in the Intercollegiate Chess League. Rong Qingru's pupils tightened. Shangguan Qinglin collected his smile. Why do you want to participate in this? The entry list was finalized a long time ago. It's not a wish that's easy to fulfill. I can give up my spot to Yi Wushuang. In the senior class team, Zhang Rui raised his hand to state his position. He admired Yi Wushuang and was ashamed of what he had done. It's nice to have the opportunity to make amends. Thank you. Yi Wushuang calmly said thanks. Someone who voluntarily quits saves a lot of piles of trouble. There's something to be thankful for. Zhang Rui blushed and turned his head to look away. This Yi Wushuang was so strange. He could obviously humiliate him and take the quota with a straight face. Instead, he said thank you to him and disregarded what happened before. Then he will reluctantly give Yi Wuxiang a few more votes on the school flower ranking. Since Zhang Ruei is willing to withdraw, you'll be one of the participating students. Remember to go to the chess room every day after school to practice for 2 hours. Shangwan Qinglin arched her eyebrows. Today is a special day for Class 7. Teachers who were earlier reluctant to come to Class 7 have returned. The first thing they do when they come to the classroom is apologize for having been remiss. The second thing was to bow to Yi Wuxiang. Student Yi, if there is anything wrong in my teaching process, please point it out. Although they hadn't heard Yi Wuxiang lecture, the results of the students in Class 7 were there, and that was the best evidence. Yi Wuxiang was better than their group of teachers. If he could get Yi Wuxiang's guidance, his career might have a breakthrough. In response, the Class 7 students had mixed feelings. On one hand, they wanted Yi Wuxiang to continue teaching. On the other hand, it was known that Yi Wuxiang was tired of teaching multiple courses at the same time. They can't ignore the queen, who has to prepare for the Intercollegiate Chess League, for their own selfish desires. So they reconciled with the teacher. After school, Yi Wuxiang backpacked on one shoulder and went to the chess room. There were more than 30 people in the chess room. 19 of them were students who were going to participate in this tournament. And there were 2 old faces in there, Rong Qingru and Shen Wenyu. Students play 2 by 2, moving pieces on a board with 2 chess clocks placed on the left side of the board that have to be pressed by whoever completes a move. The rest of us are teachers in chess, accompanying and coaching. One in particular stood out. It was an old man in his 60s, with gray hair, shoulder length and unkempt and disheveled. He was sitting in the highest seat, playing chess with himself, focused and serious. This person was the chess tutor of the Flying Bird Academy, Qin Lai. Qin Lai is a legend in the field of chess in Yan City, having served as president of the city's chess association and as the association's only grandmaster. During a tournament, he learned that his wife was cheating on his former friend and rival, and was demoted to first-class chess when he broke the rules by getting violent on the spot. He's been devastated ever since and is now earning a living at the Flying Bird Academy. How long do you plan to stand? Qin Lai stared at the chess game, his back facing Yi Wuxiang, but speaking towards him. Is this the only thing they learn? Yi Wuxiang swept his eyes at the students' chess game. The result can only be described as simple. You can also not learn if you think you're qualified. Qin Lai moved the chariot, his attitude unchanged. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxiang decisively turned around and left. Qin Lai did not stop and continued to play chess with himself. Chapter 21, You're out of cake. The crowd in the chess room was dumbfounded. You're letting Yi Wuxiang go? And what was the meaning of Yi Wuxiang's words? What do you mean? Just learn this? Is she good? I'm going to check Yi Wuxiang's rank on the official website of the Chess Association. Boy A took out his cell phone, logged into the official website of the Chess Association, and typed in the words Yi Wuxiang, and the search result was 0. The 0 means that Yi Wuxiang has not registered his name with the Chess Association. It also means that she never took a grade. What the hell? I thought she was so good, but it turns out she didn't even pass her level. She's a pure novice. Boy A spat on his cell phone. I told you, she's a village girl. She doesn't know chess. Yi Wuxiang was from a big mountain village where teaching resources were scarce. How could he have access to backgammon? Then why does she look down on what we've learned? We're all 8th grade chess players in the Chess Association. Girl B was unconvinced. The highest power level of the association is the Grandmaster, and in descending order, alternate Grandmaster, 1st level chessmaster to 15th level chessmaster. At their age, it's good enough to be an 8th grade chess player. Principal Shangwan is confused. He didn't even check Yi Wuxiang's rank before putting it in the competition team. Boy C frowned. The hosts of this tournament are still the Flying Birds. How humiliating would it be if we lost to someone else on our own turf? Girl D sighed. The accompanying teachers nodded in agreement. It's really a shame to lose on your own turf. Maybe the principal trusts student Yi more. Rong Qingru spoke softly. Ooh, goddess is so gentle. Unlike me, I want to punch Yi Wuxiang. Everyone expressed their admiration. Overrated. Rong Qingru smiled modestly, her heart relieved. To be honest, she was quite flustered at first when she heard Yi Wuxiang say that she was coming to participate in the inter-school league. Because the current Yi Wuxiang was full of uncertainties. She was worried that Yi Wuxiang was a hidden expert who would take away her light and disrupt her plans. Now it seems, nothing. Then what was the reason why Yi Wuxiang didn't know chess and insisted on coming to the tournament? Xingru, it's your turn. Shen Wenyu pressed the chess clock, his handsome look standing out in a sea of passers-by. The smile at the corner of Rong Qingru's mouth slowly faded. How could she forget that Yi Wuxiang liked Shen Wenyu very much? The purpose, naturally, was also to get close to Shen Wenyu. You can do it, Yi Wuxiang. You're good at this. I'll never let you get away with this. Center Street. Yi Wuxiang asked the driver to pull over and open the car door towards a cozy decorated dessert store. The owner's wife, who is in her 30s, is warm and welcoming. What would you like to buy, miss? We have Black Forest mousse, matcha lasagna, puff pastry, tiramisu. Yi Wuxuan handed over the few pocket money in his wallet to the boss's wife, then nodding through the window at the Black Forest mousse, his voice was calm. This one. Yes. The boss's wife was about to put the cake in a box. Forget it, change this. Yi Wuxuan nodded at the matcha lasagna. Okay, the boss lady put down the Black Forest mousse and went to fetch the matcha lasagna. Sorry, it's still the Black Forest. Yi Wuxuan pointed back again. Okay. The boss's wife went to fetch the Black Forest again. She looked down and realized that the slender fingers that had been pointing at the Black Forest in front of the window were pointing at the most expensive tiramisu. Miss, the price of this one. She met Yi Wuxuan's black pupils, and those beautiful eyes, little by little, widened, filled with anticipation and wanting to eat. The price of this one is just right on sale. Miss is really so lucky. Come on, load it up and take it away. Bye. The owner's wife sends her guests off with a standard smile. Under the counter, the working girl hugged her legs and cried, Boss lady, you lost money again. Don't ask. Ask him. The beauty queen is #1 in the world. The boss's wife continued to smile, her heart dripping blood. The Watson building across the street from the dessert store. Jishin put his hands in his pockets, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His posture is magnificent and upright, and his handsome face is even more ingenious under the setting sun. So she has favorites too. A faint smirk swept across his deep, dark eyes. He had just finished a cross-country video conference when he found Yi Wuxuan shopping in the dessert store downstairs. Dessert? Rather an unexpected hobby. Missy seems to want to eat every one of them. Fengjiu was puzzled. She was torn in front of the window for a long time. The smile in Jishin's eyes deepened. The more he got to know Yi Wuxuan, the more he felt that Yi Wuxuan was like a beautifully wrapped gift box, radiant and dazzling, unique, makes you wonder what's inside the gift box. He wanted to open it up. When Jishin returned to the villa, he found Yi Wuxuan sitting in the dining room staring blankly. The box containing the tiramisu at the table was warped and the cake inside was in pieces and crumbling everywhere. The young maid bowed at light speed beside her and apologized. Missy, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. What's going on? Jishin's brows furrowed. Back to Ji Xiao. It's all my fault. I accidentally bumped into Ms. Yi at the corner and broke the cake. The maid replied guiltily. Ms. Yi seems to like this tiramisu. It's my problem. I don't blame you. Yi Wuxuan came back to his senses. She was so focused on figuring out which place to take a bite out of. She didn't pay attention to the corner. Too bad about this tiramisu. I'll go downtown and buy another one back from you. Guilt increased in the maid's heart. It's rare for Missy to have something she likes. How could she be so careless? By the time you get over there, the store will be closed. Jishin removed his suit jacket and handed it to Fengjiu. Wearing only a white shirt and looking svelte and ascetic, he rolled his sleeves up a few times and went to the kitchen to tie on his dark apron, moving with familiarity to break the eggs and remove the yolks for later. This series of behaviors made Yi Wuxuan a little surprised. Then the amazement turned to appreciation. The extremely handsome man seemed like a magician, and in just half an hour, he had combined a few bits and pieces and turned them into a perfectly shaped, sweet-smelling cake. Tiramisu needs to be refrigerated overnight for optimal flavor, and there's no time to lose. So you'll eat this first. Jishin took off his apron and served the cake to Yi Wuxuan with a gentlemanly and elegant movement. Yi Wuxuan picked up the fork and cut a piece into her mouth. The sweetness and stickiness on her tongue made her black pupils light up and she praised it heartily. Yummy! In the eyes that looked at the man, there were unconsciously a few more points of admiration that even she herself hadn't noticed. The corners of Jishin's lips rose slightly. He liked the way Yi Wuxuan looked at him with such eyes. Does the Ji family still train their offspring to make desserts? Yi Wuxuan was curious and silently added in his heart, and made it so delicious. No. Jishin's voice was low and pleasant. My mother also likes desserts, so in order to make her happy, I looked for a pastry chef to learn cooking skills for 2 months. He was so perceptive and quick to learn that he was out of the class in 2 months. Yi Wu nodded while eating the cake. That look was so good that you wanted to take her in your arms and love her. Associated with the scene of her helpless crying last night, Jishin's heart moved and his thin lips lightly opened. I haven't made dessert for a third person besides mothering you. Do you know what that means? If the outside world knew that he personally made desserts for the girls, they would be amazed. Yi Wuxuan dug down a piece of cake and thought for a moment to reply. Meaning I look like your mother? It was awfully quiet all around. Jishin adjusted his breathing and drew away the cake in front of Yi Wuxuan, smiling slightly. You're out of cake. Yi Wuxuan, who was halfway through eating and was happy. Chapter 22. If the flying bird misses the championship because of Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan was a bit depressed. Because of the cake being taken away halfway, she sleeps far away from Jishin. There was a gap between the two, like a young couple who had had a fight. On the other side, Jishin leaned on the bed and read. Occasionally when the corner of his eyes landed on Yi Wuxuan, his deep, bottomless ink eyes would be tainted with a few smiles. This was the first time he had seen Yi Wuxuan sulking. It's a bit lackluster to say the least though, but she does look a lot cuter like this than when she's expressionless. Early the next morning, Yi Wuxuan slowly sat up straight, the underside of his eyes glowing slightly green. Last night, he was too far away from Jishin to smell the tranquilizing light fragrance, and his sleep quality dropped a lot. She rubbed the back of her neck and walked out of the bedroom. Ms. Yi is awake? Ji Xiao ordered before he left that if you want to eat cake, there is frozen tiramisu in the refrigerator. The maid followed behind Yi Wuxuan with a big smile. That's what Ji Xiao made himself last night. Yi Wuxuan's footsteps lurched. There's spirit. After eating tiramisu, Yi Wuxuan took a car and went to Flying Bird. When she got out of the car, the little red sedan in front of her also happened to open its door and step out of two familiar-looking people. One is Qin Lai, the Flying Bird chess tutor, and the other is the dessert store owner's wife, whom he met yesterday. The boss's wife helped Qin Lai out of the car. Pops, come. Slow down, slow down. Be careful of bumping your head. She and Qin Lai are father and daughter. When Qin Lai, who was on crutches, got off the car smoothly, the boss's wife also discovered Yi Wuxuan. It's you, the beautiful girl who bought the cake yesterday. The boss's wife's eyes erupted with brilliance. What a coincidence. Why are you here? For the face controllers, Yi Wuxuan's existence was a pile of glittering rare treasures. She's a student of Fei Bird and the one who's going to participate in this inter-school league. Qin Lai glanced at Yi Wuxuan and walked into the school on his crutches. So you're one of Pop's students? He's usually a pain in the ass, isn't he? The boss's wife smiled shyly. You like dessert, don't you? You can go to my place after school. It's filling. The word full really attracted Yi Wuxuan, but there is no merit in it. She thought about it and found a way to have the best of both worlds. I remember you had a job posting in front of your store. I'd like to make some pocket money. Then you can come to my store as a part-time bellhop right after school. The boss's wife extended her hand. My name is Qinyu. Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan returned the grip. The day's lessons ended quickly. In the evening, before Yi Wuxuan left the school, Shangguan Xinglin's voice rang out on the radio. Senior Class 7 Yi Wuxuan, come to the principal's office. What did Shangguan Xinglin want with himself? Yi Wuxuan frowned lightly and walked towards the principal's office. In the hallway outside the principal's office stood a dozen or so students, all of whom were about to represent the Flying Birds in the Intercollegiate League. Seeing Yi Wuxuan, each of them showed contempt in their eyes and snorted coldly. Inside the principal's room, Rong Qingru threw her voice. Principal Shangguan, after our verification, Yi Wuxuan indeed did not take a grade in the chess association. On top of that, she didn't come to report to the chess room for 2 days in a row, and even reduced the chess games that everyone had trained so hard onto this bit of stuff. People were very angry, but it was all a small matter. What mattered was the face of the school. Are we going to field a rookie on league day? If that's true, the other schools will surely laugh at us. The Flying Birds, for having no talent and not even being able to put together a team of 20 participants. After speaking, a hint of calculation flashed in Rong Qingru's eyes. Yi Wuxuan, didn't you want to play a lustful trick to seduce Brother Shen? I'll just join forces with the students and kick you off the team and see what else you can do. Who told you that not having taken a grade means you don't know how to play chess? Yi Wuxuan walked into the principal's office with an icy expression. When she was playing against the world's #1 chess player, Rong Qingru still didn't know which corner to stay in. Since you know how, do you dare to play a game against me? Rong Qingru heckled, staring at Yi Wuxuan closely. She must dismantle Yi Wuxuan's lies. Playing against me? Yi Wuxuan's black pupils surfaced with sarcasm. Are you worthy? When did any cat or dog get to play against her? You. Rong Qingru's face turned blue. All right. Shangguan Xinglin rested his hands on the table and inquired Yi Wuxuan. Pick someone you think is worthy to play against me. At first, he agreed to Yi Wuxuan representing Fei Bird because of Yi Wuxuan's bright performance in school. She not only scored perfect marks in her own monthly exams, but also taught the Hangman's 7th class to become a top class. Best friend Jishin also spoke highly of Yi Wuxuan. So when he heard Yi Wuxuan say that he was going to participate in the inter-school chess league, he tacitly assumed that Yi Wuxuan knew how to play chess and was not bad at it. It turned out that Yi Wuxuan didn't even take the grade. Then he needed to call Yi Wuxuan over to confirm it. If Yi Wuxuan really didn't know how to play chess, he wouldn't have let Yi Wuxuan continue to compete. Birds of prey are birds of prey for all. The honor of the bird of prey is the honor of all. He couldn't just ignore it. No need. She'll get off. Qin Lai came in on his crutches, his head full of pale hair swaying with his steps. I was playing chess when she came to the chess room yesterday. She looked at the board for 3 seconds before dropping her eyes to the chariot position, determining that it was the best move. This step took me a full 20 minutes to think about, while it only took her 3 seconds. How can someone like that be a novice? He was certain that Yi Wuxiang was a genius at chess. There wasn't a single student in the whole of Flying Bird that was better than her. A single glance is enough to determine that Yi Wuxiang knows chess? Wouldn't this be too childish? Rong Qingru stared wide-eyed, feeling that it was outrageous, and pursued the question unwillingly. If something goes wrong, or if the champion is missed because of Yi Wuxiang, who can be held responsible? I'm in charge. Qin Lai stared at Rong Qingru. If Flying Bird misses out on the championship because of Yi Wuxiang, Qin Lai, take the blame and resign. Are you satisfied? Qin Lai had more or less been a popular figure in the chess world, and this eye pressure over directly caused Rong Qingru to take half a step back. In a sorry state, since Elder Qin has said so, I announce that Yi Wuxiang will continue to compete. Shangwan Qinglin sealed the deal. Rong Qingru could only bring her students back in defeat. Yi Wuxiang stood at the entrance of the principal's office and said faintly towards Qin Lai, I will take the championship. She didn't expect Qin Lai to come out and speak up for her, and even bet her career. Of course you will. Qin Lai didn't say much as he hunched over and left. There was a time when he was just as confident as Yi Wuxiang. Dessert shop. Yi Wuxiang changed into the attire Qin Yu had prepared for her and wrinkled her eyebrows as she walked out of the dressing room. Sister Qin, do I have to wear this work clothes? Of course, my dessert store has a theme rotation, and this week's theme is, Maid Comes to Me. Qin Yu placed the vertical signboard and looked up at Yi Wuxiang, her eyes instantly sparkling with love. This picture is awesome. Yi Wuxiang wore a black and white maid's pleated skirt, a white Katyusha hair band on her head, and a white lace apron around her waist. The apron skirt has longer straps and ties and a big bow behind her, which really makes it as cute as it needs to be, though the owner of the maid's outfit had a cold, detached look on her face and tugged at her sleeves uncomfortably. It was just the right amount of contrast to the attire. The result is, it's even cuter. Yi Wuxiang tugged at his sleeves and looked at the desserts in the window. She endured. Watson Mansion. Conference Hall. The department heads looked at me. I looked at you, not understanding why the handsome and honorable Ji Shao suddenly shut up and was still looking out the window. Season. You shout a hammer shout. Don't you know that Ji Shao is thinking about how to quickly conquer the exotic market? Chapter 23. This maid is obviously pretty but excessively capable of fighting. Dessert shop. Yi Wuxiang was pushed to the entrance of the store by Qin Yu. With this push, a steady stream of guests arrived. Men and women, young and old. The store filled up right away. Qin Yu dispensed the desserts and plated them in the operation room and handed them to Yi Wuxiang, and taught her, Master, this is the Yangji ganache and strawberry cake you ordered. Please enjoy. Have you learned it? Yi Wuxiang nodded his head, signaling his understanding, then placed the drink cake towards the table, his eyes blazing. Drink. Qin Yu, guest, thanks, have learned to scrap. Despite the maid's less-than-maidenly attitude, business is still going strong. In front of the dessert store, a young girl in a blue plaid ultra-short skirt fanned herself with her hand and daintily said to the teenager in a set of gray casual clothes beside her, Brother Meng, I'm so tired, why don't we have a drink and then go to the chess association? Aha! Meng Yunjing nodded in agreement with a courteous attitude. Then let's go to this dessert store. Wu Zixuan took Meng Yunjing's arm as she walked intimately inside, a triumphant smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. In the circle of upper-class girls in Yan City, there has always been the saying of Xiang Yu Zheng Jing. It means that Shen Wenyu, whose family is in business, and Meng Yunjing, whose family is in politics, are the best choices in two different circles. In the future, if you want to be the president's wife, keep an eye on Shen Wenyu. If you want to be an official's wife in the future, look for Meng Yunjing. She, Wu Zixuan, wanted to be an official's wife, so from a long time ago, she stuck to Meng Yunjing and wouldn't let go. Wu and Meng's families are family friends. Meng Yunjing likes chess and she learns chess. The two are also going to represent Yan City High School No. 3 in the inter-school chess tournament this time. This store is so crowded. Is it a Netflix store? Make way, make way, make way. Wu Zixuan pulled Meng Yunjing and squeezed hard inside. If she looked back, she would find the square-featured Meng Yunjing frowning, clearly not liking what she was doing. It was only the upbringing of his family that made it bad for him to brush off his female companion in public. This forbearance was taken as indulgence by Wu Zixuan, who squeezed even harder and accidentally bumped the arm of the guest next to her. Ah! The guest whimpered, his hand slipping as the glass of juice went down the drain. As Meng Yunjing watched the glassy juice cup about to shatter, a slender white hand precisely caught the cup and shoved it back into the guest's hand, drawing a straight stare from the guest. The owner of the hand was dressed in a cute maid outfit, and her looks were better than all the women Meng Yunjing had seen in the past. Her willow eyebrows delicate, black pupils clear, cherry lips lip shape is good, agar nose a little like jade, temperament cold and detached, and the body of this set of maidservant outfit out of place and accidentally blend. She noticed him, too, and after only a faint glance, she moved between the guests with light agility, carrying her tray. What is Brother Meng looking at? Wu Zixuan turned around and realized that Meng Yunjing was looking at a young girl dressed as a maid. She came on fire, her eyes narrowing as she mentally cursed the little. The mouth was simply innocent. Oh, maids. I've heard from others that these are the type of people who are little too young girls who drop out of school to work and don't want to get down to work, so they can only wear uniforms to make themselves look sexy, and then seduce rich people to become mistresses like this. Yeah, Meng Yunjing was non-committal. Intuition told him that the maid just now was not one of those. Her eyes were lonely. Loners don't bother with that sort of thing. My turn, boss. I'll have one. Wu Zixuan finished ordering and found an empty seat with Meng Yunjing, casually placing her purse on the stool next to her. 5 minutes later, Yi Wuxuan brought over the things they ordered and placed them on the table one by one. Nah, brother Meng, do you think our third middle school can win the championship in this inter-school chess league? Wu Zixuan bit the word chess very heavily, and looked at Yi Wuxuan's reaction while saying it. Do you know anything about chess? It's not Go. It's not chess. It's not backgammon. It's chess played by foreigners, and it's out of the reach of poor people. Know the difference? Yi Wuxuan didn't react. The rest of the people in the dessert store did look at Wu Zixuan one more time. One kid said in an adoring tone, "Wow, that sister actually knows how to play chess. I can't even read it." Upon hearing this, Wu Zixuan's chin lifted. Complacent. Before we changed our mentor, we didn't have much of a chance of winning, and with the new mentor, the title is ours. Meng Yunjing seriously analyzed it. Unlike Wu Zixuan's braggadocio, it's thanks to your father who is the mayor. Otherwise the president of the chess association and chessmaster wouldn't have given face and come to the third middle school to teach us in person. Wu Zixuan emphasized the word mayor again. This time, more people in the store were paying attention to the two of them. My God, I actually met the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing, here. It's really worthy of being the mayor's son. He's a great instrument at such a young age. He'll surely be as powerful as his father in the future. Who's the girl next to him? It's the vice mayor's only daughter, Wu Zixuan. They went to a nursing home together as father and daughter to console them. I've seen that report. What kind of luck did I have today? Meeting the two strongest second-generation officials in Yen City. Wu Zixuan enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by gazes. Meng Yunjing was just the opposite. He hated it when people always mentioned his father, as if all his accomplishments were brought about by the aura of the mayor's father. Nothing to do with his effort and diligence. He looked around the dessert store and realized that the maid was the only one who didn't pay much attention to him because of Wu Zixuan's words. She still moved between the guests, her face calm. Speaking of which, Wu Zixuan began to chatter, completely oblivious to the fact that there was an extra thieving hand next to her, quietly touching her purse. Swish, the thief stole the wallet and ran. My wallet. There's a thief. Catch the thief. With hindsight, Wu Zixuan stood up and shouted, Shuang, call the police. Qin Yu wiped her hands on her apron. The customer was the one who lost something in their store, and it would be bad if it was on their heads. Yi Wuxuan's eyes light convergence. Arm flung. The silver tray containing dessert swoosh, 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 swoosh flew out, directly smashed into the back of the small thief. Ow! The little thief's stomach stretched in pain and turned his head to look at Yi Wuxuan. When he saw Yi Wuxuan walking up, his legs stomped and before he could leap out, he was grabbed by Yi Wuxuan by the back collar and yanked back. Snap! The little thief sat on his ass. Seeing this, the brothers who were covering outside the door rose up and attacked, one or two of them ferociously, stretching their fists and kicking their feet. Yi Wuxuan dodged and turned around with a handsome roundhouse kick. A few minutes passed, and they were all lying on the ground in unison, ouching and screaming. Yi Wuxuan rubbed his wrist, condescending, his eyes coldly looking at their gang of weaklings. There were already a lot of people around, along with the customers in the dessert store, all of whom had their mouths open to zero and stared blankly. What did they see? A pretty maid who, in 5 minutes, took out a gang of thieves in one fell swoop? May I ask if this is the set of some movie? Is that a groupie on the floor? Qin Yu closed his mouth, came to Yi Wuxuan and patted Yi Wuxuan's shoulder, spitting out 2 words. Awesome. Warm-hearted citizens escorted the thief to the police station. Wu Zixuan's styled pompous wallet returned to its rightful owner. She opened her wallet and checked if there was anything missing inside, and found that a card was missing. She walked to Yi Wuxuan and questioned angrily. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you see those guys stole my bank card? Are you blind? You. Qin Yu's eyes glared. This deputy mayor's only daughter is too unreasonable, isn't she? Xiao Shuang helped her subdue the thief and get her wallet back, and she didn't even say thank you, but she even scolded Xiao Shuang for being blind? One more mouthful and I won't mind putting you in the police station too. Yi Wuxuan coldly looked askance at Wu Zixuan and turned around to go back to work in the dessert store. A bystander whistles. What a draga girl. Chapter 24. It's not too much to ask Yi Wuxuan to kowtow to goddess Rong, right? Wu Zixuan, however, froze for a moment, and in anger, She defiantly followed Yi Wuxuan's footsteps, wanting to find trouble with Yi Wuxuan. Who the hell are you to talk to me with that attitude? Believe it or not, I'll dash. Stop it. Meng Yunjing pulled Wu Zixuan in a low voice and scolded her. When you opened your wallet, the bank card fell on the floor by itself. No one else took it. Ha! Wu Zixuan looked down, and indeed saw a bank card on the ground. She leaned over to pick up the bank card and looked up in resigned tears. Brother Meng, this woman threatened me and said she would send me to jail. Meng Yunjing turned a blind eye and came to Yi Wuxuan's side, bowing and seriously thanking him. Thank you for getting our wallets back, and I apologize for her rudeness. A total of $137. Credit card or cash? Yi Wuxuan handed the small list to Meng Yunjing with a cold brow. She had no intention of making small talk with them. Swipe the card. Meng Yunjing took out her card, her ears reddening. She didn't seem to care about them, and as he got closer, he realized she was even prettier, in a deathless kind of way. Take your time and don't see me off. Ending the cashiering, Yi Wuxuan continued with her duties. Wu Zixuan, on the other hand, was being pointed at by the people around her. The daughter of a deputy mayor. Why is she so ill-mannered? Brother Meng, let's get out of here. If we don't, the chess association will be closed. Wu Zixuan didn't want to continue staying with the dilettantes and hurriedly pulled Meng Yunjing away. The sun was setting and the guests were leaving. Qin Yu tiredly pounded his waist, a smile of satisfaction on his face. We really made a fortune today. The smile hadn't lasted 3 seconds before Qin Lai staggered into the dessert store on his crutches, bottle in hand. And chess. Qin Lai muttered under his breath and fell head over heels in front of Qin Yu. Pops. Qin Yu hurriedly assisted his father to the cubicle crib to rest. She skillfully prepared the sobering tea and a host of medicines, obviously used to dealing with this kind of scene. Wuggy, Woki, the drunken Qin Lai shouted angrily, full of unwillingness and humility. Qin Yu's action of cleaning up lurched, and tears slipped indisputably. Yi Wuxuan came to the doorway of the cubicle, and his eyes fell on Qin Lai, who had his eyes tightly closed. A draw is a game of chess in which both players do not win or lose. Draw in a tournament without winning or losing points. Xiaoshuan, noticing Yi Wuxuan's arrival, Qin Yu hurriedly turned her face away to wipe her tears, her voice hoarse. I've made you laugh. What's wrong with him? Yi Wuxuan frowned lightly. Qin Yu's lips twitched and he didn't say anything. There are some things that she is not good at telling outsiders, but if she keeps it in for a long time, it's hard for her to feel good inside. In the middle of the day, she said in a low voice, it's an obsession that fell out of place earlier in the tournament. That contest where you were penalized for fighting? Yi Wuxuan's eyes flickered as he thought of past events about Qin Lai. It doesn't sit well with any man to learn that his wife is cheating on his former best friend and rival. It's a double betrayal, and the impulse to hit is understandable. It's the back. Qin Yu's expression drifted up. After the fight, Pops was ridiculed at the chess association, and all the major educational institutions that had previously rushed to let him teach were shunned. The family's financial situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and I was hospitalized with a fever that required an expensive surgery. At the same time, the Chess Association's quadrennial selection of grandmasters has begun. The prize money from the contest was enough for my surgery, and Pops immediately signed up for the contest. On the day of the race, my condition deteriorated and the hospital kept calling Pops, resulting in a soul-crushing loss after loss. The points come down to the most crucial round, where Pops meets the man he hates the most. The former best friend who stole his wife and intentionally angered him at the tournament, Sun Jiahao. It's not what it used to be, and Sun is the favorite to win the title. Fully clothed and spring-loaded, Pops, bearded and in tattered clothes, sat across from him, because he had to take care of me. Pops didn't spend as much time practicing chess as he used to, and he couldn't beat Sun Jiahao. When he was about to lose, Pops pleaded with Sun to draw. As long as we can draw this game and not lose any points to each other, Pops will be able to play another hand and hopefully win me the money for my surgery. But Sun Jiahao doesn't get along. No matter how much Pops pleaded, he didn't get along. In the end, Sun Jiahao won. And the next day, the newspaper headline was striking. The humble pleas of a former genius could not prevent the birth of the new king of chess. There was also the irony that my mother betrayed Pops because Pops was so incompetent and deserved it. Qin Yu was in tears again. This tournament was the last straw that crushed my old man, and I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for the former principal of Soaring Bird Academy reaching out and asking my old man to come to the school to teach chess, and helping to pay for his surgery. Now, Pops teaches chess in high school, and Sun is the president of the Chess Association. As long as Pops stays away from chess, he will be reminded day after day of the painful experiences Sun has brought him. I just hope that Pops can come out of the shadows soon, stay away from everything related to Sun Jiahao, and live happily and healthily. Your hopes are dashed. Yi Wuxuan broke Qin Yu's beautiful dream with a calm tone.
He and Sun Jiuhao will soon be reunited and will become rivals once again. Meng Yunjing and Wu Zixuan were students at the third high school. 3 middle schools are within the boundaries of this intercollegiate chess league, the 2 previously revealed at the store. Meng Yunjing's mayor father has personally stepped in and asked Chess Association Master Sun Jiahao to become the new chess tutor at the third middle school, aiming to lead the students of the third middle school and win the championship of this league. Time passed and the wheels of fate overlapped as Qin Lai and Sun Jiahao once again became rivals. Only this time, it was each other's students who fought for it. Qin Yu froze. She couldn't imagine what would become of Pops if she lost again this time. Evening. Jishin did not socialize and returned to the villa to eat with Yi Wuxuan. During the meal, Jishin looked at the clothes Yi Wuxuan was wearing from time to time, and a trace of regret swept through his deep, zephyr-like eyes. What's wrong with my school uniform? Yi Wuxuan put down her chopsticks and wrinkled her eyebrows in puzzlement as she asked. Nope. The man moved away. What could be done to make Yi Wuxuan wear a maid outfit and show it only to him? Time flies like an arrow. The day quickly came to the day of the inter-school league. Big red banners were stretched all over Flying Bird Academy, and everywhere there were students serving as volunteers to show the way to high school students from other schools. During this period of time, Yi Wuxuan lived a peaceful life. No ungrateful guys found her trouble. In contrast, the remaining dozen or so contestants are not having a very comfortable time. 1 or 2 of them pondered every day what to do if they were dragged back by Yi Wuxuan, and in the way of their mentor Qin Lai personally vouching for Yi Wuxuan, so they had to go to the forums and whine, spitting on Yi Wuxuan who hadn't even passed the grade, yet he could compete on behalf of the birds of prey because of a single glance. When Goddess Rong wanted to play against Yi Wuxuan and begged for proof of Yi Wuxuan's strength, Yi Wuxuan used Goddess Rong's unworthiness to put it off. That's bull *******. People have read the post and split into 2 attitudes. A kind of trust in Yi Wuxuan, thinking that Yi Wuxuan wouldn't mess around, and that the tutor and principal wouldn't be wrong. A kind of disbelief in Yi Wuxuan, feeling that this was hanging in the balance and that he might lose. Everyone was exchanging polite and friendly comments and opinions until Rongqingru's loyal fans came up and posted. If Fei Bird loses this competition, it's not too much to ask Yi Wuxuan to kowtow to Goddess Rong, right? Chapter 25 So you are Yi Wuxuan. The posting indicated that Goddess Rong, as the president of the student council, was already busier than ordinary students, and it was already rare that she could keep her academic performance from going backwards. But now she also insisted on going to the chess room to train for 2 hours every day after school. She was definitely the one who wanted to win the most and worked the hardest. She was even a 7th level chess master, the one with the highest strength band out of all the participating students. On the contrary, Yi Wuxuan didn't participate in the intensive training even once. The goddess was worried about a mistake in the match and proposed to play against Yi Wuxuan to verify his strength. Yi Wuxuan, however, blurted out that the goddess was not worthy of playing against her. With an extremely bad attitude, asked Yi Wuxuan, a village girl from the countryside, can she understand chess? If he lost this competition, it would definitely be Yi Wuxuan dragging his feet. If Yi Wuxuan didn't kowtow to the goddess and thank her, their group of loyal fans would never let Yi Wuxuan off easily. As soon as the post came out, it immediately drew a warm response from Rongqingru's brainwashed fans. In less than half a day, the number of replies was up to 1,000, all of which were petitions from brain-dead fans. There is a tendency of you Yi Wuxuan are messing up the court and oppressing the loyal ministers. Since His Holiness is also blinded by you, then we the people will make a joint petition, and we have to get you killed. Compared to the group's agitation, the 7th class students were much more refined and easygoing. Jane Jiaoyang, for example, went to that post with a big name and left 3 words. Lose your mom. What's wrong with being from the country? Putting aside birth and parents, who here is more honorable than anyone else? Can't a country bumpkin understand chess? It's discrimination. They believe in the queen. The queen never loses. The entrance to Flying Bird Academy. Wu Zixuan walked out of the bus chartered by the 3rd middle school and saw the imposing sculpture fountain of the flying birds, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's so beautiful. She would have wanted to come to Fei Jiao, but her father said that their family was in politics and they couldn't send their children to an aristocratic school. Aristocratic schools charge high fees, are suspected of corruption and bribery, and are prone to fall into disrepute. So, she'll just have to go to the 3rd grade school that normal people go to. But my father also said not to care about the rich kids who are out of their league. Their parents are businessmen, and to do business well, they have to have good relations with the government and they have to look at the official's face. Not everyone, after all, is a capital city quarterback. Thinking about this, Wu Zixuan's heart was much more balanced. Meng Yunjing got out of the car one after another with the rest of the participating students and stopped in front of the notice board at the entrance of the school. The bulletin board was labeled with a list of participating students from the 8 high schools, and each name was followed by the corresponding chess strength band. As far as the eye could see, Most of them were 7th ranked chess players, 8th ranked chess players and 9th ranked chess players. Laughing my ass off. How come there's still a segment tentative in this bird academy? Yi Wuxuan? Male or female? Such a stupid name. At a glance, Wu Zixuan saw that in the list of bird academy, there was a person named Yi Wuxuan followed by the display of none, and loudly scoffed. Meng Yunjing wrinkled his eyebrows, very much disagreeing with Wu Zixuan's opinion, and opened his mouth warmly. Names represent parental expectations, and the world is not stupid. Speaking of Wuxuan, he couldn't help but think of the maid he met that day at the dessert store. Her looks, temperament and fighting ability were unrivaled in the years he had experienced. By the way, I think the owner of the dessert store called her Shuang? What's her full name? Let's make a trip to the sweet store when the game is over. Maybe we'll see her. I've been so busy training the last few days that I couldn't go even if I wanted to. Meng Yunjing's ears quietly reddened. Master's son, come, this way please. The teacher in charge of leading the group in the 3rd middle school invited the person with the highest status in the car to get off the bus. It was an old man of about 60 years old, dressed in an expensive black suit, with leather shoes on his feet, his hair combed brightly, hale and hearty. He is the current president of Yin Chess Association, one of the masters of the association, and the mentor of this 3rd form, Sun Jiahao. Sun Jiahao walked to the notice board, looked at the name of the student who was not available at the moment, and then looked at the end of the list, where it was written Tutor Qin Lai, and snorted out a laugh. Old friends are really getting out of shape. They can't even come up with 20 students who know how to play chess. Shame on them. Sports field. The ring for this tournament was laid out in the center of the Flyer Athletic Complex because the bleachers could accommodate more spectators. In addition to our students, students from other schools also came to watch the game. The teams representing the Flying Birds arrived here early and lined up neatly. Rong Qingru stood in the first place because she had the highest strength segment, and Xin Wenyu stood in the second place. Yi Wuxuan was placed in the last position. I don't know whether it was discussed in advance or not, but everyone made small fights, talked and laughed, and collectively ignored Yi Wuxuan. The 19th also deliberately took half a step forward, leaving more space with Yi Wuxuan, as if she was some kind of flooding beast. Yi Wuxuan didn't care. She just wants to win this league on behalf of the Flyers and complete the trial mission, too. In the front row, Rong Qingru took the time to look at the calm Yi Wuxuan, thinking of Yi Wuxuan's words in the principal's office that she was not worthy of playing against her, and slightly clenched her fists. Yi Wuxuan, the match is about to start. I'll see how you're going to pretend next. On the other side, Meng Yunjing led the participating students of the 3rd middle school into the sports field. His pupils clenched as he passed by the Flyers group. He saw the maid from the sweet store. She was standing right there in the Flying Birds entry line. A student of Flying Birds. Why, it's you. Wu Zixuan also saw Yi Wuxuan, and her eyes instantly gathered thick anger. It was this that caused her to lose face at the dessert store, leading to Brother Meng's cold attitude towards her. I can't believe that she's actually a student of the Flying Birds and is going to participate in this league just like them. After seeing the 3 words Yi Wuxuan engraved on the nameplate on Yi Wuxuan's left chest, the anger in Wu Zixuan's eyes turned into disdainful contempt. So you're Yi Wuxuan, the rookie whose segment is temporarily unavailable. You'd better pray you don't run into me later, or you'll see what I'll do to you. The one who should pray should be you. Yi Wuxuan lifted the curtains of his eyes, and a cold light appeared on his black pupils. Wu Zixuan, mind your manners. Meng Yunjing's voice was more than a trifle angry, and when he turned his head to speak to Yi Wuxuan, his voice was apologetic and gentle, and a little nervous. Yi student, I'm sorry she offended you again. I promise this will never happen a 3rd time. With that, he led the students to where they were supposed to stand. This wasn't the time to chat. He'd find her for contact information when the game was over. 8 teams are arriving one after another. The students watching the game were also seated one by one. When it came to the point, Shangwan Xinglin came on stage to preside over the big game and introduce the flow and rules of the competition. The process is simple. 8 teams of 20 players each. First of all, they were divided into 4 groups according to the results of the draw, and played 20 copies of 1v1 games. Whichever student wins adds 1 point to that student's school. At the end of the game, if the 2 schools have the same number of points, they will each choose 1 person to play again, and the winner advances to the second round. Only 4 teams remain in the second round, and then draw lots to split into 2 groups to continue playing 1v1 games, with the team with the most points advancing to the finals. Chapter 26, the competition begins. After introducing the rules, Shangwan Xinglin invited the mentors from the 8 schools to come up and draw lots. This group of tutors were both male and female, all on the high side of the age scale, and the person with the most glamorous and luxurious clothes and the most refreshed look was none other than Sun Jiahao. Qin Lai was leaning on his crutches, his face was pale, and his over-the-shoulder white hair was casually spread out. At first glance, it's hard to imagine that these two are of similar age. Before he even reached the draw box, Sun Jiahao walked towards Qin Lai, generously opening his arms in a warm manner. Long time no see, old friend, how have you been? The word friend pierced Qin Lai's ears, and the unpleasant past of the past years flashed quickly in his mind. His face was blue, his crutches accelerated his pace to cross over Sun Jiahao, and he went to the box and drew a lot, his hands shaking terribly. He remembered that there was another tutor in the third form, so why was Sun Jiahao here? Sun Jiahao let out a tisk and sounded aggrieved. Look at you. You're still mad at me for not letting you draw in the tournament in the first place, aren't you? Haven't I explained that already? That match was important to me as well. You can't ask me not to be a master and lose to you on purpose, can you? His voice was loud enough for the whole room to hear. Those who didn't know the inside story thought that Qin Lai was not as skilled as he was, and selfishly wanted his good friend to sacrifice himself to fulfill him in chess. A good friend didn't want it and he holds a grudge to this day. Small-minded. The eyes of everyone that fell on Qin Lai couldn't help but add a few more points of contempt and disdain. People Sun Masters do not care about the past. Shouting your friends to embrace you. You do not even care. Deserve to mix poorly. There was also a boy in the group of third form students who gave the middle finger to the students on Fei Yu's side, causing Fei Yu's side to get upset. Alas, forget it, some destinies cannot be forced. Sun Jiahao sighed and went forward to draw lots, a sharp edge hidden in his eyes. I didn't realize that after so many years, the game between us would turn from a chessboard to a student. I really can't wait to meet up with Fei Yu and see who loses and who wins. Drawing of lots session is over. Shangwan Qinglin announced the results, and in the first round, the flying birds in third form staggered. Birds of Prey versus First Center, third grade versus Medical University High School. The tournament began on the large playground, with 100 or so chess games being played simultaneously. Checkmate, General. A student gets points quickly. There are also students who are thinking hard, scratching their heads and struggling with what to do next. On the Flyers side, young Qingru was the first to score a point for the school. The stands erupted in loud, inspiring applause. The tournament was the Flyers' home game, and with all of the Flyers students watching the game, the reaction was naturally a little bigger than other schools. That's the advantage of playing at home. By the same token, it would have been far more upsetting and humiliating to lose at home. On Yi Wushuang's side, his opponent was a cute round-faced girl. Yi Wushuang moved the pieces to finish the first move, pressed the chess clock, and waited for the round-faced girl to beckon. The round-faced girl smiled sweetly and was about to move her chess piece when her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and blushed. What? Supermarket chips are half price and Coke is buy one get one free? I'll be right over. The round-faced girl leaped out of the playground in a puff of smoke, apologizing as she ran. Mentor, I'm leaving first. I can't win against the flying birds anyway. 886. The referee walks over, looks at the game, which has only moved one move, and picks up the megaphone to yell. Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wushuang wins, plus 1 point. Yi Wushuang, a middle school student. Audience, it is true, as the round-faced girl said, that the overall strength of the first school is not as strong as the flying birds, and the points are greatly behind. Even if she didn't leave and won Yi Wushuang, the 1 point gained would be powerless. In this round, ICHS lost and Flyers won to advance to the second round. In the next arena, the third middle school led by Mang Yunjing also beat the Medical University High School at a very fast pace, advancing with an advantage. The instructor of the Medical University High School consoled the students. Don't be discouraged, they are taught by Master Sun. Their strength is steady to win the championship. You are already very good. Yi Wushuang walked down the chess platform and as he passed by Rong Qingru sarcastically said, good luck, but what are you going to do in the next round? She had thought that the first round would make Yi Wushuang show his true colors. As a result, Yi Wushuang's opponent ran away, and Yi Wushuang picked up a point for nothing, mixing up a win. But Yi Wushuang couldn't be so lucky all the time, could he? Just mind your own business. Yi Wushuang stopped, slightly inclined his head and squinted at Rong Qingru from the corner of his eyes. Or, you want me to run you? Her patience was limited and she would not indulge in allowing Qingru to be over and over again. Rong Qingru was furious. I'll see how long you can go wild. The second round of draws began with the Flyers and third form staggered again. Flyers versus Teachers College. Third middle school versus Experimental High School. This round was slightly more anxious than the last. It took young Qingru 7 minutes to defeat his opponent and take the first point for the flying bird. Goddess Young is the best. Brainstormers in the audience shouted. On Yi Wushuang's side, his opponent was a dimpled boy. Dimpled boy went ahead and pressed the chess clock. Please. Yi Wushuang moved his pieces and was about to press the chess clock when Dimple Boy's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and his face changed dramatically. What? Our family's old sow has given birth, and 9 of them in one breath? I'll be right over. Dimple Boy leaped out of the playground in a flash, apologizing as he ran. Mentor, I'll go first. I can't win against Flying Bird anyway. 886. The referee walks over, looks at the game, which has only moved 2 moves, and picks up a megaphone to yell, Flying Bird Academy. Yi Wushuang wins, plus 1 point. Yi Wushuang. Students at normal high school. Audience. It is also true, as Dimple Boy said, that normal high school, despite its strengths, is still no match for the Flyers and is a long way behind in points. Flying Bird wins and advances to the finals. Next door. The third form also beat the experimental high school without a doubt to reach the final. The tutor from the experimental high school came to comfort. Don't be angry. It's normal for you to lose when you meet Master Sun students. Tutor. I'm not angry at losing to third form. I'm angry at her. The boy pointed at Yi Wushuang with one hand. Why does she get to win twice in a row for doing nothing? He couldn't take it. Whoops. When Yi Wushuang played the chess table this time, Rong Qingru learned her lesson and didn't talk nonsense to provoke. She was really afraid that if she said too much, Yi Wushuang would hit her with his hands. All she could do was scream inside. Yi Wushuang, count yourself lucky in the second round. Let's see how you can continue your good luck in the final against the third grade. The tournament comes down to the final round. The finals. Flying Bird High School versus Yen City No. 3 High School. The chess table was emptied, leaving only 20 tables for the game. Oops. Finally met. In the mentor's seat, Sun Jiahao leaned back in his chair and peeled an orange to eat, cozy and relaxed. Qin Lai, on the other hand, tensed his body and sat up straight to watch the chess table. He had just been watching the strength of the students from the third grade during the game. He was certain that San Zhong was stronger than Flying Bird, and that Rong Qingru's generation was not a match for Meng Yunjing and the others at all. Sun should not have traveled abroad much over the years to increase his experience by playing against the world's best players. And he can only play chess with himself at Asuka High School? The Flyers are bound to lose. No, the Flyers are not bound to lose. Qinlai rolled his eyes and locked onto Yi Wushuang, who was ascending the stage. Flying Bird in her. Chapter 27 1v19. Play together. Count me out if you go overtime. On the chess table, both students sat down in turn. Rong Qingru's opponent was Meng Yunjing. Facing the mayor's son, Rong Qingru had a decent smile and a gentle voice, showing the demeanor of a rich family's daughter. She hoped to be favored by the mayor's son so that whatever she wanted to do in the future would be more convenient. However, Meng Yunjing had no time to pay attention to Rong Qingru as he looked across the crowd at Yi Wushuang at the end of the line, his ears going red again. She looks great in a maid's outfit. I didn't realize it looked better in a school uniform. Less cute in her maid outfit. She's more cold and high-strung in her school clothes. Seeing this, Rong Qingru almost clenched her teeth. What exactly is so good about Yi Wushuang? Why look at Yi Wushuang, this mayor's son, I'm afraid, is not a blind man who doesn't know who knows the pearls and who is the fish-eye. On the other side, Yi Wushuang's opponent was Wu Zixuan. Wu Zixuan had just sat down when she snorted coldly. Yi Wushuang, I'm not going to leave halfway like your first two opponents, so don't cry and beg me for a draw later. Yi Wushuang didn't talk much and directly moved the pieces and pressed the chess clock. In the audience, there was a student watching the game between Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan. A bystander pushed him and discouraged. Are you stupid? What suspense can there be between Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan? Look at the others now. And yes. Other than the students of the 7th class, basically no one paid much attention to the game between Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan. It was because everyone knew that Yi Wushuang's chess segment showed temporary absence and hadn't taken a grade. It was pure luck that I was able to win 2 of them. A blind cat catching a dead rat. How can she compete with Wu Zixuan, the strongest of the 3 in the finals? She's definitely the fastest one out. Don't even think about it. Even a few reporters authorized by the school to be in charge of filming and video recording coincidentally pointed their cameras at the rest of the people, tacitly admitting that Yi Wushuang was out of the game. Time passes slowly in a more anxious game. Students from both schools fought fiercely on the chessboard in a tense and exciting battle. Young Qingru, who was carrying the hopes of the Flying Bird students, had beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, and not only did she not get the advantage, but she was also gradually in a disadvantageous position. She could clearly feel that Meng Yunjing always pressed her. It can't be helped. Who made the mentor of the 3rd middle school, the strongest chess player in Yen City? Sun Jiahao. She exhaled and pushed back her king. I concede. In chess, putting your king down is considered conceding defeat. If she didn't admit defeat, she would lose even more later. Oh, the lost voices rang out loudly. Seeing that Rong Qingru was defeated, the rest of the Flying Bird students also stopped holding on bitterly and admitted defeat one after another. Shen Wenyu held on the longest, but unfortunately it still didn't help, and he could only push back Wang Qi. It seems that the champion has been arrived at. Let's congratulate. No, Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan are still playing against each other. The referee scanned the board for a moment and was about to congratulate Sanaka when he realized that Flyer hadn't quite lost yet. Yi Wushuang, who everyone guessed would be out of the game early, was still sitting there, playing chess with Wu Zixuan. Sun Jiahao, who was all set to receive his award on the stage, turned to look at Qin Lai and realized that Qin Lai's eyes were staring at Yi Wushuang for an instant. The gleam in his eye was called hope. Yi Wushuang and Wu Zixuan instantly captured everyone's attention. Reporters rushed over there, afraid of missing any details. In the camera, Yi Wushuang was sitting in a standard posture. His back was straight, and he looked calm and unhurried. Wu Zixuan, however, was pale and sweaty. Her eyes were out of focus, and her lips were trembling. Where is the confidence and arrogance that was put in place before the game? The chess clock, next to it, had turned halfway around. It meant that Wu Zixuan had already spent half an hour just thinking about what her next move should be. After a few more minutes, Wu Zixuan pushed down Wang Qi. Breathless, I concede. She was no match for Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang was definitely not a rookie novice either. Yi Wushuang knew every move he was going to make. What Yi Wushuang wanted to do, she knew nothing about. Wow. The audience stirred, and those who had all but left the stage sat back down. Jane Jiaoyang led the students of Class 7 in cheering. The queen is mighty. The referee picks up the megaphone. Bird High School, Yi Wushuang wins. Enter the wheel fight mode. Wheel battle, a separate rule for the final. When there is only one person left on side A, they have to fight one-on-one against all the people on side B who are not yet out of the game. Guarding the last hope. This has no more than two results. Either win it all and even up the points. Then both mentors will decide the final battle, either exhausted and leaving the field in defeat against one or the other. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Wushuang shouldered the glory and victory of the entire Birds of Prey. The score between the Flyers and the third grade is currently 119. In other words, Yi Wushuang needed to win 19 games in a row to equalize the score. Not even one loss. Rong Qingru was confused. All of them lost to third form and Yi Wushuang won? She's a country bumpkin who really knows chess? Wasn't she supposed to hold them back? Why she became the last spark, the last hope? At the chess table, the referee asked Yi Wushuang with an excited expression, "Who do you want to play the first game with from the third form?" Yi Wushuang had the right to choose. "What time is it now?" Yi Wushuang replied, 4:30 in the afternoon. The referee looked down at his wristwatch. "Then let's go down together. I'm in a hurry to go to my part-time job." Yi Wushuang's tone was like saying that today's weather was nice and sparse. 1v19. Play against each other together. Timeout counts as my loss. She also had to work at Qin Yu's dessert store. When these words came out, all four were shocked. Sun Jiahao looked at Qin Lai frequently. Meaning, is this the student you taught? So crazy? The corners of Qin Lai's mouth rose as he gripped his cane tightly. He knew Yi Wushuang wouldn't let him down. The referee trotted over to Shangwan Qinglin, Sun Jiahao, and Qin Lai's side and asked for their opinion. Because what Yi Wushuang was going to do was unprecedented and outside the rules. Let's see what the two mentors say. Shangwan Qinglin's tone was complicated. He recalled his best friend Jishin's comments about Yi Wushuang. It's hard to hide a sharp sword in a box. Now it seems that this sword, to be sheathed. I don't have a problem with that. Qin Lai smiled, his eyes expectant. 1v19. What a crazy and blood-curdling thing to do. Since old friends are fine with it, then I agree. Sun Jiahao sneered. Let's just hope that after the game, no one will say that the third formers were outnumbered and bullied. The girl whose segment was temporarily unavailable and whose name was Yi Wushuang had won against Wu Zixuan correctly. However, Wu Zixuan's strength in the third form was only considered to be middle to lower. He didn't believe that Yi Wushuang could eat it all through. The staff followed instructions and rearranged the chess table. The 19 tables were surrounded in a U shape, making it easy for Yi Wushuang to stand in them and move back and forth. Meng Yunjing reappeared on stage with the students other than Wu Zixuan and took their seats in an orderly fashion. Yi Wushuang, are you sure you really want to do this? The referee inquired one last time. He hoped that Yi Wushuang would understand what it meant to do so. Chess is not a dry run. It's not something that can be solved with a punch or a kick. You have to use your brain to play chess. Use your brain to think, to lay out, to set up a trap. A normal person's brain is only enough to support a game of chess to win or lose. Yi Wushuang, on the other hand, had to deduce 19 games of chess in his head at the same time. How appalling. I'm sure. Yi Wushuang did not hesitate and walked into the U-shaped battlefield. Chapter 28, Matters Escalate. Versus Sun Jiahao. The moment Yi Wushuang stood in the U-shaped table, many spectators took out their cell phones and photographed the scene to send it to their friends to express their shock. From now on, regardless of whether Yi Wushuang lost or won, it would set off a certain amount of discussion heat in the attention of the crowd. Yi Wushuang did not talk nonsense and directly walked to a third-form student, moved the pieces and pressed the chess clock. Before that student could retaliate, Yi Wushuang had already walked to the next student, moving the pieces again and pressing the chess clock again. This action was repeated 18 times. It's so fast it's going to appear as a stump. You don't have to think too much about the first move. It's normal for the speed to be so fast.
Sun Jiahao sat down and continued peeling oranges, smiling without malice. My dog can be that fast even after a month of training.
Just kidding, don't mind. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qinglin's brows furrowed,
and the smirk in Qin Lai's eyes receded by a few points.
But they didn't refute it, because it really doesn't look like much in just the first step. Just have to put up with it for now. After Yi Wushuang finished his lap,
all 19 students of the third middle school also finished their second move and pressed the chess clock to wait for Yi Wushuang to take the next step.
Yi Wushuang began to walk the second lap, his movements still swift. This step doesn't require much brain power either. Keeping up the speed is the way to go.
Sun Jiahao stuffed oranges into his mouth. Yi Wushuang began to walk the third lap.
Starting with this turn,
there were 19 games,
each of which went in a very different direction,
but she was still playing chess very fast,
and in contrast,
the response from the third form side was getting slower and slower. Sun Jiahao's mouth that was chewing the fruit paused, and there was more than a trace of incomprehension in his eyes.
Logically speaking, the one who slowed down should be the girl named Yi Wushuang.
The first thing she had to do was to distinguish which of the 19 games of chess was in front of her. Then, only then can you consider what to do next and what the consequences of doing so are.
Unlike the third form, they only have to think about one game of chess. Yet does it make sense that someone who is thinking about just one game of chess is slower than someone who has to think about 19 games of chess? Is it the third graders who are too stupid? Or was Yi Wushuang's brain too strong?
Yi Wushuang began to walk the fourth lap.
Halfway through the walk,
2 students pushed the king to admit defeat and left the field in shame.
Pa 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 pa.
Jane Zhaoyang led the students of class 7 to clap hard,
looking excited. The queen is awesome. 1v19 doesn't even carry a falsehood. On the 5th lap, 6 students conceded. On the 6th lap, the opposition was down to 7. Every time Yi Wushuang walked around, a number of opponents would concede defeat. The only thing that remained the same was that she was still fast. The faster she was, the more she set off her opponent's excruciating slowness. At the end of the day, Yi Wushuang leaned back and sat on the inner circle table with her arms wrapped around her chest, waiting in boredom for her few opponents to figure out how to wield her offense. This scene is as cool and wild and tough as it gets. 10 minutes later, Meng Yunjing, the only remaining soul seed of the third form, pushed back Wang Qi. His tone complex, I admit defeat.
Not only does she have the looks of a city with strong fighting skills,
and great chess skills, and a calm, clear brain,
he was no match for Yi Wushuang.
Wow!
Flying Bird students jumped up from their chairs and cheered.
Yi Wushuang won the 1v19 wheel battle.
She scored 19 straight points for the Flyers.
The points that Rong Qingru,
Shen Wenyu and the others had lost.
She had won them back one by one. Shangwan Qinglin announced in a loud voice. Now that the scores are tied, the mentors of both teams are invited to battle. Applause.
Sun Jiahao was the first to get up from his chair,
his tone emotional.
I was saying before that our game went from board to student,
but I didn't realize it went from student back to board. Qin Lai didn't reply.
He didn't really know what words to use in return for the good friend who had betrayed and humiliated him. This look made Sun Jiahao narrow his eyes, and uneasiness rose in his heart. Yi Wushuang was Qin Lai's student. She was so strong at such a young age.
She must have been taught by Qin Lai. In other words,
Qin Lai hadn't given up on himself over the years, but had instead gotten stronger and stronger.
In that case,
the chances of winning on your own are not very good.
No, one cannot lose,
Sun Jiahao said in a voice that only the two could hear as Qin Lai brushed past him.
Speaking of which, you haven't contacted Akan in a long time, have you? Let me tell you, don't look at her. She's 50 years old now, and every night in bed, she's still Thai as hell. Ah Xiang, Qin Lai's ex-wife, Sun Jiahao's wife, Qin Yu's birth mother. These heartbreaking words directly caused Qin Lai's body, which was already ruined by alcoholism, to tremble violently, covering his heart and falling to the side, unconscious. Aya, what's going on? Sun Jiahao pretended to help. School nurse, Shangwan Qinglin shouted.
The paramedics rushed to resuscitate Qin Lai. It's a fainting spell caused by a rush of gas.
What's with the anger for a good reason? What can we do about this match then?
Sun Jiahao's face was full of innocence.
Shangwan Qinglin looked at the unconscious Qin Lai and then at Sun Jiahao. It can be ping. The word bureau hasn't been spit out yet. On the chess table,
Yi Wushuang maintained the movement of his hands around his chest and slowly raised his head, looking directly at Sun Jiahao.
No draw.
I'll play with Sun Jiahao.
The task given by the system is to win this inter-school league of chess, not a tie.
And she knows lips. She knew all of Sun Jiahao's words that irritated Qin Lai word for word. Qin Lai was also considered someone who had helped her speak. Qin Lai's daughter Qin Yu even lost money selling tiramisu to her and lied that it was on sale at the time. There was no reason why she couldn't help the father and daughter
get a little justice. When the words landed, the surrounding area fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked at each other, only feeling that this Yi Wushuang, overconfident, aren't you? That's Sun Jiahao, Grandmaster's son. president of the Yen City Chess Association, and a top grandmaster of the Chess Association. Who are you, Yi Wushuang? You just won 1v19, right? But you won a bunch of high school kids? It's not like anyone really thinks they can match the top chess players in the city just because they beat a dozen or so high school kids, is it? Little girl, are you serious? Sun Jiahao frowned. What he was afraid of was Qin Lai, who taught Yi Wushuang, not Yi Wushuang himself. Yi Wushuang was just beating 200 more high school students, and that was only slightly more talented young chess players. No match for a battle-hardened veteran like him. You're afraid? Yi Wushuang's head tilted. I would be afraid of you? Sun Jiahao snorted and turned his head to ask Shangguan Qinglin. Principal Shangguan, I was going to let this match end in a draw for the sake of an old friend, but the students from your school don't want to draw and want to challenge me as the president of the chess association. What do you say? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Since Yi Wushuang wants to challenge you, how about you give her a chance? Shangguan Qinglin obeyed Yi Wushuang. Aren't you afraid she'll lose? If this is lost, it's not even a draw. Sun Jiahao narrowed his eyes. I, Fei Bird Academy, can afford to lose. Shangguan Qinglin smiled. Yi Wushuang had defended the honor of the good flying bird. Even if she didn't win the next one, she was proud of her loss. In addition, he also wanted to see how high Yi Wushuang's chess level was. This sharp sword, and just how sharp it is. In that case, I can't say anything if I don't answer the battle? Sun Jiahao waved his big hand. Set up chess. Let him teach the young Yi Wushuang a lesson. Chapter 29, A Battle of Fame. The staff hurriedly cleaned up the chess table, leaving only one table on it, and set up the pieces. Yi Wushuang and Sun Jiahao, from the two entrances on the left and the right, went up to the stage opposite each other. Reporters were frantically snapping away at the scene. The audience was also flushed and excited. Sun Jiahao sat in front of the chessboard inside. When I play chess with little kids, I make the draw and give them a little confidence. But I wouldn't do that to you because you're too confident. When confidence goes too far, you need someone to clear your head. The moment Sun Jiahao sat down, his eyes were serious and it seemed like 10,000 peaks rose up behind him. The medieval Western European-style king's castle was erected in it, with flags flying at the top of the city. In front of the city gates, the king, wearing white royal robes, and the queen, with her gorgeous white dress, were both sitting on their horses. At his side, the bishops, knights, chariots, and praetorians, all in white and solemn, were poised for battle. Do you have that qualification? Yi Wushuang also sat down, his voice cold. As she sat down, flames descended from the heavens, incinerating half of the 10,000 mountain peaks. A new royal city was born from the ashes, with banners hunting and dancing wildly. In front of the city gates, the king was dressed in a black royal robe and the queen in a long black dress. In front of the two men was a neat formation of black-clad bishops and black-clad knights, black-clad praetorians, with black chariots, and the white legion stood symmetrically. Of course I have that qualification. Sun Jiahao pushed the pawns. With a wave of the white king's arm and the imposition of a call, the white praetorian guards rushed out without any hesitation. Yi Wushuang similarly moved the pawns. The black queen raised her hand and pointed, and the black forbidden guards met the white forbidden guards. Short swords meeting, sparks flying in all directions. Sun Jiahao moved again, and Yi Wushuang moved again. In the blink of an eye, the chessboard was ablaze with flames of war. Black and white intertwined everywhere, life and death, and the ground was full of mess. The battle continued as the game was played against each other. This battle has been fought and the highs and lows are becoming apparent. The White Legion is losing ground, and the Black Legion is taking advantage of the situation. Beyond the black and white, fine beads of sweat seeped from Sun Jiahao's forehead, and his hand, which waved the horn, grew more and more hesitant. Yi Wushuang's face did not change. The calmness on his face was as if it was engraved into his bones and blood. Reporters were all around the two, taking pictures from various angles. The flashing limelight reminded Sun Jiahao, this matchup will be publicized. There seemed to be people from the chess world in the distance, broadcasting live. If he lost, the outside world would soon learn about it. Winning or losing in itself isn't scary. Anyone can miss sometimes. The scary part is that the person who was about to beat him is a girl high school student Yi Wushuang who was only 18 years old. What was even more frightening was that before the match, he had said that Yi Wushuang was too confident and that he wanted to make Yi Wushuang sober up. It's not like you're slapping yourself in the face. Woki, I'll give you $200,000. Sun Jiahao tried his best to lower his voice for fear of being heard by outsiders. No end. Yi Wushuang's red lips lightly opened, her tone normal. It's also the fact that it's so normal that makes it stand out. The audience froze. No what? What is Yi Wushuang talking about? No draw, right? Probably. Could it be that Master Sun begged for peace in chess and Yi Wushuang didn't agree? No way. You guys heard wrong. That's the president of the chess association. How could he ask for a draw against a high school student? The more confident the outside world is in Sun Jiahao,
the more Sun Jiahao was afraid of the backlash from this confidence.
$500,000. He doubled the price and lowered his voice. I can give you $500,000 if you're willing to make a draw. I said no draw. Are you deaf?
Yi Wuxuan's black pupil swept through a trace of impatience and his voice raised.
This time, the auditorium listened. Yi Wuxuan is really saying no draw. Grandmaster's son actually begged for a draw twice. An older mentor rubbed his chin. I think I've seen this scene somewhere before. Another tutor spoke in a complicated tone. 30 years ago, during the Chess Association's Grandmaster's selection,
the game where Qinlai played Grandmaster Sun,
Qinlai begged Grandmaster Sun for a draw in the same way. The wind and water take turns.
That one match pulled Qinlai off the pedestal.
This one today will only be more forceful and intense than it was at first.
It was because Qinlai and Sun Jiahao were at least similar in age.
To put it mildly, unlike Yi Wuxuan and Sun Jiahao, who were so different in age. But what can be done about it?
No one had expected that the young girl whose paragraph rank was displayed as temporarily unavailable to be strong enough to crush the Chess Association's grandmasters.
Mentioning the master selection of that year,
Sun Jiahao had no reason to panic in his heart. He looked down at the defeated chess game and then looked up into Yi Wuxuan's eyes.
The sarcasm and contempt in those dark pupils struck right at his dignity, broke his defenses, shamed him to the core, spawned anger, slammed the table, and shouted orders. I'll let you draw. At this moment,
the horizontal flesh of his rich face trembled, and a few strands of his neat and clanky hair fell down. Behind such ferocity is the fall and embarrassment of the loser.
Opposite him,
Yi Wuxuan sat in a normal position,
his expression impassive, without any trace of timidity or fear.
Her slender white hand moved her queen's piece and her red lips opened.
Check, will. Queen's chess came to Sun's king's chess. Mate, military.
She pronounced it standardly. In the battlefield forged by the chessboard, the black queen drew her long sword and galloped her horse to the white king.
With one sword, he chopped him off his horse.
Sun Jiahao sat back on his butt,
his body weak and his eyes empty. Bird Academy. Yi Wuxuan wins.
The referee took a megaphone and raised his arms in a tone of excitement that is hard to summarize in words.
Snap. Shangwan Qinglin was the first to stand up and applaud. Snap. The entire audience stood up and applauded the tribute. Click, 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 click.
The reporter went crazy and shot wildly at Yi Wuxuan and Sun Jiahao,
only hating that he didn't have 2 extra hands. Queen, queen.
Jane Jiaoyang led the students of Class 7 in rhythmic shouting.
Queen, queen.
The students of Flying Bird Academy shouted after them. Yi Wuxuan slowly stood up,
so the reporters' cameras lifted up after her. She is, at this moment, the shining star. Meng Yunjing's eyes overflowed with adoration.
Shen Wenyu's heart puffed. Jane Jiaoyang and the others adored infinitely.
And Rong Qingru almost gritted her teeth.
This was supposed to be her cheer. Yi Wuxuan won away her things.
I haven't lost yet, Rong Qingru muttered, turning to stagger and hide into the gloom. It's been an interesting day for the Flyers. If before the holidays, someone asked in the forum, will there be a girl who will surpass young Qingru in the future? The answer must be no, young goddess YYDS. If you ask after the first flag-raising ceremony at the end of the vacation,
the answer will change.
Probably not, but it doesn't stop me from knocking Yi Wuxuan's face in force value.
If it was asked after the monthly exams as well as the school party,
the answer would be different again. Yi Wuxuan is pretty good, almost enough to touch young Qingru, right? But if you ask now, there is only one answer.
Yi Wuxuan was able to surpass Rong Qingru.
No, she has surpassed Rong Qingru. Chapter 30. She is Kala. Kala is her. The forum was once again butchered by Yi Wuxuan.
The post that made Yi Wuxuan kowtow to Rong Qingru to thank her before the match was also topped with high intensity. Only this time the people who left messages were no longer Rong Qingru's fans,
but Fei Bird's vast student population. Translate if you lose. It must be Yi Wuxuan dragging his feet, okay?
The one dragging her feet is Rong Qingru,
right?
And the rest of the participating students including Xin Wenyu.
If it wasn't for Yi Wuxuan,
Fei Bird would have lost a long time ago.
Smile.
Yi Wuxuan is even stronger than Chess Association Grandmaster Sun Jiahao.
In that case, Rong Qingru is indeed unqualified to find Yi Wuxuan to play against. At the same time,
Yi Wuxuan's votes in the school flower ranking increased wildly,
vaguely having the momentum of sprinting to the first place.
Rong Qingru's vote growth,
however,
was almost zero.
The forum was filled with praise and shock for Yi Wuxuan.
Yi Wuxuan herself didn't know that she was wiping the tables at the dessert store with a calm expression.
Qin Yu was busy in the operation room. Qinlai had already woken up and was sitting in the store watching Yi Wuxuan out of his mind.
When he learned that Sun Jiahao had begged for peace chess twice to no avail and was mercilessly defeated by Yi Wuxuan,
his heart ached. It's like an old disease being eradicated.
But that Yi Wuxuan 1v19 thing reminded him of someone.
Do you know Connor Marcus? Qinlai asked Yi Wuxuan. The world's recognized #1 chess player?
Yi Wuxuan raised his eyebrows. This man is familiar to her.
That's right, that's him. He debuted at the age of 6, and was hailed by outsiders as a talented chessboy.
He won the Sunset National Championship at age 18,
the Intercontinental Championship at age 25,
and the World Championship at age 30,
where he remained champion for 29 terms.
Just when everyone thought he'd reign for the 30th time, a teenage girl showed up.
Her name is Kala. She's blonde, about your age. In an effort to catch up on points,
she staged a 1v50 match play extravaganza in front of the media and ended with a clean sweep to pick up a spot in the finals.
In the final,
she played Marcus for 6 hours and eventually beat him to become the new world champion.
Qin Lai looked at Yi Wuxuang. Your style is a lot like Kala's, except that after that match, Kala never showed up again,
and Marcus was found drowned in his hotel bathtub the next day. The foreign press speculated that he couldn't take the shock and committed suicide.
No,
Yi Wuxuang straightened her back, and a smirk appeared on her stunningly beautiful face.
I killed him. She is Kala and Kala is her.
The blonde was in disguise, and entered the contest to get closer to the cautious,
yet discerning Marcus.
This world champion has a bright and shiny exterior, but does a lot of unseemly and dirty work behind the scenes.
Someone paid for his life,
and she took the job.
That's all. This joke isn't funny at all.
The corner of Qin Lai's mouth twitched slightly. People's foreign police investigations come out as suicides.
How can it be homicide?
It was even more unlikely that Yi Wuxuang,
who was far away in Xia, had killed him.
Yi Wuxuang did not reply and continued to wipe the table.
At that moment,
Meng Yunjing walked in from outside and went to the front desk to order food.
Qin Yu hurriedly came out to receive them. I'll have a cup of. Meng Yunjing's eyes, which were looking at the menu, slowly fell onto Yi Wuxuang, who had her back to him.
The innocence and shyness in her eyes was seen by Qin Yu.
Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The mayor's son has a crush on Shuang? Good eye. Shortly after the order was finished,
Yi Wuxuang came to Meng Yunjing with the dessert in front of her.
That, I can want. The teenager's tongue seemed to be tied in knots,
and he couldn't spit out the word contact. His heart was pounding and his ears were hot enough to fry eggs. Want our store's contact information so you can order in advance and not wait in line, right?
Qin Yu walked over and squeezed his eyes at Meng Yunjing, helping him round up. Ha! Meng Yunjing had two confused eyes. No, he wants Ye's contact info. Unluckily,
I don't have my cell phone with me.
You can directly add Xiaoshuang. She's an employee of our store. Tell her the same.
Qin Yu snickered in her heart.
Xiaoshuang's family is poor, as evidenced by the miscellaneous clothes she wears on a regular basis,
and the cottage cell phone she uses.
And Meng Yunjing's temper, appearance,
and family history were all good, so in case these two could make it,
it would be a beautiful thing.
Yes. Meng Yunjing took out his cell phone and didn't dare to look at Yi Wuxuang. Steam seemed to be rising out of his head. Yi Wuxuang didn't think much about it, took out his own cell phone and finished scanning the code to add his friends, and then went back to work.
Meng Yunjing enjoyed the dessert while pretending to pay attention to Yi Wuxuang without thinking. This scene was seen by Jishin in the opposite building. The polite,
light smile at the corner of his mouth faded,
and a hint of annoyance leapt over his brow.
The person across the street who was talking to him about cooperation was shocked in his heart.
Did he just say something that made Ji Xiao unhappy? Twilight is sinking.
Yi Wuxuang returned to the Ji family villas.
Before entering the door,
his nose first smelled a sweet cake flavor.
When she walked in, she saw Jishin moving gracefully and savoring a delicious-looking chocolate cake. Truth be told, she craved it.
Although the taste of the desserts in Qin Yu's store wasn't bad, it was still inferior compared to Jishin's craftsmanship. To be precise, she had never eaten a cake in her previous life that tasted better than the one made by Jishin. Who would have thought that the heir to the Ji family could make a good dessert?
Want to eat? Jishin put down the small ceramic plate holding the cake, his voice low.
Yi Wuxuang nodded his head indisputably, his black pupils fading away from calmness and surfacing with a bit of anticipation.
It's a pity that I'm busy on weekdays and don't have much time to cook myself.
Jishin leaned back on the sofa, his slender legs folded.
The anticipation in Yi Wuxuang's eyes dimmed. But if you'd like to change out of this outfit, I'd consider making another cake for you.
Jishin looked to the clothing on the rack next to him. Yi Wuxuang followed his line of sight.
It was an exquisitely crafted and cute made outfit. The texture of the fabric could be recognized as extraordinary even with the naked eye.
She retracted her eyes and looked at Jishin with a slightly contemptuous look in her eyes.
Did he think he could buy her off with just a cake? Do one every week. Jishin's thin lips flicked out, increasing his leverage. Deal.
Yi Wuxuang took away the maid outfit and changed before appearing in front of Jishin. Jishin's half-lowered eye curtain slowly lifted, and there was a hint of appreciation in his deep,
narrow eyes. The young girl in front of me is pretty cute in this maid outfit.
The dress was customized for her and every bit of it was appropriate and extremely beautiful. What made his mood even more pleasant was the fact that he was the only one who could see this beauty and loveliness. It was as if he was his little maid alone. He took out the dessert and handed it to the young girl.
The young girl then, as soon as she was old enough, sat down at the table and dutifully savored it carefully. Jishan leaned against the sofa, the corners of his lips rising slightly. Yi Wuxiang was extraordinarily slow to love between men and women. This was largely caused by the fact that she was only too busy trying desperately to stay alive. So he was going to play the sophisticated fox, break off a piece of cheese at his prey's door and walk away, break off another piece of cheese and walk away again, go far enough for the prey to feel safe. It's what makes you go along with the cheese, step by step, and fall into his trap. Chapter 31 Attention of the Public. Interviews by the media. The next day, Yi Wuxiang returned to school in a comfortable mood. She got out of the car and hadn't taken more than a few steps when she heard an excited voice from a short distance away. Yi Wuxiang is here. Afterwards, the flashlights kept lighting up and a bunch of reporters dropped their breakfast and rushed to Yi Wuxiang with their cameras raised. Hello Yi Wuxiang. I'm a reporter from Yen City Asahi News. I'd like to interview you about your feelings after your victory over Chess Association Grandmaster Sun Jiahao. I'm a Peacock contributor. May I ask, when did you first get into chess? I've heard that you're 1v19 and are working part-time in order to catch up. So where do you work odd jobs? Is it easy to disclose that to us? Among them is also a certain platform anchor. Did the families see this? This is Yi Wuxiang, the talented female chess player who fought a 19th high school student and then a Chess Association Grandmaster. Quickly give me 666 on the public screen. In fact, in this day and age of diversified entertainment, chess can't be considered a hot thing. What goes on in the circle is also mostly digested by the people in the circle themselves and cannot be transmitted outside. The three words Yi Wuxiang should have been popularized only in the chess world. In this current situation, one could only say that Yi Wuxiang had won too much. 1v19 all-around win and female high school student's success in challenging a Chess Association Grandmaster are two phrases that can make the eyes of the outside world shake at the mere mention of one of them. This victory justified the breaking of the circle, which attracted the attention of the public. Hey, what are you doing? Get away! The security guards of Flying Bird Academy mobilized en masse to drive the reporters away and open a path for Yi Wuxiang. Even with security guards blocking the way, the reporters continued to ask questions tirelessly and enthusiastically. Yi Wuxiang didn't say a word the entire time and walked into the school gate escorted by the security guards. Student Yi didn't get scared, did he? The security guard inquired worriedly, with a hint of admiration in his tone. The whole school, from the leaders down to the sweeper, all knew about Yi Wuxiang saving the day at the Inter-School Chess League yesterday. No, Yi Wuxiang replied indifferently, turning into the grove towards Class 7. How could such a scene frighten her? To her surprise, the Class 7 students picked her up at the entrance of the school building. Seeing that she was coming from the direction of the gate, Jian Zhaoyang frowned. Queen, those reporters didn't give you a hard time and ask you weird questions, did they? Being the sons of the rich and powerful, they have seen too many unscrupulous journalists. These guys will take any heat and ask any question. Media and journalists with ulterior motives will also deliberately edit your answers to mislead the outside world about you. The security guard stopped it for me. Yi Wuxiang spoke in a calm tone. Jane Zhaoyan nodded, then flattened her mouth in aggravation. Queen, why are you ignoring me? I messaged you 10 minutes ago to tell you that there was a reporter squatting in front of the school, suggesting that you use the back door, and you didn't reply. I even made a point of calling and you didn't answer. All the students in Class 7 had Yi Wuxiang's contact information. This goes back to before the monthly exams. After Yi Wuxiang coached them, she was worried that they wouldn't be able to digest too much knowledge for a while, so she wrote her contact information on the blackboard for everyone to add her. Said that if she had any academic questions after school that she didn't understand, she could ask her and she would answer them as she saw them. And she did answer all questions as patiently as she said she would. This is one of the reasons why the students of Class 7 hold her in high esteem. I don't hear the cell phone ringing. Yi Wuxiang frowned lightly, thinking that the phone was broken, and took out his phone fingerprint to unlock it. The response time of the cottage was very slow, and it took 4 or 5 turns of the small circle to unlock it successfully. Jane Zhaoyang and the others expressed sweat. They tried to get the queen a new cell phone a long time ago, but the queen said that cell phones were just communication tools for her. The tool is still intact and working, so there is no need to replace it. So the matter was dropped. Suddenly, Jane Zhaoyang saw a very special software app icon on Yi Wuxiang's cell phone. It was a black assault rifle. Queen, you actually play Operation Jedi too? Jane Zhaoyang's eyes were wide open. Operation Jedi, the top global chicken game masterpiece. The game is simple. 100 players take on the role of a special forces soldier on a plane that travels across a map, and players pick the right spot to jump, landing and searching for guns and ammo, along with the shrinking circle of safety, to battle other players. The ultimate winner is the king, also known as chicken. The game's computer side and mobile data communication. Some cell phone configuration good players will also choose to play on the phone. And there's also the Buy Rabbit accompaniment app. Jane Jiayang's eyes widened. Escorting is a special profession that has sprung up in recent years with the gaming craze. Playing games lonely, no one to accompany? Point to play with it, money in place, people in place. Playing games always kneel in a row, always lose? Point to accompany the game. The money is in place, the gods are in place. Just broke up or want to chat with the opposite sex? Order escorts. Money is on the line and hot girls are on the line. With money, you can't be alone. So what's the deal with the queen? Yi Wuxuan was also slightly flabbergasted. So far, her attention had been focused on the trial mission released by the system. She doesn't open her phone or go through its contents unless it's a necessary situation. Searching slightly for the original owner's memories, she loosened her diaphanous frown and her heart was in the right place. I was going to be a chaperone for Operation Jedi. The original owner was not good at school, but had a good talent for chicken games. When she heard that she could make money as an escort, she downloaded Bunny Bunny. The idea is that if you make more money, you can ask your family for less money. All the boys in our class basically play Operation Jedi, so if the queen wants to be a chaperone, we're going to be the first to order. Jane Jiaoyang clenched her fists to pump up. I'm not bad at this. I might take the queen to eat chicken and win. They've studied with the queen, performed on stage together, and have yet to play a game together. The queen used to lead them. It's their turn to lead the queen, right? Boys are better at games than girls. Is it hard to eat chicken? Yi Wuxuan faintly asked back. It's a game she's touched. Of course it's hard. Jian Zhaoyang nodded his head vigorously. I've been playing for a year and I haven't eaten chicken more than 10 times. There were quite a few girls playing this game in Fei Bird, and in terms of strength, the strongest would be Rong Chung Ru. Her title in the gaming community is Video Game Goddess. Those people said she was pretty, great at school, great at piano, great at games, perfect and impossible to pick faults, because she was so good at the game. There were a lot of guys in our school who were fans of her. This morning, the official Jedi operation even sent someone to Flying Bird to hand Rongqingru an invitation to attend the game carnival in a while. Yi Wuxuan Black screened his cell phone, not really caring. Instead, a beep sounded in his head and a line appeared before his eyes. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission 3, obtaining the title of Bunny Escort Best Female Escort. Chapter 32, Super Strong Gaming Skills, Queen's Boyfriend Power Explodes. Yi Wuxuan unlocked his cell phone again and opened Bunny Playmate. The reflection is an event promotion. The words Bunny's first Best Female Escort contest is in full swing are on the top. Next to the text, either positively or obliquely pasted several photos of young ladies of different styles, with their nicknames in the escort circle attached to the bottom right corner of the photo. Yi Wuxuan clicked on the advertisement and the webpage jumped to a more detailed event introduction page. Bit is 1 year old. On this auspicious occasion, Bit is proud to present the first Best Female Escort contest. Who is your boss's favorite escort girl? Come here to pick her, P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. The winners will also get to participate in a lively and grand gaming carnival. Below the introduction, there are more photos of the escorts, and below each female escort, there is a pick option. Yi Wuxuan's gaze landed on bosses, meaning the gaming crowd that pays to order escorts. Would the queen like to attend this event? Seeing Yi Wuxuan carefully reading the notes related to the event, Jian Zhaoyang inquired in a low voice. Aha! Yi Wuxuan's black pupils flickered with shimmering light. Since the task issued by the system was for her to obtain the title of Best Female Escort, she naturally had to participate. Then you have to hurry up. Registration closes at 12 noon today, Jane Zhaoyang urged. Yi Wuxuan nodded, entered the personal center and clicked on the Sign Up for Activities button. The original owner had already registered the accompanying information, and the nickname was precisely Yi Wuxuan. Just after she participated in the activity, the students of Class 7 took out their cell phones and opened the Bunny activity page, searched for the word Yi Wuxuan and gave her a vote. Students who didn't have the Rabbit software on their cell phones downloaded it on the spot, registered on the spot, and picked it up on the spot. Then Rabbit users, each person can only vote once a day. And our school flower ranking is similar. The queen is now ranked 239th. Oh. Jane Zhaoyang shook her cell phone. Her silver hair was solid in the rising sun. Aha! Yi Wuxuan thought about the plan after enrollment. She played the game. But when she played the game, there is no escort as a profession, much less a software app specializing in the escort business. She didn't know much about the business, but as the name implied, it was about taking the boss to win the game. That's something she can do very well with her skills. Ahem. Jian Zhaoyang coughed lowly. Queen, I just ordered you a single. Would you like to play a game of Operation Jedi with me before class? Just after the words were said, a sweet female beep sounded in the background of Yi Wuxuan. Ding dong, you have a new escort list. Please check and reply in time. Oh. The system told her that a user named Silver Blood had placed an order with her, hoping to play a game of Operation Jedi with her at a price of $3 a game. $3 is the price of Yi Wuxuan's escort. she's new to the business, and Bunny has stipulated that new Jedi action escorts can only bid that price. As for the name Silver Blood, it's a very stupid name. Yi Wuxuan looked up at Jane Jiaoyang.
Jin Jiaoyang confidently ruffled his dyed white hair and said,
"That's right, it's exactly me. Silver Blood, how noble and elegant."
Yi Wuxuan pulled the corners of his mouth,
Exited Biker Rabbit accompaniment, opened Jedi action, and calmly said, "Hit 1, I'll try my hand at it."
She hadn't touched the game in a long time.
After waiting patiently for some time, Yi Wuxuan finally loaded into this game. Jane Jiaoyang's trendy cell phone was different. 3 seconds to enter the game interface, and the screen rendering was much stronger than Yi Wuxuan's cottage phone. 2 people friend each other, accept the team invitation, and enter the matchmaking queue.
The game has to get together 100 players to start the game. Luckily, this game had an extremely large number of players,
and in less than a second,
it showed a successful match and entered the map loading screen.
The readout ended, and Yi Wuxuan and Jane Jiaoyang, playing Special Forces, appeared on the airplane. Jane Joyce's male characters are very cool. In the game, his character is also white-haired, tough with sunglasses, wearing a mink coat and big-headed shoes.
The nickname of the game on the character's head is also Silver Blood.
This set cost me thousands. Handsome, isn't it? Jane Jiaoyang looked smug. Yi Wuxuan's female characters are much simpler. It's a newbie outfit with a single ponytail,
wearing gray short sleeves with black jeans, and is barefoot.
The nickname on her head is Cold-Blooded Maniac.
This name was randomly taken by the system when the character was created.
And if you want to change your name, you need to pay for it separately. Queen, where are we parachuting to on this route? Jin Jiaoyang opened the map.
The map has large and small housing areas and buildings,
some named, some unnamed. Main city, Yi Wuxuan punctuated. So rigid? Jane Jiaoyang stared.
The main city is the central area of the entire map and is rich in resources.
Again, because of its central location and the lack of extreme map running,
it is the best place to jump in the minds of many players.
There are a lot of people jumping here and even more masters. A rookie jumps here and basically dies. He rarely even jumps the main city yet, but the queen wanted to jump here, and he couldn't afford to shy away. Snap, the two jumped together. Destination main city. That's a lot of people. Dumplings?
Jane Jiaoyang flew in midair and adjusted his perspective to look left and right,
realizing that there were people everywhere in midair. Everyone's destination is the main city. In the public mic, a player provoked, "Come to the main city, Steel Gun." Ah, who wimp who grandson? Steel Gun
refers to each other, do not find cover.
The end of the gun against the fight.
Then the shooting skills on life and death.
Goon your mom. I'm your dad.
A friendly and harmonious communication environment starts from this moment.
Outside the game, Jian Jiaoyang frowned. "Queen, let's jump to the far side. It's too dangerous inside. When you land later, find a room to hide in first. I'll kill the guy and you can just come out and lick the bag. I'll protect you." Bag licking.
The act of killing a player and taking the contents of that player's backpack. He took the time to look at Yi Wuxuan's cell phone screen, but saw that Yi Wuxuan was alone,
deep in the middle of the dumpling group, with at least 15 enemies on his left, right, front and back. Be careful, Queen dash point. Before the braille was out, Yi Wuxuan maneuvered his character to land on the balcony of one of the rooms. The balcony has a small pistol, the Desert Eagle. The pistol is a secondary weapon in the game, and is generally powerful if you don't get a headshot. Many players are not happy to pick it up when they see it, disliking the fact that it takes up a backpack compartment. Yi Wuxuan picked up the pistol, raised his head and fired 2 shots at the dumplings in the sky that had not yet landed. Snap, snap. The screen in the upper right corner of the game scrolls with kill information. Cold-Blooded Frenzy used the Desert Eagle to headshot and kill Lord of the City. Cold-Blooded used the Desert Eagle and killed Captain. Don't shoot, it's me with a headshot. Jane Jiaoyang. Awesome. He maneuvered his character to land and search for supplies to arm himself, and during the process, the upper right corner kept broadcasting Yi Wuxuan's kill information. 5 minutes later, the female character controlled by Yi Wuxuan half squatted on the ground to apply bandages and faintly said, "People are done killing, come out and lick the bag." Bandages, blood returning drugs. Each character has 100 drops of blood. When a character is bloodied, they can use bandages, medical kits, and painkillers to regain blood. Coming. Jian Jiaoyang ran over in a fart, completely forgetting his grandiose ambition to protect Yi Wuxuan just now. Woohoo! The queen's boyfriend is bursting at the seams. No wonder all the girls in the class wanted to marry the queen. Chapter 33, the preview of the live broadcast. With Yi Wuxuan around, the two of them met God and killed God and Buddha in the game. Yi Wuxuan was responsible for killing people, and Jane Jiaoyang was responsible for licking the bag. The game quickly came to the final round. Seeing that the two were going to eat chicken, Yi Wuxuan's hot phone lagged and the black screen game flashed back. Jane Jiaoyang, He was all set to celebrate. Class 7 students gathered to watch. They're looking right at it. The class bell rang and Yi Wuxiang sat back to his seat with a calm expression. In the back row, Jane Jiaoyang opened bunny accompaniment and ran to Yi Wuxiang's personal homepage to leave a 5-star review, pretending to be a passerby. The lady is superb. Top-notch shooting. Skillful. The main city is down. And the price is only $3. The point is to earn. He's not a real roadie, but the queen is a real bigot. And he's not lying. Yi Wuxiang's cell phone at this end immediately vibrated. When she saw Jane Jiaoyang's message, she thought for a moment and changed her nickname suffix. Leaves without a pair $3 a game. No win. No loss. To become the best female escort and get more pics, you first need to increase your popularity. The popularity goes up and the pics only increase. This logic is clear to her, so she deliberately added the words no win, no fee, so as to attract more attention. Wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Her skills are here, and her popularity will eventually rise. The day's program ends as the sun sets. At the moment of school dismissal, Yi Wuxiang did not hurry to leave. She leaned against the wall, her brow furrowed as she read the bunny escort notification on her phone. Except for the students of Class 7, there was no second person who came to order her. There's not even anyone to consult. This should not be the case. At this rate, it's doubtful that she'll make the top 200, let alone be elected best female escort. Did no one order the queen? Jane Jiaoyang came over, her mood following her unhappiness. The queen is so strong and cheap per unit. How come the owner doesn't take care of it? Yi Wuxiang was also puzzled. Jane Jiaoyang sounded puzzled. According to reason, female escorts are very popular, and get along better than male escorts, because there are more guys than girls playing games. There are more wolves than meat, and everyone wants to order female escorts. The queen is affordable and has written no win, no loss. How it should not be unattended. I'll go and see how the other accompanying ladies introduce themselves. He flipped over Bunny looking for a female escort. It's better if you don't look for it. It doesn't matter if you look for it. It's too competitive. Dowda/Sweet Fried Galaxy, human skin and talk a lot. 24 hours waiting for the boss. Oh, sexy milk cat/winning can purr. Dying can pant. Single can flirt. All districts have the number. Yuebao/technical female escort. Can sing and do stand-up comedy. Wild sister/Osatsuki. Want to be my slave? Jane Jiaoyang silently black screened her phone. Queen, do you work as an escort to earn pocket money as well? If you're short of money, everyone can actually lend you some. Compared to these female escorts, the queen can only be described as honest. The vast majority of them are so unskilled that they have to eat the gender dividend and use other specialties to attract their bosses. Again, the bosses eat this up the most. After all, they don't expect female escorts to take them to win. This notion is largely formed because there are so few female players who are awesome. Female gamers generally prefer nurturing games to competitive games, and not many competitive games play well. Even Jane Jiaoyang, usually points to play with a male escort and counts on the male escort to take him to win. The role of female escorts is usually enough to sell cute, talk flirty and sing to make the boss happy. The queen is not one of those. That's why she's not a good fit for the escort profession. My aim is to become the best female escort. Yi Wuxiang's eyes lifted slightly. She was there to complete the trial mission. It's not about the money. In that case, the votes of the 7th class alone won't be enough. Even if all the flying birds come to vote. Jian Jiaoyang paced back and forth. What the queen is facing is a much bigger playing field than simply a school. The number of people at the Flying Bird Academy is a drop in the bucket for this circle. The queen has to be popular. Gotta fire. He's going to help the queen. Jian Jiaoyang thought hard for half a day. Suddenly thought of something, and his tone was agitated. I have an idea. My cousin is very close to me. He was and is an Operation Jedi player, and is now broadcasting live on Shark TV and is very popular. I told him to take the queen for a couple games to show his live viewers what the queen is capable of. By then, everyone will know how awesome the queen is. The queen's strength is unquestionable. She is just one exposure away. Then let's say thank you in advance. Yi Wuxiang's tightly furrowed brows slowly loosened. This is indeed a good law. As far as she knew, Shark TV was the most famous live streaming platform in Xia. Be polite with me. I'm going to look for my cousin first. I'll contact the queen if I have any results. And, Jane Jiaoyang waved goodbye. If the queen doesn't have a computer at home to play Operation Jedi, we'll give you a new cell phone. Oh, your copycat phone will scare the boss away. If the game crashes and quits in the middle of a fight, which boss can afford it? There are computers. There was an unused computer in the guest room of the season's house that she could borrow. Well, the idea of giving away a cell phone fell through, and Jane Jiaoyang sighed and left. The queen wasn't as cold to them as she was at first though, but it's still pretty rusty. Washington neighborhood. A young man sits at his computer, wearing headphones and interacting with a flash of pop-ups. Brothers and sisters, I've got a whole good job tonight. He was Jane Jiaoyang's cousin. Jane Tianze, because of the cheeky nature of the joke, is now a popular male anchor of Shark TV. The heat did not go down the top 5. When I heard he was going to do a whole job tonight, the pop-ups were all? Jane Tenzel raised an eyebrow. Don't you guys always let me play with the ladies? Today, I'm going to pay a lot of money, and I've ordered 3 women to play with me in 4 rows. Let the ladies take me to win. Is it cool? The pop-ups flew by with an indeed hang. Jane Tenzel laughed. Tonight looks like a whole job, but it's actually a promotion. The person in charge of Bunny's escorts paid him to bring Min, who has a very good reputation in the escort circle, to the live broadcast. Minnie is the winner of Bunny's Best Female Escort contest. At the same time, the person in charge also gave him a script, the content of which was for him to deliberately operate very watery when playing the game with Amin, giving Amin room to play. A kind of best female escort is revealed. Amin is super strong, can take ex-professional players to eat chicken, and is the most qualified to be the best female escort. He, Jin Tianze, was a commoner and wouldn't have trouble with money. But the script was so common that he took a big swing at 1 female escort and changed it to 3 female escorts. In this way, this promotion is significantly less deliberate. He also said hello privately to the rest of the chaperone ladies. After the jump, give all the good gun resources to Amin. When you meet someone, name them and hand them over to Amin to collect the head. Looking like Amin is awesome. Amin will still be the star of the night. Unfortunately, the game was about to start, and one of the female escorts suddenly had something to do and couldn't make it, so he had to contact a new person in a hurry. Knock knock. Old brother. Jane Zhaoyang knocked on the door outside. Blazing sun? Jin Tianze temporarily closed the live broadcast and got up to open the door. Why did you come to play with me today? I want to ask you for a favor. Chapter 34, How strong can Yi Wuxuang be? Just say what kind of favor. I'll help if I can. Jin Tianze loved his cousin. This has something to do with the queen. Zhen Jiaoyan mentioned Yi Wuxuang. Oh, that's the Yi Wuxuang who brought down Sun Hongxia's mother and son, beat away Peng Xin, taught class 7, helped class 7 play drums, and then won all of the 1v19 high school students in the chess league and defeated Yen City Chess Association president Sun Jiahao? Jane Tenzel raised an eyebrow. He was able to speak to Yi Wuxuang as he did, all thanks to his cousin's admiration for Yi Wuxuang. This guy has been posting all over his circle of friends in recent times. What did the queen do today? The queen is cool. I want to look like the queen, and so on. Although this fanatic fan look was naive, the cousin did change under Yi Wuxuang's influence and his academic performance improved greatly, so he was still happy to help Yi Wuxuang. She is now working as an escort for Operation Jedi and has signed up for the Best Female Escort contest, but the popularity is too low. No one is picking her. I want Lao to bring her along when he broadcasts and give her some popularity. Jian Zhaoyang told his plan truthfully. Isn't this a coincidence? I happen to be short of a female escort on my team tonight, so give her my game nickname and ask her to add me. I'll pull her into the team and be done with it. Jane Tenser nodded in agreement, but he didn't tell his cousin about the fact that Minnie had already been selected as the best escort. This is an industry secret. Okay, but I have to give you a precaution. The queen is very powerful. Oh, your fans in the live room may be attracted away by her. Oh, Jane Zhaoyang's tone was serious. Okay, I got it. Jin Tianze said this on his lips, but in his heart, it was a perfunctory attitude. In his opinion, a female senior who can juggle school, drums, and chess all at the same time is already busy. There wasn't much time left, even if all of it was used to play games to hone his skills. How strong could Yi Wuxuang be? It must be that the cousin is so bad that when he meets someone who is better than him, he calls them great. He can understand. When it comes to awesome female players, Amin from Bunny Escorts can be counted as one, or else the platform wouldn't have created a buzz for her. No matter how powerful this Yi Wuxuang was, could he still be more powerful than Min, who played games with high intensity every day? There was no need to inform Yi Wuxuang about the script or anything else. For one thing, I'm afraid of spreading the word and getting criticized. Secondly, I feel that the script can go on with one less person, and it's not a big problem. The lights are on. G Family Villa. Yi Wuxuang opened the computer in the guest room, downloaded and logged in the Jedi Operation game. According to the message sent to her by Jian Zhaoyang, she searched for his cousin Jin Tianze's nickname in the search players section and sent a friend request. Jane Tianze, who had already started a live broadcast on Shark TV, chatted with the audience fans while paying attention to the in-game friend request notifications. Because he was a well-known anchor, there were many players who added Jane Tianze every day, and he was able to distinguish which one was Yi Wuxuang in the row of cluttered nicknames. He forgot to ask his cousin for Yi Wuxuang's game nickname, but girls are good at finding game nicknames. What sweet, soft and cute girl. What wind, flower, snow and moon honey. What big baby, little fairy. With these related, basically all female players, if he really couldn't find it, he would just contact Jane Zhaoyang again. That's when the new friend notification came in. Notification display. Player Cold-Blooded Frenzy has applied to be your friend. Cold-Blooded Madman? Good lord. How middle-aged does this guy have to be to come up with this name? Jian Tianzi spat while rejecting the friend request. Those 4 words also had the live audience in fits of laughter. Everyone defaults to Cold-Blooded Maniac being male. Over here, Yi Wuxuang frowned slightly when he saw that his friend request was rejected. Jane Jiaoyang's cousin ordered the wrong one? He should have known his nickname from Jane Jiaoyang. She sent the friend request again. Shark TV. Jane Tianzi once again refused. Tone of voice, how can you still add after all the refusal? Just as he finished speaking, the 3rd friend request from Cold-Blooded Berserker was sent over. Asterisk. The matter was not over, and Jane Tianzi came under fire. Why does this name keep adding me? At that moment, a sweet teenage voice came out from the live broadcast. Maybe it's your loyal fan? The number of pop-ups doubled at this sound. It's Amin's voice. The anchor actually ordered Amin. I've played with Minnie. She's superb. She's a great shot. This time, the selection of the best female escort. The number of Amin's picks is also super high. Nonsense. Amin is a rare decent female escort than rabbits. Never cute and flirty. Only use strength to speak, but also beautiful voice sweet. Which boss does not like? That's right. I ordered the hottest female escort in Bikini Rabbit. Amin. She's in my chat channel with another young lady. And now there's another female escort. Yi Wuxuang. Who hasn't come? So I'll rush her. Jian Tianzi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jian Jiaoyang. Tell your queen to come to my chat channel. After posting, he looked up and continued to interact with the audience of fans in the live stream. He planned to wait for Yi Wuxuang to come to the channel and directly ask her for the game nickname. 2 minutes later, the chat channel had an additional person whose gender was female, and it was none other than Yi Wuxuang. Missy is here? Tell us your nickname? Jane Tianzi warmly received. Before you came here, someone with the name Super had to add me, and it killed me laughing. A cool and calm female voice came out of the chat channel. Cold-Blooded Maniac. Jane Tianzi. The pop-ups on the live feed also stalled for a moment. A screen full of ha 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 ensued, and the program effect was there. Quite chic. That name. Jane Tianzi reluctantly rounded up his words, added Yi Wuxuang as a friend, and pulled Yi Wuxuang into the group room. At this time, there were 4 players in the room, 1 male and 3 females. They are Shark TV Tianzi, Bunny Escort Min, Bunny Escort Xiaoyu and Cold-Blooded Youngster. Their character fashions were all beautifully matched, and Yi Wuxuang looked like a roadie. The game starts and goes to the read screen. The pop-ups are active. The voice of this accompanying young lady called Yi Wuxuang is so special. Not too delicate. I like it. It's just that the fashions on them are so crotch-pulling and ugly. Come on. Guess if the anchor can take 3 ladies to eat chicken. You can't. A 4-man platoon needs to work together. 3 women you tell me how to play? Seeing this pop up, Jian Tianzi's eyes flashed with light. That's the kind of attitude he wants. The more the audience felt that the female player couldn't do it, the more shocked the audience became and the more they felt that Amin was awesome after she killed many people. In this way, this well-planned promotion is considered a success. In the game, the airplane starts sailing. Where does the boss want to jump? Armin asked in a soft sweet girlish voice as she opened the map. How about jumping somewhere more remote? There are too many people, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them. Jian Tianzi deliberately acted vain. The actual idea was to find a safe place for Min to search for supplies and arm herself before she went to fight someone else. She has limited skills, and jumping core areas like the main city could easily land her dead. Yeah, I'll be scared of the crowd. Accompanying Little Moon said daintily, her script is to play scared and useless to set off Amin's power, then jump the suburbs. Jian Tianzi led the jump. After the jump he regretted it as he realized that 3 other teams had jumped the suburb. Everyone was thinking of going to a secluded place to avoid a fierce gunfight. It turned out to be a good thing. It all went down the drain. Chapter 35 Guns like hanging, bodies like pictures. Attention of the game officials. This scene caused the audience in the live broadcast room to gloat. 3 teams of people, plus 4 teams of anchors? 4, 16. The main city usually can't jump this many people, right? This wave is smart. The anchor is so miserable. He's definitely going to land in a box. I can hear the accompanying girl's screams when she dies. So yeah, everyone jump together after me and don't stray far away. Jian Tianzi's tone got serious. The script is null and void. The goal now is to get out of the suburbs alive. Well, hugging is a good match. Amin's voice seems calm, and when you listen closely there is a bit of tension. I'm coming. It's scary. Help! Xiaoyu rushed to Jian Tianzi's side. 1, 2, 3. There another one? Jian Tianzi counted the heads and realized that there was one Yi Wuxuang missing. Looking up, Yi Wuxuang landed on the other side, deep in the middle of the enemy group. The pop-up screen floated by. It's over. Miss Yi Wuxuang is going to die. The line hadn't even disappeared from the live feed yet when the message scrolled in the top right corner of the game. Cold-blooded maniac used M4A1 and killed overly liked. Cold-blooded maniac killed overdependence with an M4A1. The pop-up surge, 666,666. It's okay? Jane Tianzi sounded surprised. 2 kills on the landing. Earned. This young lady picked up a gun? What luck? Amin sounded envious. Blurring Yi Wuxuang's strength into luck. That didn't make it sound bad. This is because some players can just land and pick up guns, while others can search several rooms in a row without necessarily having the right weapon. At this point, even if a player with a gun is a rookie, he can kill an expert without a gun. Yi Wuxuang, hide yourself first. I'll come over to save you right away. Jian Tianzi ran towards Yi Wuxuang's direction. She was her cousin's classmate and idol. He had to take care of her more anyways. Do you all like to keep female players hidden? Yi Wuxuang opened his mic to speak, his voice indifferent. This was something that Jane Zhaoyang had also said to her. It's as if female players are just weak and need a man to protect them. What? The gunfire around them was so intense that Jane Tianzi didn't hear it. But it doesn't matter if you didn't hear it. It's enough to see it. The upper right corner of the game was once again screened by Yi Wuxuang. Cold-blooded maniac used his Mauser sniper rifle to kill I'm passing through with a headshot. Cold-blooded maniac killed clear weather with an M4A1. Cold-blooded madman uses Desert Eagle to kill. With a headshot. Cold-blooded maniac used a grenade and blew up. One row down was full of Yi Wuxuang's kill information. 6 minutes later, Yi Wuxuang cleared all the enemies in the suburb. She spoke calmly, come out and lick the bag. Strong. Jane Tianzi went out to lick the bag and feel what it was like to be covered by a big brother. Cousin didn't lie to him. Yi Wuxuang's skills were really impressive. He hadn't seen a stronger female player than Yi Wuxuang. The script is kind of completely scrapped. Because who was more powerful between Amin and Yi Wuxuang? The audience in the live broadcast room could tell as long as they weren't blind. The pop-ups really blew up. Yi Wuxuang is too good. You can't call it luck if you kill so many people. I thought that out of the 3 accompanying ladies, the most useful would be Min. The big man is the one who comes out at the finale. Is her nickname Yi Wuxuang? I want to order her. She also participated in the Best Female Escort contest, so I'm going to go pick her. However, in 5 minutes, Yi Wuxuang's picks increased by more than 500 votes and squeezed into the top 100. G Family Villa. Yi Wuxuang's cell phone's beep kept ringing, and she took the time to scan it without much excitement. She knew this was just the beginning. The vote count will see a real surge when the game is over, when the night is over, and after everyone starts spreading the word by word of mouth tomorrow. In the first set, Yi Wuxuang led his team to eat chicken with 18 kills. In the second set, Yi Wuxuang's 21 kills led his team to chicken. In the third game, Yi Wuxuang led the team to eat chicken with 28 kills, and a quarter of the players in the whole game died in her hands. Wait for me, Yi Wuxuang. As she killed, Jian Tianzi drove after her. Yi Wuxuang's game is too fast-paced. Landing, picking up guns, killing people, licking bags, changing locations, kill again, lick the bag, change locations again. Everyone else meets people, is forced to fight, is forced to kill. Yi Wuxuang was directly looking for someone to kill. Extremely arrogant and crazy. She couldn't wait to finish killing people and end the game sooner. In the process of chasing, Jian Tianzi even directly forgot about Amin's existence. Only thinking about how to do an ING battle in the heat of the moment and kill everyone else together with Yi Wuxuang. Near the point of sleep, Yi Wuxuang turned off the computer, and Jian Tianzi was ready to go off the air. Tonight's gaming experience can only be described as a blast. The viewing experience of the audience in the live broadcast room can also be described as smooth. Anchor, why don't you continue to order Yi Wuxuang tomorrow? Watching her fight is better than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. She is probably the strongest one among the female escorts of Bunny, and her marksmanship and stance are top-notch when put in the context of a male player. Compared to her, Amin is simply too weak. These pop-ups Jane Tianzi agrees with. Meanwhile, somewhere in the room, Chuman angrily took off her headphones with an angry face and a Jane Tianzi in her workgroup. What do you mean? Taking money from Bunny and not doing anything with it? Bit executives also showed up. Tonight's live broadcast was different than what was discussed in the script. Jane Tianzi shrugged her shoulders. It's because your chaperone had something to do herself and couldn't come. So I temporarily replaced Yi Wuxuang. And I didn't know Yi Wuxuang was so strong. Trudy, if you hadn't changed the script, none of this would have happened. So whose problem do you think it is? Tonight was supposed to be a growth in her pick count. As a result, it's now all a dowry for that female escort called Yi Wuxuang. Jane Tianzi laughed in exasperation and returned the full amount of money that Bunny had given him. You clapped your hands when I changed the script, and when you're not as skilled as you are, you turn around and blame me. Have some face, Trudy. This is more than a rabbit escort platform money I do not earn. You love to find whoever you want to go. With that, he exited the workgroup. The next day, Flying Bird Academy. After a succession of monthly exams, school festivals and inter-school leagues, the flyer finally relaxed. With no major events for the next few months, the pace of the students is also slowed down and people start to get in the mood and have time to do other things apart from attending classes, like playing games. Nowadays, with a cell phone in every hand, playing games is very rare. The hottest game nowadays is Operation Jedi, and it is common to see students playing this game on campus. Rong Qingru wore her academy uniform and held the documents that needed to be approved as she traveled through the group of students. Goddess Young. Goddesses work hard. Despite Young Qingru's lackluster performance in the inter-school league, most students still have respect and admiration for her. Boy A approached her with excited eyes. I heard that Goddess Rong was invited to the game carnival. Is this true? Gaming carnival translates to gaming carnival, which is highly coveted by those who love to play games. Boy B pulls out his cell phone. Of course it's true. Haven't you been following the official public number of Operation Jedi? They posted that the goddess was invited. Rong Qingru glanced at it. Public title, Carnival Countdown. Shark TV Tianza? Commentary XX. Video game goddess Rong Qingru. Confirmed to join. The corners of her lips rose slightly. Her world wasn't just Birds of Prey Academy. Buzz. Boy B's cell phone vibrates a little, and the public article is updated. New content title. Gun like a hanging, body like a painting. Who is Yi Wuxuang? The cold-blooded maniacal young man who shocked half of the Jedi Circle overnight? Chapter 36. Shocked. Encountering a professional player. The words Yi Wuxuang really took away the attention of the three people. It was because there was also a person named Yi Wuxuang in the Flying Bird Academy. It wouldn't be that village queen from class 7, would it? The corner of Boy B's mouth tugged, his tone disdainful. He was a hardcore fan of Rong Qingru and had been looking at Yi Wuxuang with displeasure for a long time. Just click on it and see, won't you? Boy A urged. The two of them opened this article under Rong Qingru's eyes. The article states, Shark TV's popular male anchor Tianza ordered a bunny female escort when he was live streaming last night. Her name than the rabbit is Yi Wuxuang. The game nickname is Cold-Blooded Madman. During the live broadcast, this cold-blooded young man with an average of 20 kills per game luxury data, leading Tianza victory to eat chicken several times. At the same time, the reporting center also received n number of messages reporting her cheating in opening. For this reason, the staff worked overtime all night and finally verified that Yi Wuxuang was not open. That's a big surprise to the guys. A female player could actually be this strong? It is reported that Yi Wuxuang also participated in the Bunny's first Best Female Escort contest. If she is elected, she will also come to the carnival. This is the end of the article. Why? It's not the girl from class 7. Boy B sounded certain. She's not a god. How can she be so good at playing games after studying? Playing drums and chess? It's doubtful she'll even play Operation Jedi. Rong Qingru also relaxed. Boy A pondered. 20 kills per game has alarmed the officials, so I guess the best female chaperone candidate is her. It's not clear. Rong Qingru's voice was gentle, and the bottom of her eyes flashed with a refined light. As far as she knows, Bunny's choice for best escort has already been decided to be Minnie. This cold-blooded maniacal young man, Yi Wuxuang, could not possibly appear at the carnival site with himself. Although this Yi Wuxuang is not the same Yi Wuxuang, she still gets some comfort from it. She felt that all those called Yi Wuxuang should be defeated. 7th class. Yi Wuxuang's onion-white fingertip slid the screen of her cell phone and set the mode to mute. Her absolutely beautiful face was calm. After a night of fermentation, she received a lot of order requests in the back end of the rabbit. Meanwhile, hints of pick count growth are being sent in a steady stream. She already has 13,000 pick value. The first place Amin has 70,000. Queen, are you still going to hang out with my brother tonight? Jane Jiaoyang came over with her cell phone. What my brother means is that since you want to be elected best female escort, you might as well go on to row with him. He provides the traffic of the live room to canvas for you. You provide the topic heat to help him grow his popularity. And the two of them work together to achieve a win-win situation. It had to be said that Jane Tianza was a very business-minded person. It's no accident that he's been able to stand out from the crowd of smaller anchors and become a popular one. Yes. Yi Wuxuang nodded. That night, Jane Tianza pulled Yi Wuxuang into a two-player mode ranked, and there were only the two of them in the chat channel. Good evening, young madman. Can you continue to take me to win today? I have a weak stomach and want to eat soft food. As Jane Tianza spoke, he glanced at the heat rankings of his live stream. It's now 4th in the division, up one spot from yesterday. Many new viewers came to catch a glimpse of Yi Wuxuang. Yes, Yi Wuxuang's crisp voice was calm. The game began and Yi Wuxuang unleashed a massacre, with a battle that was only better than last night's. Most of the pop-ups were also praising Yi Wuxuang for being so bullish, and incidentally mocked the anchor for being such a dish, only licking the bag after Yi Wuxuang's ass. Jane Tianza expressed his displeasure. I can at least keep up with her and lick the bag, but you guys can't even catch up with her when you're here. Indeed, drifted across the pop-up. They were clear about Jin Tianzi's strength, and Yi Wuxuan was also really strong. Ordinary players teamed up with Yi Wuxuan, and it was estimated that they wouldn't even be able to see her silhouette. The harmonious, indeed, sound was suddenly accompanied by an additional line. It can't be true that someone thought Yi Wuxuan was a woman, right? No way, no way? Jin Tianzi wrinkled his eyebrows. What do you mean Yi Wuxuan is not a female? I guarantee she is female. His brother and Yi Wuxuan were classmates. Open the mic and you're a woman? Never seen a voice changer before? Hasn't there been a female escort before who was hammered with the fact that the man was driving a voice changer? There are also women who just open a mic and chat with their bosses and have their live-in boyfriends play for them. I don't believe there are female players who are this strong. The questioning was suddenly more than enough. Yi Wuxuan, do you have a camera in your house? I'll pop you an invitation to show up on the live stream. Jin Tianzi sank his face and immediately thought of a plan to respond to the challenge. Aha! Yi Wuxuan responded faintly in the mic. Not long after, two shots appeared on the screen of the live broadcast. One was Jin Tianzi and the other was Yi Wuxuan. Jin Tianzi's camera could see his full face. A man who looked a bit similar to Jane Zhaoyang. Yi Wuxuan's shot, on the other hand, shows the keyboard in her hands, which proves that she's doing it herself and not someone else playing on her behalf. This also resulted in people not being able to see the image above her neck. In the camera, Yi Wuxuan was wearing pink bunny pajamas, her slender hands manipulating the keyboard and mouse left and right. You guys didn't believe me when I said it was a woman, but you believe me now? Hurry up and apologize for the pic. Jin Tianzi seized the opportunity to canvass Yi Wuxuan, and did so quietly. After his reminder, the viewers who didn't misunderstand Yi Wuxuan also went to pick Yi Wuxuan. The game continues. The two parachuted in and landed, and before they could start killing, a message scrolled in the upper right corner. I am Jackie, used AK-47 and killed. I am Summer, used the Desert Eagle and killed. With a headshot. ****** ran into a pro. Jin Tianzi was taken aback. Jackie and Summer are both professional players, currently playing for I am, and just recently won the world's double row title, with a tacit understanding. Among them, Jackie looks exquisite. Countless female fans, popularity than the third-line stars in the entertainment industry. J-God, the hottest guy in the gaming world. J-God husband woohoo. The J-God fans who got the news, both male and female, all flocked to Jin Tianzi's live room in a brainstorm. 10 minutes later, the heat of the live stream soared to the top of the division. The corners of Jin Tianzi's mouth were cracking up to her ears. Young madman, can we eat chicken in this game? He asked Yi Wuxuan. If this one eats it, it meant that Yi Wuxuan had defeated the world champion. When the time comes, do we need him to publicize it? There are players who pick Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan's voice was as calm as ever. Time passes. The kill information in the upper right corner of the game was basically wrapped up by the Yi Wuxuan and I am duo. Jin Tianzi died early due to a mistake. Perspective watching Yi Wuxuan. For the final round, there are 5 left. Except for Yi Wuxuan, the rest were full formation. It's a 1v2v2 situation. Yi Wuxuan was the first to encounter another group of teams. The end of the gun burst all swept to death. The clip still has 2 rounds of ammunition. Awesome. Change your ammo quickly. Those 2 from I am are coming. Jin Tianzi was nervous. As the words landed, 2 special forces appeared behind Yi Wuxuan. Coming. Jin Tianzi's heart rose to her throat, thinking to himself, it's over. It's over. Yi Wuxuan just finished killing 2 people, and there are only 2 bullets left in his clip. How can he fight with a professional player? Yi Wuxuan turned around and fired. I sent it to Jackie. I sent it to Summer. Chapter 37. Come in and enjoy the Queen's magnificent beauty. The message scrolls in the upper right corner. Cold-blooded maniac, used M4A1 and killed I am. Jackie with a headshot. Cold-blooded maniac, used the M4A1 and killed I am. Summer with a headshot. 1v4, all kills for chicken. Grass. Jin Tianzi jumped up from her chair in excitement, her face red. What do you call this, brothers? As long as the shooting skill is accurate, 1 bullet can kill. If the shooting skill is not accurate, 100 bullets are useless. Yi Wuxuan is hanging. It wasn't just Jin Tianzi who was excited. The audience was also flying with excitement. The screen full of 666 was interspersed with their testimonials. I would like to call Yi Wuxuan the strongest female escort. Cold-blooded madman. YYDS. Hello everyone. I'm the little petite wife of a mad young man. Thank you for liking my husband. Wake up sisters. This is my husband. Yi Wuxuan's performance in the game Boyfriend Power burst. The girls collectively married. Yi Wuxuan, how did you practice this shooting skill? It's too accurate. Jin Tianzi sat down to chat with Yi Wuxuan. It's fine if you have hands. Yi Wuxuan's tone was flat. In a game where you can't shoot right and die once out, you can start the next game. In reality, a bad shot is a bad shot, and a death is a death, and there is no next time. How can you let your guard down when you've been under fire? Okay, may I ask where to claim the hand?
Jane Tenzel smiled and played terrier.
Brothers, J God tweeted. Go check it out. Someone on the pop-up screen said so. Really? Jane Tienza opened his Weibo in public and searched for J God. As expected, a new tweet was seen. I am Jackie, cold-blooded madman. Cold and mad indeed.
The tweet had quite a few retweets and a lot of comments. People who originally didn't watch the live broadcast were also made to search the live replay to watch Yi Wuxiang's first viewpoint quadruple kill chicken eating and double kill professional players.
Steady. Jane Tenzel clapped her hands.
The best female escort for Biker Rabbit is none other than our cold-blooded berserker.
J God had obviously heard about Yi Wuxiang as well.
His initial intention of posting the blog was probably just to lament in shock, but the words actually gave Yi Wuxiang a wave of strong and invincible advertisements.
With him leading the way,
all sorts of marketing and public numbers in the esports world will be out in force later.
Yi Wuxiang's popularity is bound to skyrocket. At this point, it's no use even if you're more than a rabbit's internalized choices mini, right?
Don't you dare forcibly compile the backstage data to get Min elected.
If you dare to do that,
just wait for the spray. Congratulations on winning the title of Best Female Escort.
Congratulations to my husband for winning the title of Best Escort. The pop-up swiped the screen and celebrated early.
Jane Tienza smiled and laughed as her face froze.
No, isn't this my live room? Why are they all talking about Yi Wuxiang?
He remembered the words of his cousin,
Jane Jiaoyang. The queen is awesome.
Oh, be careful of the fans she attracts to your booth.
What? Isn't this Yi Wuxiang's live room?
I always thought that this was the territory of the mad young man.
Understood. This takes down Anchor 886. The pop-ups were very cooperative. Don't!
Jane Tenzel conked her hand,
much to the delight of the audience.
Yi Wuxiang silently exited the chat channel and hung up the video request amidst the buzz.
She picked up her cell phone and opened BB. Her pics have already reached 20,000 and are growing fast.
The event ends in 3 days,
and no surprise, first place is definitely hers.
She shuffled under the covers and fell into a deep sleep next to Season.
Mentally exhausted. Competitive games like Operation Jedi are actually very physically demanding to play. You need to concentrate.
Listen to every sound effect in the headphones.
Pay attention to every detail in the picture.
And then make judgment and reaction accordingly. She knew that there were many pairs of eyes on her in the live room, so it was even more important for her not to miss a beat and to give her full attention.
What happens when you do this is that you are tired and drained. Darkness.
The handsome man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the small group curled up next to him, his ink eyes flickering slightly.
Playing along? Day 2.
Yi Wuxiang woke up on time. She unlocked her phone and the first thing she saw was a message from Jane Jiaoyang.
Queen, someone's hacking you. The message was followed by a link,
which she clicked on and was redirected to the communication square of Bunny Escorts. This is the place where escorts and bosses chat together.
The plaza has a particularly hot topic right now. I'm a classmate of Yi Wuxiang / cold-blooded berserker.
I'll show you what she looks like. The user claimed to be a high school classmate of Yi Wuxiang, who was the ugliest girl in the school. It also said that Yi Wuxiang skipped class every day to go to the internet cafe to play games,
flunked the exam, was expelled from school, and could only come to Bibbit as a companion.
Attached to the article are several pictures of girls with yellow buck teeth,
large pie faces, pock-marked faces, and still thinning hair.
The owners and escorts who read this thread all have the attitude of shocking my whole family.
Some people say they're going to throw up. Some people said they regretted giving Yi Wuxiang a pic. Someone else suggested that we should give a pic to Min.
She showed her face and is a real beauty. Yi Wuxiang frowned. The number of people picking her backstage has definitely gotten smaller.
A new message was sent by Jane Jiaoyang. Queen, I've been talking to everyone in Class 7 and have written the paperwork that will prove your identity. If you agree, we'll go to the square and expose him. Moving that fast?
Yi Wuxiang's pupils shrunk slightly. She remembers that the gang in Class 7, all of them lazybones, have today written everything to prove her innocence before she woke up from her sleep.
Go on. She returned the word to. Somewhere in the room, Amin was lying on a big, soft bed, humming a tune on her cell phone, which was ringing ding-dong, and on.
It's a sound effect that's been picked up.
Yi Wuxiang, if you're in my way, don't blame me for being merciless. Amin was smug. She was the user who claimed to be Yi Wuxiang's classmate and smeared Yi Wuxiang in Bunny Square. My way of slandering is so cheap that you can prove your innocence by blowing up your own picture. But do you dare? Ha ha ha. Armin laughed out loud.
She watched last night's broadcast. To be precise, she was also the one who brought up the tempo in the live broadcast,
saying that Yi Wuxiang was a male.
Although Yi Wuxiang followed up with a video to prove that she was female.
But the camera was only on the keyboard and mouse. Why didn't Yi Wuxiang show his face? Didn't Yi Wuxiang know how much of an advantage a pretty face could bring to a woman? There was only one answer: Yi Wuxiang was ugly. She's afraid to show her face. She was afraid that showing her face would shatter people's illusions about her and affect the pick value. Then she would help Yi Wuxiang. If Yi Wuxiang wanted to retain his popularity, he had to prove that he wasn't that ugly. But ugly is more ugly. Ugly is less ugly. It's a dilemma. At this moment, Min did not know that Yi Wuxiang's camera was focused on the keyboard and mouse because the camera was too small. She flipped through the square topics, admiring the statements of people who regretted giving Yi Wuxiang a pick. A new topic of conversation squeezed into her eyes without notice. We're the ones who are classmates of Yi Wuxiang / cold-blooded berserker. Click in and enjoy her magnificent beauty. Chapter 38, Savings from a Previous Life. Wuxiang's Choice. Min immediately clicked into this topic. Topic started by Silver Blood. Good morning, noon and night. We are more than rabbit platform female escort Yi Wuxiang. The game named Cold-Blooded Madman high school classmates. When we heard that someone here claimed that he was also Yi Wuxiang's classmate, we rushed to recognize him. It was very disappointing to find only one animal on the scene. At the same time, we would like to make the following clarifications on the livestock statement, which is better viewed with the posting of the picture. First of all, ugliest in the school is a lie. Yi Wuxiang, whose real name was also Yi Wuxiang, was enrolled in the 7th class of senior high school at Fei Bird College in Yan City, Xia Kingdom, in the Chinese continent. Pick 1 is a daily photo. She was reading a book and we captured it. Secondly, skipping class and going to an internet cafe, failing a test and being expelled from school are false. Figure 2 is Yi Wuxiang's report card from the last monthly exam. Full marks in all subjects and first in her grade. Figure 3 is a school announcement honoring Yi Wuxiang for his courage in saving a strange boy when there was an accident on the school stage. All of the above information is true, and all Sherlock Holmeses are welcome to go to the Flying Bird Academy for proof. Last but not least, we would like to present to you a wave of Queen Yi Wuxiang. Figure 4 shows the Queen playing the drum kit at the party. Are you handsome? Just ask you guys if you're handsome. Figure 5 shows the Queen winning all 1v19 high school students at a chess tournament. Are you bullish? Just ask you guys if you're bull. Pick 6 shows the Queen taking on and defeating Yan City Chess Association President Sun Jiahao. Are you strong? I'll ask you if you're strong. In the game, she has both marksmanship and stance, and professional players have fallen to her. In reality, she has both face value and strength, and is screamingly good. She deserves a pick. At the end of the article, 6 charts are included. In the first picture, Yi Wuxiang is reading by the window in the school in the early morning. Her side face is exquisite, and her black pupils are indifferent. The colorful fall outside the window is breathtakingly beautiful. In the second picture, the report card of the monthly exams was checked out on the official website of the Flying Bird. In the third picture, there is an announcement about the stage accident on the official website of the Flying Bird. In the fourth picture, it was a picture of the Fei Bird School Gala, where Yi Wuxiang temporarily went on stage to play the drums. The stage lights hit her and she was serious and handsome. In the fifth picture, Yi Wuxiang stood in the middle of the U-shaped table, and the difference in the number of people made the scene appear extremely shocking, and she was full of calm and victory. In the sixth picture, it was a picture of Sun Jiahao slamming the table, angrily and woefully demanding Yi Wuxiang to make a draw, and Yi Wuxiang sitting at the bottom, calmly moving his chess pieces to decapitate Sun Jiahao. The topic caught fire very quickly, and in addition to passers-by, there were other students from Flying Bird Academy who came in and left messages. Spring Feast, good guy. I'm straight up good guy. So it turns out that Cold-Blooded Frenzy is the queen of our school. Fairy Liang, that said, when I was in the live stream last night, I thought that Cold-Blooded Berserker sounded a lot like our queen, but I didn't think much of it. Who would have known that the queen could be so good at playing games? A sword goes down to Tianshan, as a student of the same Fei Bird. I'd like to add that the queen not only scored full marks in her own monthly exams, but also worked as a part-time teacher to give remedial lessons to the 7th class, turning it from a class of poor students into a class of top-notch students. Chirpy Cat, hello alumni, let's go to the queen's pick in a group, shall we? By the way, I would like to remind you that rumor mongering is a death sentence, while candidly exposing the location of the school and constantly having students from that school come forward to confirm it. One side opens his mouth and spouts off, but he can't produce a shred of evidence. We all know who to believe. Just when everyone was about to go back to spamming the rumor monger, the rumor monger deleted the topic in flames and logged out as a user. On Jane Zhao Yang's side, there was also one more message. Bunny escorts Amin. Rumor mongering a mouth. To dispel rumors run legs. Heartbroken MS. Yi was maliciously smeared and vilified. After doing so, Amin put down her cell phone, her eyes full of shock and fear. She didn't expect Yi Wuxiang to be even more beautiful than herself. What's more, he didn't expect Yi Wuxiang to be so powerful in fields other than gaming.
It was impossible for his own popularity to surpass Yi Wuxiang's no matter what. She pinched her thighs and walked out of the bedroom,
red-eyed, into the arms of a balding, beer-bellied, middle-aged man in the living room. Godfather Ohu, I can't be the best female chaperone for Bibbit. The middle-aged man sniffed and rubbed Min's breasts. How come? I'm the boss of Bee Bunny, and when I say you can be, you can be. Really? Thank you, Godfather. Godfather is so nice. Min gave the middle-aged man a kiss on the cheek. Some people become escorts for the money, and Min used to be one. She loves gaming. It's all she has, and she was expelled for skipping class to surf the internet during school and had to work as an escort to make a living. A chance encounter with the middle-aged man in front of her followed closely by the position she is in today. She originally planned to use this best female escort activity to accumulate popularity, and then enter the live broadcasting world as a female anchor to be touted. Yi Wuxiang, who had killed her halfway, had ruined her good wishes. She had to set the disrupted plan right and give Yi Wuxiang a fatal blow. A day passed and Yi Wuxiang's pics reached 80,000, overtaking Amin. Coincidentally, half an hour after Yi Wuxiang surpassed Amin, BB Bunny made an official announcement that the selection rules had been changed. Success or failure is not based on the number of pics anymore. The top 10 female escorts in the pic count will enter a new competitive session tonight to see whose boss swipes more money. At the same time, the winning female escort is going to be the exclusive escort of the boss who spends the most money over a period of time. Flying Bird Academy, Class 7. Zhen Jiaoyan laughed back in anger. The queen is going to change the rules if she wins? Should it be so fake? How many days has the queen just joined the industry? Doesn't know a single boss except Jane Tianza. As good as her reputation is, who's going to slam her with gifts just because they have a good feeling? Amin is different. Amin is a patriarch of the escort world and knows countless bosses and has many fans. If you really want to compare them, the queen doesn't stand much of a chance of winning. I still have pocket money. I have a little more too. The class 7 student stepped forward, shyness coming to his eyes. It's a shame to say that although they are both sons of nobles, they are not the favorite of the family and do not have a lot of money. My brother sent word that he and his fans from the livestream will be coming to help with the PK tonight. Jian Jiaoyang handed his cell phone to Yi Wuxiang to see. Yi Wuxiang nodded slightly, his black pupils flickering slightly. She's not bad. The pay she'd gotten from taking on quests over the years was enough for her to get away with it for a long time. She remembers her bank card number and PIN. It's just that she's in a special position where multiple forces would immediately notice her if the card's funds flowed. Born again, she wanted to live differently. But, Yi Wuxiang's fist slowly clenched. Resurrecting Dustless is more important than how she lives. Nightfall, G Family Villa. Yi Wuxiang sat in front of the guest room's computer and watched as the head of Biker Rabbit pulled her into a PK interface. The interface has 10 female escort avatars, each with a bar of energy extending inward. Boss's bounties go into the energy bar. The presenter introduced. PK is divided into 5 stages, 10 minutes per stage. At the end of 10 minutes, the 2 accompanying ladies with the lowest current energy bar are out. Ready to guard your favorite escort? I declare. PK begins. Chapter 39 The $50 million that saved the day. Whose is it? With the host's command, the red light of the recharge button lit up. Bosses rise to the occasion, fearing that if their hands are slow and their money is low, their baby girl escorts will be far away. The students of the 7th class, including Jane Jiaoyang, gathered in the park square and threw in all the hundreds and thousands of dollars they could spare. Yi Wuxiang and Amin's energy bars grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10 minutes too. The avatars of the 2 ladies at the end disappeared into the PK screen. Without waiting to catch my breath, a new 10-minute countdown began. This wave is topped by the rest of the Flying Bird students. Some of them are highly valued by their families and have a larger share of pocket money. A user with the nickname Chinyu Dessert Shop put in $50,000 to help Yi Wuxiang reach the top, though it was quickly squeezed out by Amin. 10 minutes too. 2 more female escorts are missing from the PK interface. A new countdown begins. In the 3rd wave, Jane Tianza and the fans from the live broadcast came. Yi Wuxiang was kind to them. Before she came, Jane Tianza's popularity was propped up to rank 5th in the division, and it was hard to have room for improvement. This was the barrier in Jane Tianza's live broadcast career, and if he couldn't break through, this was the highest he could go in his life. After Yi Wuxiang's arrival, especially after killing the professional player, the butterfly effect brought about directly promoted Jane Tianza to the 1st place in the popularity ranking. That qualifies as a nobleman. Jane Tianza smashed 10,000, and the fans smashed 1,000,000. Naiman knows more bosses. The 2 groups can only fight at drums and drums. 10 minutes too. The PK interface is missing 2 more people. A new countdown begins again. After 3 rounds of competition, both sides look a bit exhausted with no major amount of fluctuation, until a user named I am Jackie, dropped in $500,000. I am. Summer, also dropped $500,000.
This was the champion duo that was defeated by Yi Wuxuan during the live broadcast. Summer also enthusiastically left a message on the chat interface, Berserkers punch ducks.
Stronger is the king.
They all knew that Yi Wuxuan's votes had countered Amin's, and then Rabbit had immediately changed the rules.
There's only one word for this, disgusting. They are willing to help if they can. Who made them hot-blooded teenagers too?
Before the people on Yi Wuxuan's side could be happy for a few seconds, a boss on Amin's side raised the price by $1 million.
No matter how much the amount on Yi Wuxuan's side went up, their countermeasure was just a little higher than Yi Wuxuan's. Always pressing Yi Wuxuan. End of round 4. Only Yi Wuxuan and Min were left in the PK interface.
The 5th round begins. Compared to the first 4 rounds, the 5th round was uneventful. The amount of money on both sides has been recorded in millions, and those a few dollars, dozens or hundreds of dollars into it, basically cannot see the splash. Amin sank back a breath as the computer screen displayed a recharge screen with $5 million pending inside. This is what she got for serving her godfather all night. Knowing that the money would go back to his account as a shareholder in no less than 1 cent, the godfather was generous.
She doesn't care. She just wants to win.
She would smash in the $5 million in the last 5 seconds of the end of the countdown to catch Yi Wuxuan off guard.
G Family Villa. Yi Wuxuan's computer screen also displayed a recharge screen. There's $50 million pending on it. 50 million is the limit of the energy bar. Amin must have kept a hand in it, and I don't know exactly how much money was kept.
Yi Wuxuan lowered her eyes, her curled eyelashes leaving a shadow on her eyelids.
For a foolproof win, the energy bar must be pulled full. She didn't want to make a mistake on that money. The moderator began counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. As soon as the word 5 came out,
Amin and Yi Wuxuan pressed confirm payment at the same time.
Amin's side shows payment successful and the energy bar skyrockets by 5 million. Yi Wuxuan's side showed payment failed.
Her pupils shrunk and she turned off the recharge screen, only to see that her energy bar had already been pulled full. The user nicknamed Leo threw in $50 million to put her in the number 1 spot. Compared to her long and full energy bar, Min's one was pitifully short. On the other end of the net, Min stood up from her chair and stepped back in shock.
50 million.
She had never seen so much money in her life.
She lost completely. On the PK side, the hosts were dumbfounded as well.
They privately communicated that they knew Amin would drop another $5 million to secure the number 1 spot.
$5 million is already astronomical for most people. They even wrote marketing articles for this.
Let's just say then the rabbit female escorts are so glamorous that they make their bosses fling $5 million of support.
So come and watch. The results result in a 50 million popping up at the end. It's not money anymore, is it? 50 million? Smashing to a female gaming escort? If a male escort sees this, he'll go to Thailand overnight to line up for a sex change?
The onlookers were equally dumbfounded. They had guessed that the rankings would change in the final seconds,
but they didn't guess that the changes would be so outrageous. That 50 million is like a strong man lifting 5 million by the collar and saying, just call yourself 5 million, right?
A crushing victory.
Nothing more. Announce the results.
Jane Jiaoyang urged on the chat public screen.
The host didn't dare to turn on the mic,
but looked at his boss behind him.
The man was none other than Min's godfather, who waved his hand, signaling that he didn't care.
They can't say to the public that Min has also spent $50 million. Only the network is stuck and there is 1 0 missing.
Right? What's more, what do you need Amin for when you have $50 million? Find out where this account came from. Godfather Amin showed his businessman side, his smile darkly calculating. He wanted to see the boss in the end. What is the head? 50 million said to dump out. Wouldn't it be great if we could find a chance to get acquainted? The staff immediately started tracing the money.
The end result caused his hand to shake and his mouse to fall to the floor.
It's the capital city Jishao.
The smile on the godfather's face froze.
And then, delight turned to fear. PK interface. The host announced that Yi Wuxuan was elected as the first best female escort of Bidbit.
The scene was very chaotic at one point. Birds of Prey's side is brushing up on Queen Awesome.
Gamers are painting the young madman is mighty.
Female fans are painting hubby's the best.
Yi Wuxuan returned a thank you, exited the PK interface, and came to the background to chat privately with Leo. Leafless, you are?
Leo, your fans. This reply made Yi Wuxuan more or less surprised as she continued typing.
Leafless, are you playing Jedi action now? It was clearly written in the Biker Bunny rules that if she won,
she would need to play the game with the boss who spent the most money and become that boss's exclusive chaperone for a period of time. This person should want to play the game with her since he was her fan.
On the other end, Leo was silent for a few moments and replied yes.
The two friend each other and start the game.
Where to jump? Yi Wuxuan asked in the group channel with an open mic. Leo didn't say anything, silently marking the spot. Can't talk? Yi Wuxiang frowned slightly and took Leo to parachute. A team of couples jumped in after them, flirting over the public mic for all to hear. 4 people jumped in the same place. Yi Wuxiang drops down looking for a takedown and Leo is knocked out cold with a straight right hand. Public Miley. Female scoffs. Hubby, this laughs me to death. There is a gun on the ground not picking it up, as if comparing attributes. The man smiles back. Maybe it's a newbie? Wife is awesome. Mooah. Yi Wuxiang's frown tightened. Without saying a word, he climbed out of the window, went to the woman's room, and put her down with a single shot. Husband save me. I'm going to get patched up. In the game, if it's a group mode, players who are killed don't die immediately, but instead lie on the ground. If your teammates come in time, you can pick up and fight again. Leo was killed and mended in quick succession. Yi Wuxiang, however, did not immediately patch off the female, but opened the public mic with an icy tone. Apologize. Honey, I'm coming. The male came running from outside. Yi Wuxiang stood on the second floor, avoided the head and shot him in the chest. He lost most of his blood and could only hide in the corner and take medicine. Yi Wuxiang aimed his gun at the female player who was lying on the ground. You just called him names and apologized. The male player just exploded and rushed forward with his gun. What the is wrong with you? Believe it or not, I'm. As the words landed, Yi Wuxiang shot him in the chest again, knocking him back to take his medicine again. Apologize. Yi Wuxiang repeated for the 3rd time. His gun pointed at the female player's head. His voice had an extra hint of hostility. Don't apologize for killing. People spend $50 million to help her PK. She naturally takes care of his gaming experience. It was probably because the hostility in those words was so compelling that the female player shivered in fear. Yeah, sorry, I got mouthy. I'm sorry, I'm. With that, Yi Wuxiang cut out the menu and clicked quit game. Letting these two off the hook didn't leave Leo dry waiting to see her play. Study. Jishin looked down without looking at the screen, the back of his hand against his lips, the corners of his lips rose, and his heart puffed. That girl is, really, handsome. Chapter 40, Young Ji has true feelings for MS. Yi. Jishin never thought that he would be protected by Yi Wuxiang in this way, but games and stuff really aren't something he's good at. He found a reason to exit the game, his smile clear in his eyes as deep as the infinite universe. Fengjiu stood back, puzzled, since Young Ji wants to pursue MS. Yi, why doesn't he take the initiative to reveal his identity? If MS. Yi knew that the person who helped her was Ji Xiao, she would definitely express her gratitude to Ji Xiao. With her nature, if she knew Leo was me, she'd be racking her brain right now trying to figure out how to pay me back my $50 million. Jishin came to the floor-to-ceiling window, and there was a hint of gentleness in his low, elegant voice. From chess to games, he could clearly sense her purpose. There was a thread tugging at her, demanding that she must fulfill a certain condition, and she didn't dare to slack off or miss a beat. It was her secret, and he was not in a position to ask too many questions. All he wanted to do was to help her in any way he could and take the pressure off of her. Who Leo was, she didn't need to know. At those words, Fengjiu couldn't help but hold his breath, with only one thought in his mind. Young Ji has true feelings for MS. Yi, that honorable man that countless unmarried women had dreamed of, had moved on to a female assassin. Then the rabbit side. Do you need me? Fengjiu thought about the rules being temporarily modified. This is blatant bullying of MS. Yi, no, they know what to do. A cold wind kicked up around Jishin. Rooms. Yi Wuxiang turned off the computer, washed up and walked into the master bedroom. On the bed of the master bedroom, the heir of the great millennial family was leaning against the bed, reading a book in German, his fingers bony and his expression earnest and handsome. She was silent, burrowing into the thin quilt, clinging to Jishin and closing her eyes. Before bed, she thought, what a stroke of luck to win this judging competition without having to mobilize my past life savings. The sound of long, steady breathing came from his side. Jishin closed the book and looked down to admire Yi Wuxiang's sleeping face. Sleeping? Her face was devoid of any coldness or defensiveness, pure and flawless like an angel. He ghosted out his hand, wanting to touch her white face. With half an inch left from her face, he paused and withdrew his hand to turn off the light and go to sleep. Night. Jedi Action Game Circle. The sky is covered with articles. Then Rabbit female accompanied by Yi Wuxiang. Get the big boss $50 million to hit the list. Then Rabbit is on fire. Yi Wuxiang is on fire. And Jian Tianzi, who took Yi Wuxiang live for a few days, is also on fire. Intriguingly, after the PK ended, Bibbit made an announcement. After verification, they found that its female escort Amin, open a small number in the square pretending to be Yi Wuxiang classmates, spread negative rumors. The circumstances are serious. To be permanently blocked, and to recover all the salary previously paid. Everyone was confused when this announcement came out. Amin actually played such a trick? Didn't she gently say I feel sorry for Ms. Yi being smeared under the silver blood thread? That's a disgusting look of false love. In the midst of the emotion, something snapped into focus. Young Qingyu, the goddess of video games, seems to go to school at Birds of Prey. 2. She was a female high school student from the same school as Yi Wushuang. This has sparked new rhetoric. Originally I thought Rong Qingru was the top quality female player. Now I regret it. Yi Wushuang is the one. The next day, the sun rises in the east. In the class group established by Jane Jiaoyang, someone at Yi Wushuang, Queen, you're top 1 on the school flower list. Rong Qingru has fallen from number 1 to number 2. It should be. Jian Jiaoyang replied calmly. The Queen's face value is higher than Rong Qingru's. Her studies are better than Rong Qingru's. She is better at chess than Rong Qingru's. She is better at playing games than Rong Qingru's. And her character is superior to Rong Qingru's. Aside from the different personalities and family backgrounds, in what way does Rong Qing is compared to the Queen? Yi Wushuang swept a glance, did not reply, and took a car to the Bird of Prey Academy. She wasn't interested in the schoolgirl rankings. When she arrived at the school, she stepped out of the nondescript sedan. After a period of time, the reporters who had originally blocked her at the door and wanted to interview her because of the chess matter had disappeared. In his place was a middle-aged balding man. The bald man saw her and rushed over to nod his head. Hello Ms. Yi, my name is Qian Yong. I'm the boss of Bunny Escorts. I just came back from a business trip. I heard that the matter of my staff privately tampering with the rules of the best female escort selection has caused you a lot of trouble. I rushed to Yen City overnight to apologize. I hope you don't mind. Ji Xiao has never been close to women. Being willing to spend $50 million on a female high school student nowadays meant that Yi Wushuang was special to him. He could never offend Yi Wushuang and had to come over to beg for his forgiveness. Asterisk 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 off. Yi Wushuang shouldered his backpack and his tone was cold. Jian Tianzi told her that Min is the best female escort in Bunny. The forced rule change was to preserve Amin. At this moment, he came over to apologize. It is only because he knows that there is a Leo behind her who can drop $50 million. And he wants to climb and make friends with this money tree. Good, good. Xian Yong compensated with a smile and bent down to bow, snapping and leaving the stage. Ka Chao. On the roof of the new teaching building, Rong Qingru took out her cell phone and captured this scene. In the photo, Chen Yong bent down and hugged Yi Wushuang. The action is very intimate. He wore a branded suit with a designer watch and left Yi Wushuang to drill into a multi-million-dollar sports car. Rong Qingru snorted coldly, her tone sneering. Yi Wushuang. So this is the reason why you were able to obtain 50 million hits. Being a lover for a middle-aged, married, balding man is quite a taste, isn't it? She was extremely upset because she had recently been pushed down by Yi Wushuang everywhere. Plus the number 1 school flower ranking had been snatched, so she wanted to come to the roof to blow off some steam. However, he accidentally bumped into Qian Yong hugging Yi Wushuang in front of the school. If the whole school knew that the high cool and lonely queen Yi Wushuang was, in fact, a young lover underneath a balding middle-aged man, what would they think? Rong Qingru turned around and went downstairs, dialing a phone number. Pictures sent to you. Print me 3,000 and send them in to Flying Bird. The thought of the bald guy being Leo made her want to laugh. Now on campus, all that was on everyone's lips was Yi Wushuang's high level of skill displayed in Operation Jedi and the mysterious Big Boss Elo. First class. The group of brothers around Shin Wenyu is no exception. Brother A played with his phone and sked. Yi Wushuang has topped the school flower rankings. This guy has been like a different person since he came back from summer vacation. Yeah. Brother B poked Shin Wenyu with his elbow. What do you say? Does this queen still like you? The handsome teenager frowned, not knowing how to answer. After the first few encounters, he felt that Yi Wushuang hated him. Definitely like it. What were you guys thinking? Brother C stared wide-eyed. Think carefully. Why did Yi Wushuang suddenly participate in the Intercollegiate Chess League? And why did she rush to sign up for the Best Female Chaperone contest when the rabbit competition was almost over? For what? The brothers wondered. Shin Wenyu also looked at him sideways. Because Rong Qingru, Brother C looked like you guys were really stupid. Rong Qingru participated in the Inter-School League, and Yi Wushuang went there. Young Qingru was invited to participate in the game carnival, and Yi Wushuang signed up for the Buy Rabbits event because the reward for the event was also attending the carnival. She was comparing herself to Rong Qingru at every turn. So what was she trying to do? Not just to tell Wenyu, I'm no worse than Rong Qingru. Choose me again. She must still like Wenyu. Chapter 41, next time, I'll send you to act in front of King of Hell. Shen Wenyu didn't retort, and a flash of joy surfaced within her heart. Yi Wushuang turned out to be so deeply in love with him. When he thought of Yi Wushuang's excessively good-looking face and cool eyes, his heart beat like thunder and his emotions were complicated. He had originally thought that Rong Qingru was the best girl in his circle, so he thought she was the best person for him to marry. But the transformed Yi Wuxuan was even better than Rongqingru. In recent days, he didn't even have the patience to chat with Rongqingru, just listening and rummaging through everything about Yi Wuxuan in the forums, in the live broadcasting room, and in the plaza of the bunny accompaniment. Brother Shen. Rongqingru arrived with a soft and gentle voice. Qingru, is something wrong? Shen Wenyu's attitude was instinctively a bit cold. This coldness, Rongqingru felt it. Ever since Yi Wuxuan took the monthly exam championship, Brother Shen's attitude towards her had become more and more faded. It was all Yi Wuxuan's fault. She gritted her teeth in her heart, but her face was gentle and unchanged. I remember the last time you told me that Yi students haven't gone to live in your house since they broke off their engagement with you. Indeed. Shen Wenyu nodded. Yi Wuxuang's home was in Shiqiao village, too far away from the flying birds to travel to and from. Before the engagement was broken off, Yi Wuxuang had been boarding at his house, which was grandfather's intention. If grandpa was still alive, even if Yi Wuxuang broke off the marriage contract, grandpa would definitely arrange for her to stay temporarily at the Shen family villa. With her grandfather gone, there was no one in the Shen family to retain her. Then she should have gone home to live by now. But Shiqiao village is so far away from Feibiao, and the transportation is inconvenient. How did she manage to not be late all the time? Rongqingru wrinkled her eyebrows. Could she really have been taken by someone else? She closed her mouth in mid-sentence, and there seemed to be scorn in her eyes. What happened to her by someone else? Shen Wenyu stood up from her chair, her eyes tense. It's nothing, I might have gotten misty-eyed. Rongqingru smiled awkwardly. It's not good for a girl to say some things without seeking proof. As soon as the words hit the ground, a class of students walked into the classroom with flyers in their hands in shocked tones. Big news, the queen of class 7, Yi Wuxuang, has been bagged, adopted. It's over. It was big news indeed, and the crowd flocked over to see only a photo printed on the flyer. On the photo, a middle-aged man in expensive clothes and balding, with his back to the camera, embraced Yi Wuxuang, and there was a multi-million-dollar supercar parked behind the two of them. I cracked. Don't tell me this bald guy is Leo. I didn't realize that the unattainable Yi Wuxuang on the surface is actually the same kind of goods that can open their legs at the sight of money behind their backs. It's actually understandable. That's $50 million. Where have rural people ever seen that much money? Shen Wenyu's expression was extremely shocked and angry. Yi Wuxuang, in order to prove that he was stronger than Chang Ru, in order to make him look at him differently, could he even go to this extent? Class 7. Jane Jiaoyang and the others also saw the flyer. He was even angrier. Who did this? I don't know. It's all over the place that the queen can't be seen as a person. The students shook their heads. Yi Wuxuan walked over. Jian Jiaoyang hurriedly hid the flyer behind his back, afraid that Yi Wuxuan would be angry if he read it. There's no need to hide. I've seen it. It's all about this flyer outside right now. Yi Wuxuan's black pupil was calm. No fluctuation on his face. Then, does the queen want to explain it to the public? Jian Jiaoyang asked tentatively. Their 7th class unconditionally believed in Yi Wuxuang. It's not the same out there. Rumors of being adopted are much more serious than being expelled from school. Wouldn't the queen's reputation be, if she didn't clear the air in a timely manner? No need to care. Yi Wuxuang sat back to his seat. She never cared what the outside world thought of her. Letting Jane Jiaoyang clarify in Bai Rabbit is also taking into account the activity pick value. Otherwise she wouldn't even look at it more than once. Jane Jiaoyang and the others looked at each other. The queen is so strong inside. Noon. Yi Wuxuang had used his lunch and leaned on the long chair in the grove to feel the breeze and close his eyes. Good noon, Mr. Yi. Rongqingru appeared in front of Yi Wuxuang, her voice carrying an unmissable smugness. Yi Wuxuang slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils flashed with murderous aura. Let me get this straight. I took the photos. I got someone to print the flyers. How about that? Is it a surprise that I would take the initiative to admit it? Rongqingru laughed lightly. What a shame then that there are no security cameras here and you didn't have the foresight to prepare your cell phone ahead of time to record. She stared at Yi Wuxuang from the shadows for a long time, confirming that it was safe, before walking over. So, Yi Wuxuang inclined his head to look at her as if he was looking at a corpse, merciless and indifferent. Ah, what scary eyes. Rongqingru pretended to be scared and took 2 steps back. Qingru. Not far away came Shen Wenyu's shouts, and the voices of the rest of the students in the 1st class. Brother Shen. I'm here. Rongqingru responded loudly. When the group of people were about to come around the corner, Rongqingru suddenly slapped herself hard and fell on the ground, covering her face to look at Yi Wuxuang, dropping tears and crying. Yi student, why did you hit me? When Shen Wenyu rushed to the scene, this was the image she saw. Yi Wuxuang was cold and sitting on the chair. Rongqingru covered her face and lay at her feet, her cheek palm prints clear. Yi Wuxuang, what are you doing? Shen Wenyu quickly stepped up and helped Rongqingru up. Rongqingru obediently burrowed into his arms, aggravated tears streaming down her face.
I just told Yi classmate that I believe that she is not being encumbered by a man, and she slapped me, saying that I was cat crying in fake compassion, and was also very proud to let me be jealous that she knows big money just say it straight away, and that she would introduce the big money to me if she was in a good mood. When Shen Wenyu heard this, she became even more angry and angrily accused Yi Wushuang. Very complacent? Yi Wushuang, do you think Qingru is as bottomless as you are and has never seen money? Apologize to her. Apologize to Goddess Rong. A class of students also stood out and surrounded Yi Wushuang, their faces unfavorable. Word of the queen hitting the goddess spread fast across campus. More students came to the grove, clogging the perimeter. Shangguan Qinglin was also startled and came over to ask, "What's going on?" The principal's office was near the grove, and it was hard for him not to notice. Goddess Young comforted Yi Wushuang, but Yi Wushuang didn't know what to do and slapped the goddess, and thought it was something to be proud of to be adopted by big money. Rong Qingru's fans immediately cried out for Rong Qingru, their faces full of disgust. Is that so? Shangguan Qinglin frowned and asked Rong Qingru. His intuition told him that Yi Wushuang couldn't possibly do this kind of thing, but the process still needed to be walked through. Aha! Rong Qingru sobbed and nodded, her appearance fragile and pitiful. Shangguan Qinglin turned to Yi Wushuang and asked, "What about you?" Yi Wushuang didn't say anything. His face was expressionless, and he lit up his cell phone that had been black. It was a keep recording interface and recorded for over 30 minutes. She pauses the recording and plays it. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. I'll get right to the point. I took the photo and I had the flyer printed. It's a shame that there are no security cameras here, and that you didn't have the foresight to have your cell phone ready to record in advance." As soon as the recording came out, the agitated crowd eerily quieted down. The photos and flyers are all from Goddess Young? How could a goddess who has always been knowledgeable, gentle and kind use such unorthodox tactics? That's all. She even deliberately went in front of Yi Wushuang and directed herself that Yi Wushuang scolded her? Shen Wenyu looked down at Rong Qingru with incredible eyes. Rong Qingru stiffened up and forgot to fake cry and act. She had clearly set her sights on Yi Wushuang. How could Yi Wushuang take the time to record? Unless Yi Wushuang was waiting for her from the beginning. Do you think that I don't know that you've been watching me from the shadows? Yi Wushuang stood up from the chair and came in front of Rong Qingru with an imposing aura. She pinched Rong Qingru's chin tightly, forcing Rong Qingru to meet her eyes, her tone devoid of temperature. "This is the last chance. If there's a next time, I'll send you to act in front of the King of Hades." Chapter 42 Charity Dinner. Missing a female companion. Yi Wushuang shook off Rong Qingru's chin. It was a contemptuous gesture, like throwing a useless scrap of trash. Rong Qingru was thrown sideways, her messy hair covering half of her face. There was silence all around. No one dared to interrupt. Yi Wushuang's eyes lightly narrowed as he crossed over Rong Qingru and Shen Wenyu, intending to return to Class 7. "Even if you record it, what's the point?" Rong Qingru broke the silence. She broke away from Shen Wenyu's embrace and took 2 steps forward, her face fading away from the false gentleness and kindness, revealing meanness and fierceness. "Does the recording explain the fact that you've been adopted by a middle-aged man?" The image of a goddess that she had worked so hard for was ruined by Yi Wushuang. But Yi Wushuang wasn't much better. No matter how heartfelt she was, Rong Qingru was not cheap enough to sell her body. She stared at Yi Wushuang's back, longing for Yi Wushuang to stop and reveal an expression of shame and embarrassment just like hers. But Yi Wushuang ignored her and disappeared straight into the grove. Shangguan Qinglin handed down the punishment in a cold voice. Senior Class Young Qingru. Self-directed defamation of classmates. 1 week suspension. 8,000 word review. After saying that, Shangguan Qinglin left. The rest of the students followed with mixed expressions. Shen Wenyu also left, and before she left, she didn't forget to give Rong Qingru a disappointed look. Only one short, scrubby, fat-headed boy stayed put, his tone of voice mesmerized. "Goddess, I believe you are innocent. You must have been counted by Yi Wushuang. I will always support you." Asterisk 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 off. Rong Qingru wanted to vomit at the sight of it. Her body was repulsed, and her tears flowed. The afternoon flyers were more raucous and noisy than the morning ones. Some people called today Magic Day. Formerly, the Queen of Class 7 was suspected to have been adopted by big money. Afterwards, there was a whole school goddess who was actually hammered with the true face of green tea. 2 of the most popular girls in the school have met a huge Waterloo. Others have photographed the flyers and uploaded them to the Plaza of Bunny Escorts, generating a different kind of buzz. But eat melon to eat melon, gossip to gossip, the class still has to go to class. The school still has to be dismissed. Before night came, Yi Wushuang ended her part-time job at the dessert store and returned to the Ji family villa. Inside the villa, the elderly maid was comparing 2 sets of men's suits. "So tangled. Miss Yi is back?" The old maid saw her and hurried over to inquire. "Ms. Yi, which of these 2 sets of clothes do you think suits Ji Xiao a little better?" "What's wrong?"
Yi Wuxuang's eyes lifted lightly. Given the Ji family's financial resources, the answer to this multiple-choice question should be all of them. Ji Xiao is going to attend a charity dinner tomorrow night at the Bulgari Hotel. At that time, all the dignitaries in Yen City, regardless of the political and business sectors, will be in attendance. As a servant of the Ji family, I want young Ji to be the handsomest man in the room, even though he's already very handsome. The older maid's old face flushed, her eyes proud. Charity dinner? Yi Wuxuang asked casually. Yeah, this charity dinner. It's still being led by young Ji, the maid explained. One of the ancestral mottos of the Ji family is to reach the world and help the world. And for this reason, the Ji family spends quite a lot on charity every year. Unlike celebrities who put on a show, the Ji family does real charity. In the case of tomorrow's dinner, guests have two options. Either auction off items and donate the proceeds, either go on stage and perform a talent show, or if people on stage think it's good, they can donate a sum of money. The money ends up in the hands of the old, the young, the sick and the disabled in the biggest slums outside the country. At this point, the maid spoke in a tone of emotion. Does Ms. Yi know that slum is a particularly dirty, messy, and poor place? It's drug-infested, crime is frequent, there's no steady water or electricity, no steady food, and the rate of premature deaths of newborns is horrifyingly high. I know. Yi Wuxuang's eyes were lowered. It was where she had lived. How could she not know? Mrs. Zhang, you're picking out clothes again. Jishin walked in from outside and smiled helplessly and lowly. At every party, big or small, the aging maid agonized over what he would actually wear best. I'm letting Ms. Yi help pick it out this time. Zhang Ma muttered in dissatisfaction. Oh, Jishin came to Yi Wuxuang's side. His thin lips rose, his voice magnetic. Which one did she pick? This one. Yi Wuxuang pointed at one of the white suits and replied. Jishin is extremely well-built male model, and this white color will make him look even more poised. This one. Then, the smile at the corner of Jishin's lips deepened. His gaze fell on Yi Wuxuang's white and beautiful face, his voice gentle. I'm still missing a date for the charity party tomorrow night. Would you be interested in going over there and having some fun? It was time for her to take a break and have some fun. All guests attending the banquet are required to show their talents or auction off items. Oh, Zhang Ma was kindly reminding from the side. Yi Wuxuang's mind crossed many images from his previous life. That slum is a breeding ground for sin and darkness. There are also innocent and pure people who long for redemption, even if it's just a tiny bit of help. I can be your date. She nodded gently. After all, the new trial quest hadn't been released yet, and she had nothing to do. At the same time, in a 5-star Western restaurant, Rong Qingru cried with her head down, and across from her sat a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The women were good-looking and well-maintained, with nails carefully painted red and wearing blue branded dresses. Her name was Kai Cheng and she was Shin Wenyu's mother. Alright Cheng-ru, don't cry. If your eyes are swollen from crying, how can you attend the charity dinner hosted by Ji Xiao tomorrow? Kai Cheng comforted one after another. Now the city's famous families and nobles are all saving up to put on a good show at the charity dinner in order to gain the favor of the Ji family's heir. If they could use this opportunity to hook up with the Ji family, everyone could wake up smiling in their dreams. Auntie Cheng, Brother Shen has ignored me now, and it's hard on my heart. Rong Qingru's tears flowed even more fiercely. I just wanted to expose Yi Wuxuang's true colors and then used the wrong way. I know. In fact, this matter is also blamed on Yi Wuxuang. Alas, Kai Cheng sighed, her eyes showing contempt. I really didn't think that Yi Wuxuang, that bumpkin, could be so shameless as to go and be a mistress for a balding man. Kai Cheng hadn't seen Yi Wuxuang for a long time. At the end of the last school vacation, she also asked her own son Shin Wenyu, where did Yi Wuxuang go? Why didn't he come back to live? The son said Yi Wuxuang dissolved the doll's marriage. That would make her happy. She dreamed of clearing her relationship with Yi Wuxuang, who would be happy to have her own daughter-in-law. An unseen country bumpkin? The person she had in mind for her daughter-in-law was Rong Qingru. The Rong family is the oldest and most powerful family in Yen City, and the Shin family is slightly inferior. So if they can marry the Rong family, the Shin family will be able to take a big step forward. Yi Wuxuang, get as far away as you can. Don't worry, with Auntie Cheng here, Wenyu won't ignore you. Kai Cheng patted the back of Rong Qingru's hand. Thank you Auntie Cheng. Rong Qingru nodded her head obediently, and a triumphant glint flickered in her eyes. Chapter 43 Ms. Ye's male companion is Ji Xiao. A day passed quickly. Yi Wuxuang had just returned to the villa after school and was pulled into the check room by Zhang Ma to try on the black one-shoulder mermaid dress evening gown. It's so beautiful. Zhang Ma nodded in satisfaction. In the mirror, the young girl's face is exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her body is tall. The thin place is thin. The round place is also round. The small exposed shoulder. The temperament is cold. The sexy split cut on one side of the skirt reveals her long, slender legs and stretches the overall sense of line. making her a living creature. I didn't expect Missy to have such a good figure. Zhang Ma pulled Yi Wuxuang into the dressing room again, and the makeup artist applied a slight powder on her face, then permed her hair into slight curls and draped it behind her head, adding a touch of lazy beauty to her. Jishin came in and saw the scene. A flash of color flashed in his eyes. Normally, Yi Wuxuang always had a plain face and wore either casual clothes or school uniforms, mostly loose and comfortable. This evening gown transformed her from a student girl to a dark elfin queen of the night, with a delicate and unrivaled look. Yi Wuxuang also noticed Jishin. He changed into the white suit she had picked out for him, and the air of a famous nobleman came over him, elegant and gentlemanly. Go! Jishin reached out his hand towards Yi Wuxuang, a low chuckle spilling out from the corner of his lips. Yi Wuxuang didn't think much about it and put her hand on his palm, allowing him to lead her into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Fengjiu drove to the city center. Half an hour later, the sports car pulled up in front of the hotel. Before getting off the bus, Jishin received an international call. Yi Wuxuang got off the car alone and entered the hotel auditorium alone. The auditorium was full of clothes and drinks, and she found a quiet corner to savor the desserts that the party served to its guests. At the first bite into her mouth, she frowned. The texture, it's far worse than the one made by Jishin. While hesitating to continue eating, an angry female voice came from behind her. Yi Wuxuang, why are you here? The visitor was Rong Qingru, who was wearing a short white princess dress, and in her coiled-up hair, she carried a small crown of broken diamonds. What? She is Yi Wuxuang? Kai Cheng, who was next to Rong Qingru, was astonished. She was under the impression that Yi Wuxuang was the gloomy and timid village girl with thick bangs. Not this drop-dead gorgeous, bright and noble beauty in front of you? It's her. She changed her hairstyle. Rong Qingru squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth, itching to rush up and tear Yi Wuxuang apart. Brother Shin ignored her and she was suspended from school for review, all because of Yi Wuxuang. I see. As a woman herself, Kai Cheng understood very well how much a hairstyle could affect a woman's face value. She walked to Yi Wuxuang and said with a cold snort, Aya, they say that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. And it's true. A gown can package a village girl into a celebrity, causing me to almost not recognize her. She wasn't afraid of the big money behind Yi Wuxuang. $50 million is a sky-high price for rural people, but for a powerful family like theirs, it's just a deal that barely scratches the surface. Learning that Yi Wuxuang had bullied Rong Qingru in school, she planned to take out a bad breath for Rong Qingru, and in the meantime, to please and ingratiate herself with the Rong family. Yi Wuxuang lifted his eyes. The woman in front of her wearing a custom-made red cheongsam with a pearl necklace was Shin Wenyu's mother, Kai Cheng. Kai Cheng is a lucrative woman, has been dissatisfied with his son, has a rural daughter-in-law. That rural people married in cannot bring any role to the Shin family, but only let the Shin family shame. When the original owner was hosted in the Shin family villa, she did not suffer from Kai Cheng's blank stares and coldness. She didn't hitch a ride on such a womanly idea of Kai Cheng's. However, Kai Cheng was not going to let her go. She looked left and right, calling out to her friends and beckoning. Mrs. Zhao Mrs. Chen Mrs. Li Mrs. Wu, come and see. Look what I found. Upon her invitation, the celebrity noblewomen not far away all came over with their children companions and also noticed Yi Wuxuang sitting in the corner with a cold expression. Yi Wuxuang was extremely beautiful tonight, and the males revealed looks of admiration or fascination, while the females revealed looks of disdain or jealousy. They all had a doubt in their minds. Who is this beauty? Mrs. Kai, what have you discovered? A noblewoman was very puzzled. Yi Wuxuang, that country fiancé of my son's, Kai Cheng exclaimed with disgust on her face. When she saw that my son really didn't like her, she took the initiative to break off the engagement, only to turn around and get hitched to a big spender who was dozens of years older than her, and appeared here in human form, almost not letting me recognize her. At the mention of Yi Wuxuang, the faces of the crowd changed. They weren't students of Fei Bird and didn't usually pay attention to games or chess, only remembering that the Shin family did have such a country fiancé. Hearing that Yi Wuxuang had a big money man, or a big money man who was dozens of years older than her, everyone looked at Yi Wuxuang with contemptuous eyes. At a young age, you sell your body and don't learn. I've seen a lot of these rural women trying to turn pheasants into phoenixes. Amidst the accusations, Rong Qingru revealed a painful smile. By the way, where's your big money man Leo? Don't you want to show him to the gang? Kai Cheng looked around the room, looking for the middle-aged bald man that Rong Qingru had mentioned. After she searched for half a day and didn't find it, the dinner party initiator, the heir of the Ji family in the capital city, Ji Shun, instead, walked in from outside, with his special assistant Fengjiu following behind him. The brilliant light of the European chandelier spread over him, making him look as handsome and inoffensive as a heavenly god. Everyone's faces were straightened and changed into a dignified and decent appearance, unwilling to leave a bad impression on Ji Shun. Seeing Ji Shun walking straight towards them, they showed joy and respectfully shouted, "Ji Xiao, is something good going to happen to them?" The younger girl blushed and her heart raced violently. Rong Qingru also revealed a slightly petulant look. "You guys seem to have a problem with Yi Wuxuan?" Ji Shin had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Before he came in, he saw a group of people surrounding Yi Wuxuan, and none of these people had a very kind expression on their faces. "Opinions? We can be too opinionated." Kai Cheng was the first to step forward with a look of hatred. "Ji Xiao does not know. This woman is called Yi Wuxuan. From the countryside. Stupid and dumb. It is my son who can't look at his fiancée. My son broke off his engagement with her, and when she saw that there was no hope of marrying into a wealthy family, she gave herself as a mistress to a man old enough to be her father, and now she shows up here, with you, with us, at such a high-class charity banquet. This is like a mouse that ruins a pot of soup. You should kick her out." "Yeah." The smile on Ji Shin's lips tightened, and coldness converged around his body. The engagement that Yi Wuxuan took the initiative to break. In Kai Qing's mouth, it became Shen Wenyu taking the initiative to break the engagement, and Shen Wenyu did not want her. Interesting. Saying that Yi Wuxuan was working as a mistress for someone else was even more ridiculous. That woman was born with pride and wouldn't do such a thing even if it broke the sky. "Yes, young Ji." Rong Qingru followed and stood out with a firm tone. "I saw Yi Wuxuan hugging a middle-aged male with my own eyes. Everyone in the Bird of Prey Academy knows about this." Kai Qing picked up where she left off. "In my opinion, we shouldn't just kick Yi Wuxuan out. That Yi Wuxuan's male companion should be kicked out as well. What kind of occasion is this? Is it a place where people like them deserve to come? I'm ashamed to be in the same hotel as them." The guests next to him nodded along. "This kind of uptight stuff really shouldn't be here." Feng Jiu indifferently asked Kai Qing, "Do you know who Miss Ye's male companion is?" "It's a bald man named Leo in English." Kai Qing immediately replied. In the back of his mind, however, there was a twinge of doubt. "Miss Yi? How can Mr. Ji's special assistant call Yi Wuxuan Miss Yi?" In the next second, she heard Feng Jiu reply in a voice that was cold to the bone. "Miss Ye's male companion is Mr. Ji. Kick them out? Do you have that qualification?" The words landed on the ground, and everyone in the four corners of the room was shocked. The male companion of the village girl Yi Wuxuan was actually the famous Ji Xiao, the initiator of this charity dinner. This was not the same as what Kai Cheng and Rong Qingru had said. "What did you say?" Kai Qing thought she had heard wrong. Rong Qingru opened her mouth slightly, frozen on the spot. Chapter 44, Dancing Together. She is the lifesaver of the Ji family. No one expected that Yi Wuxuan, who came from the countryside, could be involved with the number one young man in the capital. Just as Kai Qing and Rong Qingru were puzzled, Feng Jiu's next words explained their doubts and made them fall into an ice cave. Miss Yi is young Grandpa Ji's savior. All of the Ji family must treat her with courtesy and respect. Nonsense such as Ms. Yi being adopted by a middle-aged man. I advise you all to think with your brains before you see if you can say it. People around you look at me. I look at you. All see in each other's eyes impossible 3 words. What's Ji Xiao's status? What's the status of the Ji family? Yi Wuxuan has become Ji Xiao Grandpa's savior, and has been a great benefactor to the Ji family. Does she still need to look for a middle-aged man to beg for adoption? No need. This Kai Cheng and Rong Qingru really have their brains caught in the door, dare to say such unreliable words. Meanwhile, there's a little question on everyone's mind. How did Yi Wuxuan become Grandpa Ji Xiao's lifesaver? They were curious, but didn't dare to ask, nor were they qualified to do so. Ji Xiao, what about the two of them? Feng Jiu pointed at Rong Qingru and Kai Cheng and asked Jishin with a respectful attitude. Since these two feel that Wuxuan and I are not worthy of sharing a room with them, then send them away. The Ji family's business. I don't think it's high enough to climb up to the Rong and Shin families. Jishin's voice was low, calling Yi Wuxuan as Wuxuan, sounding very familiar and intimate. Yi Wuxuan raised his eyes slightly, but did not say anything. Names were just code names to her. She continued to eat the cake. The hotel security guards immediately came out and arrived in front of Kai Cheng and Rong Qingru, signaling them to leave the venue. No, Ji Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. Our Shin family and Yi Wuxuan have a good relationship. You must not take it seriously. Kai Cheng's head was sweating profusely and her face was pale. He only hated that he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, not knowing that Yi Wuxuan was the life-saving benefactor of Grandpa Ji Xiao. If she had known that Yi Wuxuan had this relationship with the Ji family, she would have been polite and respectful to Yi Wuxuan, treating him as an ancestor. Kai Cheng? Shin Wenyu's father squeezed in from the periphery with Shin Wenyu. They had been talking business freely with Rong Qingru's father and mother when they turned around and realized that there was a group of people surrounding the place, and Ji Xiao was among them. There was also a beautiful woman in a black fishtail dress beside Ji Xiao, and the woman looked a little familiar. Yi Wuxuan? Shin Wenyu recognized Yi Wuxuan with a stunning tone.
Even though he was disgusted in his heart with Yi Wuxuang's behavior of being a mistress for someone else, there was still a trifle of infatuation in his eyes. Yi Wuxuang, who was attending the banquet in formal attire, was gorgeous. Along with them came an influx of other guests, including some of the students of the Flying Birds, and the mayor's son, Meng Yunjing. Qingru, Rong Qingru's parents also crowded in. What happened? Who's kicking you out? A certain noblewoman nudged her mouth to see what was going on. Your precious daughter, Rong Qingru, and the Shin family's wife, Kai Cheng, claimed that Shin Wenyu's former fiancée, Miss Yi, had been adopted by a middle-aged man, and was unworthy of appearing here with a male companion. But other people's Miss Ye's male companion is Ji Xiao, and she is the lifesaver of Ji Xiao's grandfather. There is no such thing as being adopted by someone else. In just a few words, the cause and effect, and the gist of it, were made clear. The faces of the men in charge of the two families changed drastically, and there were many questions in their minds that they wanted to know, but they knew better than to know what was most important at the moment. It was to calm Yi Wuxuang and Ji Shin's anger. They rushed to apologize, as sincerely as they could. However, no matter how sincere they were, Ji Shin didn't even look at them more than once. He raised his hand and gently waved it as if he was an emperor giving orders. Drive out. Yes, the security guards spoke in unison, crossing their arms and pushing the two families out of the room. This scene caused the powerful nobles present to resist a chill down their backs. The Rong family and the Shin family, both of them were prestigious existences in Yen City, especially the Rong family, rooted in Yen City for 100 years. Who can't treat them with kindness? But in front of the Ji family, they were nothing. The smart powerful man sneaked a look at Yi Wuxuang, who was eating the cake with a calm face, and mentally warned himself, Yen City will have more of her new Buddha in the future, and she must not be messed with. The party begins. In accordance with the pre-agreed procedure for the banquet, the lights around the hall were extinguished, leaving only the chandelier to emit light. Elegant, lingering saxophones came on as men in suits came to the ladies, bending over and reaching out. May I have a dance? Sure. Pairs of men and women stepped onto the dance floor for a ballroom dance. The girls who did not have a dance partner made secret glances towards their favorite males, such as Meng Yunjing, who received many hints from girls of her age. These girls think that Jishin is a high sun in the clouds and doesn't have that ability to climb, so they might as well think more about Meng Yunjing. Meng Yunjing was indifferent. His gaze fell on Yi Wuxuang, who was not far away, and his ears were indisputably red again. Every time he saw Yi Wuxuang, he was able to discover a new beauty from her. She's cute in a maid outfit. In her school uniform she is clear and proud. She is regal and cool in an evening gown. He wanted to ask Yi Wuxuang to try dancing. Meng Yunjing was not the only male in the arena who held such thoughts. Everyone stood up, and before they could take a few steps out, they saw the most honorable and handsome man stretching out his hand towards Yi Wuxuang, his good-looking eyebrows lightly arched. Interested in a dance? Looking at the bony hand, Yi Wuxuang pondered for a moment and handed her hand over to Jishin. He provided food, shelter, and escort services, so it wouldn't hurt for her to give him a face. She had one request, though: 2 cakes a week. She sounded extremely serious. 1 cake a week would be too little. Not enough. Jishin was dumbfounded and gently exerted force, pulling her up. Could be. Delicious little prey. A step forward yet. The two of them entered the dance floor, and with their outstanding bodies, looks and temperament, they instantly became the brightest presence in the room. Steps swayed lightly, skirts flew, lights were dimmed, and music played. The men are handsome and the women are pleasing to the eye. The girls' hearts are broken. Ji Xiao is dancing with someone else. The boys' hearts were also broken as Yi Wuxuang danced with someone else. The Qi also dances so beautifully that it is literally murderous. Woohoo! Once the dance is over, everyone goes back to their seats and auctions off their items in order, or puts on a show. Yi Wuxuang sat down on the stage and made a preliminary observation, and found that most of the men chose to auction off donations, while most of the women chose to perform in the program. The programs fall into 2 general categories: dancing or playing an instrument. There was a short-haired, almond-eyed girl sitting on the stage right now playing the piano. She was skillful, with a striking appearance, and occasionally looked at the piano score with a serious expression. The powers that be nodded their heads and rewarded them with a number of sums of money for their donations. When she finished playing, she got up and lifted the hem of her skirt in a very ladylike curtsy, which was rewarded with loud applause, but she did not leave the stage immediately. I don't know if Miss Yi is preparing an auction item or performing a talent. She opened her mouth abruptly, aiming straight at Yi Wuxuang. Chapter 45, Fighting Qin, Tough Yi Wuxuang. The almond-eyed girl's words landed on the ground, drawing many opposing gazes. It was not a wise move for her to make things difficult for Yi Wuxuang when the former Rong and Shin families had been expelled for humiliating him. Yi Wuxuang came from the countryside. His family was not rich, even if he had talent. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to rise to the top. The
the young girl didn't care about everyone's gazes. Instead she smiled graciously. Ms. Yi is kind and beautiful, and a great dancer, so I'm sure the preparations are also original, right? I especially like girls like Miss Yi and want to make friends with her, and I can't wait to find out what Miss Yi has prepared. Her name was He Huan, the daughter of the He family, a first-class mansion in Yen City. He Huan's favorite thing to do is to go off the beaten path. You all think you shouldn't mess with Yi Wuxuang at this time, but I'm going to, preferring to use this way to gain the attention of Ji Xiao. As long as Ji Xiao could notice her, she could show off her superb talent and conquer him. Hostility swept across Ji Shen's pitch-black eyes. Yi Wuxuang replied indifferently. Talent? Oh, does Miss Yi also intend to perform a talent show? I wonder what type of talent Miss Yi is going to perform. He Huan acted warmly, as if she was a long-lost sister. If it's dancing or playing an instrument or something like that, can I accompany you on the side? I really want to collaborate with Ms. Yi. Yi Wuxuan looked at the piano behind He Huan, his voice cold and without fluctuation. Piano. The evening was prepared with many musical instruments, which were moved up and down and hauled in and out by staff after each performance. Not to mention cumbersome and time-consuming. She didn't want to waste time. A steal. Piano? The smile on He Huan's face froze slightly, skepticism and contempt welling up in his heart. Piano. The king of musical instruments. Buying a piano starts at $10,000 at the very least, which is not an amount that a poor rural family can afford. Yi Wuxuang is pretending, right? Or did she learn the piano for a while after meeting Ji Xiao and plan to perform? That's a real scandal. The scorn in He Huan's almond eyes flickered and he took a step back. I didn't expect Miss Yi to play the piano as well. Come on, please ask Miss Yi to come on stage and play. Yi Wuxuang stepped onto the stage with a calm pace, came to sit in front of the piano and pressed a key with his fingertips. Ding! The sound of the piano. After this tone, a second tone did not come out after a while of work. Yi Wuxuan looked down at the keys of the piano, not knowing what she was thinking. The guests were a bit puzzled and talked amongst themselves. Jishin folded his legs and was calm and collected his breath. He Huan laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face he said kindly, if Ms. Yi is not very good at the piano, we can change. Before the rest of the words could be said, Yi Wuxuang's 10 fingers leaped on the black and white piano keys. The ethereal and gentle music played out from under her hands. What the tune is called, people are not sure. They just don't think they've heard it or learned it. The initial melodies, mysterious and soft, are like mayflies spawned from heaven and earth, tiny and fragile. After a few moments, the rhythm picks up and the pitch rises, like a black cloud pressing down on a city and a violent storm approaching, making the listener tense up and hold his breath. The pitch kept rising to the point where it was on the verge of exploding, and ended abruptly. Yi Wuxuang's 10 fingers left the keys of the piano, and the listeners were so high in their suspended emotions that they forgot to breathe. After a second on hold, Yi Wuxuang resumed playing. This time, the zither sound was majestic, atmospheric and heavy, like a new birth and a metamorphosis. The inconspicuous mayfly finally survived the storm, and stood on the top of the mountain in human form, picking the stars and the moon with his bare hands. After the climax, the melody returns to its initial soft mystery, like crying out, like reminiscing, like remembering. Slowly, the piano stopped. A noblewoman felt a coolness on her face, so she reached up and wiped it. Freezing, why am I crying? The mood of this track is so strongly rendered. Snap! The applause was heartfelt and enthusiastic, and everyone did not mince their words of praise. Ms. Yes, piano playing is so good. I almost cried too. Every one of my pores opened up. It was so shocking and comfortable. This song only comes from heaven. I'm willing to donate $200,000 to charity. I'll donate $300,000. She plays better than He Huan. Originally, everyone was still thinking that no matter what Yi Wuxuan played into, they would be done with praising with a clear conscience. The result was greatly beyond their expectations. He Huan was stunned. Her original intention was to step on Yi Wuxuang as a stepping stone to show off her strength. How is it that you've been stepped on by Yi Wuxuang in turn, and given Yi Wuxuang as a control object? Miss Ye's good piano skills. I'm mesmerized. He Huan panicked and remedied the situation. As a student at Berkeley, I especially enjoy playing the piano with people, and I was wondering if you'd like to play with me once, in order not to annoy people, especially Jishun. He Huan also added, wait, if Ms. Yi can beat me, I'm willing to donate $1 million to the slums in my private name. Berkeley, a globally recognized music school with a limited number of students enrolled each year. This was the source of He Huan's confidence. Hearing 1 million, Yi Wuxuang calmly spat out a word. May. She got up and gave her place to He Huan. He Huan took his seat and started playing Ghostfire. Ghostfire is known worldwide as the hardest practice song, which is a test of skill and is regarded as a special song for showmanship. Even major pianists rarely challenge Ghostfire in recitals. He Huan is very talented and can play Ghost Fire steadily at a young age. Guests nodded their heads and complimented. What a student to be accepted to Berkeley. After the song, He Huan gasped slightly and got up to look at Yi Wuxiang with more than a touch of provocation in his eyes. Yi Wuxiang took his seat and started playing Ghost Fire as well. The difference is that her Ghost Fire is a sped-up version, with a tempo speed that's a whole lot faster than Yi Huan's. The guests only felt that Yi Wuxiang's playing seemed to have been pressed on the fast-forward button, and they could not see her fingers with their naked eyes. In a few moments, the song is finished. Yi Wuxiang stood up. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, his temples were not sweating, and his breathing was not disordered. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and weaker between her and He Huan. Snap! The arena erupted in thunderous applause. MS. Yi is so tough. Her piano skills are even better than Berkeley students. A noble son comes from a cold family. The ancients have not deceived me. Yi Wuxiang favored and disgraced. There was no joyful pride of being praised on his face. He just lightly glanced at He Huan. Remember to keep your promise. She was fighting He Huan for that $1 million for the piano. He Huan took half a step back, his face trying to fake a smile and genuinely cry. It was hard to see. Under the stage, Jishin's ink eyes lightly converged and opened his mouth carelessly. It's understandable to be young and wild and like to fight, but before challenging others, it's best to weigh your own weight first, so as not to humiliate myself and be made a joke of. Chapter 46. Yi Wuxiang is not on the same level as them. After Jishin said this, He Huan didn't have the face to stay at the banquet, left $1 million and left. The guests looked odd. In all honesty, He Huan's acceptance into a world-renowned music school is a big deal, isn't it? In the entire city of Yen, only one He Huan has come out in decades. Blame it on Yi Wuxiang being even more perverted. The speed at which he played the piano was as if he had borrowed the hand and was in a hurry to return it. It's not a good idea to disobey. The party continues, only with Yi Wuxiang's jade in front. The later's well-prepared programs were met with mediocre response. The resourceful flying bird student, who has already captured several evening gown photos of Yi Wuxiang to post on the forum. There are also students quietly recorded Yi Wuxiang and He Huan's Qin fighting process, as well as uploaded to the forum. The name of good things to share with everyone. The great matter of Yi Wuxiang being the life-saving benefactor of the Ji family was certainly not something that everyone would forget to emphasize. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Yi Wuxiang had just returned to class 7 when he was surrounded by Jane Jiaoyang and the others. Queen, why didn't you tell me you were at the charity dinner? If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed home and played the game. Jane Jiaoyang was in tears in her heart, feeling like she had missed out on $1 billion. The corner of Yi Wuxiang's mouth pulled lightly. And we just found out that the queen is actually young Grandpa Ji's savior. So it's the Ji family that's been transporting the queen to and from school all this time? Girl A's eyes were adoring. Yi Wuxiang nodded slightly and did not say anything about the fact that she was living in the Ji family villa and was sharing a bed with Jishin. Boy B said, Queen, did you know that someone sent the flyer that young Qingru printed out to Bunny Chat Square? The owner of Bibbit saw it and made an announcement overnight that he was the male in the photo and was looking for you to bow and apologize for changing the rules halfway through the game. It's not hugging you. It's not harboring you, and it says it's going to sue Rongqingru for defamation. Xian Yong saw this picture last night, as well as the gossip that circulated from this picture, and his guts were scared to death. How dare he steal a woman from Jishin? He wrote the announcement himself on the spot and did not dare to delay at all. The announcement was screenshot to the forum. Everyone knows the queen is innocent. Jane Jiaoyang's tone was happy. Right now, the school forums are buzzing. On one hand, he was surprised at Yi Wuxiang's relationship with the Ji family. On the one hand, he was lamenting Yi Wuxiang's all-round crushing of Rongqingru, following the face value, study, chess and video games. Rongqingru's background and the piano that she was so proud of also lost out in front of Yi Wuxiang. What makes people wonder more is the difference in attitude between Yi Wuxiang and Rongqingru on the matter of being adopted. As soon as young Qingru saw Boss Bunny approaching Yi Wuxiang, she immediately took a picture and maliciously guessed the relationship between the boss and Yi Wuxiang. Without seeking evidence, they printed leaflets in a big way to smear Yi Wuxiang's reputation. Afterwards, he even went to Yi Wuxiang in a villainous manner to direct himself in front of him, and was hit in the face by Yi Wuxiang. As for Yi Wuxiang, he was calm throughout. She didn't explain her innocence and didn't care about outside gossip. It is evident from this alone. Yi Wuxiang and everyone else is not a level grade. She was far more powerful than they were. I've heard that the student council side has joined together to the principal's office, intending to dismiss Rongqingru and push another queen to be the student council president. By the way, tomorrow is a long vacation. Does everyone have any plans to meet up for a barbecue fondue or something like that? Young family villa. Xin Wenyu's father took Xin Wenyu and Kai Cheng and angrily went to the door looking for an argument. Where's Rongqingru? Call her out and give us an explanation. After last night's charity dinner,
Businessmen who had originally planned to cooperate with the Shin family had cancelled their intentions to cooperate. The businessmen who were already cooperating would rather compensate for the breach of contract and terminate their cooperation, not wanting to get involved with the Shin family. What the reason is, the Shin family knows. Kai Cheng offended Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan was the Ji family's savior. Offending Yi Wuxuan was offending the Ji family. Who dares to risk doing business with the offended Ji and Shin families? And the reason why Kai Cheng was looking for trouble with Yi Wuxuan was all because Rong Qingru was fanning the flames on the side. If it wasn't for Rong Qingru's rumor that Yi Wuxuan was being adopted by a middle-aged man, could Kai Cheng have said that about Yi Wuxuan? Mr. Shin rest his anger. Rong Qingru's mom and dad, their mood wasn't much better. The Rong family was now facing the same thing as the Shin family. Large clients pull away on hearing the news and new clients stay away. The century-old foundation is shaky and will tip over. But Rong Qingru is their daughter no matter what. Rong Qingru's mother said, Mr. Shin, Mrs. Kai, things have already happened and we can't change anything except try our best to remedy the situation. Instead of getting angry, why don't we discuss Qingru and Wen Yu's marriage? Didn't you all urge us to finalize this earlier? The Rong family was not particularly enthusiastic about the Shin family at first. After all, the Rong family is the oldest and most powerful family in Yen City, and the Shin family is still a little bit short, not enough to be a good match. Now it's good that the door is right. We're all on the same rope now. And a marriage? Dream on you. Kai Cheng poo-pooed. It's Rong Qingru who caused the Shin family to have financial problems now, and you guys still want Wen Yu to marry this disaster back? Why don't you ask the big families in Yen City who the hell dares to marry Rong Qingru? Without 3, 5, 10 years, Rong Qingru can't get over this matter of offending the Ji family. That's the Ji family. Brilliant, powerful, covering both the political and business worlds for 1,000 years, the Ji family. Upstairs, bedroom, Rong Qingru desperately covered her ears, her tears gargling down like broken pearls. In the screen of the cell phone thrown on the table was the school forum praising Yi Wuxuan and humiliating her. Why? Why things are the way they are? Why had she become a calamity? But Yi Wuxuan had become a redoubtable member of the Ji family? She clearly did nothing wrong. Why did it turn out this way? Little Miss, your courier. The Rong family maid handed a courier to Rong Qingru. Rong Qingru wiped away her tears and unwrapped the courier. And what met her eyes was a court summons. The person who sued her was Qian Yong, the owner of Bunny Escorts. The charge is slander. Claimed that he did not embrace Yi Wuxuan, nor did he adopt Yi Wuxuan, and that he went to the school gate just to apologize to Yi Wuxuan, who was ice clear. Rong Qingru suddenly clenched the summons and bit her lower lip, her red eyes erupting with monstrous hatred. Icy clean, good, very good. Then I'll take this icy cleanliness and ruin it for you. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Her tone sinister. $500,000 to do a favor for me. Flying bird. At the moment of dismissal, students left school one after another. Yi Wuxuan left later because of his turn on duty. She had to go back to her parents in Shiqiao village for a long vacation and didn't ask the Ji family driver to pick her up. It was getting dark, and the neon on the side of the road flickered on and off. A light rain pattered overhead, creating a lonely and despondent atmosphere at this hazy hour. Chapter 47. What makes you think that I will continue to be merciful? Yi Wuxuan had a backpack on one shoulder and was walking in the rain and fog. Pedestrians were either hurrying to get out of the rain, brushing past her, or in groups of 3, laughing and joking, feeling that someone was watching him. Yi Wuxuan stopped and turned around, and saw a piece of white dress skirt that was too late to hide by the corner wall. An icy hostility surfaced in her dark pupils and she proceeded to walk forward. After walking some more distance, she turned her head toward the right and saw a white lady's leather shoe that had nowhere to rest and was expensive. The style of this white dress skirt, and the style of white lady's leather shoes, Yi Wuxuan had seen them all before. Rong Qingru crossed it. What was the purpose of her stalking herself for so long? In addition to Rong Qingru, there were also 5 big men that had been following Rong Qingru around, as if they had made an appointment in advance. Yi Wuxuan's brows lightly twisted, intending to lure the snake out of the hole. She continued on, deliberately walking into a cul-de-sac. Good evening, pretty little sister. 5 fat men appeared behind Yi Wuxuan. They stared at Yi Wuxuan's slender and slim back and laughed. Rong Qingru sent you guys? Yi Wuxuan turned around with a calm expression. You don't care who sent us. Drink this. The man in the lead shook the drink in his hand and approached Yi Wuxuan, his lewd tone mixed with impatience. Brothers guaranteed to make you happy as a god. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Yi Wuxuan's eyes lifted lightly and took the drink. 5 minutes or so, Rong Qingru appeared at the mouth of the dead-end alley and looked in with an expectant face. She thought she would see Yi Wuxuan being bullied. Nope. Where's Yi Wuxuan? How come Yi Wuxuan is gone? Her pupils shrunk violently, and before she could turn her head to look for Yi Wuxuan's figure, she was first yanked away with force by the person she was looking for. Ah,
Rong Qingru panicked and looked up to see a fully clothed Yi Wuxuang,
leaning against the wall and looking at her indifferently.
How do you? Rong Qingru was filled with shock. The people she is looking for this time are all gangsters, each with great achievements. How can Yi Wuxuang stand here in one piece? What makes you think that I will continue to be merciful? Yi Wuxuang calmly asked her. This cold and arrogant stance poked Rong Qingru's sore spot, and she broke into tears. Little, what are you pretending? You're just a countryside pheasant that can never turn into a phoenix. I, Rong Qingru, am the rightful and honorable daughter of a luxurious family, the one you'll never, in your life, hell welcomes you. Yi Wuxuang interrupted her and looked at her situation. Her red lips lightly opened. With that, she turned without delay, the ends of her hair whipping out in a determined arc through the rain and mist. She, Yi Wuxuang, did not have a bodhisattva's heart, nor did she have a Madonna's heart. She'd given Rong Qingru a chance. Main Street, the old lady laughed on her crutches. Geez, it's finally raining. The city's going to be cleansed of its filth. After settling Rong Qingru, Yi Wuxuang took the bus back to Shiqiao village. In the car, she glanced at the system's progress to confirm the situation. Trial Mission 3, completed. A new trial mission will be released tomorrow. Since taking the title of Best Female Escort in Bikini Rabbit, the system gave her a few days off and decided to release a new mission tomorrow. An hour later, Yi Wuxuang returned to Stonebridge Village in Stonebridge Town. The night had fallen completely. It's not raining here in Stonebridge Village, and unknown bugs are letting loose and chirping in the shadows. Wuxuang is back? The sister who lived at the entrance of the village revealed a kind smile and reached out. Your big brother has been waiting for you for a while. Come home and eat. Following the sister's finger, Yi Wuxuang saw a tall man under the streetlight. The man was about 27 years old, the same age as Jishin, and was dressed in ordinary clothes. He had thick eyebrows and a nice base of features, except for his skin, which was bronzed, and hadn't worked in the sun much. Approximately, this dark color of his skin added to the manliness of his body and was very much a source of security. His name is Yi Guilu. From a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous building, and he is Yi Wuxuang's elder brother. In his early years, he did not do badly in his studies and received an offer from a top university in China before he graduated. His girlfriend also got into a good art school. Unfortunately, his girlfriend's family is in trouble, and she can't afford to go to college, and she's being forced by her family to marry in exchange for a bride price. After some discussion with his family, Yi Guilu chose to give up his studies and work to pay for his girlfriend's education. Back, Yi Gila's voice was thick. Aha! Yi Wuxuang nodded. Let's go. Yi Guilu wasn't a man of many words. He took a step to the side, signaling Yi Wuxuang to go first. Shiqiao is a small mountain village with village households situated in different parts of the mountain. Yes, house is halfway up the mountain and requires another half hour or so of walking up the mountain. The economy has developed rapidly in recent years, and the village has paved concrete roads for everyone. But there is no extra money to ensure that the curvy mountain roads will have as many streetlights as the city. Villagers will also need to bring their own flashlights. Yi Guilu let Yi Wuxuang walk in front and followed behind himself. The flashlight was very considerate to point forward, illuminating Yi Wuxuang's path forward. Half an hour passed and the siblings arrived at the door of the house. Yi Weiguo waited at the door of the house, saw them return, and said inwardly, Wife, my son and daughter are back. Bring out the hot dishes from the pot. Coming. Li Chunlan moved swiftly, bringing out the dishes that had been kept warm and placing them on the table. The aroma of home cooking was overflowing as several people washed their hands and began to eat. At the dinner table, Li Chunlan's vicissitudes of life were all smiles. Schwanger looks much better with her bangs up, and she's quite refreshed, isn't she? Yi Weiguo and Yi Guilu nodded. It does look a lot better. This time when you return to Flying Bird, how is that Shen family young master treating you? Li Chunlan was still worried about her daughter's lifelong endeavors. Yi Wuxuang's movement of clamping the food was lurched as he said faintly, I broke off the engagement. Li Chunlan was stunned and turned to nod. Solve it and save them from always looking like they're in love. As if Schwanger has to climb their high branches. Yi Weiguo put down his chopsticks. Then where did you live after you broke off your engagement? In the past, his daughter had boarded at the Shen family villa, which was an arrangement made by Master Shen. Yi Wuxuang thought about it and replied, a female classmate's house. Chapter 48 Missing the first day of the escort sleeping machine. Hearing her daughter say that she had recently stayed at a classmate's house, Li Chunlan hurriedly asked, what's the name of that girl's classmate? Her family didn't say anything about you, did they? If you can't, Mom will rent you an apartment near the school, and the family still has some money. She was worried that her daughter would be aggrieved if she stayed at someone else's house when she was not a relative. Although the prices near the school are higher and they have to save a little bit as parents to be able to save the money. You can't suffer a child any more than you have to. No,
Yi Wuxuan's eyes slightly drooped as he casually reported the name of a girl in class 7. It's not convenient to tell her family about her living together with Jishen. Otherwise the family might be more than a little shocked. No is good. Li Chunlan put down the dishes and went into the bedroom, and came out with an extra $1,000 in her hand. You take this money and give it to your classmates as rent when you go back to school. We can't take advantage of others or tell them to look down on us.
Aha. Yi Wuxuan nodded. Eat first, take an early rest after eating. Tomorrow mom and dad will bring you to the wedding of your eldest uncle's son. Yi Weigua urged. I'll pass. Yi Guilu raised his head, and a hint of tenderness appeared on his hardened face. The paints for Aile's painting are going to run out, and I want to work an extra job to buy her a better set. A la full name Yuan Shella.
The same Stone Bridge Village villagers.
Is Yi Gilu's girlfriend? Currently studying in an art college painting department. For the painting to come out well, the pigment should not be too inferior. Okay. Yi Weigua agreed. He wasn't too keen on his son dropping out of school to work to pay for his girlfriend's education, but his son was determined and emphasized that it was his choice and he wouldn't regret it. As a parent, you can only compromise. Night. Yi Wuxuan lay on her own bed, tossing and turning and having trouble sleeping. Her thick and light willow eyebrows knitted lightly in the night. It would be nice to have the sleeping companion tool around. Ji family villa.
Jishen finished his official business and rubbed his brow as he returned to the master bedroom. Seeing that the bed was empty, his handsome face froze slightly. He Fang remembered that the school was on a long vacation and Yi Wuxuan had gone home to Shiqiao village.
Is this a lonely house?
Jishen let out a low laugh and turned off the light to sleep.
Day 2. Yi Wuxuan went downstairs.
Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan were already fully dressed, and there was a bag of yellow oranges on the table. Your big brother bought it for you.
Li Chunlan laughed. He knows you always get carsick.
He got up at 3 o'clock this morning to rush to the market to buy the oranges back. And there's carsickness medicine and carsickness stickers inside. In the folklore of Xia, there has always been a saying that sniffing orange peels can relieve motion sickness. Therefore, Yi Guilu woke up early to buy oranges,
fearing that his sister would have a hard time on the road.
He also thoughtfully prepared motion sickness pills and motion sickness stickers. Yi Wuxuan looked at Orange, his face expressionless. No one had taught her what kind of attitude she should have. For such occasions, there's noodles in the pot. We'll leave after you've eaten. Yi Weigua looked at the time on his cell phone. Yi Wuxuan nodded, had breakfast, and went down the mountain with his parents, waiting for the short bus at the village entrance. 15 minutes later, the bus pulled up at the entrance to the village, and the three of them got on and drove toward their destination.
30 for 1, 90 for 3.
The female conductor came to collect the money with a small bag on her waist, and when she saw Yi Wuxuan, who was holding an orange in her arms, she hoed. What a handsome girl. Your daughters? The little girl in front of her was wearing simple to the extreme white short-sleeved jeans, but her appearance was outstanding, and her temperament was even more eye-catching. She was not well educated, and without ink in her stomach. She felt handsome. Yes, my daughter. Li Chunlan sounded proud. Near noon, the bus arrived at the bus station. The trio transferred to a cab and arrived in front of a 5-star hotel. At the door stood a sign that read, "Congratulations to the groom Yi Haifeng, the bride by Ling happy marriage." Yi Wuxuan faintly swept a glance. Yi Haifeng is the son of his eldest uncle. In his father Yi Weigua's generation, there were a total of 4 siblings. The oldest is called Yi Jianjun. The second one is called Yi Guoqing. The oldest 3 are called Yi Weigua. The fourth is a younger sister, named Yi Hongmei. In those days, the war had just ended, and the elders' names always carried the good wishes of building and defending the motherland. After so many years, the eldest uncle Yi Jianjun is the best. He started as a small business and saved several $100,000 to set up a garment factory, which did good business and bought several sets of houses. The second Yi Guoqing and the fourth Yi Hongmei have shares in the garment factory, followed by the boss also mixed well in the city to buy a car and house. Yi Weigua, because of the family's straitened circumstances, did not take the ride. Is the 4 siblings, the worst mix. The 3 of them paid their share and walked into the sub-hall contracted by their eldest uncle. The hall was crowded. There were business associates from the garment factory, classmates and friends of the bride and groom, and groups of relatives from each side. Not long after, the 3 people find their own should-sit position. The butt has not yet sat hot. In front of the acquaintance came, if it isn't third brother's family. It's been a long time. How's the harvest in the fields? The person who spoke was called Yi Hongmei and was wearing a brand new stylish red dress. She is followed by her honest husband, and her daughter, Han Xiangxue, who wears a pink modified hanbok. Han Xiangxue is the same age as Yi Wuxuan, with a melon face. Nay, her eyes are slightly small and not very beautiful. The look on her face was, well, confident. It's okay. Yi Weigua was similarly of an inarticulate nature. Really? I saw that you all came in old clothes and thought that the crops in the field had been eaten by voles. Yi Hongmei had a loud voice and sat down next to Li Chunlan.
If your family is short of money, just ask my sister.
Although my sister is not rich, $300,000 can still be taken out to give you for nothing.
Ah, she looked like a hothead,
but her face was a sneer.
Yi Hongmei had problems with Yi Weigua's family.
This is related to the Shin family's child marriage. When the doll's marriage set by Master Yi and Master Shin was supposed to fall on Yi Hongmei refused, because the Shin family's economic conditions at that time is average, not enough to luxury word. She chose to free love. As a result, the Yi and Shin families deferred the doll's marriage to the next generation. In the next generation, the Shin family rose to become a new powerhouse in Yen City. On the Yi family side, the oldest gave birth to a son and the second gave birth to 2 sons. The third oldest, Yi Weigua, had a daughter, Yi Wushuang, in addition to a son. The doll's marriage was a matter of course, and it went to Yi Wushuang's head. Yi Hongmei also gave birth to a daughter. She felt that even though she was married out, she was still a member of the Yi family. Wasn't she? Why should Lao San's daughter be able to marry the Shin family and her daughter not? Besides, this doll's marriage should have belonged to her in the first place. It was her who refused before it was Yi Wushuang's turn, right? She decided to fight for her daughter's chance to marry into the family. The Shin family outright refused. They were not ingrates. It was you who wanted to separate. So you did. Now that I'm rich, you're sending up your daughter? Don't even think about it. Yi Hongmei touched a nose. Think this must be Yi Weigua's family in the middle of it. They're the ones who robbed their daughters of their way to the mansion. Therefore, she would sneer at Yi Weigua's family whenever there was a family banquet. This time, she had to step up the heat even more. After all, she had learned the good news a while ago. Chapter 49. My daughter is just a little bit smarter than Yi Wushuang. Thinking about the good news, Yi Hongmei put both arms on the table, leaned forward and winked. Some time ago, our factory salesman came back from a business trip to Yen City and told us that the Shin family had cancelled the doll's marriage with the Yi family. Gee, such a good marriage. How can you cancel it just like that? Is it because your daughter Yi Wushuang is too stupid? No one inside the family knew about Yi Wushuang's poor academic performance. Li Chunlan's mouth opened, but she couldn't say half a word. Shuang's academic performance is really poor. There was a real possibility that the Shin family might cancel the engagement because of this. Due to Yi Wushuang's high coldness and few words, and her dislike of publicity, Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua do not yet know that Yi Wushuang scored a perfect score on the monthly exam. And hooray for winning the Intercollegiate Chess League, with the best female chaperone with Bunny. Seeing Li Chunlan's face of weakness and speechlessness, Yi Hongmei was even more pleased. She pulled over her own daughter and showed her off to Yi Weigua and Li Chunlan. My daughter Han Xiangxue is not the same. Every exam is the top 10 in her grade. I told her not to study too hard and play more on her cell phone and computer or something, and she was still not happy about it, saying that she was going to study, that she was going to get into the best college, and that she was going to excel and bring a better life to her mom and dad. This heart of mine is really touched. By the way, she taught herself German in addition to English. The words landed in the air, and the guests beside him gathered around. Mrs. Yi, your daughter knows German? That's too impressive. So many kids can't even understand English. And your daughter knows German. This kid will have a future. Everyone knows that Yi Hongmei's big brother is the owner of the clothing factory, Yi Jianjun. Thus, these compliments were given out of 2 parts sincerity and 8 parts flattery. Overrated. Just a little bit smarter than my third brother's daughter. Yi Hongmei waved her hand and smiled brightly. Her daughter, Han Xiangxue, also raised her chin, as if she were a cockerel that had won a fight. Yi Hongmei turned her head towards Li Chunlan and Yi Weigua again. I remember Yi Wushuang's English is not very good. You guys let her add my daughter's contact information. My daughter can still tutor her when she has time. You guys this life is already wasted. Don't let your daughters, too, lose at the starting line. Before the last word could be uttered, a violent factor surfaced in Yi Wushuang's eyes. She picked up the teacup on the table for entertaining guests and splashed it directly onto Yi Hongmei's face. Yi Hongmei screamed in shock. The tea was slightly hot, and the fine tea leaves stuck to her hair, face, and chest dress everywhere. Mom, wife, Mrs. Yi. Various types of addresses rang out together, and the unusual movement caused the peripheral guests to gaze towards this place from time to time. Yi Hongmei wiped the tea leaves and water off her face as she looked at Yi Wushuang across the table. She held the empty teacup in her hand, highlighting that she was the one who started it all. Yi Wushuang, what are you doing? Yi Hongmei slammed the table and chided angrily. You're sick, aren't you? I kindly asked my daughter to tutor you in English and you splashed me with tea. Is there such a thing as treating your elders like that? What do your parents usually teach you? This. Yi Weigua stood up and tried to speak for his daughter, in front of his body, but across an arm. It was none other than Yi Wushuang. She stopped her father, her icy cold sight shooting straight at Yi Hongmei.
say another half-assed word about my parents, and I'll be doing more to you than just spilling tea.
The domineering words caused both Yi Weiguo and Li Chunlan to be stunned. They sat in their chairs and looked up at their daughters.
The drive and confidence on their daughter's face put them in a bit of a trance. Since when are daughters allowed to protect them? What happened? Not only the guests, but the hotel staff had gathered. It seems like Mrs. Yi said something about this pretty girl's parents, and the girl splashed Mrs. Yi with tea. Guest A tried to summarize. The girl is quite brave then. Guest B nodded. Yi Hongmei, however, stretched her neck and retorted, when did I say your parents were wrong? I'm telling the truth. There are 4 siblings in the family, and your family is the only one still farming in the mountains, without a car or a house. So what is it if you're not wasted? I'm really trying to help your family with my advice, and your psyche is too fragile. They're all glass-hearted. Han Xiangxue uttered words popularized on the internet and joined her mother in satirizing Yi Wushuang's family. Really want to help our family? Good.
Yi Wushuang took out the bank card from her mother's wallet, and handed it to Yi Hongmei, her stunningly beautiful face expressionless.
Didn't you just say you could give our family $300,000 for nothing? Now, put the money on the card. Yi Hongmei did not take the bank card,
and the muscles on her face twitched slightly.
What she just said was just a pretense of politeness. Where would she really give money? 300,000 is not a small amount. Can buy a good car? How can she give Yi Weiguo family 300,000 for nothing? It's not like she's a little cutie. But if you don't pay, you're sitting on your own satire of Yi Weiguo's family. Today is Big Brother's son's wedding. I won't mess with you guys, but I, Yi Hongmei, from now on, will also have no connection with your third house anymore. Yi Hongmei pulled Han Xiangxue away, urging her daughter loudly as she walked away, saying it for all to see. Xiangxue, you must study well. If you don't study well, you'll end up like Yi Wushuang. Your fiancé doesn't want you, and the person is still uncultured and uneducated, like a crazy. Don't worry, Mom, I'll definitely study hard and not disgrace you. Han Xiangxue nodded her head vigorously. The farce stops. Yi Wushuang sat down again with a calm expression. The cleaning lady came over to clean up, not forgetting to quietly give Li Chunlan and Yi Weiguo a thumbs up. Your daughters, oxen, were not raised in vain. She could wake up smiling in her dreams if her daughter had that kind of ability and drive. Li Chunlan and Yi Weiguo looked at each other. I was puzzled as to why my daughter's temperament had changed so drastically, but I was glad that she had done what she had done. The wedding begins. The beautiful and romantic wedding march came out from the stereo. Under the auspices of the master of ceremonies, the bride and groom came on stage. The man with decent features and the woman with a clean look. They exchanged rings and both parents came on stage. The eldest uncle, Yi Jianjun, is a middle-aged male with a country face and slightly gray hair at the temples. After some negotiation, several heavyweight guests also took the stage to express their congratulations. One of them was a blonde foreign male followed by an interpreter. The foreign man spoke a string of Italian, and the translator listened and said in Chinese, Mr. Yi, Mr. Lawrence wishes you a prosperous business and 100 years of happiness for your son and daughter-in-law. Thank you, thank you. The eldest smiled with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and joked good-naturedly. Instead of wishing me good luck with my business, Mr. Lawrence should help me get through to Eiffel's side of the business. He has a garment factory that has gone into multinational business. I've been worried lately about how to establish a partnership with Eiffel. Lawrence shrugged his shoulders and continued to speak Italian as the translator followed. He said he would like to help you. But, Mr. Eiffel is a man of uncertain character. Some businessmen have been pleasing him for 3 years and he ignores them. Some people only say it once, and he makes cross-country calls overnight to personally agree on it, so it all remains to be seen. Just as the words were finished, Lawrence's cell phone rang. Chapter 50, Wushuang, you know German? Lawrence received a cross-country video invitation. The invitee was no other than Eiffel. It's Eiffel. Lawrence sounded a little surprised. Although Yi Jianjun didn't understand Italian, he understood the pronunciation of Eiffel. He instantly raised his heart to his throat. What's wrong? Did Mr. Eiffel read my letter of intent to cooperate? Well, that's a good thing today. The interpreter immediately helped Yi Jianjun to inquire. Lawrence's eyes signaled Yi Jianjun to be at ease and connect the video. On the other end of the video was a handsome foreign adult male with brown hair. His pupils were crimson. He was wearing a white shirt with the collar unbuttoned twice, and he was leaning against the sofa, one arm still resting on the pillow next to him, the whole person looking lazy and wanton, like the vampire count from classic movies. Through the video, you can also see the floor-to-ceiling windows in his mansion and the roiling night outside of them. The time difference there is completely reversed from Summerland. I don't have much time, so if you can make up your mind, we'll talk about the clothing factory. Eiffel mouthed German, bright auras flashing in his crimson pupils as he held up a document in his hand. The document is a translated version of Yi Jianjun's letter of intent to cooperate, which Lawrence sent in person. I didn't realize it was really about the clothing factory, but the translator I brought with me today doesn't understand German. Damn it. The joy in Lawrence's heart dissipated and his tone was regretful. What is the situation now? Yi Jianjun asked the interpreter. Mr. Lawrence said that what Mr. Eiffel had to say had something to do with the clothing factory, but the interpreter colleague who knows German is on leave today and I don't understand German. The interpreter's expression was innocent. Don't be in a hurry. You wait. Yi Jianjun immediately instructed his men to quickly contact an interpreter who knew German. Seeing this, Mr. Lawrence gave another Italian speech. The interpreter translated. It's too late to go looking for it now. Mr. Eiffel is very punctual in his routine and will be going to bed later. Then wait for him to sleep and wake up before discussing business. Is it okay? Yi Jianjun asked. Lawrence, I can't guarantee it. He's very elusive. Maybe if you miss this one, you won't get a chance next time. Yi Jianjun anxious. This cooked duck cannot fly off, so he broke down and asked at the wedding. Does anyone speak German? I'd be grateful if you could translate Mr. Eiffel for me. At the same time, words that others could not see lit up in front of Yi Wuxuan's eyes. Trial mission, for facilitate a tripartite meeting. Yi Wuxuan lifted his eyes. The tripartite meeting refers to the talk between Yi Jianjun, Lawrence and Eiffel. Before she could say anything, at the other table, Yi Hongmei raised her hand high in the air, her tone excited. My daughter will. Brother, my daughter will. Han Xiangxue immediately became a target. Instead of panicking, she lifted her chin higher. Shanxi knows German? Doesn't the school only teach English? Yi Jianjun wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. He was usually so busy with socializing that he didn't know his sister's daughter still spoke German. She taught herself German. She's old and smart. Yi Hongmei pushed Han Xiangxue forward and said while looking askance at Yi Wuxuan. It's not like everyone is like Yi Wuxuan, who can't even learn English. Xiang Shui actually has such great skills? Sister, you taught me well. Xiang Shui, quickly come up and help me translate. Yi Jianjun hurriedly beckoned. Han Xiangxue then walked towards the red carpet stage under the gaze of all the guests in the hall. Mr. Yes sister, says her daughter knows German. The interpreter translated in Lawrence's ear. Okay, Lawrence nodded, aiming the video at Han Xiangxue. Han Xiangxue realized that the person in the camera was an exotic beauty. Her face instantly reddened, her heartbeat flew faster, and love was written in her eyes. It was a gesture that caused Eiffel on the other side of the planet to frown in disgust. He hated nymphomaniac women, regardless of nationality. Xiangxue, speak quickly, Yi Jianjun urged. Aha, Han Xiangxue nodded and spoke. Hello, mein name ist Schnee. Wie ist es Kurzlich? Hello, my name is Yuki. How have you been? The awkward pronunciation, an unconnected greeting, made Eiffel laugh back in exasperation and impatience. Tell the head of the clothing factory that I can work with him, provided he and Lawrence each let in 5 profit points. He spoke so fast that Han Xiangxue was so confused that she could only vaguely catch basic German words. In fact, she wasn't much more proficient in German. She's self-taught after all, and her vocabulary is barely enough for daily hush-hush. How can she use it in the workplace? She was sweating intense. This translation task, it's not like what she imagined it to be. What did Mr. Eiffel say? Yi Jianjun was jittery. Han Xiangxue half a day and a half couldn't put out a fart, and could only look at her mother for help. What are you looking at me for? Say something? Yi Hongmei was in a hurry. If her daughter could translate it in front of so many people, there was no telling how much light would be on her face. She was just in time to show off for the third house. Look at the daughters I've raised and look at the daughters you've raised. It's not at all the same level. Han Xiangxue flattened her mouth. Aggrieved. Mr. Eiffel is talking too fast and there's a lot of workplace jargon that I can't understand. Then what are you doing up here? You think I'm here so you can greet him? Nonsense. Yi Jianjun held his forehead and was filled with disappointment. That's what he said. How can a senior be fluent in German other than English? He gave up. What's wrong? Lawrence asked. The interpreter replied. This girl is a beginner in German and doesn't know the terminology to be able to interpret. Tell me if it's true, will you? Lawrence was convinced. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be lost. The guests on stage also had a speechless look on their faces. No, it's okay. You're already very good at speaking basic German. Yi Hongmei looked for a step down for herself, and her own daughter. Unlike some people who can't even speak English yet. When she said this, Yi Hongmei looked at Yi Wuxuan, not forgetting to step on Yi Wuxuan at all times. Everyone followed her eyes and looked at Yi Wuxuan together. Yi Wuxuan, however, opened her red lips lightly and translated precisely. Eiffel said he could work with the garment factory, provided the factory and Lawrence each let in 5 profit points. A crisp, female voice hovered over the hall. The crowd was dumbfounded. This little girl in cheap clothes, from a mountain village, can translate German? Didn't Ji Hongmei say that Yi Wuxuan didn't even know English? What is this girl talking about again? Lawrence heard Yi Wuxuan call out his name, and the pronunciation was quite standard. She indicated that Mr. Eiffel agreed to cooperate provided that you and the garment factory each concede 5 profit points. The interpreter was also surprised. Yi Jianjun's tone was excited, as if he had seen hope. Wuxuan, you know German? No, she doesn't understand. Chapter 51, she's speaking both German and Italian. Before Yi Wuxuan could answer, Yi Hongmei grabbed her feet and coldly grunted. How can she understand German when she doesn't even know English? Don't be trying to fool everyone, knowing that they don't know German, and in the process make yourself look good. To beat Yi Hongmei to death, Yi Hongmei did not believe that the daughter of the third house family would speak German. That's German, which is admittedly very difficult to learn. Yi Jianjun was really puzzled. He knew well that the third house family had always lived in the mountains and farmed. The daughter of the third house family never did very well either. Could it be true that Yi Wuxuan was lying to them, as the fourth sister had said? He didn't want to fall for it twice in a row. Foolish. On his cell phone, the handsome man spat out a word and leaned over with the intention of hanging up the video. He couldn't understand Chinese and hadn't studied Italian. It can only be judged by the picture. And the head of the clothing factory got a nymphomaniac to translate. And the nymphomaniac didn't understand what he was saying. The other girl stood up immediately after. And then the group of Summerlanders seemed to get into an argument. Very foolish and ridiculous. This business is not a good idea. He is not a non-clothing factory. Mr. Eiffel is hanging up. The translator was the first to notice the scene. Lawrence and Yi Jianjun were wide-eyed, unable to do anything at all. Ich kann übersetzen, I can translate. Yi Wuxuan spoke the most standard German and walked towards the red carpet stage. Eiffel's hand lurched as he hung up the phone and sat back on the couch, staring at the woman who was getting closer to the camera. He couldn't see her just now from a distance, but now that he was closer, he realized that she was beautiful. She had beautiful features, no worse than the female models around him. More impressive than her looks was the temperament she carried, like snow and ice, hard to color. Good German. Come to our country to study or live for a while? Eiffel was curious as to why Yi Wuxuan's German was so authentic. If her face was covered, he wouldn't believe she was from Xia at all. It's a far cry from the pronunciation of snow. Does this have anything to do with negotiation? Yi Wuxuan coldly asked back. Ask a female assassin of international fame why she speaks German. It's as brainless as asking a chicken why it lays eggs. Knowledge of multiple languages is the most basic standard for an international assassin. Eiffel spread his hands. It's not just her and Snow's German that's so different. Even the attitudes are diametrically opposed. Seeing that Eiffel sat back and had chatted with Yi Wuxuan for a while, Yi Jianjun patted Yi Wuxuan's arm and said happily, Wuxuan, you really know German. Eiffel's reaction is the best evidence of this. Yi Wuxuan didn't say anything. His knife-like eyes fell on the big hand resting on his shoulder. Did she know him well? Yi Jianjun resentfully withdrew his hand. In the back of his mind, he was thinking about hell, and he was startled by the look in his niece's eyes. It's supposed to be an illusion, right? Business matters, he said. The clothing factory would allow 5 profit points, not on Mr. Lawrence's side. Mr. Yi said. The interpreter Lawrence had brought with him froze in mid-sentence, rubbed the back of his head, and muttered to himself in Chinese. Wait a minute, what's that about profit points? I suddenly forgot. There are times when the human brain goes down suddenly. Yi Wuxuan faintly swept his eyes at the translator and said in standard Italian, the clothing factory can give up 5 profit points. Will Lawrence do so? Ooh. One guest was shocked. This is German and Italian all at once for her? He didn't know Italian, but the pronunciation and accent were there for the taking, and there was no mistaking it. Didn't Mrs. Yi say that Yi Wuxuan doesn't even understand English? She said her daughter spoke German, and then she went on stage and did that. And you believe her? Not every guest needs to please Yi Hongmei. On stage, Lawrence was first shocked at Yi Wuxuan's authentic Italian, then hurriedly stated, I can make 5 profit points too. Getting replies from both sides, Yi Wuxuan then informed Eiffel in the video in German. They agreed to your terms. You exceeded my expectations. Eiffel's arm rested back on the pillow, a hint of dominance added to his red pupils. Interested in being my woman? The little woman in the video is beautiful, has a great body, and has a command of at least 3 languages. It's a great choice of spouse, isn't it? He, Eiffel, is all about fast and furious and trusts his instincts. No. Yi Wuxuan's reply was not half hesitant. Fine. Eiffel turned the tables. Tell Lawrence and the head of the clothing factory that I want. Yi Wuxuan listened and related to Yi Jianjun in Chinese and then to Lawrence in Italian. The interpreter Lawrence brought with him lost his job on the spot in a painful way. But he didn't say anything. After all, when the big event was at hand, it was Yi Wuxuan who helped him to save the scene, otherwise he might still have to face a huge payout. The crowd then watched as Yi Wuxiang spoke Chinese, Italian, and German in one moment, translating between Yi Jianjun, Lawrence, and Eiffel. The trilingualism was seamless and fluid as if she had been born with it. 10 minutes later, Eiffel hung up the video to sleep. When the crowd saw that both Yi Jianjun and Lawrence had a satisfied smile on their faces, they understood that this cross-country business had come to fruition. This was all due to Yi Wuxiang. Once this deal is done, there will be many beneficiaries. The partners of the garment factory were the first to lead the applause, and the bystanders followed suit. They were not vested interests, but it did not stop them from praising Yi Wuxiang's powerful multilingual strength. The more enthusiastic the applause, the more gray the faces of Yi Hongmei's mother and daughter became, and they could not wait to burrow into the earth. Yi Wuxiang returned to his parents with a normal face. Li Chunlan asked, "Shuanger, when did you learn these 2 foreign languages?" "Teacher has always taught." Yi Wuxiang's eyes drooped slightly and found a reason to excuse himself. The couple chose to believe their daughter. When the wedding was over, Yi Hongmei immediately left with her husband and daughter, realizing that staying would be a source of ridicule. Eldest uncle Yi Jianjun said anything to keep Yi Wuxiang's family in the city for a few more days. Second uncle Yip also said it's been a while since we all got together. In response, Yi Weigui refused. "My oldest son's girlfriend's parents are coming over tomorrow and we have to get ready." Yi Wuxiang's eyes flashed lightly. "Brother's girlfriend Yuan Shela's parents are coming tomorrow? Then it is indeed necessary to prepare properly." Yi Jianjun nodded his head and waved his hand in a grandiose manner. "Third brother, your daughter did a great job for me today. By the time your son gets married, how much dowry do you need? Just tell me, I'll pay it all. In the future, the shares of the garment factory will also have a share for you, so just wait for the end of the year to share the money." The benefits Yi Wuxiang brought to the clothing factory were far more ferocious than the dead money of the various shareholders. The third brother's family deserves this money. Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan and Yi Weigui exchanged a glance, and then looked in unison at Yi Wuxiang, whose expression had been calm since the beginning. Their baby girl, it seems, is a lot more powerful. Chapter 52, Jishin laughs and curses. Little unconscionable. When Yi Wuxiang and his parents returned to Shiqiao village, the sun was about to sink in the west. The 3 of them slowly went up the hill, but they saw that in front of their house, there stood a man with a handsome appearance, a straight body, and a reserved and gentlemanly temperament. Behind him the layers of mountains, the tired birds returning to the forest, the mists and the evening sunshine reflect each other beautifully. In his hand, he also carried 2 delicately wrapped cupcakes, one matcha flavor and one strawberry flavor. "Who are you and what are you doing in front of my house?" Yi Weigui was the first to ask. He hadn't seen this guy around Stonebridge village. Li Chunlan's expression was also alert. "Hello, this is..." Jishin's thin lips hooked up slightly, his eyes falling on Yi Wuxiang, who was next to the 2. "He's the older brother of the girl who went to school with him." Yi Wuxiang was worried that Jishin would expose his identity and attract unnecessary worry and trouble from his parents, so he answered ahead of them. "It's their house that I'm temporarily living in after I broke off my engagement with the Shin family." At those words, Jishin raised his eyebrows. "Sister in the middle of nothing?" He gave a low chuckle to go along with it. "Indeed, my sister made the cake herself and entrusted me to deliver it to Wuxiang." Yi Weigui and his wife relaxed. Li Chunlan's smile was a bit embarrassed. "Making the cake and personally delivering it. It's really troublesome for you siblings." "No trouble, I happen to be on my way." Jishin turned his head to look at Yi Wuxiang, finding Yi Wuxiang's gaze, already glued to the cake, like a squirrel that saw a nut. Persevering, the smile on his lips intensified. Yi Weigui took out the key and opened the door, reaching out to invite. Come in and have a cup of tea. Then I'll disturb your aunt and uncle." Jishin nodded, calmly, carrying the cake into the hall and placing it on the table. Yi Wuxiang silently walked over, and before her slender hand could touch the cake, she was pulled by her mother. "Thank brother first," Li Chunlan ranted. He came all the way from Yen City, so he couldn't lose his manners. Yi Wuxiang froze and looked up at Jishin. Jishin was innocent. This seniority was Yi Wuxiang's own words, and there was nothing he could do about it. Thank you, brother." Yi Wuxiang could only stifle these words for the sake of the cake. "You're welcome." Jishin arched an eyebrow. She must not have realized how cute she looked in this stifled state. "Go up and eat the cake." Li Chunlan handed the cake to Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang went upstairs as if she was relieved. The person had not yet entered the bedroom and was already talking eloquently downstairs. Jishin discusses political opinions and views with Yi Weigui while exchanging ideas with Li Chunlan on how to make home-cooked food more delicious. The elegant and decent conversation made Li Chunlan laugh continuously, and even the unsmiling Yi Weigui laughed twice. Unconsciously, it was dark. Fengjiu stood in the doorway and said respectfully, "Ji Xiao, the car dash. It's ready." "Broke down and still not fixed, is it?" Jishin had a proper smile on his lips, looking straight at his special assistant.
Fengzhou took a look at the situation in the hall and quickly understood his own Jishao's intentions and nodded his head.
Yes, it's not fixed yet, so what should we do? Auntie and uncle, is there a hotel around here? Jishan looked distressed and asked knowingly.
Shiqiao is a mountain village with no ghost houses,
and the nearest guest house is in the town of Shiqiao, which is a half-hour drive away. His family doesn't have a car, and his car broke down, so no one can get through. Yi Weigua shook his head. There's nothing nearby,
but my house has an empty room.
If you don't mind. He's been an honest farmer all his life,
working with crops and watching the news at best. Where can one guess the mind of the mall overlord Jishan, only to assume that Jishan's car really broke down?
How could I mind?
Then I'll respectfully trouble the Yi family.
Jishan showed some apologies on his face.
No trouble, no trouble. I'll go clean up your house.
Li Chunlan acted. Before dinner,
Yi Guilu called and said that he had to work overtime and would be back later, so he didn't have to wait for him.
The meal was eaten by 4 people. Yi Weigua, Li Chunlan, Yi Wushuang and Jishan. On the dining table, Yi Wushuang was silent. On the contrary, Jishan and Yi Weigua's husband and wife were talking to each other, more like a family. The moon is over the trees and the people are sleeping.
Jishan lay on the simple single bed in deep thought, and when he heard the slightest movement, he closed his eyes and pretended to be in deep sleep.
The visitor didn't need to guess. He knew who it was. The young girl, with a light hand, burrowed under his covers, and because it was a single bed, she was extremely close to him, as if nestled in his arms. Within a short time, the young girl was steadily falling into sleep, her warm breath spraying his chest, along with the heart within it, softening quite a bit. He slowly opened his eyes. The smile in his eyes was light. His fingertips wrapped around a strand of the young girl's green silk in his arms. His movements were loving and gentle. Tonight, she could sleep well. The next day, Yi Wushuang opened her eyes after a full night's sleep. Worried that her parents would check the room, she left Jishan's room and quietly returned to her own bedroom. Jishan half sat up, rubbing his arm that was numbed by Yi Wushuang's pillow, and cursed with a low voice with a laugh. Little heartless. On the other side, Yi Wushuang didn't have the idea of sleeping back to sleep either. She took out her cell phone and found that the chat messages of the class group were already 999 plus. The chat centered around Rongqingru. It said that on the first day of the long vacation, Rongqingru was on the headlines of Yin City News. It started with a member of the public. He walks his dog early in the morning and walks it to a dead end. Then, he saw Rongqingru and 5 men lying naked on the ground, which scared him so much that he immediately shouted out. This shout, the surrounding people woke up. Shy people do not dare to look at more than one. The bold people take cell phone while shot. By the time the police arrived on the news, the reporters had the headlines written. The noisy environment caused Rongqingru to wake up leisurely, and the situation at the scene made her unable to withstand going crazy. No one had expected that the school beauty of the Flying Bird Academy would end up like this. 5 burly men, 2, are nerve damaged and demented from overdoses of unspeakable drugs. Later, the police announced the results of their investigation, saying that they had ascertained, on the basis of bank flows, that young Qing'eryu had trampled on herself and spent $500,000 on 5 strong men to seek excitement. Naija doesn't know how to moderate, and that's what it's become. Rongqingru was reduced to the laughingstock of the city. The Rong family finished the withdrawal procedures for Rongqingru and moved their family out of Yen City. Seeing this, Yi Wushuang black screened his phone. 5 people split a bottle of doctored drink, all demented to the point of dementia. One can only imagine the consequences of drinking it alone. Rongqingru didn't give her a chance to live. Downstairs, Li Chunlan made breakfast and went down the hill with Yi Weigui to buy food and prepare to entertain the guests. Jishan walked out of the room, and the door to the next room happened to open. Yi Guilu walked out, and 2 men of similar age stared at each other in the corridor. If Jishan was compared to a young emperor, unpredictable, Yi Guilu was a general in the sand, introverted and stable. Hello, Jishan greeted with a smile. Having read Yi Wushuang's investigation file, he knew that this was Yi Wushuang's elder brother, a man who had a bright future but chose to drop out of school and work to pay for his girlfriend's education. Yi Guilu faintly swept his eyes at Jishan, didn't say anything, and directly went downstairs. Jishan looked at his back, and the smile at the corner of his lips slowly tightened. When he passed by Yi Guilu's bedroom, he saw the layout of the room through the window. Chapter 53, Jishao's Curve to Save the Country. An hour later, Yi Weigui returned with his wife fully loaded. Big fish, seasonal fruits and vegetables, everything. This is already the highest level of hospitality in the countryside. Ah Lu will graduate this year, right? Li Chunlan asked Yi Guilu, who was playing next to him, while washing vegetables in the kitchen. Why don't you two get married after graduation? At the mention of marriage, Li Chunlan was happy to think of her daughter's performance at her big brother's son's wedding yesterday. Schwanger helped the garment factory negotiate a cross-country deal yesterday, so our family has money to get married. Yi Guelu straightened his back, his eyes puzzled. Sister she. Mom will tell you about this later. You tell mom first. Have you talked about when you will get married?
Li Chunlan started chopping vegetables.
Yi Gilu's action of peeling potatoes gave a start. When she comes, I'll ask her. He and Locke hadn't talked much in a while. She said she was busy, so he didn't bother. When you graduate, you shouldn't be so busy. At lunchtime, the table in the Yi family's hall house was filled with delicious food, and in the pressure cooker in the kitchen, nourishing old hen soup was simmering.
Wine and beverages are well prepared.
They're probably arriving. Li Chunlan glanced at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall. Yi Weigua and Yi Guelu stood at the door and waited. Yi Wushuang is doing his homework in his bedroom.
Jishin was in the other room taking care of business at work.
The clock ticked, and an hour passed while we waited. The food is getting cold. Why haven't you come yet? Did something happen? Dangerous house you ask.
Li Chunlan was anxious in her heart. It doesn't matter if people arrive early or late.
It mustn't be an accident on the road.
Yi Guelu nodded his head and was about to make a call when three people came around the corner of the mountain road.
It's Yuan Shella and her parents.
Yuan Shella was a woman around 25 years old. She wore a bohemian-style printed long dress. Her black hair reached her waist. Her looks were considered superior, and her temperament was good because of her art studies. Her father wore a specialty suit and her mother wore a thick gold chain around her neck. The rich dress was out of place with the earthiness of the two men.
The in-laws are here. Li Chunlan warmly greeted them.
Because her son began to pay for Yuan Shoula's studies and schooling at an early age, and also promised to marry her, Li Chunlan called Yuan's mother her in-laws all these years,
in an attempt to be cordial.
That's what Yuan's mother called her.
Who are your in-laws? What's the point of yelling when you're not married? Yuan mother was cold. Yi Weigua froze. The Yuan family was not this attitude before? What does your mom mean? Yi Guelu asked Yuan Shoula directly. He paid for Yuan Shoula to go to college, not for Yuan Shoula's mom. To treat his mom with this kind of attitude.
My mom's got a straight face.
If you don't mind. Yuan Shoula ruffled her hair behind her ear, her tone sparse. I came here to tell you that we're breaking up. I don't want to marry you. Yi Guelu didn't expect his carefully provided for girlfriend to say this. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Why? I'm a graduate of a prestigious school and about to be bailed out of the country, while you have no diploma and can only work in the township. Don't you realize that we're not from the same world anymore? Yuan Shoula spoke in a calm tone. Why I don't have a diploma? Why I can only work in the town? You don't know? Yi Guelu only felt his heart getting colder and colder. I didn't force you. Yuan Shoula frowned, her tone unpleasant. And I didn't beg you to drop out of school and work to pay for my education. You volunteered for all of this. I can give you your money back, 10 times over. It doesn't matter. This visit was intended to draw the line in front of both families. In the future, we will all return to the bridge, return to the road, and when we see each other, we will pretend that we don't know each other, so as to give each other decency. Yi Guelu was silent for a moment and spoke. Because the man who is providing for you now is richer than me, right? The dress Yuan Shoula was wearing, the suit her father wore, and the necklace her mother wore were all expensive. He could see that. Anyone else would have made that choice. Yuan Shoula didn't hide it. He drives a $30 million sports car, lives in a 600-square-foot villa, has over $100 million in the bank. You and him, how do you compare? How do you compare? Yi Guelu repeated those 3 words and let out a low laugh. 4 years ago, your father was in a car accident. Your mother forced you to marry the old man as a continuation. You cried. You wanted to go to college. You still had dreams. I gave up my studies and worked to pay for you. 2 years ago, you told me that your classmates wore designer clothes and looked down on the miscellaneous brands you wore, and that I was working 2 jobs just so you could dress more glamorously. A year ago, when you complained that the paints you used for painting were so inferior that the finished product didn't look as good as others, I got up early and sent you the best paints. Now, you stand before me and say that I am not of the same world as you. You are right. I am indeed not of the same world as you. I know propriety and honor. You don't. Get out. Yuan Shoula's face turned blue with anger, stepped on her high heels, and led her parents away. On the second-floor balcony, Yi Wushuan looked at Yuan Shoula's back, his black pupils chillingly rolled over. Think love is fragile and easily defeated by money, do you? Jishin walked over and stood side by side with Yi Wushuan, his voice magnetic and pleasant. Love itself is something unbearable. Yi Wushuan stared at Yuan Shoula's back until it disappeared, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Except for money, power and life and death can disintegrate it easily. After so many years of carrying out missions, she had seen too many people who abandoned their so-called loved ones in life and death power situations. She looked down at the yellow-orange tangerine in her hand. These are the fresh oranges that her big brother went to the market and bought for her at 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday. She didn't finish it. There were a few left. Since she was young and dependent on her brother,
She didn't know how to get along with the Yi family, but she wanted to protect the Yi family. I don't want the Yi family to get hurt and sad.
In the next second,
Yi Wuxuang had an additional note in front of his eyes with a phone number written on it.
This is the contact information for the largest news platform in the country.
An authoritative journalist with a sense of justice. I think he would have been interested in the news about the college girl who saw the money and dumped her boyfriend of 4 years who provided for her.
Jishin's thin lips rose. Public opinion is a weapon that can kill. As soon as the news reports came out, Yuan Xiola's self-proclaimed bright future would immediately bottom out.
Yi Wuxuang reached out for it.
This is indeed a good idea. Jishin, however,
raised his hand and dodged Yi Wuxuang's hand, his eyebrows lightly raised.
You don't want to take this contact for nothing, do you? What do you want me to pay?
Yi Wuxuang looked at him and didn't get angry. She and Jishin have always been communicating in a transactional way. She saves his grandfather's life and he offers to sleep with him. She protected his well-being and he provided food and shelter. She wears a maid's outfit and he promises to make her a cake every week. She danced with him and he promised to make 2 cakes a week. Fair and equal, and not indebted to each other. This contact should also have something to exchange with it.
Generally speaking, as the heir to the Ji family, I lack nothing and need nothing from you.
Jishin leaned against the railing, his tone filled with a confidence that was hard to ignore.
Yi Wuxuang did not retort. With Jishin's position, he really didn't lack anything.
The rest of the men dreamed of wealth,
power, women. He casually beckoned, and there were people who came forward to offer.
But I don't have many friends, you know, and it's hard to see sincerity in high places and under interests.
Growing up, my peers approached me with an agenda and used me. I'm lonely.
Jishin lowered his voice and gently lowered his eyes, a forlorn look appearing on his celestial face.
Understandable.
Yi Wuxuang nodded. It would be strange for someone like Jishin not to encounter the kind of situation he was talking about.
So, can you be my friend? The kind that has nothing to do with profit?
He lifted his eyes back up and looked at her with sincere anticipation.
Chapter 54, you will finally look at me with a fiery gaze.
Yi Wuxuang had never seen Jishin show this kind of expression.
Friends?
She thought for a moment and nodded her head and whispered.
Yes, he was one of the rare people that she didn't find it hard to get along with. Besides, he could bake cakes and provide escort services. So any way she thought about it, this was a friend she had made without any loss.
Wouldn't the number of cakes per week
improve if we became friends? This was the only issue Yi Wuxuang had in mind.
Jishin looked at her beautiful black pupils that seemed to shine like stars,
couldn't help but laugh out loud and said helplessly, do you really think I'm a dessert maker? God pity him, the charisma of his Hello Jisha was not as good as a few cupcakes. No, I'm just thinking about it.
Yi Wuxuang shook his head with a serious expression. She certainly wasn't irrational enough to, well, use her friends as cake makers.
I found.
Jishin's thin lips lightly opened.
Wanting to speak,
the corners of his lips kept rising.
The cold and cool queen is so cute when she meets a delicious cake.
Discover what?
Yi Wuxuang asked, wrinkling his eyebrows.
How come you stopped talking in the middle of a sentence for good reason?
It's nothing.
Jishin handed Yi Wuxuang the note with the contact information. It wouldn't be out of the question to make you a couple more cakes if there's time. He didn't have to look up to feel the young girl's gaze fire quite a bit.
It's okay. Jishin's narrow ink eyes flashed with an overbearing tenderness that was imperative. You'll eventually look at me with a fiery gaze. Yi Wuxuang got the contact information and went back to the bedroom first. Downstairs, Li Chunlan wanted to comfort Yi Guilu, but she didn't know how to speak. Let's go back to the house first.
Yi Weigui knew his eldest son's reticent and introverted nature and pulled Li Chunlan away.
Leave your oldest son alone in space to digest.
The hot noon sun burned people all over the body.
Yi Guilu turned around and walked into the hall.
The table full of unattended delicacies reflected in his eyes as if it were a dagger in his heart. There's no need to feel sorry for someone who doesn't deserve it. Jishin stepped out from the stairs.
Yi Guilu looked at him and didn't say anything, his eyes full of alertness. I'm not a bad person.
There's no need to stare at me like that. Jishin took out a black business card and handed it to Yi Guilu. This business card will give you a chance to get an internship with one of the world's top conglomerates.
The top global conglomerate, referring to G. Yi Guilu didn't even look at the business card.
His tone was contemptuous. The words selling your sister for honor are not in my vocabulary.
Seasonal. He knew who the man in front of him was. Jishin appeared at his home, only to have thoughts about his sister,
but also under the banner of classmate brother. Therefore, he didn't give Jishin a good face from the start.
You misunderstand me. I, Jishin,
am not so incompetent in pursuing a woman that I need to curry favor with her family to gain her favor.
I was simply trying to recruit a talent for G. After all, graduates from the Capital University of Finance and Economics are wanted by every group.
Jishin let out a light laugh, thinking of the scene he saw through the window when he passed by Yi Gilu's bedroom this morning. Yi Gilu's desk, placed at Capital University of Finance and Economics admission notice.
The date shown on the notice was a few days ago. The bookshelf next to the desk is filled with finance-related books. This means that Yi Guilu has been working half-time while dropping out of school to work, and not long ago, by way of self-examination, enrolled in the summer country's top academic institution's Capital University of Finance and Economics. This university was even better than the one Yi Guilu had once been admitted to. The helpless thing is that those books related to finance, 8 out of 10, all like to take the heir of the Ji family as the cover. So Yi Guilu recognized him. Being the same male, Yi Guilu also knew what the purpose of his appearance here was, so he was more than a little wary. The smile on Ji Shinjuan's face was forced. With a great uncle who protects his sister like this, the road to chasing his wife is even longer yet. Yi Guilu slightly clenched his fists. He had wanted to tell Yuan Xiola and the two families the good news that he had gotten into the Capital University of Finance and Economics at this family banquet. But Yuan Xiola and Yuan's family are. Ji Shin's voice was elegant. Generally college students. They choose to go for internships in their junior or senior year. You can go in your freshman year. This will allow you to start out just a few years faster than others. And it is also just the right thing to make up for the years you have been delayed because of Yuan Xiola. Don't you want to earn more money and improve the living conditions of your parents and siblings? As far as he knew, Yi Guilu had gone to school later than others since childhood because his family had no money. When his peers were in the 3rd grade, he was in the 1st grade and was teased a lot. Now college is so many years behind everyone else, and he's the responsible man. After being betrayed by his girlfriend and having his girlfriend's mother treat his mother badly, he must want to do everything he can to give his family better as soon as possible. Yi Guilu was silent for a moment and spat out 8 words. Business overlords with a reputation to live up to. When those financial books introduced Ji Shun, they all emphasize that he is good at attacking the heart and is well-versed in human nature. Fallacious. Ji Shun smiled and handed the business card to Yi Guilu again. This time, Yi Guilu did not refuse. Upstairs, Yi Wuxuang had already talked to the reporter about the causes and consequences. I will move tomorrow to verify the situation at the woman's university, as well as at the man's workplace, the reporter said. If the situation is true, I will publish a report article on the online platform in the shortest possible time. In the meantime, I hope you and your family will not be too upset, and I will seek justice for your brother. I promise with my conscience. With that, he hung up. Yi Wuxuan looked at the cell phone, and a wisp of strange colors surfaced in his black pupil. This reporter is not only highly professional and acted in a thunderous manner, but he is also kind and gentle. It's a breath of fresh air in the world of journalism. Time passes infinitely in a limited long vacation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the Yuan family was very scenic in Shiqiao village. They bought new home appliances, bought 1,000,000 cars, the firecrackers used for bargaining kept ringing, attracting jealousy and envy of the villagers. Jealousy and envy, but also a little despise the Yuan family. Everyone knows in their hearts that Yuan Xiola betrayed Yi Guilu and climbed another rich second generation, but they don't even say it on their lips, thinking that in case something happens someday, they can still ask the Yuan family for help, borrow some money or something. On the Yi family side, Ji Shin had already left. Yi Guilu also told the second old man and Yi Wuxuang about his admission to the top academy in Xia. Yi Wuxuang was a bit surprised, while the two old men wiped their tears in excitement, indicating that their sons and daughters were good. They were going to go to the mini-mart at the bottom of the hill and buy some drinks and wine to celebrate the occasion. The drinks that were bought earlier to entertain the Yuan family were used to entertain Ji Shin and finished. Let's go together, buy whatever you want to eat, and hemorrhage money tonight, Li Chunlan suggested with a smile. Aha! By this moment, Yi Guilu agreed. Yi Weiguo was even more physically active and was the first to head down the mountain. Li Chunlan followed. Yi Guilu took 2 steps and did not see Yi Wuxuang, but turned back to see Yi Wuxuang standing at the door, hesitating. Quickly follow. Don't get separated as a family. Yi Guilu waved at her. Chapter 55. If my dad and my mom lose a single hair, I want you all dead. Yi Guilu's words caused Yi Wuxuang's pupils to lightly shrink. She was probably still thinking about something in her head when her legs stepped out uncontrollably first. Go to the front. Yi Guilu sidestepped. As when I picked up my sister from her long vacation home, I let her go first and patted myself. On the way, Li Chunlan and Yi Weiguo talked and laughed, calling out to Yi Wuxuang and Yi Guilu from time to time, asking them some insignificant words, or rummage through old scores, causing the rest of them to twitch their mouths in agony. Yi Wuxuang walked on the side of the road. His 5 fingers were slightly open, feeling the wind that traveled through his fingers. It was actually this warm. Half an hour later, a group of 4 arrived at the mini-mart at the foot of the hill, as it is the only supermarket in the whole village of Shiqiao. This store is small but complete. Supermarket door dishes. Supermarkets in the middle of the goods. Supermarket side separated from a chess room, which has 2 tables of moncler jackets for women to play mahjong fight the landlord. Smoke like special effects. Brother Yi, Sister Li, Agu, Xiaoshuang and Xiaolu are here too? The boss in his 30s walked out of the counter and greeted them with a smile. What do you want to buy today? Take some good cigarettes and wine first, and then a few bottles of drinks for the kids. Li Chunlan's voice rose as she pointed to the stuff in the cigarettes and liquor section. Business is good. It's almost sold out. On weekdays, the tobacco and alcohol section is so full that there will be no shortage of anything. It's a rare day. Only a few bottles of wine and a few cigarettes left. The owner's smile faltered. Business was good because the Yuan family had been inviting guests to banquets for the past 3 days. And the cigarettes, alcohol, drinks and other things had almost emptied the supermarket's warehouse. It was only that the Yuan family had a special relationship with the Yi family, and he was unwilling to rub salt into the Yi family's wounds, so he could only downplay it. Not bad, barely making ends meet. Yi family is also strange pity. A family are honest people. The villagers are willing to help in any matter. Nay Yuan family daughter alas, Shuanger, dangerous house. Go get whatever you want to eat and I'll pay for it together. Li Chunlan didn't think much about it and let her son and daughter pick something. The siblings nodded, and before they could act, a loud, booming voice came from the door. Boss, bring me 5 more bottles of wine. My brothers from my 8th uncle's family haven't had enough. The person who spoke was Yuan's mother, who came over with a large gold chain, her face red and reeking of alcohol. Oops, the boss said. Mother Yuan, the cigarettes and wine are all sold out. There's no more. Who says it's sold out? Isn't there a little bit left here? Yuan mother pointed to the wine that was placed on the counter. This is the Yi family The boss's tone gradually weakened. Yi family? Only then did Mother Yuan look around and spot the 4 Yi Wushuang people. With a cold snort, she removed a dozen red, $100 bills from her pocket and slapped them on the counter. How much the Yi family offers? My old lady doubles the price. As long as I can serve my family's relatives well today, money is not a problem. She's rich now. It's not a matter of money or not. Yuan mom, the Yi family came first. How about this? I'll have my daughter-in-law drive to town and buy you as much as you want with a 10% discount. The boss didn't want to hurt the Yi family and didn't dare offend the Yuan family. Going to town? It's an hour round trip. And I'm drinking my ass off. Mother Yuan took out another dozen red bills from her pocket. This much? Is it enough? I'll add more if it's not enough. I don't believe there's anything in this world that money can't fix. She, Li Chunlan, is as poor as a dog? Can she be richer than me? Yuan mother hated Li Chunlan in her heart. She thinks Li Chunlan is very hypocritical. Every time Li Chunlan calls her in-laws, she is actually satirizing the Yuan family's incompetence. Do you really think she doesn't know? Yi Guilu dropped out of school to pay for her daughter's college education. Can Li Chunlan not mind? You know how to play nice all day long. Disgusting, disgusting. Before the words landed, someone slapped her so hard that she was caught off guard and took 2 steps back. This is a slap for insulting my mother. Yi Wushuang's tone was icy cold as he walked towards Yuan mother who had backed away. Yuan mother woke up a bit from her wine and covered her face with shocked eyes. Yi Wushuang, you, snap, another slap, on Yuan's mother's face, who took 2 more steps back. This is a slap on the face for failing to teach your son, failing to teach your daughter well, and allowing her to plague my brother. Yi Wushuang continued to walk towards Yuan mother who had backed up, her body filled with a murderous aura. Yi Wushuang, are you, snap, the 3rd slap, on the face of Yuan's mother. Her face swelled up with the naked eye, and she sat on her butt on the ground. This slap hit you Yuan family up and down enmity. You are over half 100, but still do not know shame. Rob my family's things. Yi Wushuang looked down on Mother Yuan, just like looking down on a weak and wasteful mole cricket. Mom! Yuan Shola finds her mother buying alcohol and is late in returning, so she goes out to look for her. Who knew that when they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, they would see the sister of their former boyfriend, violently beating their mother. She hurriedly helped her mother up, maintaining the high and proud posture of a goddess angrily questioning Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, what are you doing? My mom is almost 60. What gives you the right to hit her like that? If you have any complaints, just come at me. At you? What are you? Yi Wushuang's sight, which was like 9 feet of cold ice, landed on Yuan Shella. What kind of literary goddess is a money-grubbing piece of pretending to question me? Wouldn't it be nice to have the time to learn more poses? Go to bed and please your gold master, and then take your parents around the village to show them off? Yi Wushuang peeled back Yuan Shella's skin, revealing the dirty and ugly insides inside. True and piercing words that subdued everyone in the neighborhood. The truth that no one dared to say. Yi Wushuang said, damn it, daughter of the Yi family, if you're capable of saying what you just said, say it again. When the Yuan family relatives got the news, they rushed out with sticks and agricultural tools in their hands and stood around Yuan Shella. The situation was tense. I said Yuan Shella is a whore. Her mom is trash. And you're all trash. Do you hear me? I can say it again if you don't.
Yi Wuxiang raised his volume and angrily rebuked dozens of people up and down the Yuan family, his eyes blazing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One of the bare-chested big men had drunk too much wine and carried a scythe and was about to cut Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang took the initiative to meet him and kicked the big man in the abdomen, directly knocking him down. She kicked up the hilt of the scythe in the big man's hand, reaching out to grab it as it leapt upward. Then with a flick of his arm, the scythe went next to the big man's neck and plunged into the ground with a clang. The whole routine was so fast that it was hard to see, and by the time everyone reacted, the big man was beaded with sweat and completely sober. The scythe blade was just centimeters away from the artery in his neck. He moves a little and his throat can be cut. Yuan's family was scared silly. How is it that Yi Wuxiang, who used to be timid and fearful, suddenly became so powerful and wild? A Yuan family relative said nervously. Yi Wuxiang, calm down, we are all from the same mountain. If you hurt eighth uncle, be careful that your father will break his leg one day and your mother will fall into the river. Yi Wuxiang suddenly became so capable of fighting. But Yi Wuxiang wasn't always in Shiqiao village. She still had to go to school. There had to be a way to bluff Yi Wuxiang. Then I might as well give you a word of warning. If a hair of my father or my mother is missing, I'll have all of you killed. Yi Wuxiang's tone was sharp, and his exquisite and beautiful face was ragingly cold, as if the god of death had descended. Considering her family, and the fact that she still had to do the quest to resurrect her brother, she didn't really do anything to Yuan's family. But if the Yuan family seeks their own death, she will fulfill them well. People are afraid of cruelty, and ghosts are afraid of evil. Oftentimes, humans are of a bullying nature. Seeing Yi Wuxiang's expression, Yuan family's eighth uncle's soul was scared out of his wits and he climbed up and ran. The rest of the Yuan family, including Yuan Xiola's mother and daughter, walked away in fear, not daring to provoke Yi Wuxiang again. Yi Wuxiang turned around, intending to tell his family that he could go home, but he saw that his family was petrified in place. The oldest man in the chess room had his mouth open and didn't know when his cigarette fell on the floor. Chapter 56. A good little sister becomes a cold tug sister. The supermarket was quiet for a long time. Li Chunlan was the first to react. She rushed to Yi Wuxiang and held Yi Wuxiang's shoulders, looking up and down. Is Schwanger alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Quickly let mom take a look. She didn't care what happened to the others. She was only worried if her daughter was hurt. Yi Weigua and Yi Guilu also gathered around. The eyes of the three people were like infrared scanners, inspecting Yi Wuxiang carefully from the tips of her hair to her ankles. Only when they were sure that Yi Wuxiang was not injured did the three of them let out a sigh of relief. New questions immediately came to their minds as well, though. Why would a weak sister/daughter have such a powerful body? Doesn't she usually hide behind her family when things go wrong? How come you were the first one to rush up this time? Not to mention that you even cleaned up a whole bunch of Yuan's family? Yi Wuxiang saw through her family's doubts as she squirmed her red lips, her voice inaudible. Mere kindness and gentleness, unable to protect myself from anyone, changed me. It was a lesson brought to her by her experience in the slums in her last life. Good change. Yi Guilu nodded his head, and in the caring eyes that looked at his sister, there was a hint of appreciation and praise. There are so many examples of people being good. In today's world, a girl should never take gentle and kind as her only credo. If his sister could change like this, he could feel more at ease when he went to the capital. No matter how much it changes, you're still mommy's twin child. Li Chunlan wiped her eyes. As a mother, she is extremely sensitive to the changes in her children. My daughter must have suffered a lot at school to say that. I'm glad the past is behind us, and my daughter, now, has become strong enough to not let anyone bully her and to protect her family. Yi Weigua didn't say anything, just touched the top of his daughter's head, his heart blaming himself and relieved. The four men paid their money, picked up their cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, snacks and other things, and left the supermarket to return home. On the way, Yi Wuxiang answered a phone call. It was Jishin who recommended the reporter. The reporter was pleased. Ms. Yi, I've finished verifying your brother's matter, and the report on this matter has been written and presented to the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief thinks this article could be the headline of today's evening news, and if you have your usual chat app on your cell phone, you'll get the news pushed to you at exactly 8 p.m. This evening. I suggest on my side that you keep an eye out, because you will see something else in the report. Thanks. Yi Wuxiang's black pupils flickered slightly. Something else? She was quite looking forward to it. You don't need to thank me. It's what I do as a reporter. The reporter hung up the phone. Dinner was freshly cooked after a busy family day. At the moment, the wall clock on the wall showed 7:45. The four of them sat down around the table, and before the chopsticks could be lifted, there was a sound of footsteps from outside the room. The people who came were Yuan Xiela, plus two young policemen from Shiqiao village. Behind also followed a lot of Stone Bridge village melon-eating villagers. All stretched their necks. Want to find out? There is little entertainment in the village,
And the villagers can talk for a long time about any couple that quarrels and breaks bowls, not to mention the Yuan and Yi family's affairs. Comrade police officer. She's the one who beat my mother and eighth uncle until they fainted, and threatened to take the lives of my entire family. So please make sure she's arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center for proper supervision. The long-skirted Yuan Xiaola stood at the entrance of Ye's house with a gloomy tone. She, Yuan Xiaola, was no longer the Yuan Xiaola of the past. Yi Wuxuan dared to humiliate her 3 times in front of so many people and beat up her family, so he had to pay the price. The 2 policemen looked at each other and walked into the hall. You are Yi Wuxuan? It's quite a big change. Come on, tell me about what happened in front of the supermarket this evening. They had seen Yi Wuxuan before. Comrade police, you've got it wrong. Schwanger didn't knock anyone out? Li Chunlan was shocked. She remembers that her daughter then slapped Yuan's mother 3 times. It's even more unlikely that that 8th uncle fainted. He ran and escaped. So you also admit that she hit someone? Police officer A perked up his ears and asked Yi Wuxuan, did you hit Yuan Xiaola's mom and relatives? Police officer B is standing by to take a statement. Beat it. Yi Wuxuan graciously admitted. Why the fight? Police officer A then asked. Because their family toad wants to eat swan meat. They want me to marry Yi Guilu as a wife, to be a daughter-in-law for the Yi family, and when I don't want to, they take the opportunity to retaliate against the Yuan family. Yuan Xiaola snatched the answer, her tone full of sarcasm and arrogance. But they don't think about it. The Yi family of the district, is it worthy of me, a senior student of the art college, to marry? I asked you a question? Police officer A looked askance at Yuan Xiaola. The arrogant expression on Yuan Xiaola's face froze. Police officer A re-asked Yi Wuxuan, why did you beat up the Yuan family? It's time to fight. So it's time to fight. Yi Wuxuan's tone was calm and unperturbed. Cop B, who was taking the statement, raised an eyebrow and nuzzled. The good little sister has turned into a high-strung drag sister. Comrade police officer, look at her bad attitude. If this is not arrested, in the future, she will definitely be a murderer who will plague the 4 directions. Yuan Xiaola took the opportunity to play with her words. Then her words changed. I remember that the new police station is still under construction, and our Yuan family is willing to. Kape let out a hey and turned his head to look at Yuan Xiaola impatiently. You teach fortune-telling in your art school now, don't you? One look at someone and you can tell if that person will be a murderer in the future? Still, Yuan family willing. I think you don't know how to write the words bribery offense. Da. The clock emitted a subtle movement, the hour hand pointing to 8 o'clock. Ding dong, ding dong. Some of the people's cell phones, coincidentally, beeped. It's a special sound effect for a national chat program that pushes the evening news every night at 8 p.m. Kape didn't have time to look at it, but Kape took out his cell phone and took a look at it. That look didn't matter. The whole group straightened their backs. Yuan Xiaola didn't have time to look at her cell phone as she explained to police officer A with a smile. You misunderstand. I didn't intend to bribe you. I just think that the legal net is wide open. We can't let people like Yi Wuxuan get away with it. Since grassroots cops can't be bribed, she'll just go to the top brass tomorrow, no matter how much it costs. Yi Wuxuan must go to jail. Dude, check out this news. Kape held out his cell phone for Kape to see. Oh, okay, I know. Kape finishes reading the news and removes the handcuffs from his waist. Yuan Xiaola's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was to arrest Yi Wuxuan. She reached out and pointed at Yi Wuxuan's nose. Her tone was extremely arrogant and pleased. Quickly arrest her. Snap. The handcuffs leaned against Yuan Xiaola's wrists. Kape's tone was icy. Yuan Xiaola, you are suspected of serious intentional injury. You are now under arrest according to the law. Come with us. Yuan Xiaola was stunned. The cold touch on her wrist made her thoughts pause. You have the wrong person, don't you? The police didn't care. She panicked in her mind. Let go of me. It should be the Yi family you're arresting. Are you deaf? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Bastard. Chapter 57, Fermenting Public Opinion. Yuan Xiaola in jail. 2 young policemen left Ye's house with Yuan Xiaola who kept yelling. The villagers looked at each other, completely unaware of what was happening. I don't know what kind of intentional injury Yuan Xiaola has committed. Does it have something to do with the 8 o'clock push of the evening news? I see the comrade policeman was just watching the news. A villager reminded. Everyone had their cell phones out to access it. Yi Wuxuan and Yi Guilu, Yi Weihua and Li Chunlan also opened the chat software and clicked on the news push. News headline, this is what an art school girl did before she dumped her boyfriend who supported her for 4 years. The report said, art school girls Yuan Mole poor family, initially unable to go to college, boyfriend Yi Molo love and loyalty, dropped out of school to work for their studies, a supply of 4 years. In the last semester before graduation, Yuan Mole met Deng Mao, a second-generation rich man. The money is so fascinating that Yuan Mole changed his low-key behavior and bullied his classmates at school. A girl from the dance department, Jiang Mao, was beaten by her with her legs pressed against a leg press, resulting in the paralysis of John's lower limbs and a lifelong disability. John's family repeatedly sued Yuan Mole to no avail. No longer have savings to treat Jiang life hanging by a thread. Why Yuan Mole did such a heartless thing, but also as if nothing happened to school vacation, and was sent abroad, the reporter does not know. Reporters only know Yuan Mole vacation back home.
Immediately after the boyfriend Yi Molu breakup, the press will continue to follow up on the situation. This Yuan Shella is also too ruthless. Beat people's female dolls into cripples. No wonder they were taken away by the police. I just went to Yuan's house to check. Her mom and her uncle are hiding in the bedroom drinking and eating meat. They didn't faint at all. She's trying to find a reason to bribe the police and get Ye's daughter in jail. It's too horrible. The Yi family has been kind to the Yuan family anyways. Without Yi Guilu, where would she Yuan Shella be now? She is too ungrateful. The villagers lamented and left Ye's doorstep. Yi family hall. Strong disappointment flashed in Yi Gilu's eyes. I didn't realize how far my former girlfriend had fallen. Li Chunlan felt shocked and pleased at the same time. This news came out just in time, or else Double would have been taken away by the police. Yi Weigui nodded. Yi Wuxuan let out a hem and lowered her eyes. The fact is, she wouldn't have been taken by the police today no matter what. Those two cops were just here to go through the process and perfume Yuan Shella. Yuan Shella thought that money could solve everything, not realizing that not everyone can abandon their bottom line for money. However, she didn't expect Yuan Shella to do so many bad things at school, so it's no wonder the reporter suggested she keep an eye on the news. She had planned to make Yuan Shella lose her reputation, lose her chance of guaranteed admission, and be expelled from school, because Yuan Shella can go to college. It is the big brother sacrificed himself in exchange for debt repayment, heaven and earth. But when this news came out, Yuan Shella faced more than just expulsion. She's going to jail. The next morning, Yi Wuxuan woke up and looked at his cell phone. After a night of spreading, Yuan Shella's treachery had been circulated quite widely on the internet. Although the news did not mention the real names and locations of the people involved in the incident, there are many famous detectives on the internet. The crowd of Sherlock Holmeses followed the clues and, bit by bit, picked up the real names of Yuan Shella, Yi Guilu and others, the art school that Yuan Shella attended, and the Yen City University that Yi Guilu once attended, were all raked over the coals. Everyone denounced Yuan Shella, pitted Jiang, wondered about the background of the rich second-generation Deng, and was heartbroken by what happened to Yi Guilu, especially when everyone learned that Yi Guilu was admitted into Yen City University with the highest score that year. Everyone's heartache for Yi Guilu reached its peak. This infatuated man had a great future ahead of him. He sacrifices his studies to fulfill his girlfriend's dream. Unfortunately, working part-time for 4 years only results in her cold-blooded and heartless breakup. This is so unfair. A number of colleges and high schools have tweeted about it as public opinion swells. He is willing to admit Yi Guilu, or support Yi Guilu to repeat his senior year of high school for free, and then take the university entrance examination. Anchor City University even posted a blog overnight that drew tears. 4 years, return or not, the tweet has received 30,000 retweets and 5,000 comments. Netizens have called Yenchur University good. They want to take Yenchur University. The girl from Yen City University also said, if Yi Guilu comes back, she must take the initiative to pursue Yi Guilu. This kind of man can be relied on. Half an hour later, the Capital University of Finance and Economics also posted a blog in 8 Yen City University. I'm sorry, but Mr. Yi is ours. The microblogging was followed by a picture of Yi Gilu's score on the self-test for the University of Finance and Economics not long ago. In 5 minutes, Giannis University replied to the University of Finance and Economics. So I go? This wave of interactions is truly a fool's errand for the netizens. When everyone is distressed about Yi Gilu's future, Yi Guilu half-worked and half-studied, backhandedly self-examined the country's top academic institutions? Is this something a human being could do? The god of learning is nothing more than that. The most liked user under the Finance and Economics University tweet had this to say. Yuan Shella is too short-sighted. Yi Guilu may not be the second generation of rich people, but he will definitely be the rich generation. I firmly believe that. Yi dangerous building future has backward. The netizens divided into 2 ways. All the way to the police officer V down, questioning when the law will give justice to the dance department girl Jiang. All the way to Yuan Shella's art school official V down, forcing the school to deal with Yuan Shella. 20 minutes later, the school announces the punishment. 1. Retrieve Yuan Hiulok's guaranteed place. 2. Dismiss Yuan Shella. During the same period, provincial police announced their involvement in the investigation of John's case. 5 hours later, the police released the truth and punished and demoted the 3 officers involved. Yuan Shella was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and compensated John with $1.8 million. At this time,
Yi Guilu had already embarked on a flight to imperial capital. Yi Wuxuan leaned against the railing of the second floor and looked at the flaming remnants of the sun in the west, the cell phone in his palm, displaying the interface of the Class 7 class group's lively chat. Jane Jiaoyang. They cursed Yuan Xiela and the rich second generation behind her, and their hearts ached for Yi Guilu and Jiang Mao. Since netizens didn't dig deep into Yi Guilu's privacy, no one knew that Yi Guilu had a sister named Yi Wuxuang. After all the scolding and heartache, Class 7 also thought of another detail. From the time the news was published until now, no one knows who the second-generation rich man Deng Mao is. All official notification, all unannounced avoided the Deng. Jane Jiaoyang said, the chain of interests behind this Deng Mao seems to be unusual. According to the current situation of public opinion, he will not necessarily move Yi Guilu, but Yi Guilu's family on. Yi Wuxuan's brows were furrowed and a cold aura tumbled in his eyes. That's what she cares about. Women's prison, Yan City. Yuan Xiela, wearing a prison uniform, hugged the phone and cried like a pear. Brother Deng, that woman's name is Yi Wuxuang. She lives at No. 39, Shiqiao Village, Shiqiao Town. Her father's name is Yi Weigua, and her mother's name is Li Chunlan. Kill them all. She hated everyone in the Yi family. It must have been the Yi family and the reporters who badmouthed her and she was arrested. The Yi family all deserve to die. Chapter 58. Another name for Queen. Yuan Xiela's words followed the phone line, along the signal tower, all the way through the mountains, arriving in a certain extravagantly decorated KTV box. Deng Xiu, who looks okay but has shady eyes, is holding two bikini beauties on his left and right, and answering the phone with a cigarette in his mouth. No. 39, Shiqiao Village, Shiqiao Town, right? Okay. It's also necessary to let that Yi Guilu have a taste of what it's like to steal a woman from the prince of the Black Man Gang. Get you out of here? Don't worry. When the wind dies down and the internet loses its memory, I can make your sentence 3 years to 3 months and 3 months to 3 weeks. Don't be afraid. I'll wait for you outside. How can I find another new love? You're my favorite woman. Hang up. Deng Xiu threw his cell phone casually onto the table, and his stomping leather leg went up onto the table, allowing the bikini beauty to run up and down on him. The bodyguard whispered from the side, young master, haven't you already played with Yuan Xiela for 2 months? Why bother with her death anymore? With young master's former nature, he would get tired of playing with new women in a few days. You don't understand. Yuan Xiela is different from the others. I haven't played enough. Deng Xiu exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in his eyes amidst the smoke. When he met Yuan Xiela was still the goddess of the painting department, always yelling money is great. Then he was curious how long Yuan Xiela could hold out. So, he launched a fierce attack on Yuan Xiela, using money to turn Yuan Xiela into a bed, using money to reshape Yuan Xiela's worldview, watching her step by step into her own despise the *******. She was his toy. This toy, it hasn't been completely destroyed yet. Go, get some men, kill the people and burn the house at the address I just gave you. Deng Xiu gave the order. His tone relaxed. This kind of thing, they are used to doing in the Black Man Gang. Stonebridge Village. Twilight was darkening and the sky was pouring with rain. There was a sound of rain in the mountains, and even the yellow dogs kept by the villagers were much quieter. At midnight, the rain stopped and puddles were everywhere. A black commercial car with foreign license plates came in the direction of the village entrance. The business car stopped in front of the closed supermarket store. The door opened, and walked down 7 tough and strong men who were not to be messed with at first glance. Through the door, you could also see a row of brightly lit machetes, and a couple of barrels of gasoline inside the car. The strong men shook their necks and made clucking noises as they moved their joints. What kind of hole is this? Stop complaining and move on up the hill when you're done peeing. First things first, Yi Weigua Li Chunlan will be handed over to you guys. Yi Wuxuan will be handed over to me. I'll kill after I'm done playing. Okay. I know you're good at being a schoolgirl. Several people unbuckled their belts for convenience. One of them hummed a little tune, unconsciously swept the ground, and his body shook in fear. Why is there an extra figure here? Under the streetlight in front of the supermarket, in addition to reflecting the shadows of the 7 of them, there was a slender figure, abrupt and terrifying. Several people followed the shadows and looked up to see a young girl standing in the branches of a date palm holding onto the main trunk. The young girl's back was to the light, her appearance unreadable, and her clothes unreadable. Bitch, what are you doing pretending to be a ghost in the middle of the night? If you scare us sick, we'll kill you. The lead burly man spat, startled back to his senses. Instead of replying, the young girl stomped on the ground and descended gracefully from the 6-meter-high tree. Boo! She landed, splashing countless raindrops in puddles. The feeling of falling from gravity caused her to half crouch. One hand braced on the ground, her head slightly bowed. Grass! The burly man's eyes rounded. 6 meters high. Just jump. and you're playing it cool.
Yi Wuxiang slowly raised his head,
Stood up straight and walked towards the 7 people in silence.
It was then that the burly man got a good look at Yi Wuxiang's appearance. She was not very old, with a delicate and absolutely beautiful appearance, wearing a cheap and plain 3-piece blue sweatshirt, with a pair of plate shoes that cost $40 or $50 a pair.
This is a very common schoolgirl outfit,
but in the dark pupils of this female student, there was a murderous and cold aura that was extremely inconsistent with her age and status.
Hey, who are you? What do you want?
A burly man went forward to intervene. Yi Wuxiang's black pupils lightly converged,
did not say any words,
raised his hand and made a fist in cordial greeting. The burly man scrambled to raise his left arm to block, and the pressure exerted on his left arm caused him to look up in horror.
You!
Before he could spit out the second word, Yi Wuxiang threw a roundhouse kick on the side of the strong man's neck, directly knocking the strong man to the ground. The strong man fell to the ground and covered his neck and shouted,
"It's the practicing gang, take a copy."
When you've been on the road for a long time, you'll know if there's anything on the other side. Although he didn't know what the schoolgirl was about and why she had such great fighting skills at such a young age,
he knew they were not to be taken lightly.
The brothers had no room for doubt and immediately went to the commercial vehicle to get machetes.
7 men, 7 swords, confronted the barehanded Yi Wuxiang.
The night wind whistled, and 2 of them were the first to roar and rush towards Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang's face was unperturbed as he raised his leg and kicked one person in the chest,
turned around and kicked another person away. The third person took the opportunity to surprise attack Yi Wuxiang from the side. The machete was only 3 inches away from Yi Wuxiang.
Yi Wuxiang's eyes flashed with hostility as he leaned back to dodge and grabbed the third person's large and small arms and spun them in a half circle.
Originally chopping at Yi Wuxiang's arm, it bent inward and the blade rested on his own neck.
"Big brother!"
The rest of them panicked and surrounded Yi Wuxiang with machetes.
Yi Wuxiang's eyes tailed a cold glance at them,
and with a pull on his hand,
the blade sealed his throat. The body of the so-called big brother fell straight down,
and the weapon belonged to Yi Wuxiang.
5 minutes later, 6 of the 7 were dead and the last one remained. The survivor's face was full of fear, dragging his broken leg back and forth, shivering and crying as he crawled.
"Who are you? Who the hell are you?"
The schoolgirl in front of her resembled the god of death, killing with precision and elegance, clean and sharp, so powerful that it sent shivers down her spine. Every cell in his body screamed escape. "Escape quickly!
You don't deserve to know who I am."
Yi Wuxiang's eyes gently lifted up and his tone was calm.
When he said that, his hand rose up and killed all of them. Buzz, buzz. The cell phone in the big brother's pocket kept vibrating.
Yi Wuxiang walked over and took out his cell phone. The caller ID showed young gang leader.
She chose to reject, took a family photo of the 7 brothers,
and edited a text message to send the young gang leader.
Hundreds of miles away. Dang, see you.
Who saw the photo of the text message?
Sat up violently from his bed. All dead? Who killed them? Taking pictures of me to warn me?
Is she/he one of Yes?
Or just passing through? Is it one person? Or a team? No matter what, the Yi family can't be moved.
I can't offend this mysterious unknown for the sake of a toy.
Stonebridge Village. Under the streetlight,
Yi Wuxiang took the cell phone of his big brother and dialed a series of numbers.
The phone quickly picked up and a sweet female voice came out. "Hello, this is the Sunshine Hotel. May I ask if you'd like to order a meal or a room?"
Yi Wuxiang spoke calmly.
7 steaks, fully cooked,
at the entrance to Stonebridge Village.
Stonebridge.
The receptionist's voice was sweeter.
"Okay, what is your name and password?"
"Lucifer,
0917 ***.
There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line.
After a long moment, the female voice quivered and honored again.
You
have 3 more chances to keep your secret, and your choice is?
Lucifer, Lucifer.
1 meaning, bright star, son of the morning.
1 meaning is, the 7 deadly sins,
representing the arrogant fiend.
The Old Testament describes Lucifer as having been the most beautiful and powerful archangel in heaven. Because of his unwillingness to obey the Son of Christ, he left behind the words, "I would rather be a king in hell than a slave in heaven," and fell into hell.
Lucifer, meanwhile, has another, louder name in the Slayer community. Queen. Chapter 59. Yi Wuxiang is as terrifying as a man and a woman.
The operator did not understand why Queen, who had already been buried in the fire,
would appear again.
She only felt honored.
An immense, unprecedented honor. Confidential.
Yi Wuxiang did not hesitate.
"Okay, all of us at the Sunshine Hotel, at your service." The operator hung up the phone. 3 minutes later, a helicopter
departed from the deep mountain airfield closest to Shiqiao village.
Half an hour later,
the helicopter stopped at the entrance of Shiqiao village. The officers concerned were quick on their hands and knees, packing up the 7 bodies and carrying them away, and clearing the scene of all traces.
Big Brother's cell phone was also cleaned.
They left before Yi Wuxiang stepped out from the shadows, his black pupils flickering with a faint light.
The Sunshine Hotel, the Sunshine Hotel. a global 5-star hotel chain. It is called Sunshine, but actually borders on darkness. It receives regular customers while serving all the slayers. As long as the killer keeps a file here and has currency in storage, he can get help from the hotel. This includes, but is not limited to, processing the scene, providing firearms, ammunition and defense gear. By choosing to keep it a secret, no second person will know I'm alive. Yi Wuxiang muttered to himself and went up the mountain in a starry night. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting her family and giving a sample to the forces behind Yuan Xiaola, she wouldn't have killed 7 people in a row, not to mention contacting the Sunshine Hotel and asking for secrecy. She still longs for a different life for herself. But, Yi Wuxiang stopped and looked down at the hand he had just held the knife in. She will give up this desire if it involves the safety of her family. Early in the morning, Yi Wuxiang carried his school bag and said goodbye to his parents and went down the mountain. The long vacation was over, and it was time for her to return to Flying Bird. It's different from the last time I collected my vacation back to Flying Bird. This time, as soon as Yi Wuxiang got off the bus, the students who passed by her greeted her warmly and shyly. Good morning, Queen. The Queen seems even more beautiful. Oh, the Queen took one look at me and I came full circle. Rongqingru's set off made the Flying Bird students feel more and more how powerful Yi Wuxiang was. In a subtle way, Yi Wuxiang also changed from the Queen of Class 7 to the Queen of the Birds. Everywhere she went, students looked at her with respectful anticipation. Yi Wuxiang's expression was calm as he returned to Class 7. To her surprise, not only were there students like Jane Zhaoyang in Class 7, there was also the principal, Shangguan Qinglin. Next to Shangguan Qinglin stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Yi Wuxiang, come here for a moment. Shangguan Qinglin waved at Yi Wuxiang. Waiting for Yi Wuxiang to come to himself, he pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him. This is Mr. Su, who is in charge of the Olympiad math competition in our city of Yin. Shangguan Qinglin then introduced Yi Wuxiang to Mr. Su. She's Yi Wuxiang, the one who scored the only perfect score in math in the city on the last monthly exam. I didn't expect that student Yi is not only a great student, but also a beautiful person. Teacher Su extended his hand to Yi Wuxiang and praised him heartily. Hello, my name is Su Chang. You can call me Mr. Su. Yi Wuxiang politely returned the grip and looked at Shangguan Qinglin with doubtful eyes. What does the teacher in charge of OU want with her? It's not like she's a contestant, even though the Olympiad is about to start. Yen City hasn't done too well in the Olympic math competition in recent years. Shangguan Qinglin explained. The last question on the math paper for the last monthly exam was from Mr. Su, and you were the only one in the city who answered it. Mr. Su would like to invite you to join the Yen City Olympiad team and represent Yen City in the Municipal Olympiad competition. Ding! Trial mission released. Trial mission 5 represent Yan City in the Municipal Olympiad and win the championship. A line of text that no one else could see immediately appeared before Yi Wuxiang's eyes. She nodded in agreement. Yes, that's great. Su Chang handed Yi Wuxiang a slip of paper with the address written on it. This is the address of the after-school program for our city's OU team. Remember to report to it? I have to rush back to the school where I am employed for classes, so I'll be going now. Goodbye. Yi Wuxiang and Shangguan Qinglin said goodbye to Su Chang. Don't disgrace the Flying Birds. Shangguan Qinglin admonished Yi Wuxiang and also left Class 7. Jane Zhaoyang and the others immediately gathered around. Aggrieved. Queen, why are you acting like you're out of touch this vacation? Not chatting in the group or on the game? He was planning to play some more Operation Jedi with the Queen. With that, Jian Zhaoyang handed the game interface in his cell phone to Yi Wuxiang to see. Cold-blooded Zhaoyang? Yi Wuxiang realized that Jane Zhaoyang had changed his game nickname. Yeah, everyone's changed, right? Jane Zhaoyang asked the group in Class 7. The group nodded, and a girl added, not only did we change it, but so did students from other classes, and players who weren't flyers. Originally, people thought the Queen's nickname was super earthy, super douchey, and super hard to hear, but the Queen's gaming skills went well with the name, so people followed the trend of changing it to cold-blooded, and it's already a trend. It's not all this kind. There's also Mad Young's little stepforward wife, Mad Young's first lover, Mad Young's current girlfriend and so on to call her. Jane Zhaoyang's mouth twitched. Their queen is unisex and horrible as hell. Let's not talk about the game right now. Let's talk about the Olympiad? Boy A side, that's not a good race to be in. Why do you say that? Yi Wuxiang's brows wrinkled. The original owner had no memories related to the OU competition in his mind. Yen City is part of Central South Province, which has 21 cities, which means there are 21 teams in this municipal competition. The strongest in previous years was Zheng City, which also represented Central and Southern Province in the National Olympiad competition, and nearly beat the capital city team to advance to the global competition. Anchor City is a bit more miserable and is at the bottom of the power category. I just don't know if this year's team from Yen City can compete a little bit. Don't make a round trip and get Ed home in the preliminary round. What are you talking nonsense about?
Jian Jiaoyang poked the person who said this with his elbow.
The queen is in it. How can she be a round robin?
Right. The man slapped the back of his head and realized.
The queen is participating, so she mustn't win the title?
I will indeed win the championship.
A brilliant light appeared in Yi Wuxuan's eyes.
Having completed the first 4 missions, there was no reason for her to fail the 5th.
Besides, what she had to complete was the entire 30 trial quests. Only then could she resurrect Dustless.
Wow! The students perked up. With the queen's nature of being true to her word, if she says she'll win the crown, then she will. They have unconditional trust in the queen.
At the end of the school day,
Yi Wuxuan just walked out of the flying bird, the surrounding bang sound,
pulling several colorful ribbons. Colorful ribbons flew above Yi Wuxuan's head. Xin Wenyu held roses and appeared in front of Yi Wuxuan,
her eyes full of adoration.
Shuang'er, in the past,
I didn't know how to cherish,
thinking that you couldn't compare to Rongqingru, but now,
I realize that you are 100 times and 1,000 times stronger than Rongqingru. I've also recognized my heart.
Will you forgive me and give me another chance?
This deeply affectionate look caused many girls around the room to scream. Although the Shin family has had problems with cash flow in recent days,
it cannot help that Xin Wenyu is handsome. Flying Bird Academy should be his schoolmaster, or his schoolmaster. No one shakes. Chapter 60, It is impossible for Ji Shao to like you from the countryside.
I don't know who first shouted forgive him, and the surrounding area began to arch the atmosphere in unison. How much Yi Wuxuan used to like Xin Wenyu was obvious to everyone, since Yi Wuxuan had metamorphosed to this point for Xin Wenyu.
Wouldn't it be just like Yi Wuxuan's wish for Xin Wenyu to change her mind now? Hurry up!
Shen Wenyu's brother pushed Xin Wenyu. Xin Wenyu then blushed slightly and walked to Yi Wuxuan holding the roses, her heartbeat accelerating dramatically.
This confession today was actually planned by his mom and dad.
They figured out the best way to break the ice in response to the predicament that the Shin family was currently facing.
Marry Yi Wuxuan. In this way,
the lifesaver of the Ji family, a 1,000-year-old family, became the daughter-in-law of the Shin family, and the Shin family was naturally able to follow suit.
Yi Wuxuan married in.
Ji Shin is not going to continue to make things difficult for the Shin family, right? He should be thinking about how to help the Shin family.
In this way,
the Shin family would be able to capitalize on this wind and leap into the top stream of Yen City's rich families. Mom and Dad said it was a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Only he knew that it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He was in love with Yi Wuxuan. Dreams are all about her cool and absolutely beautiful silhouette.
Yi Wuxuan should also immediately forgive him and rejoin his embrace.
Xin Wenyu began to fantasize about how beautiful his future with Yi Wuxuan would be.
Yi Wuxuan, however, had an indifferent gaze and spoke coldly. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way.
She had an Olympiad class to report to, and wasn't interested in talking half-assly to this feudal douchebag. Xin Wenyu's face changed. The surrounding students also blushed.
Shouldn't Yi Wuxuan be beaming with joy at this time? Forgiving and accepting Xin Wenyu's confession? What's with the ice-cold attitude?
And he called Xin Wenyu a dog.
What do you mean?
Xin Wenyu's face was a bit ugly and her tone was puzzled.
Didn't you win the monthly exam championship, participate in the chess tournament, and become the best female escort in Bai Rabbit all to attract my attention and tell me that you're better than Rongqingru?
These whimsical words caused Yi Wuxuan's black pupils to chill.
Who gave you the confidence to think I'm doing all this to get your attention? And do you deserve it?
Or do you think I'm so blind that I like someone who doesn't get the grades I do, play chess as well as I do,
have the gaming skills I do, anything as well as I do?
The words landed on the lips of many students who nodded their heads in favor. Yi Wuxuan was no longer the Yi Wuxuan of the past. Her excellence was beyond Xin Wenyu's reach. It's normal to reject Xin Wenyu. Xin Wenyu's handsome face turned green as he thought for a moment. A flash of disdain flashed across his brain eyes. You're rejecting me because of seasonal, aren't you? It seems that Yi Wuxuan is nothing more than that. And when she meets a man who is richer and more handsome than him, she mercilessly leaves him behind. Yi Wuxuan's brows wrinkled.
What does this have to do with Jishin? Seeing that she didn't reply,
Xin Wenyu thought that she had poked through her thoughts and smiled coldly. You're at best a savior of the Ji family. And the fact that Ji Shao is willing to care about you and bring you to a charity dinner is already the limit. It's best not to daydream, fall over and fantasize about marrying Ji Shao,
because you can't climb high enough and he can't possibly like you from the countryside. That got a lot of nods as well. They recognized that Yi Wuxuan was excellent. However, it was also recognized that Yi Wuxuan, who was born in the countryside, was still far from being able to climb up to the Ji family, much less make Ji Shao move. Who's Mr. Ji?
Not to mention how many princesses and queens have publicly shown their love in the international arena.
But let's just say the capital city of Xia, where there are countless beautiful women, countless talented women, and countless noble women. What could Yi Wuxuan compare with them? The mountains and rivers are full of empty thoughts of the distant. It is better to cherish the people in front of me now. Shen Wenyu was the best place for Yi Wuxuang. Just at the moment when the crowd was secretly spitting, a magnetic low pleasant male voice came from the periphery of the crowd. Who says I can't possibly like Yi Wuxuang from the countryside? The crowd followed the sound and saw a man with a delightfully long figure, handsome appearance, reserved gentlemanly temperament, and incomparable aura, walking over from the churning sunset. It was Jishin. The crowd automatically made a path for Jishin. Jishin came to Yi Wuxuang's side. As soon as he came, Shen Wenyu's face that was the most handsome in the whole school became dark. It's like a firefly meeting the moon, humble and worthless. Wuxuang is talented, intelligent, independent and self-reliant, and a beautiful woman, the best candidate for a wife in my heart. Jishin smiled gently, his tone helpless. Unfortunately, she doesn't like me, so I'll just have to take my time courting her and expect her to look at me more. The effect of the words coming out of his mouth was tantamount to a thunderclap on the ground. So it wasn't Yi Wuxuang who fell for it, but was it Ji Xiao who took the initiative to pursue it? Young Ji said Yi Wuxuang is the best candidate for a wife in his heart. Holy, the queen has conquered the capital's #1 young man? Shen Wenyu has been punched in the face. Shen Wenyu froze in place, his face a burst of white and a burst of green, a burst of purple and a burst of green, living like a palette into the essence. Many questions raced through his mind. Why did Ji Xiao come to Flying Bird? Why did he say he liked Yi Wuxuang? How could he like Yi Wuxuang? He and Yi Wuxuang were clearly people from two worlds. How could one announce in public that he was pursuing Yi Wuxuang? Yi Wuxuang turned her head to look at Jishin, her brows knitted tightly. What does Jishin mean by this? He wasn't really thinking about himself, was he? If so, she would not hesitate to draw a line with Jishin. Her world did not and could not be stuffed with something as fragile as love. Jishin's narrow ink eyes surfaced with a smile, leaning down to whisper in the young girl's ear. You're being taunted, and as a friend, I have to help you out a bit, don't I? What a wary little prey. His gaze fell on the young girl's adorably shaped earlobes, and an obscure glint swept across his eyes. The hot and wet breath on her ear made Yi Wuxuang shrink her neck in discomfort to avoid it. She scratched her itchy ears and nodded in understanding. Her thoughts were similar to Shen Wenyu's. Jishin did not lack beauty to be attracted to her. So here's the question. Why did you come to Flying Bird? Yi Wuxuang asked. Work ended early today, so I stopped by to pick you up from school. Jishin straightened his back, his voice gentle. I participated in the municipal Olympiad competition and need to report to the training class. Yi Wuxuang walked forward. I'll walk you. Jishin took long strides to follow. When he passed by Shen Wenyu, he still maintained his poised smile, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Next time stay away from her and don't dirty her eyes, okay? Shen Wenyu raised her head violently, her lips trembling. This notorious small bully was warning himself. Jishin ignored Shen Wenyu, got into the Rolls-Royce sports car and disappeared from view. His attitude confirmed to the outside world what he thought of Yi Wuxuang. Everyone looked at the direction where Yi Wuxuang and Jishin disappeared, and then looked at the stiff Shen Wenyu, shaking their heads speechlessly. Shen Wenyu's brothers, too, did not know how to comfort Shen Wenyu. He could only pat Shen Wenyu's shoulder and leave with a sigh. Not long after, the lively crowd dispersed, leaving Shen Wenyu alone. He had a lot of remorse in his heart. Center Street. Yi Wuxuang sat in the passenger seat and took out his cell phone to contact Qinyu in the cake store, telling her that he had to prepare for the Olympiad competition and could not continue to work part-time. Qinyu replied that he understood and said that he was cheering, and then transferred $50,000 to her. Yi Wuxuang sent a question mark over. Qinyu replied, after you helped me attract customers, my store is on fire, with lots of repeat customers, and everyone says it tastes good. I was approached by the manager of a national dessert chain to provide him with a cake and recipe. In other words, your sister. To become a rich woman. Oh, these are absolutely your deserved. Do not receive I with you anxious. Chapter 61. She instinctively, willing to trust Jishin. Yi Wuxuang didn't push back and accepted Qinyu's money, leaning back on the leather seat and resting her eyes. After Jishin left Ye's house, she didn't have a few good sleeps. At this moment, Jishin was in the main driver's seat, close to her, and the sleepyheads were let out unguarded. Seeing her showing some fatigue, Jishin stretched out his bony fingers to adjust the temperature of the air conditioning in the car, and the speed of the car slowed down. In about 20 minutes, the black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the building where the training course was located. As soon as the car stopped, Yi Wuxuang opened his calm black pupils and prepared to open the door to get off. Don't you want to sleep more? Jishin looked at her sideways, his voice low. It doesn't matter if you go to one less day of OU classes. In fact, in his opinion, with Yi Wuxuang's intelligence, the municipal Olympiad competition would not be difficult for her. Yi Wuxuang pursed her lips and told her friend the whole story. I have to get the provincial crown for this Olympiad and don't want any delays or mistakes. In addition to acquiring the most basic knowledge, she also needs to understand the questioning habits and directions of the questioning parties in recent years. It might be a little funny to say that she wasn't someone who would trust people easily. The exception was Ji-shun. Instinctively, she was willing to trust Ji-shun. After saying that, Yi Wuxiang opened the car door and left. Walking into the building, it appeared again. A fine light swept across Ji-shun's eyes. The thread that held Yi Wuxiang's actions appeared again. Inside the building, Yi Wuxiang took the elevator to the floor where the training course was located. The training course is a room slightly smaller than a school classroom. And Mr. Su Chang is explaining formulas in front of the blackboard. There were 3 students on stage listening intently. These 3, the high school students that Yi Wuxiang had fought against in the chess varsity league. They are the son of the mayor of Yen City and Meng Yunjing of the 3rd high school, Medical University High School, the round-faced girl who abandoned the game halfway through to buy Coke chips, Normal High School, the dimpled boy who abandoned the race halfway home to watch the old sow give birth. Knock knock. Yi Wuxiang knocked on the door. Coming? Su Chang turned his head to look at her, put the chalk into the chalk box, clapped his hands, and pointed at Yi Wuxiang to introduce the rest of the team with a smile. Yi Wuxiang, Queen of the Birds of Prey, our new team member. When he went to Flying Bird in the morning, the students around him didn't mention Yi Wuxiang a lot. They all adoringly called her Queen. Ah, I remember you. What a coincidence. The round-faced girl stood up, her eyes wide, recognizing Yi Wuxiang. I remember you too. Dimpled boy likewise stood up. Yi, classmate Yi. Meng Yunjing's eyes were excited and his ears were hot. He knew that a new team member would come today, but he didn't expect this person to be Yi Wuxiang. During this period of time, he did not have much contact with Yi Wuxiang. Flying Bird was on a long vacation and Yi Wuxiang didn't work at Chinyu Dessert Shop, so he had no excuse to contact Yi Wuxiang. Every night, he wanted to send her something else, too, but the words were written and deleted and written, but never sent. He was happy to see her today. The thought of having to fight alongside her in the future made him even happier. Let me introduce you. Su Chang walked over to Yi Wuxiang and pointed his finger over Meng Yunjing, the round-faced girl, and the dimpled boy in turn. Meng Yunjing of the 3rd middle school, Ai Yinshur of the Medical University High School, and Song Yifan of the Normal High School. Hello. All 3 greeted kindly. Yi Wuxiang nodded, walked into the classroom and found a seat. Let me briefly explain this competition to student Yi. Su Chang reappeared on the podium, both arms propped up on the edge of the lectern. The tournament was held at Phoenix Stadium in River City. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the day before the game, we meet at the Yen City bus station and take a bus to Jiang City. On the Jiang City side, they've already booked rooms for us at the Sunshine Hotel, and all 21 teams from Central and Southern Province will be staying at the Sunshine Hotel. The rules of the competition are the same as previous years. If Yi Wuxiang doesn't understand, he can ask Meng Yunjing and the others. Finally, what are our goals for the game? Su Chang asked the 4 players. Champion, Meng Yunjing, Ai Yinshur, and Song Yifan raised their right arms in reply, their morale high. Yes, the moment you set out on your journey, you have one goal in mind, the championship. Su Chang turned around and wrote the word champion in block letters on the blackboard. Their brawny bravado silenced Yi Wuxiang. For a moment, she asked suspiciously, that was screened out of last year's preliminary round wasn't Anchor City? The people in the 7th class told her that Yen City was weak, but when she looked at these people, they didn't look like the bottom of the barrel at all. Instead they looked like the favorites to win the championship, full of fighting spirit. Click. Harmony and beauty were knocked out of the scene. Su Chang squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. None of that matters. It's the momentum that counts. Get it? You can't lose by losing. Yi Wuxiang nodded his head in cooperation. A few hours later, Su Chang ended his training. The 4 team members led by Yi Wuxiang took the elevator downstairs together. I have to take the subway home, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Ai Yinshur waved. I'll take the bus. Bye. Song Yifan also left. Student Yi. Meng Yunjing gathered her courage and turned to speak to Yi Wuxiang. The driver my dad arranged for is waiting at the curb, so if you're not up to it, I can give you a ride. Meng Yunjing swallowed the rest of his words in his throat. He saw Yi Wuxiang walk to a black Rolls-Royce sports car. The driver's window slowly lowered, revealing a face that was remarkably handsome and contained a gentle smile. Ji Xiao, Ji Shun. Meng Yunjing held his breath. What is there? Relationship? In front of the Rolls-Royce, Yi Wuxiang raised his eyebrows. Why are you still here? She thought Jishin had already left. I ran into an acquaintance and chatted for a while, and thought you'd be getting out of class soon, so I might as well wait here and go home together. Jishin laughed lightly, his eyes lightly drooping, his ink eyes flashing a touch of the fox's characteristic sophistication. Yi Wuxiang opened the car door. As if she thought of something, She turned around and waved at Meng Yunjing in front of the building. Meng Yunjing waved goodbye to her and watched the Rolls-Royce drift away, his heart feeling like it was pressed with a stone. Ji Xiao's car never carries women, but he let Yi Wushuang sit, because Yi Wushuang was his grandfather's savior? The next day after school, Yi Wushuang traveled to the training course. The classroom door was closed today, and she pushed it open, many scraps of paper falling on her head. Dang! Ai Yenshi took out a 3-inch sized mango cake from behind her back and presented it to Yi Wushuang like a magic trick. Yi students, welcome to the team. This is a belated welcome. Yi Wushuang looked at the cake, then looked at Ai Yenshi, and Meng Yunjing and San Yifan next to Ai Yenshi. Said you looked at the cake in the cake store across the street for a while when you came downstairs yesterday. Thought you might like cake, so I chipped in and bought a cupcake as an initiation gift. Meng Yunjing smiled with an arched eyebrow. He had changed into a set of white casual clothes today, and his entire person looked gentle and elegant. In fact, Yi Wushuang didn't have a long time to look at the cake, only that she had an even shorter time to look at other things. And once she compared them, she compared the gap. But that cake store's cakes are too expensive. We don't quite have enough pocket money to barely buy a small one. Don't mind. Ai Yenshi pouted. Aside from Meng Yunjing having a background, she and San Yifan were both children of ordinary families with limited finances yet. Thanks. Yi Wushuang took the cake, her eyes flickering lightly. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon came the day before the race. Chapter 62 Wushuang in danger. Ji Shin injured. Early in the morning, the Ji family villa. Yi Wushuang changed into the white team uniform Su Chang had issued her. A textured t-shirt with the team's flying bird logo, designed by Su Chang, printed on the back. She walked out of the master bedroom. Downstairs, Jishin sat at the dining room table reading a newspaper, a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. The maid was preparing breakfast for two in the kitchen. One part of Jishin's, one part of Yi Wushuang's. Morning. Perhaps hearing her footsteps? The man tore his eyes away from the newspaper and tilted his head toward her with a slight smile. This smile, Yi Wushuang found it pleasing to the eye. She had never paid excessive attention to Jishin's appearance, but Jishin's divine face could always make her appreciate it from the bottom of her heart at some point. Morning. She walked slowly down the stairs to the dining room table. As she passed by Jishin, she had a footstep and noticed that on the wall opposite of Jishin, there was a very small flash of light. Her brain raced. The villa decor hasn't changed, and in this position, there shouldn't be anything reflecting the cast. The sun doesn't leave a single sparkle here alone, either. There is only one answer. There's someone out there with a mirror or something pointing at the place. It was early in the morning at the moment, and the Ji family villa was located in the remote mid-levels, so it was unlikely that an ordinary person would be able to do this kind of thing. Then the answer is clearer. It's the reflection point of a sniper's scope. Someone is aiming at Jishin inside the jungle. Look out! Yi Wushuang pulled Jishin's arm with a tug, causing him to deviate from his original position. Bang! A bullet was fired at the floor-to-ceiling window. A dent appeared in the formerly polished and translucent floor-to-ceiling window, which extended outward with a slight crack, but didn't shatter. It's bulletproof glass. Yi Wushuang glanced at it and his heart was clear. It was also right that Jishin was the heir of the Ji family. The place where he lives is bound to be security-heavy, with bulletproof glass as the foundation. Thump! Sharp footsteps came from all sides of the villa. They're surrounded. The crisis is sudden. Yi Wushuang's brows wrinkled as he walked forward, but his wrist was grabbed. The person who grabbed her was Jishin. The man's brow was wrinkled even tighter than hers. The gentleness in his eyes faded and he was all fury, but his voice was concerned for her. Fengjiu can fix it. He didn't want to put her in danger. I'm in a hurry. I have to meet the team at the bus station. Yi Wushuang rarely unfolded a light smile other than a sneer at Jishin, even though the smile was full of bloodlust and danger. And didn't we agree that I'd protect you against the rent? The smile shook Jishin's eyes, and in a moment of disorientation, Yi Wushuang broke free from his grip and headed for the door. As she passed the indoor bar, she pressed on the back of the bar table and a black pistol hidden inside fell straight into her palm. Fengjiu had told her about a few places in the villa where she could hide a gun. Just in case, she turned on the safety of her pistol and fired 3 shots in a row, putting down the 3 masked intruders who attacked her head on the front. With a cold look in her eyes, ping! Someone was shooting at her from the side as well, and she rolled on the ground, rising to fire 2 shots at the man instantly. 1 shot to the chest, 1 to the head. The former allows for faster and more accurate hits without having to aim for the head, rendering the target defenseless for a short period of time. The latter is used to destroy the target's brain after his actions have been impaired, causing him to stop for good. Mozambique's shooting method. Fengjiu rushed to Jishin's side, admiration flashing in his eyes. It's a melee shooting technique. MS. Yip has never been one to eliminate the consequences in the matter of murder. There's no such thing as an enemy playing dead and making a comeback after escaping a bad situation. One word to describe it, professional. Having finished marveling, Fengjiu turned around and threw himself into the battle to tackle the enemies invading from the back of the villa. Ahead, Yi Wuxuan was constantly moving. Even if there were no enemies around him for a while, he didn't stop. She could see flashes of light that kept popping up in and around her. That sniper hiding in the jungle knew he couldn't hurt Jishin. Then he retreated and tried to target her first and fix her. 400 meters away, lying on the tree, the sniper in full camouflage burst thickly, his muzzle moving constantly towards Yi Wuxuan in the courtyard. The young girl's trajectory was too difficult to capture, making it impossible for him to anticipate, much less aim, shooting in the air and possibly injuring your teammates. Soon, he no longer had that concern, because his teammates are done dying. In the scope, the young girl fired with her right hand, aiming at the heart of her last teammate, always stopping. He aimed at the young girl and pressed the trigger with his index finger, but before he could press it completely, the young girl was the first to turn around, lifting the other pistol she'd seized from the body earlier in her left hand and firing it with precision in his direction. Phew! The bullets broke through the air, driving the air currents around them. Pust! Right in the sniper's eyebrow. The bodies and firearms landed with a thud, startling the birds in the forest and sending them flying. I didn't expect Mrs. left-handed shooting to be so accurate as well. The maid made a psycho cupping her heart. Yi Wuxuan turned around and was about to say something when she was swept into Jishin's arms. Ping! A bullet passed through Jishin's shoulder and the man grunted. Blood splattered on Yi Wuxuan's face. The warmth of the touch made her pupils flinch. Ji Xiao! Fengjiu's face changed drastically as he broke the sneak attacker's hand with a shot. Yi Wuxuan looked down, only to realize that the intruder he had finally resolved was not dead. He had a hole in the left side of his chest that was bleeding out, but the fact that he's still alive means that his heart is different and grows on the other side. Damn! Yi Wushu's eyes were filled with hostility. Both guns are out of bullets, right? Jishin's voice was low. Otherwise, with Yi Wuxuan's habit, no matter if that person's heart grew in his stomach or on his knees, he would not be able to escape the fate of being obliterated by a headshot. Well, the last shot went to the sniper. Yi Wuxuan's tone hid a hint of anger. Having a friend get hurt for you is not something to be happy about. She hugged Jishin's narrow waist and placed him on an exquisitely crafted bamboo chair in the courtyard. At an angle she couldn't see, Jishin curved his narrow eyes. This was the second time Yi Wuxuan embraced him. The last time, it was an unconscious hug while crying in a dream. The shot was worth the block. The family doctor comes quickly to treat Jishin's wounds, while Fengjiu leaves with the intruder who still has a breath in his mouth, about to torture him and ask about the forces behind him. In 20 minutes or so, the family doctor dressed Jishin's wound. Yi Wuxuan kept wrinkling her eyebrows, fighting with herself to be angry. I wasn't hurt badly. You don't have to blame yourself so much, Jishin mouthed helplessly. This little ninny is not in the right state. I'm going to Jiang City to participate in the Olympic math competition. Yi Wuxuan unilaterally ended the conversation and left the villa. She was holding a fire in her heart and had nowhere to vent it. Everyone she's tried to protect since she can remember, she's protected well. She won't let them get hurt. There are only two exceptions. One is Brother Dustless. One is a friend, Ji Shun. Letting them get hurt was her incompetence. Chapter 63. That one called Yi Wuxuan. So pretty. With fire, Yi Wuxuan arrived in front of the square of Yen City bus station. Since everyone was wearing the uniforms for this expedition, Su Chang, Meng Yunjing and the others immediately saw her and greeted her. The five took a bus and set off for River City. At 12 o'clock at noon, the bus came to the entrance of the Sunshine Hotel in Jiang City. Jiang City is the capital of Central and Southern Province, more prosperous than Yen City. The hotel decoration is even more advanced a little, because 21 teams from across the province are staying here. The hotel is frequented by high school students dressed as teachers. The seats used for lounging on both sides of the lobby were also filled with students. They were men and women, beautiful and handsome, plain and ordinary, dressed in extraordinary clothes, or casually dressed. The most eye-catching presence among them was a young girl around 18 years old. She wore a black super-short dress with a white halter top, a double ponytail, and one side of her hair dyed gradient pink and one side of her hair dyed gradient sky blue. It's a pairing that regular people don't do well with. And she has beautiful features, big eyes and a small nose that hold down the fort. At the moment, she was talking to her brother on his cell phone with her legs crossed and a lollipop in her mouth. Alright brother, I'm hanging up. Meng Yunjing and the others are probably arriving, so I won't talk to you anymore. She hung up the phone and noticed that everyone around her was looking at her with adoring respect or awe. Even if someone didn't recognize her, they would look the same way when introduced by a bystander. Her lips curled up, enjoying the feeling. Her name was Deng Fanqing, the schoolgirl of the first high school of Jiang City.
and the schoolmaster who was the reigning champion of the Olympic mathematics in Central and Southern Province. Beyond being pretty and smart, she has a reputation for being a scary person, daughter of the leader of the Black Man Gang. The Black Man Gang is the king of the underground world in Central and Southern Province. In the entire underground world of Xia, there was also a place. Her brother, Deng Xiu, is the crown prince of the Black Man Gang. She, Deng Fanqing, was the princess of the Black Man Gang, known as the Queen of Jiang City. From the top to the size of the officials, down to the hooligans and ruffians, all to her three respect, do not dare to offend. This leads to people around her, fawning and trying to please her. That face, it's always sickening to see too much of it. That is, until she meets the son of the mayor of Yan City, Meng Yunjing, at a municipal Olympiad competition. He was a very special person. It is not too much to describe it as out of the silt, not stained, Mondi League, not demon. He's pure, hard-working, warm and polite, never proud of their origins or treating others differently because of their origins. Father said that this kind of person is going to make it big, and she agreed. This time she participated in the Olympiad for another purpose besides taking the title. Wanted Meng Yunjing to be her boyfriend. In fact, she didn't mind Meng Yunjing becoming his man directly. She was looking forward to Meng Yunjing's performance in bed. As the daughter of the head of the Black Man Gang, she was no innocent little girl. Empress, the car from Yan City seems to be coming over. The female student with black-framed glasses next to Deng Fanqing reminded. Her name is Zhou Ying, a classmate of Deng Fanqing and a participant in this Olympiad. She had an average family background and usually couldn't squeeze into Deng Fanqing's circle, so she wanted to take advantage of this competition to get on good terms with Deng Fanqing. See, Deng Fanqing's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he walked out of the lobby under the watchful eyes of many people. On the side of the road, Meng Yunjing happened to be the first person to get out of the car. Meng Yunjing, Deng Fanqing smiled and waved. This attitude could make the group of boys who had thoughts about Deng Fanqing jealous. Deng Fanqing? Hello. Meng Yunjing thought for a moment, recognized Deng Fanqing, greeted him coldly and detachedly, and walked towards the hotel. He didn't have much love for the daughter of the gang. Guess how long I've been waiting for you? Deng Fanqing blinked her left eye at Meng Yunjing. Quirky. The other side. Su Chang, Yi Wushuang, Ai Yenshi, and Song Yifan got off in turn. When he got off the bus, Yi Wushuang's stomach was very unforgiving and gurgled twice. Ah, Wushuang hungry? Ai Yenshi blinked. After a few days at the course, they had replaced the polite and detached a classmate with a person's name. I didn't eat in the morning, Yi Wushuang replied indifferently. Not only did she not eat, but she killed a lot of people by exercising vigorously early in the morning. It's not surprising that your stomach growls like that. Then let's go eat first, Ai Yenshi proposed. Before I came here, I checked the tips on the internet. Near the Sunshine Hotel, there is a particularly affordable and delicious barbecue restaurant. Her creed in life is one word, eat. Coke and chips, barbecue and fondue, all her favorites. I want to eat. Song Yifan had a craving too. Then let's eat first and then go back to the hotel. Su Chang agreed with the team's idea. I'll go shout for Meng Yunjing. The vivacious Ai Yenshi ran to Meng Yunjing's side. Meng Yunjing, Wushuang didn't eat in the morning and is hungry. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant first. Good. As soon as he heard that his favorite person was hungry, Meng Yunjing made an instant decision and followed Ai Yenshi away. Deng Fanqing was left out in the cold. She stared at Ai Yenshi's back with her arms wrapped around her chest, and a ruthlessness that did not match her age emerged in her eyes. Shouted Meng Yunjing away in front of her. Right? Not a lot of guts. Empress, I'll help you clean up this little. Zhou Ying walked over to show her loyalty. Okay, clean it up so your father can get a promotion. Deng Fanqing turned around and took the elevator upstairs. A small character like Ai Yenshi was not worthy of her personal action. Thank you, Empress. Zhou Ying was overjoyed in her heart. 1 hour later, Yi Wushuang and the others, who had filled their stomachs, re-arrived at the Sunshine Hotel. The luxurious decoration of the hotel lobby made Ai Yenshi and Song Yifan open their mouths slightly, incarnating as Lu into the Grand View Garden, looking at everything new and strange. Jiang City is rich and generous in the end. In previous years when competitions were held in other cities, they wouldn't have stayed in such a high-end hotel. Su Chang also sighed. Only Yi Wushuang and Meng Yunjing looked as normal. Meng Yunjing had followed the mayor's father and had seen a lot of the world. Yi Wushuang, needless to say, had seen places that were 100 times more luxurious than this place. Su Chang went to the front desk to get his room card, and Yi Wushuang and the others stayed in the center of the lobby. The students sitting on the couches on either side of them, resting and chatting, quickly noticed them. Look at the one named Yi Wushuang in Yan City's team. Isn't she so pretty? The tournament rules state that each team can design their own uniforms. All team uniforms, however, must wear nameplates with the names of the participating students to make it easier to recognize and address each other. Yi Wuxuang's nameplate was hanging in front of his body. Today, she was wearing a single ponytail. Her face was plain, her lips were not lit but red, her eyebrows were not drawn, and her features were perfectly proportioned. She wore a white marching team uniform on the upper half of her body, with a knee-length blue and white checkered skirt on the lower half, and her whole body was youthful and pretty, but her temperament was ice-cold, beautiful indeed, and a breath of fresh air. I haven't seen that before. Is it a new contestant? Next to her, Meng Yunjing, Ai Yenshi, and Song Yifan do look familiar. Old mat players. Put. Ha ha. There was a burst of derision. Ai Yenshi's round face reddened as she saw Su Chang get the room card and went forward to press the elevator. Just 2 steps out, Zhouing intercepted halfway and slapped Ai Yenshi in the face, cursing angrily. Bitch, who told you to steal from me? Chapter 64. This Jishao is obviously honorable but is good at chasing backwards. The slap blindsided Ai Yenshi. She didn't even expect to be beaten in such a place. The sound of a crisp slap also instantly catches the eyes of many. Many people got straight up from the couch, afraid that they had missed something. Yenshi. Song Yifan was the first to walk up and angrily question Zhouing. You're sick, aren't you? How are we going to steal from you when we just got back from being out? This is ridiculous. Meng Yunjing called out to the lobby manager. Hello? I need to pull the surveillance to prove my teammate's innocence. This is more useful than just questioning. Su Chang also walked over, his brow furrowed. No need to pull the surveillance. I'm sorry if I recognized the wrong person. Zhouing seemed to have anticipated that things would go this way and casually apologized in a perfunctory manner. And then, she took out her cell phone and was ready to scan the code to transfer money. Why don't I transfer $20,000 to you? Medical bills plus moral damages. Ai Yenshi covered her face and slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears of aggression, stubbornly refusing to fall. She wasn't angry that she'd been mistakenly recognized and beaten. She was angry that the other party knew it was wrong, but apologized with such a glib attitude. What? 20,000 isn't enough? Zhouing held up the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, sizing up Ai Yenshi from head to tail, seeing that she was wearing ground-level goods that she couldn't name the brand, and let out a cold, wordy laugh. You're not trying to blackmail me, are you? Come on. I just accidentally misidentified you and slapped you. At those words, everyone upstairs passing through the hallway stopped and looked down. The interior of the Sunshine Hotel is circular in design, similar to a mall with a hollowed-out center. Deng Fanqing just leaned against the second-floor corridor railing to watch the show, her eyes sneering. Downstairs, Ai Yenshi bit her lower lip. She's never experienced anything like it. The eyes around her, either curious or mocking, left her overwhelmed and humiliated and angry at the same time. Yenshi, stand to the side. Yi Wuxuan's cool voice resounded in Ai Yenshi's ears. Ai Yenshi obediently stepped back, allowing Yi Wuxuan to come in front of Zhouing. Zhouing wrapped her hands around her chest with a fearless face. What? You guys think that if you change people, I'll be afraid of ah? Before the words were finished, Zhouing screamed and her entire body slumped to the ground, her black-rimmed glasses flying out. The 2 palm prints on her face were extraordinarily clear. They were from Yi Wuxuan. You. Zhouing sat on the ground, her eyes full of anger. I recognized the wrong person too. Yi Wuxuan coldly opened his mouth and half squatted down, his cell phone scanning Zhou Ying's payment code, transferring the $50,000 that Qin Yu had previously transferred to her. All of it was transferred to Zhouing. 2 slaps. 50,000. No need to find more. Take it for your brain. After speaking, Yi Wuxuan got up, her stunning face indifferent and lonely, and led the team and Su Chang into the elevator. The man's ruthless style elicited several s. This girl is too dominant. What's her story? Boy A was heartbroken. I remember. She's the queen of the birds of prey, the Jedi's mad youngster. Boy B slapped himself on the back of the head. Ha? What the hell? Boy A wondered. Boy B explains. Jedi is talking about the hottest game right now, Operation Jedi. Her game nickname is Cold-Blooded Frenzy. Her skill is so strong that she can take a big anchor to eat chicken. Not to mention that she also beat the champion duo Jackie and Summer. Now everyone in the gaming community calls her Maniac. What does Queen of the Flying Birds mean? The rest of the group asked. Boy B joyfully picks Yi Wuxuan's vest. She was attending Birds of Prey Academy and playing a game when a woman started a rumor that she was ugly, got bad grades, and was expelled for skipping class and surfing the internet. Flying Bird students saw it and put up so many pictures of her to prove their innocence. Then everyone realized that she was actually very pretty. A schoolteacher who could get perfect scores on her monthly exams, played the drums and chess. Even Sun Jiahao, the president of the Yen City Chess Association, was her defeated opponent. That's why the students of Flying Bird honor her as the queen. Boy A, no way? That good? You're not lying to me, are you? Boy D stood up. He's not lying. I play Jedi too and have experienced all the things he's talking about.
Boy nodded his head. Me too. I didn't realize that Maniac had also participated in this Olympiad. And what's more, I didn't realize that Maniac was actually so tuggy in reality as well. 2 slaps said to fling it over. I want Yi Wuxuang's contact information so much. Boy B's expression was adoring.
The girl next to her beamed. I still want Meng Yunjing's contact information.
Meng Yunjing is like a bookish gentleman in a novel. Warm and gentle like jade. Save your breath then. You can't hide your eyes when you like someone. Haven't you noticed that Meng Yunjing has been looking at Yi Wuxuang? 2nd floor. Deng Fanqing looked at the rising elevator, her eyes gloomy and watery.
It turns out that the person who made Meng Yunjing leave without her at noon was an AI Yenshur.
Instead, it was that Yi Wuxuang who hadn't eaten in the morning and was hungry. Yi, this surname, so familiar. A cold aura emerged in Tang Fanqing's eyes. Brother the toy called Yuan Shella. Ex-boyfriend Yi Guilu also surnamed Yi. Forget it, there are plenty of people with the same last name.
Deng Fanqing didn't think much about it and turned to go to her room.
Empress, yes, I'm sorry.
Zhou covered her face and walked over to Tang Fanqing to apologize in a low voice.
She had promised to clean up AI Yenshur,
but ended up being punched in the face by Yi Wuxuang.
Do you know about garbage classification? Deng Fanqing's tone was icy. Waste, stay where waste belongs, not in my way. Zhou Ying's expression stiffened,
making way for Deng Fanqing.
Room 3201. As soon as AI Yenshur entered the door,
she sat down at the table and took out her OU exercise book to do the problems. The slap marks on the cute round face were still there. The aggression had disappeared.
Our Yenshur is turning grief into strength? Song Yifan deliberately mediated the atmosphere. AI Yenshur's pen was in a lurch,
and she raised her head slightly, her voice light but powerful.
If I have better clothes on me than Zhou wouldn't dare to hit me.
If I'm carrying a multi-million-dollar bag,
Zhou still has to respect and fear me.
She treated me like that after all because she thinks I'm poor and deplorable.
And I want to. Well, get ahead.
Yi Wuxuang slightly lifted his eyes and his gaze fell on AI Yenshur's back.
For the chess one,
she was dragged by the school to make up the numbers.
And for the OU competition,
she signed up for it herself. She is a senior this year,
and according to OU rules, this year is the last time she will be able to compete.
She wants to get a little grade this year to pave the way for her future.
So, she's diligent.
There were times when they all left and she would stay in the class and work on the problems. Su Chang said that she was especially desperate this year.
Even Song Yifan and the others. Song Yifan clenched his fist. I also want to stand out. Someone else in the lobby just laughed at us for always being at the bottom. It pisses me off. I'm going to do the questions too. With that, Song Yifan left. Meng Yunjing left with the same idea. At night, Yi Wuxuang received a text message from Jishin. Is it necessary to provide sleeping companion service when one is on business in Zheng City? Chapter 65, Can the bottom have the consciousness of the bottom? Recently, Jishin has a very clear perception of his identity as a sleeping robot.
He finished his message and laughed softly as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite at the Sunshine Hotel,
taking in the neon night view of the traffic downstairs. Ding dong, he gets replies. Yi Wuxuang, where? 3 simple words, dry and crisp, perfectly in keeping with her style. Jishin sent his room number, then sighed and read the where again.
The young prey is too cold to chase yet.
Knock knock.
Soon there was a knock on the door.
Jishin raised his eyebrows. As a man, he had basically zero charm value for Yi Wuxuang, but as a sleeping robot, he's charming. Full stop. He went forward to open the door.
The door had just opened a crack when Yi Wuxuang drilled in,
his black pupils holding a slightly angry question. Why did you come to Zhangjiang on business if you didn't get well?
Jishin was stunned, his handsome face dismayed.
Was she concerned about him? He thought she. Let me see how the wound is recovering.
Yi Wuxuang pulled the man's wrist and pushed him on the sofa,
bullying him and without any avoidance of suspicion.
She undid his black suit and white shirt, revealing the bandages wrapped inside.
Sure enough,
the bandage had rendered a blush.
That's what happens when you don't get a good night's rest. Are you a 3-year-old child? Is the Ji family already so short of money that they have to have you on a business trip? Yi Wuxuang asked him in exasperation. Ji Shun, however, was in a happy mood.
The corners of his thin lips rose, and his voice was low and honest.
Actually, I'm worried that you won't sleep well and that you'll misplay the competition.
This injury was just a common occurrence and nothing to the heir of the Ji family who had grown up bathing in the raging storms. At those words, the anger that had piled up in Yi Wuxuang's heart dissipated. She looked at the man's handsome face with a smirk, her red lips lightly opened.
Does it hurt? It hurts. The man braked. I'll get you some painkillers.
Yi Wuxuang went to rummage through the medicine box that came with the presidential suite.
Okay. The man dutifully cooperated. Yi Wuxuang took the medicine, and as soon as she turned around, she saw a stunningly beautiful man, lazily leaning against the sofa. His suit was half unraveled, ascetic and horny. The dark yellow lamps overhead, emitting an ambiguous glow, gilded him with a layer of psychedelic color, as if he were a regal male demon, seducing people to remove his suit completely. A male demon? Yi Wuxiang shook his head and cleared this thought out. Jishin's likeness was too powerful to kill. What's wrong? Ji Shinming knew the advisor, and the smile at the corner of his lips grew thicker. It was probably because of her status as a friend that Yi Wuxiang had removed some of her guard, and her mood swings were quite obvious. That head-shaking dork look is adorable as hell. Nothing. Yi Wuxiang, how would she say what she just thought? After feeding Jishin the medicine, she opened her school bag and studied the previous Olympiad problems. Early the next morning, Yi Wuxiang finished changing Jishin's medicine and returned to her room. After another half hour, Su Cheng came over and knocked on the door, signaling that it was time to gather. Yi Wuxiang, who had long been ready, opened the door and went out, and when she went downstairs, she happened to meet Tang Fanqing. Tang Fanqing froze for a moment, obviously not expecting to meet up with Yi Wuxiang here, but touching is touching, so it doesn't hurt to give a warning. Meng Yunjing is my prey. Stay away from him if you're sensible, otherwise, I'll make you regret coming to Zhangjiang. She was the queen of River City, and she wasn't joking when she said that. Being threatened, Yi Wuxiang's eye curtains lifted lightly, and his black pupils' hostility appeared. You can try. You'll make me regret coming to the city first, or I'll make you regret coming to the human world first. Dropping these words, Yi Wuxiang went downstairs without looking back and met up with Meng Yunjing and the others. The rest of the team of city delegates, one by one, also gathered to arrive and headed out of the hotel. At the moment, there are several reporters squatting outside the hotel. If another province had organized the Olympiad, there would not have been so many reporters. After all, it's only a provincial scale. It's the national and global competitions down the road that are the heavyweights. South Central Province is different. River City is different. Jiang City has been the reigning South Central provincial champion, and last year nearly toppled the capital city team, so they can be considered heavyweights. With a number one seeded team like this, you can never go wrong with more shots and interviews. Then come what may, a token interview with another team to record footage would be fine. No, Yi Wuxiang and the others had just gone out when they were targeted by a family of reporters. Hello, I'm a reporter from the River City Morning News. May I ask what are your intended goals in participating in this Olympiad? The camera and microphone disliked Su Cheng. Just when Yi Wuxiang thought that Su Cheng would mouth off and declare that he would take the championship, Su Cheng coughed lowly and said seriously, there's no goal, and if it's hard to have one, it's to outdo yourself. Getting an answer. The camera and microphone disliked Meng Yunjing again. Meng Yunjing, just do your best. Yanshi, no regrets. Song Yifan, there has been some progress. They feel sweaty when they say these things. Even though they yell about the championship every day in their own nest, when they get outside, it's time to be honest, or be honest. It would be a shame to be punched in the face or something after mouthing off. The host smiled with professional courtesy. And the last goal for this little girl? The camera and microphone were given to Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang said indifferently, take a championship. Reporter? Su Cheng 4. Mr. Yi, that's not a good thing to say. Puhaha, brothers, did you hear that? Yen City, who has been at the bottom of the list for 10,000 years, said their goal is to win the championship. The team next door heard the interview and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The corners of the bystanders' mouths twitched with varying expressions. How dare you think that? All we're aiming for is just to get to the final 8. Just because that Yi Wuxiang of their team is great in other fields doesn't mean he's great in OU. Meng Yunjing, Ai Yenshi, and Song Yifan are even more so. I don't even have to use my full strength when comparing myself to them. The school bully over in the capital city was almost defeated by Empress Tang Fanqing Tang. I really don't know where Yen City got its confidence and face. The bottom cannot have the bottom of the consciousness to the master whole smile R. The rising and falling ridicule and sarcasm caused Meng Yunjing's trio to turn pale, and disguisedly strengthened their desire to win the title. It's good. One has to dream, doesn't one? Deng Fanqing brought Zhou and other students, representing the Jiang City team in the finale, and gave Yi Wuxiang a glance out of the corner of his eye, unable to hold back a snort in his heart. Over the years, those who dared to put harsh words in her face, Tang Fanqing, were either dead or crippled. What happens to Yi Wuxiang depends on herself. Queen Deng is here. When the reporters scattered around saw Deng Fanqing, they dropped the interviews at hand and surrounded Deng Fanqing. Queen Deng, may I ask what your hopeful goals are for this Olympiad? Deng Fanqing is a very legendary high school girl. Her background is not to be spoken of brightly, but her studies are ridiculously good, and her personality is tainted with a little bit of the little Taiyukai's misbehavior because of her family. My hope Tang Fanqing deliberately trailed off and reached out to point at Yi Wuxiang. I hope Anchor City can win the title because I've won it so many times I'm tired of it. Chapter 66 First Place. Yi Wuxiang, Full marks. Tang Fanqing's words landed on the ground, and the entire audience burst out laughing like thunder. A couple of reporters were also delighted. Queen Deng is really too humorous. Is this what the netizens call Versailles? While we do respect Yen City's dream, there's a pretty big gap between dream and reality. A female reporter stifled her laughter and turned to interview Yi Wuxuan with a gloating expression. Is there anything you guys want to say when Queen Dun says she's tired of championships and wishes you guys could have them? All four of Su Chang's faces didn't look too good. They could sense that Tang Fanqing was humiliating them. Yi Wuxuan swept his eyes at the star-studded Tang Fanqing, his tone cold. We'll meet her. End of speech. An awkward silence fell around them. The silence was followed by more and louder jeers. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, I'm laughing with tears in my eyes. Really, just give Yi Wuxuan a stick and Yi Wuxuan will dare to move up? I have a reasonable suspicion that she's trying to laugh us to death and then just defend her title. Stop laughing. The car is coming. Ahead came several exclusive buses, each with a red banner stretched across its body. Warm congratulations on the successful holding of the South Central Province Olympiad in mathematics. These buses will escort them to the location of this competition, the Phoenix Stadium in River City. The city teams hurriedly gave the team led by Deng Fanqing a path. They are the previous provincial champions and have the privilege of getting on the bus first. The reporters clicked pictures of the scene and ignored Yi Wuxuan and the others again. Hoo. The race is about to start. Not nervous, not nervous. Ayanami paced back and forth, using it to calm her nerves. A year's worth of struggle depends on now. It's our turn to get on the bus. Song Yifan tapped her shoulder, startling her so much that she barely jumped in place. Meng Yunjing let out a laugh and said soothingly, just do your best and listen to heaven. His mouth said so, but his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Even if he was well-bred, he couldn't stand to be mocked and counted by outsiders all the time. He wants to win the title and defend his dignity. And Meng Yunjing sneaked a look at Yi Wuxuan, who was getting into the car, her ears reddening. He also wanted to show a very handsome side in front of her. About 10 minutes later, several buses pulled up in front of Phoenix Stadium. The Phoenix Stadium is a landmark building in Gangnam City, known nationwide for its phoenix-like shape. At the entrance of the stadium, the person in charge of the race organizing committee saw Deng Fanqing walking off the bus and immediately went over, whispering with warm respect, "Ms. Deng is here? Are you still comfortable staying at the Sunshine Hotel? The matter I entrusted your brother with earlier." He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, bloated and not very tall. Brother said he would consider it. Tang Fanqing lazily spoke. That's great. The man in charge slapped his thighs and grinned like a mangy dog. Don't worry, the winner of this competition will still be you. Nonsense. Who else could the champion be but me? Deng Fanqing looked askance at the person in charge and walked into the stadium with her head held high. As the teams entered in an orderly fashion, the Anchor City team slowly made their entrance. The field was laid out with 84 sets of tables and chairs, and a total of 21 four-person teams competed in preliminary rounds. The preliminary round is a written test and time is limited. 1 roll per person, with the final team totals counting towards the rankings. The bottom 5 teams are eliminated and the remaining teams advance to the Sweet 16. If the scores are the same, it takes less time than whoever combines them, and the one with less is in front. In previous years, Anchor City teams were basically eliminated from the preliminary round and went home. Commonly known as the round robin. Survive the preliminary round. Survive the preliminary round. Survive the preliminary round. Ai Yenshur was brainwashing herself again, and it was very amusing to see her shredding. Song Yifan was overjoyed. Don't worry, with your current strength, you'll definitely be able to make it through the preliminary rounds. Su Chang stroked Ai Yenshur's head. He was a teacher, and he had a rough idea in his heart of what strengths his students had. Before the race, he handed out a couple of test papers and everyone basically scored a perfect 150 with very few mistakes. The only person who had never made a mistake was Yi Wuxuan. Su Chang looked sideways at Yi Wuxuan, and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He had known Yi Wuxuan for a relatively short period of time and couldn't fathom Yi Wuxuan's full strength. Yi Wuxuan scored full marks because she was just strong enough to get full marks, or because the upper limit of marks was 150? He shall not know. He was only certain that Yi Wuxuan was the most stable player among the 4, and other 84 participating students were seated and more than 20 invigilators entered the room. There were no spectators in the stadium except students, teachers, invigilators, journalists and the tournament organizing committee. Math competitions require a quiet atmosphere, and spectators are prone to bad behavior if they are maliciously disruptive. At the head's command, the crowd of students buried their heads in questions. The sound of the pen tip sliding on the paper is the most exuberant battle cry in their hearts. Click. Flash your side of the story. Time passes quietly. 2 reporters whispered in the audience. Dude, who do you think turned in first in this year's preliminary round? Then there's no need to think. It must be Queen Dun. Where hasn't she handed in her papers first in the early rounds? Inside the field, Deng Fanqing did finish the paper quickly. After checking it over as fast as she could, she intended to hit the timer on the table. The purpose of the timer is to remind the invigilator to come and collect the papers, and to keep track of how long you have answered the paper for subsequent ranking. Look, she's going to press it. The reporter raised his camera, intending to capture the scene. But before Deng Fanqing could press it, a ringtone was the first to go off. After Yi Wushuang rang the bell, he left the examination room and found a random seat in the audience to rest his eyes. Holy class? The reporter was dumbfounded. He was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Yi Wushuang's speed drew the attention of many non-competitors. The commotion started because of her. She's the one who said she wanted to win the title before and that she would fulfill Queen Deng's wish, isn't she? This seems to be her first time competing in the South Central Provincial Olympiad. It looks awesome. She's not really going to win the title, is she? Cam. I didn't record any material related to her. It's a loss. Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger and bigger, the person from the race organizing committee coughed lowly, signaling them to be quiet. Deng Fanqing pressed the timer and left the arena. Picking a seat opposite Yi Wushuang, she stared coldly at Yi Wushuang. The preliminary round is not about being fast enough to win. It's more about getting the answers right than speed. She didn't believe that this Yi Wushuang, who was not well known in the OU community, could be better than her. Ding, ding, ding. The rest of the students turned in their papers one by one. The questions in the preliminary round would not be too difficult, and all 84 students turned in their papers before waiting for the time limit to expire. Meng Yunjing, Ai Yanshi, and Song Yifan sat beside Yi Wushuang and quietly waited for the teachers from the Olympic Organizing Committee to approve the test papers. An hour later, the OHA announced the results of the preliminary round. First place, Yi Wushuang. Full marks. The rankings of the rest of the people will appear on the big screen in a list. Chapter 67, Yi Wushuang's brain is too slow. Only does deadly problems? Su Chang led the applause and his teammates turned their heads to look at Yi Wushuang in shock. Meng Yunjing, wow. Wushuang is actually first place? That's awesome. Song Yifan, I was so focused on answering the questions that I didn't even notice who was first. Ai Yanshi, that's awesome. Across the room, Zhou Ying snorted. It's just the preliminary rounds. What's there to be proud of? Everyone basically has a perfect score. It's the later rounds that are the main event. Indeed. When Deng Fanqing saw Meng Yunjing on the opposite side of the table, who had been looking at Yi Wushuang with adoring and fascinated eyes, her heart was burning with jealousy and she was extremely unhappy. The following is the announcement of the preliminary round elimination list. The head of the Olympic Organizing Committee took the microphone and read out several city representatives, not including Yen. The 4 of them in Yen City all scored full marks, but apart from Yi Wushuang, the remaining 3 were slower in order to seek stability. Placed 15th overall, the team advanced to the round of 16 with a scare. River City was not in doubt and took first place as a team. Historic progress, stage by stage victory. Su Chang made a summary. Inside the field, the man in charge went on. Second round, 16-8, ready to begin. The staff immediately rearranged the scene, leaving 2 rows of tables, 4 in each row, with paper and pens left on the tables. The second round is a scramble system. The leader asks 5 questions and whoever rings the bell first on both sides answers. The team with the most points wins. 16 teams were separated by 2 according to their first round rankings and played 1v1 matches in order. Example, first place and second place finish, third place and fourth place. After the third and fourth place match, the fifth and sixth place match. Please welcome to the stage the students competing for the city team. And the XX team. Deng Fanqing took Zhou Ying and the remaining 2 teammates onto the field. The second-ranked city representative followed. Less than 10 minutes later, River City won.